Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing great. Hello President Moonstar, how are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm having an alright day so far, I think. It's been a productive day for me. In about 23 minutes I can begin eating. And I'm excited for that. Don't have anything fancy, but that's alright. But the spider. I'm thinking the next 20 or so minutes we'll probably go over some Tic Tacs, some news, to see what's going on in the world. And then, after that we'll see. Actually, let's not go through Tic Tacs right now. I just remembered that. I remembered that it would be nice to watch LB, because LB currently has Oni on, and they're talking about a pretty cool, important topic regarding the BAFTAs and that kind of stuff. So, without further ado, I will begin switching over to that. Alright, I think that works. We need to, sorry, I need to put sound on.
Also know that there are tons of black South African leftists who are going to fundamentally understand the perspective of someone who is saying that more than me.
They're basically talking about
as a white person is only ever going to, like, it's
incident.
just always going to be dismissed, and it always should be, because my like historical, like, why should anyone give me charitability as a white South African who has all the fucking privilege in the world in the current system of South Africa, which is, you know, capitalism, which, you know, was formed out basically of apartheid. Okay, even though you can say that black people as many rights as possible, I have an insane amount of fucking privilege, so I never say anything, and you will never see me saying anything unless I see a white South African saying that shit, and then I'm like, no, fuck you, okay? Because
this is loud.
You have to think of yourself through that fucking lens too. Even though America is a majority white country, why, like this is not. You have to think of it in that kind of way. You know?
Yes.
And if you see it through my lens, if you see, obviously, like, I wouldn't say anything, why do you think you should be able to?
One of the points that FB makes in the
okay, can we, like, stop putting me in the tutorial? Let me change the
like young white conservative men, is he says, y'all motherfuckers need help. And he's like, I can't be the one to go into your neighborhood and talk to you about it. Like, I can comment on it. I can articulate the conditions for which you occur. You know, you radicalized conservative young male, right? I can create the scenario in which you happen. But the only way in which your behavior is going to be is if you understand it's happening, which that comes from education, right? You watch a video, you read a book, whatever, you acquire information that articulates your conditions, right? And then a motherfucker also steps in to say, hey, here's the fucking path. Like, we need to get you a fucking healthy hobby. Have you considered Magic the Gathering? Like, you know, like Dungeons and Dragons exist. Come on in, like, hang out with some people, be normal. But the point that he is making in that video is that
right now is cool.
The help comes from your own community and people close to your circumstances. And in that instance, for him, he was saying, hey, if you're a white leftist, go help some of these motherfuckers if you see them in public. Like, actually try to talk to them, which, you know, to Hassan's credit, you know, that's what he does. Like, he talks to the bro-y white dudes who, you know, yo, Open Presence.
Thank you, Open Presence. Thank you. No worries. Thank you for the, that's insane. 25 gift subs. Thank you. Yeah. Holy shit. Anyway, as you were saying,
is this the game? I think.
But yeah, you know, the part of the healing process in this scenario is that you talk to your own about this and why you should or should not be involved with it. Which, yes, in LB's
We are currently watching Lil Bear 36.
We're having a
who has Oni on. They're talking about the BAFTA incident,
right? But it's to
and I was
why
listening to it, so I want to like
be
finish
involved.
listening
By
to
we,
what
I
it
mean
was saying
y'all.
before we move on to something
Yes,
else.
the
And I'm thinking in the
whites
meantime
chat,
we'll
okay?
we'll
Alright.
play this.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is I want to show you. Okay, so out of Black Red Guard's like whole like process of basically being villainized on Twitter,
And I'm not gonna comment much on what's happening
for having a assumption that is
I'm
almost entirely
person of
correct
color,
in
but
99.9%
I
of
will
circumstances and being demonized for that.
mainly just
There
listen.
was a joke that got taken really seriously that I need to share with you because it is so fucking funny.
Fucking
that Black
goated.
I'm sorry, I literally lost my shit at this tweet. I just saw it and I was like, okay, anyone taking this seriously, this is like probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life, okay?
It's really good.
I love
can
this
hear
to bits
your
and pieces,
smile, LB.
and I love the fact that someone has literally linked something that advocates for the case in the comments, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit. So this was the tweet, and if you took this seriously, I'm sorry. You've been fucking had. This was the this was a joke to basically like every single thing that Black Red Guard had experienced in this process came up with this, and this fucking trended on Twitter for all the wrong reasons because fucking white liberals and white leftists took this fucking seriously. It's the best way to respond to this. And I don't, like, you can read it for yourself, because if I read it out, it's not going to have the same sort of thing. Like given what you know...
A lot of slave owners were disabled. Just an absolute fucking The funniest part is, LB and
Literally, someone linked it below.
Yeah, exactly. This motherfucker. And it's like, yes, actually, okay, sure. But yeah, which is insane, insane.
Sorry.
To throw
Yeah, this is the tweet I saw.
Thank you, person, for linking that.
This is another story chatting it.
But yeah, no, Live Agar, post of the year, absolutely. I'm seconding your nomination. You know, and obviously we need a black person to validate that, because Live Agar. I'm sorry, you actually you don't get a vote here. You're not on the.
Hello, slave owners were disabled. That's funny.
We need to actually advocate for it.
That is amusing.
Sorry, but you know, thank you for your support.
I will say it's not that obvious as a joke,
but no, yeah,
depending on like how long.
Because it
before
immediately
the tweet
cuts through the bullshit and
at
just
least to
goes,
me.
Hey,
also I should move the mic.
You're talking about this,
No,
in a way.
I'll be moving in again in like
you look
10
like
or so
a
minutes,
fucking
but
clown. So I'm going to
we
articulate
bought a factory,
that
yay!
with the most
a lot
banger joke of all time, because you aren't taking this seriously. So why the fuck should I take you seriously? Because I want to have a more important discussion about this, which we're having now, right? But you don't want to fucking have this conversation. You want to be right about something. I'm sorry, suck my dick. Now is not the time to be right about this.
I do like how
you need to let us talk
aggressive
about ourselves.
Very understandable.
Shut the fuck
Johnson,
up.
helmet.
Just shut up. Like, if I was to actually post about this at
we need
all,
more cold talks.
like, I would have just said, shut the fuck up. Like, you need to shut the fuck up. I can't say it enough. Shut the fuck up.
I just can't believe, like in this entire process through this, like everything in the middle of like combating all of these people who are being so uncharitable. It's the funniest thing to post.
He just drops a fucking
and by the way,
gold
if you think this is fucking
bar.
ableist, I'm sorry. You are not like please, now you are not.
This game is that one meme where the diamond's just on the other side. True.
It is. So
it does look a lot like.
Okay, it is so like reacting to this in probably the funniest way that you can possible for what Black Red Guard had been through in this process. Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
And yeah, to see him like,
we're getting.
I saw like a couple fucking comrades trying to gently suggest him like, you know, take a turn on this conversation, and I'm sorry, like he got there. So what I would ask of anybody who sees a person of color have a moment like this in the future, just trust
Minor.
that we are going to fucking get there, because nobody is under the institutional gun like a person of color. We know we're going to get there, especially if we're a fucking leftist. You know what I'm saying?
Those, I think.
Yes,
Again,
and that's the
brother is
we'll
a
reach
fucking
the thing through,
Maoist. You don't need to tell him shit. And I'm not saying that people can't be corrected or that people can't, be wrong about something. But what I view so much of like my own personal left advocacy from is the assumption
almost
of where
almost
you are going to be when the fight occurs. You know what I'm saying? If we are in the streets and there are people with shields and riot guns, like all that shit on one side, and there are people on the other side protesting, where are you going to be? And Black Red Guard is going to be
going
in the
well with you
fucking
and
vanguard.
so construction
don't
tools.
like
Whoa.
whatever sort of like issue I would ever have with him, which I don't. Let me be clear, I do not have an issue with a single word he said. If I know where he is going to be in that conflict, I'm gonna let him have his own. You know what I'm saying? Because he's gonna fucking get there. And even if he doesn't, who gives a shit? Because the shit that actually matters, he's gonna fucking be there for. I don't care. I don't fucking care.
Just
shut
30
the fuck
construction tools.
Black
Right.
Red God has been
Looks like
the...
we need
No, sorry, I'm
iron necks.
you know what I mean? I'm trying to find the pause in the conversation, and then I say something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But Black Red God has been a person that I have respected for.
How do we?
Every single thing that Black Red God posts, I've always been like, this person is just so interested in, and I think it's more the fact that he is such a massive advocate for the DSA, and I really hope
can we just
this
explode
experience hasn't.
this?
Because, by the way, that wouldn't be his own fault.
It hasn't.
That would be.
Oh,
that,
it's
that
just to
would be-
destroy stuff.
I'll go ahead and tell you, he like, this motherfucker is in the fucking weeds. I guarantee it did, because this isn't the first time this shit has happened.
There's some
to
iron
him.
here and there's some iron
This
here. Let's
isn't
go for
the
that.
first time this shit has happened to a comrade of color, or a comrade from a disabled background, or a marginalized background, whatever. This is not the first time this has happened within our own. In this instance, I'm talking about like the DSA. So don't worry. This is not soured hit. Like, if anything, it only it lights a motherfucker like this on fire. You know what I'm saying? It revs him up to be more of who he is. Don't worry. I'll speak for him.
But the main thing is, for me,
Please,
the reason why I focus so much on Black Red God is
There we go.
I have so much respect for Black Red God in the sense that Black Red God
I'm not at all familiar with Black Red God, so I will go along with what LB is saying. Is this a free game chance? Yes, it is a demo. It is a demo. We're gonna be playing some demos.
It is always
And I will
about
say,
like
internally, there are people who internally within DSA.
It does give off very demo vibes, but I like the. I think so far so good. It looks okay.
Me and Black Red Guard.
But yeah, it is very
but
demonstration.
I will go to bat for him every single time.
I like the concept of mining. Me too. I like mining games. This game would be cooler if it was Wolf. If it was Wolf,
he has things he won't.
It's whatever.
On, and that ruffles feathers.
And he doesn't fall
your
for
feathers need to
like,
get ruffled.
and he never falls for. I find that Black Red will never, and even if he did, that
So
would
much
be completely fine. Like you always have to give people grace. But
I wonder what happens if these cross into too close to another passage.
He always is focused on what is the real structures of power at hand. Okay. And so to see.
Oh, okay. It can't go down right now. So what's the white stuff? It's a limestone.
Like people who are being so fucking uncharitable.
Oh, also if the
audio
audio
really fucking pissed off.
it's a little bit off. If it's a bit too loud or anything, just let know.
Anyway.
But yeah,
right,
I have nothing to say about this. The bar speaks for itself.
No, this was insane. Good, and follow Black Red God. Okay?
It's well balanced. Excellent.
Okay, so
wait,
now,
before or after I
if you
reduce the
still have time,
volume.
only if you don't, if you need to go do something, it's completely fine.
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna go into BRB
I've
for a
finished
second.
all editing for the wig.
Okay, I'm gonna go into BRB for a second, so people won't be able to hear you. So just give 2 seconds to sort something out. I want to Okay, you go.
Okay.
So Chad, I want to watch the video now just to reaffirm all of this, okay, in a structural video that you can also send to other people, okay? And this is a message to white leftists about getting involved in discourse that you know that you can never fully understand. And by the way, you need to, if you still think, oh, I can understand what it is like to be called like a slur like the N-word as a black person, no you fucking don't. I don't, okay? And I will admit that. And you need to fucking get over it if you think that like you can like fundamentally understand that, okay? So please, like, we all have to be on this baseline before we get into this conversation, because otherwise you will just reject everything, okay? You don't fucking understand it, and you need to be honest about that to yourself.
Sorry, I'm just
okay,
like
so it's
preparing a little bit for the food.
No, fire,
I'm excited to eat.
White.
Very excited to eat.
Leftist.
Right.
The online leftist cooked. I remember he used Hassan initially in the thing.
Alright,
Yes,
let's
I think
build
it's called the
another
Online Leftist
passage here.
that one.
As soon as
Alright.
it's dug through.
Alright, so we're...
I'm a theory nerd.
What are they
issues
watching?
with some of his theory, but he's
Okay, we're not gonna. Right. I don't think we're going to be watching LB watching someone else.
I don't care if we have to
watching FB Signifier.
If you're on the ground helping
No, I don't
people
like
in the
FB Signifier, but I think we'll watch that on our own at some point.
Yes.
I think I'll be
they
good.
can't hear you yet. Hold on. I need to first set up a sync tube.
Okay,
2 seconds only. Okay.
Also, I saw that FD Signifier is playing like Dark. I think Darkness and Hunger, or whatever it's called. Pretty cool game. Is that what it's called? Oh,
yes.
Is he not playing anymore?
I need to stop sharing it.
Oh,
hold on.
okay, it's online. Very
That's
cool.
fine. There's nothing.
Alright, so we're...
Right. I'm pretty sure this was
Right,
the
right,
video, right?
We will on YouTube. Actually, no, we'll open TikTok. I don't know why I muted the tab. I should not do that. Okay. Oh, I'm getting so many notifications. I'm so popular. Anyways, what is this?
It can barely move from a full stop and forget about climbing any hill. So you make the motor gear smaller and the wheel
I'm
gear
so
bigger.
smart.
Now,
Whoa.
when the small gear spins, it turns the big one on the wheels. Less speed, more force. Then you try the opposite.
Whoa, I'm so smart. Hello, Isataro. How are you doing?
The wheel.
That's so silly. Right. We are going to. I'm gonna save this game. We'll return to it a little bit later. Maybe. I'm not sure if it's a game we want to return to, but we'll see. Any case, we're going to go to just chatting. Set game. Just chatting. Excellent. And make the screen bigger. Let's just make it this big and hope the chat is fine. Is there a way for me to make the chat like, what do you call it? See-through? Because now there's like an empty window up, empty thingy up there. I'm not sure if I like that, but you know, it's whatever. Oh. Ooh. Also getting work done on the. So a second. I'm talking regarding the new emote. Right. We're going to do this. And we're going to go through some of the things I've saved for us to watch together. If TikTok would load and not be annoying. Again, remember to follow my TikTok. Come on. There we go. Favorites. It would be very nice if it actually worked. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. Collections and watch and stream. Right. Okay, where do we start? Let's start with this one. I saw this one. I thought it was very cool, and it's also almost sci-fi if that. So let's put this around here.
Migrants who teach you. There's a cookery class in London led by refugees and migrants who teach you how to make dishes from their home country, and I think it's the most wholesome activity you can find in the city. This is My Grateful, who run classes with chefs from over 20 different countries, supporting them on their journey to integration in the UK. We joined one of them, an Iranian cooking class led by Ladan. She was so sweet, telling us how she came from Tehran to London and introduced us to the recipes shown to her by her mother and grandmother that we would be cooking. The class is split up so everyone prepares different dishes and then collectively eats together at the end. We were in charge of making tashin, which is this cake filled with rice, yogurt, eggs and saffron.
Oh,
and because neither
so
of us
good.
had cooked Iranian cuisine, let alone eaten it before, it was a little intimidating to start, but Ladan was always there to make sure we were on track. We got the chance to check out everyone else's.
Ooh, and look at that
dish.
beautiful
It was a little
tadik.
intimidating to start,
I think
but
that's
Ladan
called
was
like a
always there to
tadik,
make
right?
Sure we were on track.
Oof, that looks so
We
good.
got the chance to check out everyone else's dish, like kashka badinjam,
I would like to eat
Marwan
Persian
Kadu,
food at some
and
point.
Nargisi. Ladan even got us dancing to Iranian tunes, which was so wholesome, if chaotic, between keeping an eye on the stove. And this was the
Very
final
good.
spread: steaming bowls and platters.
Bloody hell, that looks so
Salivating
good.
so hard. Sitting all together, we shared more stories, and we
If I
made
want-
every single dish.
if
unreal
I
and totally
was not
new
to
us,
eat in a
and
little
it really
bit,
brought into
I would
perspective
be
how food
dying.
connects us. This
I'd be
is a
literally
truly fulfilling
perishing.
activity to do in London, not only if you're learning about a new.
Anyways, if you're in London, do check that out. I think it looks cool. I have no idea how much it costs, so hopefully it's affordable. Climate Town. Climate Town, are they cool? I remember these guys being cool. 23 hours ago. Is it okay to react to a video that's 23 hours ago? I think the general thing is you need to wait 24 hours. I'm not entirely sure. The dumb loophole that ruined driving. It is something I want to watch. It is 40 minutes long though. Just making us thick. Mind control to drive a car. Why are we eating slop? The Tank Museum about the T-55. I'm not sure if it's going to be entertaining enough. Why everyone hates British tourists. Siege of Mecca. Change the Muslim world. Grand Mosque seizure. Okay, this one we could do. Aslan Bahari is like a TikTok creator who from what do you call it? From Australia. Originally, like I think he's a second-generation immigrant from Pakistan or something. And makes very cool videos. I just came up with a random cool ideas by that video. What if there's an organization that went around looking for lesson on cultures and collaborating with them to promote the culture? That would be very cool. I think that genuinely would be very cool. Very good content as well. Actually, yeah, let's watch this. I think this would be cool.
Imagine militants taking over the Grand.
I'm gonna start the video. I'm gonna link it here, so everyone please watch it on the side. How do I pin my own message? Oh, okay. What am I moving around? Okay, I think that's good. There we go. That works fine. Right, pin this. Unpin after images. There we go. Excellent. Everyone watch it on the side to support ABC News, whatever. It's from a year ago. He is a very nice soothing voice. Anyways, I need to get my food start if that. Be right back.
Imagine militants taking over the Grand Mosque in Mecca. Hard to believe, right? But around 40 years ago, that's exactly what happened. Hello, my friends. Let's unpack one of Saudi Arabia's most influential historical events that fundamentally transformed
Bismillah.
the Gulf state. The year is 1979, a turning point in the Muslim world. In Iran, a revolution is kicking off. A historical peace treaty between Egypt and Israel is being signed, and in Saudi Arabia, something just as momentous is happening. A group claiming to be led by a prophesied Islamic figure, the Mahdi, has invaded and captured the Grand Mosque, holding thousands hostage in the midst of gunfire and bombardment. This event would reshape the government and send ripples across the globe. The siege began with a group known as Al-Jama al-Salafiyya al-Mutassiba, or simply JSM. The rebels declared the arrival of the Mahdi, a prophesied Islamic figure, and demanded to overthrow the Saudi government. Confusion and outrage spread throughout the Muslim world as the siege continued, with international accusations flying. The Saudis, restricted by religious limitations on violence within the mosque, eventually used French aid and tear gas to retake the holy site at the cost of many lives. But we should rewind a bit.
From what I recall as well, I think they even had like British soldiers come in or something, but they had them like, to make it okay, they had them revert before sending them in, like very oddly symbolic stuff that I feel like we don't see in the mainstream Muslim world as much. I mean, well, we do, but...
And meet Juhayman al-Utaybi, the mastermind of the siege. He came from an influential family. His grandfather, Sultan bin Bajad al-Utaybi, played a big part in uniting Saudi Arabia, but he clashed with the Saudi ruling family over the country becoming more westernized. His views deeply influenced Juhayman. So how did Juhayman al-Utaybi cross paths with the man he believed to be the Mahdi? While studying at the University of Medina, Juhayman was passionately advocating for a return to a more traditional form of Islam among the youth. It was during this period that he encountered Muhammad Abdullah al-Qahtani, also a student. What stood out to
I would like to know more about how, what type of Islam he is referring to, because traditional type of Islam can refer to a lot of different things. I hope they go a little bit into it later, but I don't think they will. Also, in case you don't know, the Mahdi is, from what I can understand, basically someone who claims to be the last harbinger or something. I'm not sure if I can explain it well.
Juhayman wasn't just al-Qahtani's devoutness, it was how remarkably he resembled the Mahdi as described in Islamic hadith. This belief sparked concern among...
Bro, did he follow him just because he will be of my stock and will have a broad forehead and a prominent nose?
As described in Islamic hadith.
So silly.
This belief sparked concern among Saudi authorities, leading to significant arrests in 1978 of many of al-Qahtani's supporters. So who is the Mahdi? The Mahdi is a key figure in Islamic beliefs, central to the end of the world prophecy. Signs preceding his arrival include societal upheavals, moral decay, and decline in reverence towards God. Juhayman decided to marry the sister of al-Qahtani, bounding himself to the apparent Mahdi by family. He didn't work alone. He gathered followers and funds, tapping into the tensions of a Saudi Arabia caught between modernizing and holding on to Islamic traditions. It was...
I will say, just referring to it as modernizing, I don't like that, especially considering that Saudi Arabia isn't exactly woke.
The nation at a crossroad, and Juhayman tapped into this tension. Now, add to this mix the revolution in Iran, which created momentum for a return to more conservative Islamic values. Juhayman leveraged his status as a member of a prominent Saudi family. He presented himself as a religious reformer, advocating for a strict interpretation of Islam to those who were dissatisfied with the Saudi government's policies. In their recruitment efforts, Juhayman and his followers spread their messages through mosques, study groups, and other religious gatherings, while also spreading propaganda to attract support.
I will say this is something like people really underestimate the strength of faith and religion and whatnot, especially leftists. I'd really wish that Western, European leftists would be a lot better at actually reaching out to people of color, especially Muslims, to utilize these spaces, which are inherently, in my opinion, anti-capitalist, to spread the message of socialism and how that is totally and wholly compatible with Islam.
Through his actions, Juhayman built an estimated following of hundreds of people and acquired resources necessary for his attack on Mecca in 1979.
This is a 10-minute
Let's
video.
move on to the siege.
So it's about as in-depth, I guess.
The group infiltrated
one
the
can
Grand
expect.
Mosque on the morning of the 20th of November, attending the morning prayer with weapons concealed under their clothes. Even more weapons and ammunition were hidden throughout the mosque, which were smuggled in days prior. The JSM members chained up the gates to the mosque, trapping thousands of people within it, with many people unable to speak Arabic, leaving them in a state of complete confusion. And over the speakers, the JSM announced the arrival of the Mahdi. They then took up defensive positions on the walls around the mosque, sniping security officers that were attempting to regain control. JSM cut communication lines, and so nobody from the outside knew what was really going on within the Grand Mosque. Rumors began to spread all over the Muslim world, with blame being shifted from country to country. The United States was quick to blame Iran, with the Iranian Revolution having only happened recently.
Of course, blaming
shifted
Iran.
the blame back onto the United States, as well as Zionists. Protests and riots spread all over the Muslim world, for the holy city and the holiest site to all Muslims had been attacked. Considering that violence within the walls of the Grand Mosque was strictly forbidden, the Saudi army could not engage in battle with JSM. As soldiers continued to lose their lives in small-scale assaults, the clerics gave the fatwa, which is a ruling on a point of Islamic law, allowing the army to go in and fight. Al-Qahtani, the man who believed that he was the Mahdi, also apparently thought that he was invincible. Possibly to prove this to his followers and motivate them to fight the new waves of soldiers coming in, he stepped into open battle. However, his luck ran out shortly after, and he died, with many of his supporters witnessing this and giving up the will to fight. As the siege dragged on, the Grand Mosque became a grim scene.
Oh no.
In a desperate move, Saudi Arabia called in experts from France's GIGN, elite officers skilled in resolving such crises. But this move sparked a new challenge. Non-Muslims entering Mecca, especially the Grand Mosque, is strictly forbidden. There seems to be multiple accounts of what actually happened at this point. A popular claim is that the GIGN officers had to convert to Islam before entering Mecca. Another account is that they...
I think the idea of that is pretty funny.
Officers never actually entered Mecca,
just
instead training and assisting Saudi Arabian soldiers from the outside. Regardless of what actually happened at that point, the plan they came up with was straightforward. They drilled holes leading into the underground chambers where the JSM rebels were hiding. Through those holes, they gassed out the rebels, forcing them to come up to the surface. There, the rebels were bombarded with grenades and tear gas. Unfortunately, this plan led to the deaths of some of the hostages too. But it pushed the JSM into open spaces where they could be picked off by snipers.
I do wonder what it is
After a few more
like if they
weeks,
tried anything to do with like trying to like negotiate. Let me just go back. I wonder, like, did they try to negotiate with them at all? Like, to try and get a peaceful resolution?
After a few weeks of fighting, the rebels eventually gave up, as Juhayman and around 60 followers surrendered to the Saudi Arabian army.
3 minutes past 8, and you're listening to AM. The siege at the Grand Mosque in Mecca is over. The authorities in Saudi Arabia have now crushed the uprising.
The guilty were then tried secretly and publicly executed in 8 different cities across Saudi Arabia. And after the dust settled, Saudi Arabia transformed and did turn towards a more conservative Islam. The country underwent a rigorous transformation. Gender segregation became pronounced, women disappeared from television broadcasts, and entertainment...
I don't like calling this a conservative version of Islam. I would just say like this is just becoming conservative. This is just becoming more right wing. This is not Islamic. Like Islam is like like this stuff about like gender segregation is wholly anti-Islamic. Like that is purely local customs, culture, patriarchy, and all that. Like that is
rigorous
anti-Islamic.
Gender segregation
like women's rights are enshrined in Islam.
Disappeared from television broadcasts, and entertainment outlets such as cinemas and music stores were shuttered. Educational curricula were revised to reflect a more religious outlook.
Oh yeah, Wahhabism and
this pivot towards conservatism was not merely a knee-jerk reaction to an isolated event, but reflected a deeper realization within the Saudi leadership. In this light, Juhayman's ideological goals paradoxically found a form of realization, albeit through the very government he sought to challenge. If you'd like to know when our next video as part of our religion series drops, subscribe to our channel, or leave a comment if there's any historical events that you want to learn more about.
Alright, very cool video. I need to go pray, so please find something else. Also, this series only has 2 videos, and this video is like from 2 years ago.
In God,
how Christianity transformed the US and its politics. Yeah, there's only 2 episodes of this thing. I wonder, like, if something happened to make them like not to make him not continue this partnership. Also, a lot of people call him call him Zeke. That's from compare him to Zeke from Attack on Titan because he looks a little bit similar. I'm not actually not going to search that because there might be spoilers and a bunch of other things. Right, is there someone on Twitch I can put on real quick while I'm away? That's Oni and Hooper Noodle. That's a funny name. We can just put on something. Ideally, something that I already know. Indonesia screen Islam when climate protection becomes a religious duty. Okay, that sounds very interesting. I would like to watch that at some point. Okay. Real quick, we'll just put on LB or something. Because I need to
we do.
The thing is, you know that your ideology is for the people, so fucking use it, okay? And not a manipulative.
I'm gonna put on LB, and I'm gonna go pray real quick, and then I'll go get my food, and we'll watch some. Please be patient. Please stay around. I'll be right back.
That's a big fucking deal, okay?
A lot of people don't even drive, by the way. It was more about the driving had to be, or like the street had to be plowed so that buses could ride. But the thing that was helpful to the most number of people is that the sidewalks were shoveled, because sidewalks are how most people get to work in New York. They fucking walk places. It is a walkable city. 98% like walking score on whatever the fucking website is. It's a walkable city. And so people have to walk to get to work. So getting the streets get plowed first every time. The streets always get plowed. But the sidewalks don't get handled. And in some instances, the fucking snow plows blow snow into the fucking sidewalk, making it harder for people to walk to work. But because they had a 2-pronged approach, plow the streets and shovel the sidewalks,
God,
people could fucking get to work. And that's it. That's it. One fucking thing. And like, thousands of people's lives immediately improved through one action.
And by the way, just for the Eurocucks in here, sorry that I keep calling you that, but like, I'm sorry, it's just vassal state behavior. But the point is to the Europeans in here to think like, why would this be an issue? In America, if you are fucking late, you are on like there's nothing. You're fucked. Even if New York has fucking like protections over that, it can't stop that exploitation from fucking happening to you. Okay. So this is a more desperate situation in terms of people's physical, material reality than you calling into work one day being like, I can't make it because of the snow, because you have those laws built in already for some of you. Okay, hold on to them because they'll fucking go. Okay, yeah, you continue. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. The Gaffigus, you asked my my thought process on why I did not vote in the 2012 election. Just ask it again whenever we get to the end of this video, and we can talk about it before we like wrap up or whatever. I'll be happy to ask or answer the question.
All right, let's continue.
We can continue if you'd like.
And this is not good. It's not good for a lot of reasons that I don't want to get into on the B-sides video. But the reality is, the not goodness of it is going to be very hard to explain to liberals and black liberals alike, period. Especially, and let's be honest, if you are not having real conversations with black people and have not been doing that at any point in time up until this point. As a person who was a hardcore Obama fan in 2008, I can tell you there was nothing you could have told me in that moment that would have changed my mind about Obama at that time. At best, you'd have been ignored. At worst, you'd have been cursed out, which is, I think, what's happening to a lot of white leftists online. But beyond the white leftists, who I'll get back to in a second, this is also happening between black folks, black liberals in America, along with some black folks in places like the Congo and Middle Eastern folks in Palestine, Lebanon, that have been perpetual but invisible victims of American imperialism for generations, places that Obama himself bombed and drone struck relentlessly while he was president. From a purely political standpoint, I stand with the victims of American imperialism and have no real allegiance to America's behavior overseas. And although I completely recognize that a Trump presidency will be worse for everyone, I also completely understand the fear and frustration that some folks outside of the US have at seeing us start stand accounts for a presidential candidate who we can rest assured will only continue the American imperialistic agenda. And much like Obama, will be able to hide these atrocities behind black excellence and black success and black faces in high places and a lot of things that will get black liberals charged up to defend when it's really indefensible. When you're hearing some of these folks in the Middle East talk about how black people have a role in colonization, they're not wrong.
Okay, I'm back.
That's what they're talking about. But from the perspective of a lot of black folks, liberal and otherwise, this really feels out of pocket and extra aggressive, which it has been. Because on the flip side, it's always us and our image that is constantly evoked and used to push left-leaning agendas of all sorts, both here in America and worldwide. And most times this can look amazing. It looks like these global moments of solidarity. We can rejoice in the fact that
thank you for the welcome back. Right. This is very cool.
You make a mistake and you've become that image for the fucking...
We shall watch how the far right took over Croatian Wikipedia. Yeah, and how they were stopped, because this is a very fun video, and it's short, and it should give me enough time to eat. Either that, we can also watch Himbo about the State of the Union. Muslim schism, how Islam split into Sunni and Shia branches. Inside the world's deadliest proxy conflict. I didn't know Myanmar was a proxy conflict. Yes, that would make sense. This one, Islamic Green Army, does sound interesting. I would like to know about that. But for now, we'll watch this one. Everyone be sure to support. Support. Better by watching it on the side. Alright. I'm gonna get my food. And we'll have the video running. Just gonna move my mic a little bit. Sorry if that's loud.
Most people interacting with Wikipedia are probably interacting
with the Soviet Republic OC main theme folk version. That's funny.
With the English language version, because it contains the largest encyclopedia of... Most people interacting with Wikipedia are probably interacting with the English language version, because it contains the largest encyclopedia of gathered knowledge, citing works also in non-English language. However, growing up in a non-Anglosphere nation, odds are you're going to be using your own language-specific version of Wikipedia as you're developing your ability to read and write English. For some, that English-language Wikipedia version is never going to be very accessible, as they've not been afforded the opportunity to learn English. This is especially the case for the country of Croatia. A lot of websites cite a 2019 Eurobarometer report that concludes about 60% of Croatians speak English. I wasn't able to find the exact source for the citation, as the national report that I found was in Croatian, a language that I I was never given the opportunity to learn. Note that this 60% figure is based on a poll, and most numbers that you'll see like this have been sourced in completely different ways, so aren't really comparable across nations. But this 60% figure means that a significant part of the population of Croatia is unable to access the wealth of the sometimes dubious and sometimes good knowledge on English language Wikipedia, without of course resorting to imperfect machine translation software. Luckily, they've got Croatian language Wikipedia, which, like its sister sites, is maintained by volunteers doing a thankless job of trying to edit articles and provide access to somewhat reliable knowledge to a broad reader base. Well, they have it now at least. Between 2011 and 2020, Croatian Wikipedia was a fucking problem. In 2013, the Croatian newspaper Jutarnji, which I'm probably butchering, published a story written by Professor Jurica Pavicic, which I'm also probably butchering, who I think now works at the economics faculty at the University of Zagreb. In this article, the professor exposed the fascist takeover of Croatian Wikipedia. According to the professor, the slow march through the institutions of Croatian Wikipedia began in 2009, as a small group of...
I love the story. I think it's very interesting, very... it's a good, insight into how the battle against the far right is carried out online.
Less than 10 anti-communist administrators of the site began to consolidate power by purging wiki editors for holding moderate or liberal views on controversial issues. Essentially, as of 2009, the Croatian wiki was undergoing a slow fascist coup. The Wikimedia Disinformation Assessment report on the subject found that the purposeful manipulation of content on Croatian Wiki had been ongoing since as early as 2007. It got so bad that on September 13th, 2013, the Croatian Minister of Education had to come out and say, "Regrettably, we must warn Croatian students and pupils that much of the content on Croatian version Wikipedia is not only dubious but also evidently false." Although the efforts of this small group of fascists likely had an effect on pretty much every aspect of Croatian language Wikipedia, the most egregious stuff concerned the promotion of conspiracy theories regarding socialist Yugoslavia and whitewashing the collaborationist Nazi puppet regime, the so-called independent state of Croatia, which was headed by the infamous Ustaše. One genuinely insane thing they tried to push...
In case you don't know, the Ustaše were, from what I recall, a Nazi militia, like a very far-right fascist militia. Nazi, non-Nazi adjacent, doesn't really matter. They were doing a lot of genocides, a lot of messed up shit.
According to the Wikimedia report, was the idea that Hitler invaded Poland in response to Polish genocide against Germans. Another wonderful highlight was that the Croatian language article on the Jasenovac concentration camp was mostly concerned with disputing the numbers of victims. This camp represents the only such extermination camp operated by a collaborationist regime purely on their own accord for the purpose of exterminating Jews and other ethnic groups. As late as 2019, the article on the concentration camp claimed that this was all Yugoslavian propaganda, quote, aimed at denigrating, stigmatizing, and silencing Croats, to cultivate a constant sense of shame inextricably linked to Croatian national consciousness and to taboo every thought of Croatian independence.
Yeah, that seems legit.
The parafascist clique was led by a user by the name of Kubura. Kubura's first edit on Wikipedia was made in 2005. Kubura and their clique were most definitely far-right ultranationalist anti-communists with sympathies for the murderous Ustaše. That's as much as one can say definitively about their ideology without digging much deeper. When I refer to them as Nazis, fascists, and so on, I do so in a colloquial manner and not in an academic manner. These guys, while sympathetic to the Nazi Party, were not members of the Nazi Party or necessarily adherents of outright German Nazi ideology, nor do they necessarily fit the academic definition of a fascist. However, they do fit the academic definition of a parafascist, which for the layman is essentially the same thing. I'm clarifying this because it's a lot easier to call them fascists than far-right ultranationalists veering into parafascist tendencies every time I talk about them.
I need to remember that word. I didn't remember it since last time I watched this video.
In 2009, the user Kubura was elected to the position of admin by a vote of 24 for, 5 against, and 6 neutral. The top dissenting vote pointed out the user's ultranationalism. The top comment under the election speculates that the 2 of the dissenting votes are from sock accounts, and suggests narrowing the right to vote to more frequent contributors. It's very funny in retrospect to read the beginnings of this soft fascist coup like this. In 2010, Kubura was found to have abused his admin tools by blocking a user who had participated in drafting a request for another user to be given global rollback power. This would enable them to roll back any article's edits immediately. The user who was nominated for this role was...
That's a good question. Sorry. We can find out real quick. Parafascist. That reminds me of another word, Paraworld, which is a cool game that we should play at some point. I'll show that in a moment. Parafascism or authoritarian conservative movements in regions that adopt characteristics associated with fascism, such as personality cults, paramilitary organizations, and blah blah blah blah blah, while diverging from conventional fascist tenets such as Palingenic ultranationalism, modernism, and populism. Parafascism was emerged responsibility for a facade of popular support in the age of mass protests, but a genuine commitment to revolutionary nationalism instead of focusing on maintaining tradition, religion, and culture. Parafascist regimes may co-opt or neutralize genuine fascist movements. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Basically, just like, I guess, fascist grifters. That's what it seems like. Okay, real quick, also, because it started with Para, there's a really cool game called Para World that I'm thinking of playing through at some point. It's basically like alternative world with dinosaurs. And like different tribes and stuff. How they're adapted to dinosaurs. It's very cool. Anyways, back to this.
Was one of the users who had voted against Kabura becoming an admin. Essentially, Kabura was purging people who showed support for their detractors. This saw the extraordinary intervention of a Wikipedia steward by the name of Oscar. Stewards are essentially global admins who are only to intervene when local admins aren't able to govern. I'm sure I got some of that wrong, I'm not a Wikipedia nerd. The steward removed Kabura's admin powers as a result of this abuse. A few months later, Kabura's admin position was reinstated by the local government. Again, 5 users spoke up against him receiving the admin tools. Then in 2013, the government result of this abuse. A few months later, Kabura's admin position was reinstated by the local government. Again,
local government? I assume he means like in Wikipedia.
5 users spoke up against him receiving the admin tools. Then in 2013, this all started blowing up in Croatian media and reached international media attention as well. The same year, a user by the name of Tritomex went about trying to clean up the Croatian language article on the Ustaše, which contained a long, unsourced, and frankly fucking hilarious tirade which I will now read a machine translation of. Is the Ustaše movement consciously right-wing, radical, racist, maybe even totalitarian? The answer to that is no. Croatian society, here and there, as a sign of defiance due to the servile mentality.
These people, as far as I know, literally committed a lot of genocides. Like, very, very, very messed up. Like, these are the worst of fascist scum.
Is no. In Croatian society, here and there, as a sign of defiance due to the servile mentality often displayed by official Croatian politics and the anti-Croatian machinations of the countries that embody the currently ruling quasi-liberal, manipulative, quote-unquote Masonic globalist states, the ostentatious highlighting of elements of Ustaše iconography appears. The second question is the Ustaše movement actually a radical anti-Serb movement by central habit?
Incredible debunking. There's definitely important research I need to do. I'm making a document of evidence that MAGA is fascist. If it turns out they're better defined as parafascist, I should know. Yeah. I'm glad that you learned something useful from this. I do think that MAGA is it's too broad of a movement to categorize like that, but I think you can definitely make the case for some elements of the MAGA movement are fascist, like maybe Stephen Miller or something. But then again, they could also just be parafascists. Either way, you definitely need to split up into different factions and whatnot.
It could be said that the anti-Serb charge is extremely strong in it, as a result of a combination of Serbian oppression and domination, supported by the countries of the old Entente. The persistence of the anti-Croatian policy of some Western countries inevitably gives rise to irritation and repressed aggressiveness, but not...
I think it's very funny that this beef they have is supported by the countries of the old Entente. It goes back to World War I
and domination, supported by the countries of the old Entente. The persistence of the anti-Croatian policy of some Western countries inevitably gives rise to irritation and repressed aggressiveness, but not towards the Serbs as such, but towards the opponents of Croatian independence. All this shows that the issue of the alleged problem of Ustaša in Croatian society is actually the problem of the profile and future of societies and countries such as the EU and USA members. Globalization and the exploitative moves of the leading countries, which are often called out, are a real generator of dissatisfaction in societies that have just gotten rid of communism, and it does not occur to them to drown in some kind of new associations, in which they will play a second-class and subservient role. For removing this insane bit of nonsense, Tritomex was blocked by Kabura from making any edits to create.
I will say it has it is interesting how it has a little bit about the exploitation by larger countries and stuff, which is a genuine issue, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union, but yeah. The rest of it is just stupid. Especially the Masonic shit. Like, what is
Wikipedia. As removing this was clearly the correct course of action, several users took issue with the block and suggested that Kabura and seemingly elements of his inner circle, including users Speedy Gonzalez and Seljiko, be stripped of their administrative tools. This motion seems to have failed on procedural grounds. This was seemingly the last attempt at official dissent towards Kabura's regime. After this, slowly users were purged or demoralized from contributing to Croatian Wikipedia, unless they shared the far-right nationalist parafascist vision for the site that Kabura's inner circle had cultivated. In 2017, 4 years after the fascist takeover of the wiki had garnered media attention, the user Fraxinus nominated Kabura to be promoted to the role of bureaucrat. Bureaucrats are essentially super admins whose job is to promote and demote administrators. According to the rules for Wikipedia, these bureaucrats are only allowed to take actions that reflect the community's wishes. Essentially, they need the express consent of the governed. After years of marginalization of any opposition and of constant purges, this was not a problem for Kabura's clique. On August 25, 2017, Kabura was unanimously voted to the position of bureaucrat, with 21 votes, 0 votes against and 0 votes neutral. Among the people who chose to rubber stamp the decision were the accounts who many had worked to oust in the years prior, such as Speedy Gonzalez. At this point,
like one of the accounts is called Maga.
Kabura and their inner circle had complete control over what information was added to or removed from hundreds of thousands of articles. That was 2017. Let's take a break from the sequence of events and have a look at some of the findings of the report by an external expert on the matter, published by the Wikimedia Foundation. In terms of impact, the Disinformation Assessment Report found that there had been a systematic distortion of facts about individuals convicted by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. They also found that between 2017 and 2020, articles containing nationalist bias were regularly among the top 30 read entries on the Croatian wiki. The report found that the presence of this biased content in a certain ideological alignment can constitute an organized disinformation campaign, which I think it's fair to say this essentially was. Information from Wikipedia is fed directly into Google's knowledge panel info boxes that appear at the top of the search results, and a study from the University of Osijek, Croatia, found that 54% of undergraduate students regularly use Wikipedia as an educational tool. The report concludes that nationalist bias and disinformation through the Croatian wiki has been influencing the public discourse for the period in which Karuba's regime was in control. Surveys among Croatian high school students shows that they seemingly progressively over the period became a little bit less sure whether the so-called independent state of Croatia was a fascist puppet state. Though this is not causally related, the fascist capture of Croatian Wikipedia and the pervasive confusion among students are likely symptoms of the same underlying issue in Croatian society. Those being strong racist and ethno-nationalist sentiments and prevailing hardline anti-communism, giving inroads to far-right nationalist myths.
Like, I do think that because of like how stupid, like judging from that excerpt that he read out earlier, how stupid this attempt was at like making Wikipedia creations like fascism, like into like being pro-fascist. A lot of students probably saw it and was like, huh? Like, they couldn't really make sense of it. Like, a lot of them probably just couldn't make sense of it, or like saw it and was like, what? And then moved on. Thankfully.
And the whitewashing of fascists by nationalists searching for non-communist heroes when constructing the idea of their national identity. Professor Pavicic in 2013 said that much of the Croatian mainstream...
And we have this issue all over Europe because liberals have done this as well. At the very least, they have undermined the role that communists and leftists and other socialists, blah blah blah blah blah, have like contributed in the war against fascism, like in the war against the Nazis.
is dominated by quote-unquote communist nostalgia and memories of an era of social safety. According to him, this is a source of much frustration for the right wing, and I'd say this probably in part motivates these movements to lie about Croatian history. Despite this, like pretty much always, the fear of the communists is not proportional to the real power. 10 of 12 Croatian governments between 1991 and 2021 have been led by the center-right nationalist Croatian Democratic Union, which has partial origins in the anti-communist Catholic conservative Croatian diaspora. So while this caused a stir in Croatian media and likely had an impact on students and others in Croatia, leading possibly to an increase in conspiratorial and far-right thinking, this seemingly hasn't been quantified, at least not yet. One identifiable impact, however, was that it suppressed the passionate and voluntary work of dozens, maybe hundreds, of wonderful Wikipedia contributors. I've been speaking in past tense about the Kabura regime because Kabura was ousted in 2020, when a user by the name of MJ Lemon Snout, as well as others, compiled a report for Wikimedia requesting that Kabura be in past tense about the Kabura regime.
Sorry for that.
because Kabura was ousted in 2020, when a user by the name of MJ Lemonsnout, as well as others, compiled a report for Wikimedia requesting that Kabura be globally banned. In 2020, a user by the name of Riley ran for election for the role of Steward, the global superadmin role that can, under strict conditions, intervene in local communities. One such steward had intervened in 2010 to strip Kabura of their admin tools. Riley did not win their election, due to a number of pivotal votes seemingly from the Croatian community. It turns out that Riley, as an admin, had been helping support the various threads investigating Kabura's misconduct on the Croatian wiki. Another user by the name of Lasta had previously noticed suspicious conduct among some of these Croatian users. In order to have voting rights on Wikipedia, you had to make 200 edits and also 50 edits in the last 12 months. These users would show and make around 50 edits span of 1 to 2 hours and then disappear for months. These users also never posted at the same time, and while posting in roughly the same time span that Kabura would usually post, they also never posted at the same time as Kabura. Lasta created a list of some 90 possible sock puppet accounts run by Kabura. 12 of these voted in Riley's steward election, and had they not, Riley would have won. Lasta also submitted what's called a local check user request for 37 of these accounts, which, if approved, would tell the staff of Croatian Wikipedia to investigate the IP addresses of the users to determine if they're posting from the same place. Every single account immediately stopped posting. One member of Kabura's clique chimed in to the check user request in an attempt to clear Kabura's name, and in so doing accidentally sealed their fate. They posted the findings of a check user on 38 accounts, and while this clears some of the accounts, it also showed that while 30 of these accounts were posting from different IPs, they were also posting from a single ISP from a single geographical area.
Based on the research I've done, I wouldn't say the MAGA movement is parafascist. I mean, the very thing that differentiates fascism from parafascism is very much in the name of MAGA. I mean, I do think that you would say that a lot of the elements of the MAGA movement are parafascist. Like, basically, like, maybe not grifters, but I mean, I guess like a little bit like right-wing grifters who are just trying to ride on the coattails of the very right-wing propaganda or something.
Probability math was run, and apparently the chances of this happening accidentally was 1 in a quintillion. On the basis of this investigation, MJ Lemonsnout and the rest requested that Kabura be globally banned from Wikipedia. Many of those that expressed support for Kabura in this thread were members of his inner circle who had previously voted for his promotions. At this point, only 6 people had ever received a global ban from all Wikimedia projects. After this report and investigation, Kabura became the 7th. The expert report on the incident essentially concluded that this entire fiasco was a byproduct of the strategic mistake of creating a separate Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian language Wikipedia next to the existing Serbo-Croatian project. The creation of these separate Wikipedia projects created an ethno-national division of the original Serbo-Croatian community that deprived them of editorial diversity, which made each community prone to nationalist bias. And although it seems that...
So literally, because it got balkanized? That's insane. My research is mainly based on Dr. Lawrence Britt's 14 Tenets of Fascism. That's fair. Oh, you gotta go? Alright, take care, sorry. See you around.
By removing the leadership of the fascist clique, allowing Croatian Wiki to elect new admins in 2021, adhering to the principles of Wikipedia, the expert report concludes that if the underlying factors that allowed the rise of this fascist group to begin with are not addressed, it may happen again. The 3 proposed solutions are: encouraging the Croatian-speaking community to continue re-establishing a robust local governance system, requesting oversight and support from the rest of Wikimedia as needed. This would require additional checks and monitoring so as to not backslide again. Number 2, encourage the affected communities to discuss unifying community elections for admin and functionary roles across the involved wikis, those being Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian, and Serbo-Croatian. This sort of cross-wiki collaboration has precedence in Arabic language Wikipedia, where in 2020 they set up cross-wiki role accounts operated by a central committee of trusted users under Wikimedia Foundation and steward oversight for their wikis, specifically to address the challenge that ISIS posed to Arabic language Wikipedia. This would maintain the current autonomy.
Bro, I forgot about this. That's so insane to think about. Oh, ISIS, they were doing Wikipedia propaganda.
Of the communities.
But makes sense. They had some really good social media, man. Like people.
While creating cross-community collaboration, sort of a union of nations of the former Yugoslavia just in the Wikipedia sphere. Number 3, encouraging the affected communities to discuss the possibility of re-merging Bosnian, Serbian, and Croatian language projects into the original Serbo-Croatian language project, to realign with the practices of other pluricentric languages with unified Wikipedia projects. This includes, but is not limited to, Chinese, English, German, Spanish, Tamil, Korean, and French language Wikipedias. This would be the Yugoslavia solution, essentially. A larger, more diverse community would be able to protect itself better from takeover like this, and would render support from global Wikimedia Foundation institutions much easier. It might also help cultivate a cross-national encyclopedic style of language that makes the project more valuable to a wider audience of potential editors and readers across the Southwestern Balkans and beyond. The problem with this approach is that Croatians don't want it. They acknowledge that presently having 4 different versions of essentially the same articles that can be read by most people from all 4 communities is a waste of time and resources, but they still want to maintain their autonomy. Merging existing communities is never easy, as you have to sort out who gets what positions, old dynamics clash with new dynamics, and so on. And finally, this would make the far-right and nationalist energies in the former Yugoslavia go fucking nuts, and probably vindicate their conspiratorial thinking that the communist editors of Truth and Knowledge online are trying to force a reconstruction of the old Yugoslavia. Which of course, this wouldn't be, it's just Wikipedia, but you know how they get. So in conclusion, the fascists took advantage of institutions vulnerable to their entry into and seizure of those institutions. Once they were in, they consolidated power. Once power had been consolidated and the democratic institutions were under their control, there was no way to wrest control out of their hands through those institutions. The only way to deal with them was by force, from outside of that local institution. Courtesy of MJ Lemonsnout, Lasta and others who brought the issue to people who could wield executive power against Kabura and their clique. There are a lot of underlying antagonisms in this situation that both motivated and allowed Kabura's clique to gather enough motivated support to execute their weird coup. So long as these antagonisms remain and ethno-nationalist right-wing groups
I do wonder if this part here
outside of that local institution had been consolidated and the democratic institutions were under their control, there was no way to wrest control out of their hands through those institutions. The only way to deal with them was by force, from outside of that local institution.
I wonder if that could be an allegory for other stuff.
Of MJ Lemons
or that could be applicable elsewhere.
Lasta and others who brought the issue to people who could wield executive power against Kabura and their clique. There are a lot of underlying antagonisms in this situation that both motivated and allowed Kabura's clique to gather enough motivated support to execute their weird little coup. So long as these antagonisms remain and ethno-nationalist right-wing groups and media orgs are allowed to stoke them, this is probably going to keep happening. That's not to say malicious capture by other small groups with other motives aren't also likely to happen. We'll probably see those too. The report on the incident, published by the Wikimedia Foundation, compared the event to real-world institutional capture and democratic backsliding. If there's something applicable to the real world to be learned from Croatian Wikipedia, it's that fixing Croatian Wikipedia, or in the real world, a specific local issue of far-right institutional capture, isn't the solution. It's a temporary stopgap. Global Wikipedia was unable to address this situation in a timely manner despite being aware of it for years. After this fiasco, they're probably going to be quicker to resolve an issue like this in the future, but patching up holes isn't enough. Any systemic problem requires systemic solutions. Thanks for watching.
Very cool video. Again, be sure to support Freda, everyone. Freda is a very, very cool guy. Right. We're going to go through some of these, some more of the Tic Tacs I've compiled for us to go through. Let's go with these ones. Right. Oh, there's so many things. I'm saving way too much stuff. Please bear with me. Right. Starting off here.
I keep getting DMs asking, why are your kids not fasting? We haven't seen them wake up for sahur. We haven't seen them eating at the table, and they're old enough, and you're going to be punished for this. First of all, if you've been following me, you'd know there's a reason. My daughter has a rare medical condition called factor 7 deficiency. She's 16. She wants to fast. Trust me, we talk about this every single.
This is part of like an issue in Muslim communities, especially online, from what I can understand, is basically Muslims are insanely judgmental. Like, what's wrong with you? You're literally not. It's written. Like, it is very clear that you're not supposed to be judgmental. Like, why are you immediately assuming the worst? And this is also something, like, it reminds me also a bit about, like, how a lot of leftists will assume the worst of other leftists. A lot of Muslims do this too. Like, don't do that.
Single day. She begs us that she wants to fast. She would love to fast every single day in Ramadan, but she can't. She has to have medication through her veins 3 to 4 times a week. It's not optional, it's essential. And if she becomes dehydrated, finding a vein becomes extremely difficult. And if you've ever experienced difficult...
Like, don't cut it out. Next. Free iftar packs. If I recall correctly, this one, I want to show this because it's awesome. Oh shit, I just forgot. I need to unsave these so that my thing is not full. There we go.
Have anything to break your fast with, and if you're in Westfield, Stratford, and you don't have anything to break your fast with, and you need, an iftar pack, for example, at the multi-faith room behind Thunderbird on the first floor, come there and we're giving out free iftar packs every day for the rest of Ramadan. Inshallah, that's the plan. So
Alhamdulillah, mashallah.
To give you an idea of what's
like
in the
this
pack,
is
you might get you...
like, I love seeing this. Like, this is something I think is really good. I feel like every masjid should do something like this.
You get crisp, you'll get a water bottle, you'll get a cupcake or one of these type of cakes, like a mini roll, and you'll also get 3 dates as well as a tissue. So if you need an iftar pack and you don't have one and you're in Westfield, Stratford, come up to behind Thunderbird, the multi-faith room on the first floor of Westfield, Stratford, and we'll provide free packs there. If you're
like, I think this is super nice. Alright, next. Did I unsave that? I think I did. How dudes hoop in Ramadan running off a date 16 hours ago. MashaAllah. so dumb. Alright, next. This talk exposes Alabama's horrifying slave labor system. Yep. America being America, they, like, America is such a messed up country. Like, just Western world in general, but here's an example of how messed up the US is.
Cover up the drug addiction. Man,
like, this is insanely awful.
Real. And the atrocities, the corruption. Look at this. The riot team. They just beat some folks.
Western slavery, like, which then became chattel slavery. Genuinely, I cannot think of a more cruel systematic thing that has existed in our world that we know of. Like, this is... Look at it! Like, just from these few clips, which they were able to, like smuggle, or whatever. Like, sneak in there. Like, this is insane.
Damn, man. When you hear Department of Corrections, you think about an institution where people are going to classes, people are getting treatment, people are doing things towards correction. But that's nothing close to what's going on behind the walls of the ADOC. We don't know if he's dead or not. They don't want the public.
Like, people are not angry enough, unfortunately, about this. Partially because a lot of this information is hidden. Okay, right. This is actually this
week I learned
brings me into another thing. I think I saw part of this video and I thought it was very, very cool. Basically talks about how like this, I think this focuses on Africa, yeah, West Africa, but I think this is applicable to most of the Muslim world, like most of the Ummah as well as a lot of global South countries. But basically that we have a lot of hospitality and shit, and perhaps we should not have shown the colonizers that hospitality.
Hospitality is dangerous if your guest comes from an extraction economy. Because sometimes you don't invite someone into your house to eat with you. You invite them in to eat you. My name is Shalise, and I went to Stanford so that you don't have to. This is week 6.2 of New Orleans as a Method, and this week we're talking about hospitality, abundance, and the risk of feeding the wrong guest. In High on the Hog, we read about West African market systems as a warm reception, ritual sharing, and a guest-first ethic. Visitors were fed before hosts, and often better than the hosts. Strangers were welcomed into communal eating practices, because within this culture, hospitality was part of the infrastructure. In an abundance culture, sharing is one of the ways in which you ensure your survival. If drought or illness or displacement occur, you are alive because someone else once gave grace that maybe they couldn't afford. In this way, grace is a form of mutual insurance and a long-term survival strategy. However, this logic only works if you assume reciprocity. This assumes that your guest is also invested in your continual survival. European traders did not come with this worldview. They came from extraction economies where communal land became private property, shared resources became individual commodities, and generosity is for chumps. So when hosts extended ritual welcome, guests extended trade agreements. And trade becomes capture, because hospitality creates access to kitchens, to storehouses, to geography, and a social structure. And under imperial contact, all of this is intelligence, which means that giving becomes dangerous.
Yep.
And the same guest-first logic that once guaranteed survival can become the opening in which settlement can occur. The same marketplace that once distributed food can become the site where bodies are priced. Mansa Musa could move through Egypt, causing the Egyptian dinar to go down by 20% because he was distributing so much gold along the way. But in his political economy, wealth was demonstrated by its circulation. And when circulation instead becomes extractive, the flow is no longer bidirectional. It's monodirectional. And what moves next is not people, but practice. Cooking techniques across the Atlantic like frying, steaming in leaves, grilling, fermentation, and slow roasting. Crop knowledge crosses too: okra, watermelon, black-eyed peas, sesame, sorghum. But the people who carried them did not arrive with rights. You get a nation built on African foodways that does not give African citizenship. Watermelon becomes a racial stereotype, fried food becomes Southern, and rice cultivation becomes American agriculture. We allow both knowledge and labor to circulate, but we do not allow the same for credit. In an abundance culture, to feed someone is to bind them to your collective future. In an extraction economy, to feed someone may bind you into theirs, which is why the difference between a guest and a settler is their intent. So my question for you is, who do you still feed when feeding them might cost you everything?
This is a really good video. I think it goes over this topic very well. Also, I forgot to change the game, I think. Wait, did I? No, okay. We are just chatting. Right, next. The racism in Germany as an American. I will say, I've said it once, I've said it a lot more than once. I'm going to say it again, I will say it again hundreds of times. I do not like Germany.
Germany is crazy. I know there's racism everywhere you go. But one of my videos reached the eastern side of Germany. And bro, the comments are insane. And for my Americans, the same way that Americans or an American in a sundown town would view an immigrant or a black person, it's the same way here in some parts. It's crazy. And a lot of people tell me is that because it's associated with me being an immigrant here, when I'm not, but they're thinking I'm from Africa or from somewhere. And then, just like in America, immigrants are associated with crime, violence, and all this other stuff. When in reality, a citizen can partake in those same types of crimes and that same type of violence. But in reality, it really doesn't bother me so much because it pushes the algorithm and they're behind the keyboard or screen. But I would really like to get inside the mind of a racist person. Or why do you see it the way you see it, Because there's nothing that's going to change your mind. Why do you see it that way? I'm just curious. If anybody's racist, let me know in the comments. The racism.
Wait, did you say if anyone is racist, tell me in the comments? Sorry.
Let me know in the comments. If anybody's racist, let me know in the comments.
That's funny. But yeah, Europe has a huge racism problem that's never addressed. Or rarely addressed, because mainly it's not only, but it's mainly targeted towards Muslims and black people. Instead, what we get in the news are things which reinforces or legitimizes this type of hate. This one, I saved this because I think this is a very good example of propaganda.
Next time one of these, handy tip for the next time one of these insufferable helmets who claim to be patriotic little fuckers insults you with something like libtard or loony lefty or whatever it is that they're saying this week. Just remind them it's only thanks to loony left ideas, socialists and unions banding together that they've got things like a weekend, reasonably decent pay, and paid holidays. These things weren't happily handed over either. The multi-millionaire class of the time didn't want workers to have these things. They were fought for and clawed back inch by brutal inch over the course of a few decades. So the next time you think about calling someone a loony lefty, just have a think about those loony lefty ideologies that you actually benefit from.
Nice. Good video. Very good, very succinct. We love that. Alright. Here's another video about why capitalism sucks, specifically regarding gaming. I am an advocate for this, and will say this a lot. I say this a lot. Gamers should be anti-capitalist.
Ruining gaming. It's just a loading. This picture is ruining gaming. It's just a loading screen.
And in case you say, oh, patents are inherently capitalist or whatever, the way they function in our capitalist economy, yes, they are.
Game on it. But what if I told you that the concept of having a minigame play while loading was patented? No other studio could incorporate it into their game, so if it wasn't for Namco's greed, then we'd have fun loading screens. Also, an arrow on top of your car? Illegal. The Simpsons got sued for using it. Almost every damn mechanic from this PS2 game? Patented. This picture sucks because these patents suck. Let's take Palworld as an example. From the
this is so insane.
Thought that this was Pokemon
like all this is such bullshit.
That if Nintendo would sue, it would be for copyright since the Pals look eerily similar to Pokemon. But it's actually a lot worse. Instead, Nintendo waited for months after the release of Palworld to figure out their mechanics. Then they split their old patents into 3 hyper-specific ones in order to trap them. And the developers
like such bullshit. How? Why? Like, why can you patent this shit? Like, oh, you throw a ball. You throw something to capture something. Oh, so yeah, a companion of yours can pick you up. Like, that's not unique to Pokemon at all. Like, literally, we had this shit in Lord of the Rings. You what?
Hyper-specific ones
like
in
insane.
Order to trap them. And the developers, Pocket Pair, are still fighting against Nintendo, which costs them a lot of money and generally sets a horrible precedent for game developers. See a similar problem in the Nemesis system. It's an NPC architecture that's arguably the most important game AI innovation of the decade. But of course, it is patented. And to make it worse, it's written so broadly that it makes it impossible to build off of its ideas. Developers are genuinely terrified of this patent, and while comparable systems do exist, they remove the interesting features in order to avoid a Warner Brothers lawsuit. Anyways, do you guys...
These patent holders, like, these patents should just be banned. Like, just absolutely removed. And the ones who are fighting against that, I'm not going to say what I think of them or what should happen to them.
I think that there is a case to be made for patents, or is it all some bull? I don't know. Like,
it's all some bullshit. That's the answer. Right. This is a Danish video, so I'm going to be translating this. I saw this, thought it was very, very quaint. We're standing out here with a new project, Feed the Streets, made by our dear brothers from here. We're out here in this place with over 200 bagels, drinks. Everyone is welcome, whether you're Muslim or not. We're going to distribute to those who need it. What your right hand gives, your left hand should not know. And usually with this project would be something you would do privately. But we do this to create a spiral to get more people involved. Inshallah, I'll let my brother continue the word here. Brothers, sisters out here, it's the first Jummah of the month, of the Ramadan month. We all got a nice meal for iftar. But there are people out here, out there, who have nothing. They don't have anything to eat. They have nothing to drink. So let us give back to those who have nothing. We have 200 sandwiches here. We'll give to the homeless here in Copenhagen streets. Is there anyone who wants to support or wants to be a part of it? Write for us. Come and join us in the streets. Oh shit! Actually, I need to send this to some comrades. Just a second. I did not notice this part. Sorry, just a moment. Sorry. I'm just gonna tag some people and thingies. Alright, sorry, I just had to quickly share something. Share that with my comrades, telling them that they should definitely take up this offer and help with this. In honor of our 3 brothers who passed away last year in Ramadan and who couldn't be with us. We ask everyone to do a prayer for them, for our brothers Ahmed, Hassan, and Daniel. Our time on this earth is written. We lost 3 brothers in only 3 months. Remember to spend the time you have on this earth to do good deeds. Ramadan Kareem. I didn't say that last bit. I think this is a very, very, very beautiful initiative, and I wish these guys much luck. It warms my heart. It makes me somewhat emotional seeing this. I'd wish more of the Ummah was like this. Alas. This is a thing I saw that I don't know if it's true or not. But I figured I'd pull it up on stream and then we'll have a look. On essential Ramadan goods for Muslims. I don't know. China declares 0% tax on essential Ramadan goods for Muslims. I don't know what they mean by this. Like, what exactly they mean by Ramadan goods. Oh, it says here in the description. Oh, this description is quite nice. This is an AI-generated summary of the content that's not inside. Wait, what? How is this AI-generated when it's, like, completely different from... Okay, whatever. China has announced 0% tax on key Ramadan essentials, bring major relief for Muslims. Items like dates, milk, and other necessities may now become more affordable. What's your new view on this decision? Okay, let's see if this is true. China cuts Ramadan tax. So we've got some Facebook links, which I do not trust. Here's a viral hoax circular on social media. Recent Chinese tax bill focus on bad reforms. Yeah, okay. It seems like it is fake. Very sad. Oh well. I was thinking that it did seem like very random out of nowhere, so, and also it doesn't really make sense. Alright, let's learn about arrows. I saved this video because I like medieval, I just like medieval weaponry and shit.
Arrowheads fall.
So let's watch this video by the Hooded Man, also known as Robin Hood.
The arrowheads fall. Fire basket. As the name suggests, these are used to make fire arrows, and fire baskets go back to the Roman Empire, and possibly even further back than that. Now, the way they work is fairly simple. What you do is take a cleverly made incendiary mix, usually containing things like charcoal, dead wood, pine resin, linseed oil, iron filings, and natural fibres, things like that. You combine them together to make the mix, and then you stuff the mix inside the basket. Then you might want to wrap it in some linen, and you're good to go. But you see, these kind of incendiary mixers aren't usually as effective as the later medieval incendiary mixers, the ones that contain things like saltpeter and sulphur. But if the mix has been well made and the components at the core are burning hot enough, then with a well-placed shot, they should be effective. Allow me to demonstrate. Still smoking. Let's go in for a closer look. The smoke is a good sign. It means it's still burning, and it won't be long until this little makeshift thatch roof, poorly made thatch roof, will be up in flames. And it is a slow burn, and they're not always guaranteed to take hold, but when they do, they can be very effective. And there we have it, look. Fire! Oh, yeah.
Whoa, that's lit. Ha ha ha ha.
I'm going to try and retrieve my shaft because I don't want to lose it. Don't want to lose a good shaft. Oi, oi. That bloody will fire me.
The way these guys
So
speak,
there
it's
you
very
go,
fun.
my friends. A successful medieval fire arrow demonstration using a fire basket.
Very
What
cool.
are the...
Next video. US Iran and war is more complex than just a bomb. Alright, I don't remember why I saved this, but we'll find
The war to Iran floats like a rock in water, and I understand the U.S. losing a war to Iran floats like a rock in water, and I understand the sentiment, but hear me out. And no, this isn't me hating America. I was a naval officer and worked
This is
at
a
the
response to someone saying probably said we would lose a war with Iran with a straight face. I mean, the US would, like, this would be equivalent of the USSR invading Afghanistan.
Gone for several years. Think about this a little bit more deeply. I think Hollywood has created this false sense of security and entitlement, and you got the Call of Duty bros that feel incredibly empowered all of the time in the comments section. But there's no doubt that the US has a huge military. That's obvious with our defense spending. But what about sustaining the war? Okay, so we go in and we just blast up Iran, and what do? They're going to scatter off into the mountains. But
yep. A lot of people forget that war is not about who has the best gun or whatever. It's about who has the most ammo. And sure, the US has a lot. I mean, actually, I was going to say, sure, the US has a lot of ammo, but they don't even have that because they've actually given most of that. They've spent most of it, or given most of it. They've either spent it all on Iran, like recently, like a few months ago when they had a gaming moment, or Israel. Like, literally quoting, like, that's literally what an American general said.
then what happens is you have a long war. Then it comes about sustaining the war, sustaining America. How do you make a bullet? It's made mostly out of copper, at least the casing is. Have you seen copper prices lately? They're more than double what they were 2 years ago. Meanwhile, you have the dollar that is failing. You just used all of these munitions, you're going to have to replace them.
I know a good Sumerian copper merchant.
Have you thought about rare earths? The rare earths, all of the metals that we import from China. How do you think that conversation's going to go when we need to resupply? Have you thought about how we have alienated nearly every single ally the United States has? And I'm not here to sway you one way or the other politically, that is your prerogative. But the fact remains that we're not going to have a lot of support. Have you thought about political polarization that is occurring? More than half of America is completely divided down the middle right now. There's even talks of civil war.
I mean,
that same narrative is going to be inside the military. You have admirals and generals right now who actively do not want to listen to orders. That polarization is going to be damning. The point being is, yes, we have a lot of things.
I'm not so. I mean, the polarization of America is sure, but like,
boom, and we can absolutely flatten a country.
The other things, though, like economically, it's just gonna suck, and also it's just very unpopular in America.
But what is the viability if?
Like, I believe it was like 24% or something approval rating for attacking Iran.
That war
not very
goes on
popular
for a sustained period of time. The dollar that is very strong. We can't even get along with each other at most of the time. And
I will say it's a lipped up video, but he has some good points. Right. I saved this video because sisters being funny I will always save.
I want to introduce you.
Then after this, but let's see whether we'll see some more stuff or move on.
Two beautiful queens. Islam has no color. Right here we have gorgeous, whitest of the white, fresh from UK, first virgin colonizer. Then we have here a gorgeous, serious sister here. Mashallah, tabarakallah.
Free Syria, Syria's free.
Yes, and she is a.
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure if Syria is free, but
Islam has no color, and I am a Sudanese, beautiful, black, Muslim woman, and we all here collaborating, wearing royalty. Alhamdulillah, Islam has no color. We accept you as you are, no matter what you've been through, what you've done, what you've seen, or where you're from. We love you. We accept you for who you are. Shop royalty.
Mashallah.
And stay blessed. Allahumma barik. Allahumma barik.
was this just an ad? Okay, whatever. It was a funny ad. I don't care. Okay. Okay. Actually, on this topic, let's watch a couple more of these because I think it's funny. Oh, and also this one. This one is interesting. Let's go with this. This one, if I recall correctly, is a sister being funny, but also yeah, you'll see. When men IRL aren't cutting it, so we start going for the anime ones, and it's a cutout of Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. In public. Notice how he's folded where he got cut in. Spoilers? Is that spoilers? I don't remember that. Or maybe I do, who knows? Anyways, this one. Have you heard the Shaykh who talked about the permission of beating the disobedient wife? Have you heard the Shaykh who talked about obeying the husband? Have you heard the Shaykh who said the makeup is tabarush? Yes, I've heard. Have you heard about the Shaykh who said the boycott is wajib? And have you heard about the Shaykh who talked about a duty to support the oppressed? Have you heard about the Shaykh who talked about the Muslim scholars who are prisoner unjustly in Muslim prisons? No, I haven't. Many of these speakers on behalf of Islam care about women's issues, but when it comes to the most important issues, they remain silent. I like this video a lot. Very true. Like, so many sheikhs and all that, they have so many opinions on how we should live our lives, but they're very, very quiet when it comes to Palestine, or Sudan, or so many other injustices happening in our world, or in their own countries. A lot of the time in their own countries. Like, nearly every Muslim country has what I would say is an anti-Islamic government. Like, because they're just conservative, or like, holding on to power in very, like, messed up ways. Shit like that. Kleptocratic. Like, collaborators with the West. Have your pick. Okay, and we're watching this one, because I think it's so funny. I love this kind of stuff. This is my favorite type of thing, and I'm allowed to enjoy it, and because I'm enjoying this, you guys are also allowed to laugh with me.
صغير الحضربة اجت الهلة الصغيرة الحضربة لا تروح عليه لا تروح عليه خاسي ابزيد وتعلم الله اكبر انصر ديني شو نمر
الله اكبر
اجت جيمس ثاني الله اكبر
It's so funny. What is a flag? Is that the Syrian flag?
Allahu Akbar.
Just going Allahu Akbar if after every one of these. Wait, what did you say? Kelb. I think calling it like a dog or something, an animal.
ها؟ فوق ولا تحت؟
لا تحت على البلد. حلوة يا ويلي.
صوت انمي حدي.
This channel is also like full of this, by the way. It's so funny. This looks very fun. I have not played Squad myself because I can't really run it, but yeah. Very fun. Very cool. Anyways, this one is insane, and this one, we have to verify this real quick. We'll check if this is true.
Iran just caught a Dutch diplomat trying to smuggle in Starlink and satellite phones into the country. So here's what happened after landing in Iran. The Dutch diplomat refused to hand over his suitcase for security.
So we'll check if this is correct. Iran, Netherlands, row. News. Diplomatic row with Iran after Dutch diplomat's luggage gets seized. Alright, it does seem like it's legit. There's a few other news sites reporting on it. Iran, Netherlands, if we just write this. Mer News Agency, RNA, Trend News Agency, NL Times, Dutch News. Yep, okay, it seems like it seems legit enough. Reuters as well. So let's continue.
Screening at the Iranian airport.
Like, this is actually insane.
Caught a Dutch diplomat trying to smuggle in Starlink and satellite phones into the country. So here's what happened after landing in Iran. The Dutch diplomat refused to hand over his suitcase for security screening at the Iranian airport, citing diplomatic immunity. However, the Iranian security officials at the airport said that they have to search the suitcase since they know it has suspicious materials inside of them. And right after that, the cowardly Dutch diplomat decided to leave Iran immediately, but he was not able to take his suitcase with him, which was still being held by the Iranians. And the Iranians uncovered 3 Starlink modems and 7 satellite phones concealed inside the luggage. And this has caused a diplomatic situation between the Netherlands and Iran because the Netherlands are now angry because Iran dared to search the luggage of one of their diplomats. And now the Dutch foreign ministry...
I think it's so funny that it's Netherlands summoning Iranian ambassador instead of like apologizing or anything. Like after doing what's an obvious attempt at espionage. Like come on,
ambassador to the Netherlands
have some shame.
In order to reprimand him. So the US and Israel are now using European diplomats to smuggle in Starlink inside of Iran, which they will then give to CIA and Mossad operatives inside of Iran that are operating covertly. Iran just...
Like, I'm not so sure. The thing is about, like, specifically the last part is, like, I'm not even sure if it's, like, US and Israel. Like, this could, like, because Western nations are just complicit in a lot of this shit. And I feel like this is a good example of it. Right. This one is funny. This one is not funny. Oh, well. It's just messed up. So there's this trend of like right-wing, like, okay, this is insane.
Racist. And oh no, you're a racist. And question mark? That doesn't offend me at all.
Black VTubers started their own award show because the mainstream VTubing community says things like this.
I do not see that there's a problem with white supremacy in America because there's probably black supremacy in...
Insane.
Oh, but there's been more backlash to black VTubers wanting their own space than there has been to any of the racist behavior that made them feel unwelcome in the first place. There seems to be an expectation for black people to gracefully endure any racism that appears across industries, hobbies, or communities. And VTubing isn't the first time pixels have received more empathy than black people. But that's why it's immensely important that black creators find spaces where their skills are celebrated and they can be themselves in full. Discrimination is not a required cost of entry. You always have the power to create spaces of safety. And if unsafe people react to that offensively, tell them to get some therapy!
Oh no, you're a racist.
Yep. I don't know who this, like, dipshit is, but I hope they get just serves, or whatever it is called. So yeah, unsurprisingly, lots of black creators are facing a lot of racism online, simply for being black. It's very incredibly shitty. I don't really know what else to say, other than support black creators. In general, I mean, yeah, support, yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna add on to that. Here's a neat video by Emma, who is a very great editor of sound clips. This is so dumb.
The best we can
Then he's the same thing, hard worker, you know, great guy, great person. You know, one of my good friends in this league.
Wolnef, I'm
like I said,
coming to the house to smash that soundboard. It's for your own good. Ha ha ha.
Bro, he played the fucking sound effect probably 300 times today, at least. That shit was frying me, bro. That shit was frying.
I'm glad Hassan, I think he seems to be using it a little bit less now, but he was spamming that shit initially. Like the moment he got that soundboard up, I'm very curious how he even started, but he was spamming that shit way too much. He was boomer maxing.
Me. I was playing Mugenics, watching him on my left screen, and every 2 seconds. What is fat?
Meanwhile, Ost. This is very funny. Now, I saw this like, what is this reaction? What does this mean? What does he think it means?
Fat. Is that short for the F slur?
Never change, Austin. It's so funny. Why would you assume that? How in any way?
Like you're about to say fat. What is this? Oh, that has nothing to do with that. Oh. It's a soundboard effect.
He is so Austin. He's very Austin. Okay. Oh, these two. I also want to watch these. Okay. This one is funny. There's also a not funny one. We'll watch the not funny one, but just inspiring or like cool. I think this one, this is
you didn't
like mashallah, alhamdulillah. This is, I want more of this. Like this, I'm so glad this is like 75,000 likes because I'm not seeing enough of this on like the Muslim online spaces or whatever. Not that I'm in those super much, but more and more increasingly. In any case, this is
no Muslim
like, he's spitting.
Women are not required to do, but culture told you otherwise.
Oh.
Things you didn't know Muslim women are not required to do, but culture told you otherwise. 1. She is not required to cook. There is no obligation in Islam for a woman to prepare meals. Anything she does is kindness, not duty. 2. She is not required to clean the home. This is cultural, not Islamic. A woman cannot be forced into domestic labor. 3. She is not required to financially contribute, not to rent, not to bills, not to groceries. Her money is hers alone. 4. She is not required to serve her husband. Islam honors dignity, not servitude. A husband cannot demand service. 5. She is not required to tolerate emotional neglect. Islam commands men to be gentle, attentive, and compassionate. Her emotional well-being matters. 6. She is not required to stay silent. Women corrected scholars, companions, and even leaders. Islam encourages knowledge, not silence. 7. She is not required to sacrifice her comfort for others. Sabr doesn't mean self-erasure. Islam does not romanticize suffering. If culture placed a burden on her, Islam lifted it. Most of what women are pressured to do was never from Allah. Learn what Islam actually asks of you, not what society demands.
MashaAllah.
Things you didn't know.
Why is this like, it's giving me a little bit AI vibes. I don't like that.
To sacrifice.
Anyways, I will follow this account. Okay, seems legit. I was worried for a second it was AI. Right. I saw. Okay. Next. This one is so funny. Sorry, I should pre-watch less. I should just use TikTok slightly less and only use it. Maybe not only, but use it just like more with you guys. Like when I see something funny, I should just wait.
From England as well.
Guess the white person.
Yes. And what are your parents called?
My father's name is Andrew.
Andrew. And what's your mom's name?
Her name is...
This is like Helen or someone.
Favorite thing about being English?
Or Mary.
The weather.
Charles. What's your favorite thing about being English?
The white skin color.
What's your favorite thing about having white skin?
It's so beautiful.
What else?
I also think the people are so kind.
Don't worry, mate. You're not at a citizenship test. You don't have to prove your allegiance here.
The people are so kind.
Yeah. What do you think of the Queen?
I like he's just leaning over to explain it in. Like, why is that? Urdu or Hindi? Wait, I think Urdu and Hindi. No, they're the same language. One of the two, I'm pretty sure. I recognize Rani, meaning queen.
I reckon number 1 and 3 are related. What do you think of Queen Elizabeth?
I didn't think really about her.
For your sake, say you love the Queen.
Okay.
It'll benefit you one day.
Say them.
Okay, I love the Queen.
Yeah,
Whoa.
there you go.
Alhamdulillah, brother got passport immediately.
Come in now.
Come in.
How do you think the Queen run in the country?
It's good.
We have a king, silly.
Damn. Asked him out of my kid.
So you
Oof.
and are you Pakistani?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, this is another one. Oh, this is also very good.
And are you
Alright.
Pakistani?
I'm not gonna pre-fire. I'm not gonna spend all of these right now. But yeah, that is cool. That is interesting. Right. We will go back to video gaming. Give me just a moment. Let me just move this around. Do I even need to? Let's do this. I think. There we go. Excellent. Right. That video can stay. Actually, no. Remove this here. Make it small. Right. Excellent. And I need to go to the bathroom, so okay. I do want to watch this video about Burkina Faso at some point, although the background, the thumbnail's weird. Every critique of socialism can be used against capitalism. All right, let's watch this real quick. Actually, no. I need to go to the loo. Shit. Alright. Yeah, we'll put on this from Overzealots.
Over the past 2 weeks, I made...
Every critique of socialism can be used against capitalism. Everyone, be sure to support it. Put this here, and I'll have this video playing while I go to the loo real quick. Get back.
And released 2 videos about socialism, and these videos made some people very happy, other people not so much. So in the spirit of Nikola Tesla, let's do this in threes. In this video, we are going to address some common misconceptions about both socialism and neoliberal capitalism. Some absolute bangers, such as, ha, you're a socialist, but you own a cell phone. Socialism is when no cell phone. As you continue to watch this video, you'll pick up on a common pattern. Many quips and arguments used to discredit socialism can not only be flipped and used to argue against capitalism, but are often more accurate criticisms when pointed in that direction. So let's get going. Misconception number 1, socialism is when no innovation. I'm sure this is one that we've all heard many times. Capitalism leads to more innovation and inspires people to create, invent, and come up with masterclasses of ingenuity. Now, I do believe that laissez-faire capitalism served its purpose in its conception. I'd say it's an objectively better system than those that came before it, namely slavery, feudalism, and mercantile capitalism. But we shouldn't be beholden to this economic model and refuse to even conceptualize what life could be like without it. The idea that all the technological advancements that we take for granted in the modern day are due to capitalism is is not true. The programs that laid the groundwork for the computer you use, your cell phone, the internet, and a great many developments in the medical field are taxpayer-funded government programs. The NIH funded research leading to diagnostic tools and devices that intersect medicine with modern tech fields. The foundation of the modern internet was laid by the Advanced Research Projects Agency network in the 60s and 70s. Research for semiconductor technology, a crucial part of the development of microprocessors, was funded by the National Science Foundation. The U.S. Department of Defense provided contracts for early computing technology and research. This led to development of mainframes and early personal computers. Project Mac was a government-funded MIT program that dealt with the development of time-sharing systems and laid the groundwork for the foundations of modern operating systems. The NSF supported research into wireless communications that laid the foundation for modern cellular systems, and the list goes on. Trust me, it's a long list. It's a very big, girthy list. So next time someone tells you that socialism is when no iPhone, tell them that capitalism is when you, the taxpayer, funds the development of the iPhone.
Why did you say the list is girthy?
Swoops it up and privatizes the profits generated by.
Very interesting. In any case, let's continue.
You funded that shit. By capitalist logic, you invested in the research, you took the risk.
Also, was it like the precursor to modern, what was it? Modern,
that laid the foundation for modern cellular systems, and the list goes on. The NSF program that dealt with the development of time-sharing systems and laid the groundwork for the foundations of modern operating systems. The NSF.
Yeah, modern operating systems. I will say that's kind of a no. We have Windows right now. Like, the only good operating system I know of is Linux or whatever. Like, just anything that's not Windows, I guess, even like Apple, Mac OS
supported research into wireless communications that laid the foundation for modern cellular systems, and the list goes on. Trust me, it's a long list. It's a very big, girthy list. So next time someone tells you that socialism is when no iPhone, tell them that capitalism is when you, the taxpayer, funds the development of the iPhone and some son of a bitch swoops it up and privatizes the profits generated by it. You funded that shit. By capitalist logic, you invested in the research, you took the risk. Why aren't you compensated? Because the system is bullshit. It doesn't even adhere to its own dogma. In reality, in many cases...
Hey, can I ask you a religious question? Yeah, sure, go ahead. As long as you're respectful, then you are very welcome to.
Socialized and the reward is privatized. To quote well-known smart guy Noam Chomsky, if you walked around
No comments on some of the other things that Noam Chomsky is known for. I think I can ask you what convinced you Islam is true. Well, I was born Muslim. Ad break. Can I just like... Are you caught in an ad break right now? Because if so, I'll probably wait with giving you an answer till, I'll just... Right. We'll answer after ad break, lol, source.
The building where I worked 50 years ago, you would have seen electronic firms, Raytheon, iTech, others, there to essentially rob the technology that's being developed at public expense and seeing if they could turn it into something applicable for profits. Misconception number 2, socialism is anti-freedom or anti-democracy.
Alright, very good. In that case, what convinced me Islam is true, like, I was born a Muslim. I mean, I believe that everyone was. We believe that everyone was. But I was born into a Muslim family, so I grew up Muslim. And to me, what's really cemented it, and what has really cemented it throughout my life is like getting into the more political side of Islam and like just a lot of the rules for Islam being very just great, like very pro, like anti-oppression, pro-equality, like treating others well and all that. Like just the rules, the ground rules for Islam, in my opinion, are really, really great. And what was the other thing? There's something else. But that's like one of the things that really means a lot to me. And also just like the systems that, like a lot of the positive systems which are set up through Islam are really, really like, they just feel something. They make me feel, they like reinforce my spirituality in a way that's very wholesome. I'm not sure what to call it. Like an example is like Ramadan and fasting. It is very what do you call it? It's like it's very rewarding, and it's something most Muslims will tell you. Most believers will tell you that fasting in Ramadan, although it can be particularly difficult for some, it is very rewarding. And I also just appreciate like all the laws and rules of Islam are just really nice, make me very happy. And because I'm not also socialist, like it like it's all like to me it's like fully compatible with like socialist ideology as well. So that means a lot.
Now, I don't doubt that many old so-called communist projects were not beacons of democracy. I'm not going to fight you on that. But this, of course, is reductive, and it leaves out democratic socialist experiments like Chile under Salvador Allende, or Rojava's democratic confederalism inspired by the ideas of Abdullah Öcalan. And if I just said that like the whitest man who ever lived, I'm sorry. Rojava is an autonomous region in northern Syria which emphasizes democratic features such as decentralized governance and direct democratic participation brought about through councils, assemblies, or communes, gender equality, secular pluralism, and environmental cognizance. They even go as far as mandating that leadership positions be held by both a man and a woman to ensure that the desires of everyone are more efficiently represented. Despite being situated in a conflict zone, Rojava has existed for over a decade and does its best to ensure democracy is properly cherished and respected. In stark contrast to this, enter the bourgeois democracy of the US. It's no great secret that the American political system is infiltrated by money. Plutocratic billionaires lobby the government to ensure that the interests
answer your question? Ross 8.
The wealthy are prioritized and addressed, often at the expense of the remaining population. Per election, an individual can donate $3,300 maximum to a political candidate, meaning $3,300 for the candidate's primary and $3,300 for the general election. So $6,600 for a candidate's campaign cycle. Now, you might be thinking, that's not a crazy amount of money. It doesn't seem like a big deal. And I would agree with that. But that's not the whole story. In 2010, the US Supreme Court ruled that the government cannot restrict independent expenditures by corporations and unions, citing free speech rights and the First Amendment as the foundation of their argument. This case was called Citizens United v. Federal Election Commission, and super PACs emerged in the wake of this ruling. A super PAC allows for the fundraising of unlimited sums of money from individuals, corporations, unions, and other organizations. Although a super PAC cannot directly coordinate with a candidate's campaign, it can spend money on independent expenditures like political advertisements, digital campaigns, and voter outreach. Critics of super PACs, like myself, argue that the concept is inherently anti-democratic as it allows
Okay, thank you. Interesting answer. For me, it's not quite answered it for me. I'm personally struggling to understand how liking the rules of the faith speaks to how it's true. It really, if I really like how spiritual rewarding Buddhism was, that wouldn't tell me how true it was. Does that make sense? No, that's fair. To me, like a lot of the fantastical things, like they don't mean a whole lot to me. But like setting up the rules, like it means a lot. And I think a lot of it is also just like growing up with it. So like my view of Islam would also be different from a lot of others. It's also, I can't really think of a good answer in the spot because it's not really something I think about. If I think of a better answer, I will let you know. But to me, it still does make sense that a lot of the written material about Islam and a lot of the revelations and still a lot of the stories, even though some, like the fantastical parts I'm not so, I don't care for as much, to me are things which really reinforce my belief, I would say. Like the 5 pillars of Islam, like like the Shahada, like like being a Muslim is not about, oh, you need to do this and this and this. Believing by itself is enough, and Allah is merciful. What's important is that you do good things. You try to make the world better. You fight against oppression. You help others around you, that kind of thing. Like to me, those are like the hallmarks of a true religion. These things which really reinforce just being a good person. There's probably also more that I can say if I think of it. But it's a good question. It's totally fine if it's not answered for you. That's totally valid. I will say my answer. If it's something I was to sit down and think about longer, maybe I'd have a better answer.
Interests of a few ultra-wealthy individual campaigns and voter outreach. Critics of super PACs, like myself, argue that the concept is inherently anti-democratic as it allows for the interests of a few ultra-wealthy individuals to take precedence over the will of the majority. But then again, free market, bitches. Misconception number 3, socialism
free
is
market.
when no food. Now, I don't blame people for
Oh, yeah.
associating the concept of famine with past so-called communist or socialist states. From the Soviet famine of 1930 to the Great Chinese Famine that imposed the same fate upon millions of Chinese people, starvation and famine have been linked to the idea.
It's so funny that these things are linked to like socialism and shit, as if it's like unique to socialism in any way and not a thing that just happens all the time under capitalist rule. Very amusing to me.
Of communism in the minds of many. Now, I'm not here to defend these famines or the ridiculous mismanagement that caused them, but instead to understand them better and look past the rudimentary idea that the only cause of these famines was socialism. One of Mao Zedong's campaigns that I consider particularly memorable is the Four Pests campaign. This was part of Mao's broader Great Leap Forward program. The Four Pests campaign is pretty self-explanatory. Its goal was to rid the country of pests. One of the pests in the crosshairs of Mr. Mao was the sparrow. He was told that sparrows were eating all of the grain, so he began to remove them. Upon removing them, he realized the ecological imbalance.
Yeah, that one was a certified gamer moment. Not very smart. That it is. Like, this is a very good example of why you should be very, very wary of, like, concentrating the power. Like, concentrating too much power in the hands of one person. Because if that person is not well advised, they will make not so smart
whose population
decisions.
had been kept under control by the sparrows, multiplied rapidly and ate the grain that Mao had originally feared the sparrows would eat. Over in the Soviet Union, a scientist by the name of Trofim Lysenko cooked up some pretty wacky theories, including what he thought were innovative plant breeding practices. Lysenkoist principles, which are now considered pseudoscientific, were adopted in China during the Great Leap Forward. Long story short, his agricultural theories were dumb as hell, and wherever they were implemented, famine, death, and calamity followed. I say all of this to say I attribute these famines and many of the conditions that led to them to stupidity, Lysenkoism, and incompetent economic management. All things that are not necessarily inherent to socialism. To quote this little troublemaker again, here is a passage of his in response to the body counts of non-communist countries. That comes to about 100 million people in India alone from 1947 to 1980. But we don't call that a crime of democratic capitalism. If we were to carry out that calculation throughout the world, I won't even talk about it. They're not intended. Just like the Chinese famine wasn't intended. But they are ideological and institutional crimes. And capitalist democracy and its advocates
what
are
did you say?
Throughout the world. I won't even talk about it. They're not intended. Just like the if we were to carry out that calculation throughout the world, I won't. But we don't call that. It comes to about 100 million people in India alone from 1947 to.
Sorry, this may just be me against you, but I'm getting more confused. You mentioned that it's not about doing this and this and this, just believing in stuff. And you said what's important to you is to do good things. You're trying to do this. Sorry, I specifically mean that. I feel like a lot of religions and a lot of the way that a lot of people interpret Islam is that you're supposed to just like, what do you call it? Like, you're supposed to only do like things such as worship, and like behave in a very certain way, in like a certain like very what do you call it? A certain arbitrary way, like arbitrary rules for okay, this is what you need to do to be a good person. You need to be very chaste and like. Very well spoken and all that stuff all the time in every way. Well, to me, that I think some of that is is quite silly. I do appreciate how, like with Islam, at least the way I interpret Islam, this put a lot more emphasis on whether or not you're a good person in the sense of not just oh you dress modestly or something or oh you were like you're not engaging in like you're not drinking or whatever. It's more about you helping others. Are you against oppression? Like, are you pro the liberation of people? Like, to me, that's something that Islam specifically does well.
1980, but we don't call that a crime of democratic capitalism. If we were to carry out that calculation throughout the world, I won't even talk about it. They're not intended. Just like the Chinese famine wasn't intended. But they are ideological and institutional.
Okay, we'll say
they're not crime of
specifically the crime in
people.
Famine in India was very much intended. A lot of that was very much intended.
But
He's saying they're ideological.
They are ideological and institutional crimes, and capitalist democracy and its advocates are responsible for them in whatever sense supporters of so-called communism are responsible for the Chinese famine. We don't have the entire responsibility, but certainly a large part of it. To build off Chomsky's sentiment here, I thought it would be interesting to analyze where lack of food, hunger, or even starvation are prevalent in the world today. According to World Vision, the number of people suffering from chronic hunger worldwide has climbed to 783 million as of 2022. The WFP identified 10 countries and territories with the highest number of people in crisis. These are the DRC, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Yemen, Myanmar, Syria, Sudan, Ukraine, and Pakistan. None of these countries are socialist, most are capitalist, but the common theme here is that a lot of these countries are suffering from wars and, in cases of the Congo and Sudan, egregious human rights violations. I wouldn't place the blame solely on capitalism, even though when the tables are turned, anti-communists are quick to forego all intersectional analysis and just blame socialism. In contrast to the claim that socialism or socialist policies led to famine due to an integral flaw in their design, the story of Upper Volta is one that you should become familiar with. I spoke about this in a previous video, but to give a quick summary, Upper Volta was one of the poorest countries in West Africa. It was a French colony devastated by poverty, lack of agricultural productivity, poor healthcare, low literacy.
I'm curious, have you ever tried to convert someone to Islam? Let me know if that's too personal, I'll drop it. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that? Like, whether I've like actively pursued someone and then have them reverted, or do you mean like just I guess help someone revert to Islam?
Gender discrimination, and more. Anti-colonialist Marxist-Leninist Thomas Sankara acquired power in 1983, renamed the country to Burkina Faso, remedied all aforementioned issues with the country, and within only 4 years, UN analysts declared the country food self-sufficient. So to boil down the entirety of socialist theory as one that is inextricable from famine or poverty is reductive. A few honorable mentions I want to really quickly tackle, and we're going to start with socialism is when no business. I don't blame anyone for being under the assumption that business is frowned upon by socialists. Honestly, I don't blame anyone for believing any of the misconceptions I set out to debunk in this video. If all you've been told for your entire life is that socialism is this evil, anti-freedom austerity cult, then I understand. But no, socialism is not inherently anti-business. It's anti-exploitation, and it's in favor of adjusting the proximity between the worker and the means of production. Mondragon is a great example. Mondragon is a corporation and federation of worker cooperatives based in Spain. The business model of Mondragon allows for democracy of the workplace, worker autonomy, and is a solid example of the flavor of socialist practice that many libertarian socialists advocate for. Mondragon is the 7th largest Spanish company in terms of asset turnover and employs dozens of thousands of workers in fields ranging from finance, retail, industry, and more. Honorable mention number 2, socialism is destined to fail. This is easy to disprove. If people, more specifically the US government, truly believed that socialism was an economically untenable and self-destructive theory and it could never last, they wouldn't feel the need to spend billions of dollars or kill millions of people in the name of anti-communism. As seen in Operation Gladio, they even funded stay-behind fascist groups from World War II to fight communism. Are you really going to tell me that socialism is such a dumb idea that they needed to give money to literal Nazis in order to ensure its demise?
Yes, so have you ever met a non-Muslim then explained the faith and pride evidence and arguments and attempt to convince them that's a good idea to say the Shahada? No, not really. My understanding of Islam is that you're not really, like, you're not required to do that. The way the people are supposed to be converted, like, of course, is like willfully, like, not through coercion, but also just like, whenever a Muslim is out and about, they are, to the best of their ability, they are supposed to be sort of ambassadors of Islam. Like, you're always an ambassador of Islam whenever you're not among fellow Muslims. Of course, you should always behave well or whatever. But basically, through good vibes you should just have good vibes when you're around non-Muslims. And, like, that should be sufficient.
If it's so stupid, why are you spending so much time and effort? Just let it run its course. It's gonna fail. To build off of this, the US government had a geopolitical hypothesis called the domino theory, which posited that if one country fell to communism, it would spread to all the other countries in the region. This was a big part of the justification for their intervention in Vietnam and other countries in Indochina. They obviously deemed socialism efficient enough to require external force to crush. Honorable mention number 3, socialism is government handouts. I would argue the opposite. The current economic model of neoliberal capitalism is one that needs to be bailed out by the government every 8 years or so because it's inherently self-destructive. It's so unstable that it needs big daddy government to save it from itself once a decade. In addition to this, the government already engages in handouts to the tune of billions of dollars when they give subsidies to massive corporations and banks. Elon Musk, notoriously honest and not hypocritical guy, claims that he's against subsidies, but he has no problem accepting billions of dollars worth of them. That doesn't seem like a free market to me. Kind of seems like a planned economy. So if you believe socialism to be the government intervening on behalf of the downtrodden, then at least be honest and admit that the current capitalist model is the government intervening on behalf of the rich. And you're okay with that, you're fine with that. That's enough out of me. Subscribe if you want more videos, and let me know what I should make a video about next. Thank you.
That's curious. I thought it was a requirement. Isn't it dawa? Like, to go around and convert people? Not as far as I know. Like, you're supposed to be just a good example. More than anything. Like, you're supposed to just kind of be respectful when you're around others. People of other religions and whatnot. Right. I am getting oddly tired, which is not very comfortable, which is not great, but actually it's not even oddly tired. But quite tired. Alright, give me a moment, chat. It is time for a cool thingy. New emote. Give me one moment. Okay, and open Twitch. Open this. Actually, maybe I'll be able to stream longer if I get some coffee. I should do that. I did also put over some hot water, so give me just a moment, chat. The hot water has become less hot, unfortunate. What do you say about Surah 16, 1, 2, 4, 5? I don't know. I can't really answer that specific questions. I'm not really, because that gets into like an area that I feel like I'm not comfortable with. Also, to me, it doesn't really make sense. Can you say what it is the surah says? Then I can comment on it. Where do I add emotes? Video rewards, emotes, there we go. Nice. Sure, only if you're comfortable with it though. It says, invite all to the way of your Lord with wisdom and kind advice. Only debate with them in the best manner. Surely Lord alone knows best who has strayed from his way and who is rightly guided. I think that's just more about like, especially because of the way it says, only debate with them in the best manner. With wisdom and kind advice. I feel like you can like talk about Islam. Like you should rep Islam. Like you should like offer people the opportunity to become Muslims, but like you shouldn't be annoying or weird about it. I don't know what the full context of that is, but as far as like none of what I've learned has been about like going out to like try and convert people to Islam or revert. Also, everyone, look, we have gotten a new emote. Nice. Ah, it's so cool. So cool. Let me just attribute that properly. Okay, that was approved quickly. That was approved instantly. We now have a new emote. Oh, that's so nice. It's such a great emote. We have so many more emote slots as well. That is super nice. Okay. Let us find another video. Curse the German Hail Mary, maybe. I really want to watch Nigel Marmalade on stream, but I'm not sure if that's okay. I feel like because it's a very short form content that that I should ask for permission first. Whitewashed radicals, how we censor some icons, that would be cool. Yeah, okay, let's watch that. Another video
pop
about
culture
results.
icons like
Very cool guy.
Einstein, Martin Luther King Jr., Tupac Shakur, Mark Twain, and Nelson Mandela, the first things that probably come to mind are physicist, peaceful activist, musician, author, and beloved politician. What likely doesn't come to mind are labels like socialist,
Support the video and watch it on the side, everyone.
Anti-imperialist, or freedom fighter willing to take up arms. Why is that?
I'm gonna
Why
get
is
me
the
some
mainstream
coffee
narrative so eager to use these figures to serve its goals, yet when it comes time to acknowledge their radical politics, it suddenly can't be bothered, acting as if those parts of their legacy don't even exist? I mean, MLK, the dude's a hero. He championed civil rights at a time where the things he was saying were unpopular. He was incredibly brave and a symbol for perseverance in the fight for justice. Mainstream politicians today have no choice but to praise the man for his bravery and act as though they would have been on his side back in his day. But if history has shown us anything, it's that political moderates and status quo defenders are in favor of every human rights movement, except for the current one. And that's just it. All of the figures I'll be talking about in this video presented a challenge to the status quo. Their legacies are undeniable, and to avoid speaking about these figures would be impossible. So how does the mainstream narrative fit these radicals into public discourse? Well, it pretends that they weren't actually all too radical, that they weren't a threat to the status quo, that they were at most liberals, akin to the American Democratic Party, maybe. But this is a gross misrepresentation of history and a sanitization of the radical politics held by these beloved figures.
Yep.
If we're gonna invoke the legacies of these icons, let's not do them the injustice of pretending that they were mere political moderates when
everyone be sure to watch the video on the side.
An inseparable part of who they were. From beloved authors like Mark Twain, who openly opposed American imperialism in the Philippines, calling himself an anti-imperialist, and declaring he was opposed to having the eagle put its talons on any other land, to socialist satirists like Kurt Vonnegut, to politicians like Nelson Mandela, who praised, supported, and trained alongside the armed resistance fighters of French-occupied Algeria. This video will offer a glimpse into the beliefs of these figures that are often censored. Quick disclaimer before we go any further, this video is not a blanket approval of the character of these figures. Many of them were flawed in their own ways, as we all are. I'll just be shining a light on the radical aspects of their characters that are purposefully forgotten. So before you feel the need to remind me that Albert Einstein's personal life was pretty questionable, yeah, I know, that has nothing to do with his politics. Speaking of his politics, What were they? When Albert wasn't writing about mass energy equivalents or the serpentine shape of streams, he didn't shy away from expressing his dislike toward capitalism. He disliked the fact that the ruling class could often trace their power back to colonial conquest. They seized for themselves a monopoly of the land and appointed a priesthood from among their own ranks. Einstein wrote in his 1949 essay, Why Socialism?, in which he set out to make the case for exactly what the title suggests. He affirmed the idea that human development was unfortunately still in a predatory phase due to the way that capitalism and rugged individualism stripped the individual away from society and forced them to hyper-focus solely on themselves with little regard for the well-being of others. In Einstein's view, this played a role in the deterioration of the fabric of society and the dismantling of our humanity. Einstein argued that a capitalist economy was detrimental to a person's development and maturation, that it just wasn't good for us and it would not yield ideal results. He believed capitalism would cause us to retract from one another and become cold, callous, and indifferent to the suffering of our neighbors. He worried we would eventually forget that while individual achievements and liberties are valuable and worth striving for, they're ultimately made possible within the context of a broader society, and that society's well-being should not be ignored.
I can't believe he was so
is able to think, feel, strive, and work by himself, but he depends so much upon society in his physical, intellectual, and emotional existence that it's impossible to think of him or to understand him outside the framework of society. It is society which provides man with food, clothing, a home, the tools of work, language, the forms of thought, and most of the content of thought. His life is made possible through the labor and the accomplishments of the many millions past and present who are all hidden behind the small word, society. It is evident, therefore, that the dependence of the individual upon society is a fact of nature which cannot be abolished. Capitalism and its accompanying obsession with individualism, Einstein believed, would ultimately lead us to resent one another, to present the very society that made possible all we enjoy and take for granted.
That's interesting. Well, I understand you don't have answers now, but I hope I promise you to think about it at least. I think that's some of the most important questions you can ask somewhere that not people think about them. Thank you for engaging. You're very welcome. Thank you for being respectful. I appreciate it. I like the. Also, feel free to stick around. Are you just going around to other streams to like ask people these questions, or like specifically Muslim, like people have the Muslim tag or something? I'm very curious about how you found the stream and what did you do? Hello, Attack Pingu, how are you doing? Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the continued subscription. It's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. You're currently watching a video called Whitewash Radicals, How We Sanitize Our Icons. And while we are playing a game called what was it? I forgot the name of it. Deep Corp. I'm anxious about my midterm, but I'm okay. Oh. Good luck, Attack Pingu. You can do it. I believe in you.
By turning us against each other, the individual has become more conscious
I'll go back a little bit.
Of the many million.
Yeah, I'm browsing a lot of religious texts at the moment. I find you through the Muslim sect. Okay, I see. Well, feel free to come back at some point if you want. We will actually Oh, thank you for the follow, Cream Fiend. That's an awesome name. Thank you for the follow.
Just became a
Ross 8. We are actually going to I'm going to be participating in a panel about Islam and leftism on Monday. Feel free to join. You should follow a guy called Dr. Yasman, who is going to host it. Follow Dr. Yasman, he's very cool. Hello, Machine Gun Kitty, how are you doing? And welcome, Cream Fiend. Nice to have you here. But yeah, if you follow Dr. Yasman, Ross 8, will be, I think we're scheduled to have it on Monday. Monday at, I think, either 15 or 16 o'clock Central European time. But if you follow his channel, I'm sure he'll update it more. Otherwise, you're very welcome to join my Discord as well. Where I will let people know whenever we know when it is. And you can probably ask some other people there as well. How's everyone doing? We're currently watching a video called Whitewash Radicals, How We Sanitize Our Icons, by overzealots while playing a demo of a game called Deep Corp. Oh, thank you. I'll have a look. Not sure I'll be around for it, but I imagine there will be an archive. Yeah, most likely will be.
And present who are all hidden behind the
Let's go back.
which provides man with food, clothing, a home, the tools of work, language, the forms of thought, and most of the content of thought.
Why can
His
we
life
not
is made
mine this
possible
copper?
through the labor and the accomplishments of the many millions past and present who are all hidden behind the small word society. It is evident, therefore, that the dependence of the individual upon society is a fact
Oh my shit!
which cannot be
Okay. Hello Raiders, welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, welcome Raiders.
36ジャストレデッドイズ192フューチャーシェミニスツ
I'm so amused. I'm so amused by my own alerts. They're so funny. Sorry guys, I'm always a little not the Elvi Shahada. Yep, I'm a big fan of my alerts. I'm the type of person who laugh at my own jokes. Sorry, not sorry. Welcome everyone. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follow, Super Dark Void. Thank you for the follow, Sailor Cat. Thank you for the follow, Easy Breezy and Oni Spumoni. Welcome everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome. Was that LB reciting the Shahada I'm screaming? Yes. Thank you for the follow, Night Sheeple. We are currently watching Overzealots. We're currently watching Overzealots about the whitewashing of radicals, how we sanitize our icons. And I'm playing through some demos as part of Steam Next Fest. Yep, Charlie Kirk is going mad. Thank you for the follows at Cedric6 and Commander Styles. This is gonna go on for like at least a minute. I hope even more people don't start following me so this thing goes on for even longer, preventing me from speaking. That would be so terrible. Oh no! Thank you, Jaina Splinters, for the follow. Wait, did it stop? Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. No, it's continuing. Thank you for the follow, Joizu. Oh, and there you go. Irakimo claiming first. 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. Charlie Kirk raid. That's so nice of Charlie Kirk. Have I told you guys? Oh, I'm gonna say this after it's gone through all the alerts, which is gonna be a couple more minutes. Anyways, hope everyone's doing well. I've been fasting. I'm drinking some coffee. I hope everyone is doing great. We carry the flame. I played like Arc Raiders, and like as I'm going down, like just sung into the mic that we are Charlie Kirk. I don't think it has helped me, but I think it's at least amused some people.
CMDR-bas still just became a follower of Shimonism.
Mind you, I did it like... Mine wasn't Iftar already? Yeah, no, Iftar, at least for me, was 3 hours ago? Wait, no, it's... no, 2 hours and 15-ish minutes ago. Hello, Sadik, Ramadan Mubarak. No, not 3 hours ago, 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. This game looks like Dig Dug. I love the game back in the day. Dig Dug, I'm not familiar with it. It's like, it's fairly bare bones. And we'll probably move on to another game pretty soon. Iftar was like an hour and a half ago. I'm still having my tea. For me, it was like 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. You have to remember, I live like further north in Denmark, so you know. Thank you so much for all the follows, everyone. I really appreciate it. More about me. I am Shimon. I'm a Muslim. I am a second-generation immigrant from Bangladesh. I live in Denmark. I am the scourge of the West. I'm the fear of every European. I'm here to take your wives and do white replacement. Yeah. I'm here to do great things, and I hope you will all be here with me for that. You can't see my face. I will probably do a face review at some point someday, inshallah. But I'm very smug. I have a very smug face right now. I have a very stupid grin plastered across my face. Also, all my dear followers, thanks to Yoba Kitty, whom I appreciate a ton, we have new emotes. Look at these lovely new emotes we have gotten. Look at this. We've gotten a hello emote, and then like the heart emote. Look at how I was about to swear. Look at how absolutely bloody cute they are. They are so adorable. Like they're like dwarves. They're dwarves. And I like dwarves. I like dwarves a lot. I like Lord of the Rings a lot. I think Lord of the Rings and Gimli really got me into like dwarves. Which sounds a little bit weird out of context. Let's not think about that. But yeah. Welcome everyone. Let us continue the video and chill. Hassan's probably gonna stream in a bit, so we'll probably put him on the side while we're playing through some of these demos. This demo, I feel like, again, it is kind of running out of content. We might move on to another game soonish. Right.
Capitalism and its accompanying obsession with individualism, Einstein believed, would ultimately
I hope you all stay around.
one another to present the
It's all very lovely to be
possible,
here.
all we enjoy and take for granted by turning us against each other. The individual has
OMG, I got so annoyed by the right-wing Lord of the Rings fans. Recently I posted a rant in hashtag reading in the backcourt. Ooh. Do you mind if I read that out loud? How recently is it? Reading. Do you mind if I read it out loud, Tiamani? I don't mind it. Okay. You're written. They have a very simplified version of Tolkien's world in their head. Basically, the good white Western men fighting against the great evil of Mordor in the East. I think that's how a lot of people see this story. I think Tolkien thought of this creation in a very different way. While at first he thought of orcs as universally evil, he rewrote their origin a lot and changed his mind. Mordor and Isengard, for example, his concept of industrialization and the way it's in contradiction with the environment and nature. He wrote this years before climate change was talked about. And the heroes are not the men of the West, they got corrupted by Sauron. It is the hobbits who have no ambition or power, so they're more resistant to this corruption. The Shire was not sheltered. The hobbits of the Shire who live in harmony with nature are the reason Middle-earth survived. They destroyed the ring. I think it's a very good take. I would also say, like, another thing as well is, like, the diversity, because, like, the cultural differences between the various, like, men of the West, and the elves and the dwarves are vast, like, much vaster than, you know, humans IRL. But they came together to, like, defeat this great evil. Like, I feel like there's also, like, something you can point to there that's, like, very much not aligned with, like, right-wing ideology. I think that's very well written. Sorry everyone, I'm still a little bit snotty because I was sick for quite a while. It's because Elon and Ass Minecamp post about the Shire initially. Ew! I want to swear, but I'm not going to because it's Ramadan. At least I'm going to try not to. That's very decrepit. I hate that.
Become more conscious than ever of his dependence upon society.
That is disgusting.
He does not experience the dependence as a positive asset, as an organic tie, as a protective force, but rather as a threat to his natural rights, or even to his economic existence. To
Alright,
Einstein,
let's
this
get
was
some more
more
miners,
than
everyone.
economic discussion, though he did briefly address the logistics. It transcended that and became a question of salvaging the unique characteristics of humankind and preserving our ability
we had
to
dwarf
empathize
maxing.
and build with one another. The economic anarchy of capitalist society as it exists.
Oh, did I say by the way that my emotes are available to all my followers at all times? So you guys can post them if you're not subscribed. Of course, if you subscribe, that would be cool. But totally fine if you're not. You can use these emotes. I want to fill out the free emotes before I fill out any of the other emotes. And I just want to have some very good solid emotes to be able to be used everywhere.
Today is, in my opinion, the real source of the evil. We see before us a huge community of producers, the members of which are unceasingly striving to deprive each other of the fruits of their collective labor, not by force, but on the whole in faithful compliance with legally established
I am very
rules.
fond of
Private
coffee.
capital tends to become
I'm a bit sad I ate
concentrated
all
in
my
few
cookies.
hands, he goes on to write. And to Einstein, this would inevitably lead to an oligarchy of private capital, the enormous power of which cannot be effectively checked even by a democratically organized political society. He foresaw that private capitalists would become powerful enough to buy off schools, radio stations, newspapers, and even politicians. The inherent anti-democratic nature of a long capitalist society is abundantly clear today.
I do like the visuals of this game. It's neat.
1949, and history, at least in my opinion, has vindicated him. The obsession with profit over utility, the overall instability of the capitalist mode of production leading to inevitable economic catastrophes. Einstein was very critical of it
Ooh,
all.
what is that?
And the
Water.
solution he proposed was socialism. I'm convinced that there is one way to eliminate these grave evils, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which would be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are owned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. He finishes off his essay by reminding us that a planned economy alone is not socialism, and that it must be implemented in a humanistic way that allows dignity and liberty to the individual. Hey, it's editor Isaac here. As I was teasing this video, the one that you're currently watching, someone put me onto a similar piece about Einstein with similar messaging, a lot more detail, and an incredible analysis.
Helen Keller too was a huge leftist, and no kid is taught that in school. Helen Keller, they've made famous about background of a movie about her that didn't mention that she devoted her life to leftism. Who is Helen Keller? I'm not very familiar with her. Oh, as in, I'm not familiar with her. The name sounds a little bit familiar. Helen Keller was an American author, disability rights advocate, political activist, and lecturer. She seems very cool. Was an American, blah, blah, blah, blah. Born in West Tuscumbia, Alabama, she lost her sight and hearing of a bout of illness when she was 19 months old. She then communicated primarily using home signs until the age of 7, when she met her first teacher and lifelong companion, Anne Sullivan. Lifelong companion. Anyways, Sullivan taught Keller language including reading and writing. After an education about specialist mainstream schools, Keller attended Radcliffe College of Harvard University and became the first deaf-blind person in the United States to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree. That's very cool. She was a woman who was blind and deaf and was still able to learn to function in many ways. That is very impressive. That is very, very, very cool. Like her signature. That is a nice signature. IMO. Back to this.
By Dr. Fatima, and I wanted to share it with you guys because it's.
Oh, did I forget to shout out Lil Bear? I'm so sorry. Shout out to Lil Bear. Thank you so much for rating. Did I? No, I didn't. Anyways. Shout out to Lil Bear. I hope you guys had a lovely stream, by the way. I was there for a lot of it. Specifically the BAFTA incident. I was listening and learning. I think it was a very nice conversation that she had with Oni. I think you guys were watching an FD Signify video afterwards. I hope you guys had a very lovely time. I'm so bad. I am ADHD, so I have my excuses, but my apologies for not being very great about the standard how was your stream, how it went well, etc. Anyways, I hope LB is doing great.
Really great video by a really great
and don't worry everyone, I know that Hassan is going live in a moment. If he isn't already, we will move to Hassan a bit. AUDHD Unite, yes! Welcome to the stream. This is a safe space. Well,
how strongly he believes.
Wait, that's a lie. This is this is what I would consider a safe space, which not everyone would consider a safe space. This is a space which will try to make more spaces safer. There you go. You can quote me on that.
It would literally deteriorate the essence of humanity if it wasn't discarded. He was actually such a troublemaker.
This is a safe-ish space.
In his day, that the FBI compiled a massive file on him because of his radical views. Some even suspected he was a communist spy. But when we talk about him today, this side is strategic.
Communist spy.
Instead, his name is used as a synonym for genius by the very same groups of people who would hate the way he thought if they actually knew him. It's a pattern we see over and over. Radicals get sanded down, their politics erased so they can be safely celebrated without challenging the status quo. From musical legends like Tupac Shakur, whose affinity for revolutionary leftist causes is seldom acknowledged, to literary icons like Jean-Paul Sartre, whose writings now appear on the Instagram stories of liberals who would likely disapprove of everything he stood for if they actually knew what that was.
Never believe that Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of the replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves for it.
I mean...
Wait, it's posted by fucking Ethan Klein. Funny.
This is hilarious. This guy spent the past 18 months calling any and everyone a terrorist sympathizer, then turns around and starts posting Sartre quotes on the gram. Completely oblivious to Jean Paul's strong support for anti-colonial armed resistance, and the FLN in Algeria. If Sartre were alive today, H3H3 Productions would be making fucking content nukes about him. Another figure whose legacy is just too big to ignore, so instead it's sanitized and declawed.
Wait, why can't we get
the
copper?
late, great Martin Luther King Jr. Every year around MLK Day, or the anniversary of his assassination, we get to see all the corporate media outlets doing their annual segment about the man and how he would definitely hate the opposing political party if he were alive today.
I was thinking, like, if he were alive today, I wonder what he'd think about a Democrat Party that believes it can regain power by living in a constant state of protest.
He stressed the content of one's character, remember? He would be furious if
That's
he
so
saw these
stupid.
pesky protesters constantly
I
about
really
systemic and
enjoy how
structural
stupid
reform,
right wingers are
right?
sometimes. Thank you
Wrong.
for entertaining
Like,
us.
super wrong, actually. If there's
Okay,
one
we're
thing about the
producing a
man's
lot of
legacy that
porn.
gets constantly swept
Good
under
grief.
the rug, it's his desire for actual economic change in regards to the institutions of America.
Yeah,
He
okay,
stressed the significant
Junior
link
hated
between the need for
protesting.
systemic
Yeah.
change on a material level and the ideological
It's
progressivism that would follow.
awesome,
In
you know.
King's The Three Evils of Society speech, he said, "We must also realize that the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. We are saying that something is wrong with capitalism. There must be a better distribution of wealth, and maybe America must
Everybody
move
has been
toward a
open
democratic
materials
socialism." He
steal.
said in a
Cool.
1966 speech in front of his staff. Yeah, that's great, man. Everyone should strive to uphold King's dream of equality and harmony, but we should also strive to uphold his ideas of economic reconstruction instead of pretending like they don't exist. See, defenders of the status quo, liberal and conservative alike, invoke MLK whenever it's convenient, but they strategically ignore a crucial part of his perspective. Around the time of his death, his disapproval rating was 63%. The same political forces that now whitewash his legacy despised him when he was alive. It's only now that he can no longer
Rating is
mobilize the
dropping.
masses
Oh,
or
shit.
threaten the capitalist system that he's been safely recast as an American hero, as a political moderate. Even.
I'm relearning
But
how
King
to
had some
human.
choice words for political.
I'm relearning how to human receive my autism and ADHD diagnosis after 4 decades of masking. It's exciting to find out it's like me. I get that. I know a lot of Fox News Beyond Belief. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for real. I know a lot of really good videos and about AUDHD and stuff. At the very least, they can, if they like, if not, like they're at the very least a little bit, I would say educational, but also they foster a sense of like what do you call it? Like it what is the word? Legitimizes, but like it. What do you call it when like something legitimizes your emotions? Like validates. Yeah, it like so they're very validating. We can actually find one of these at some point.
Moderate, particularly
Before we
of
move
the
on to himbo.
Caucasian
Actually,
variety.
real
It's safe-
quick. Let's see if we can find it. AUDHD. Can we find it real quick on TikTok? Autism/ADHD explained by docs. Okay, we'll give this a real quick look. Just a moment, everyone. Oops. Just put that here.
ADHD explained by ducks. Duck sees worm. Duck wants worm. Duck sprints toward worm. Halfway there, oh look, leaf. Wait, what was I doing? Brains.
Okay, the the sound of the music is a lot louder than the
Leaf.
narration.
Wait, what was I
Whatever.
doing? Brain spins, focus gone, energy everywhere and nowhere. Duck loves routine. Same rock, same log, same snack. But also, duck gets bored, wants new nest, new hat, new everything. Duck hears loud honk, brain shatters. Caught on flippers? Panic. Duck masks, nods when confused, rehearses how to say quack. Exhausted after one conversation. Duck wants to be social, but also hide and reads. Wants to speak up, wants connection, but fears the cost. Ducks say, why am I like this? Wise frogs say, you are two ducks in one brain.
Wise
one
frog.
needs structure, the other needs chaos. They argue a lot. ADHD is not a flaw. It's fire and fog, speed and softness, exhausting and electric. Duck is learning, waddling forward, still a good duck. Always a good duck. Autism.
Still a good duck. Don't worry, Commander Styles. We are still good ducks. I would say like not all of these will be applicable to Like, not all of it will be applicable to everyone, and that's okay. I love that. Yeah, I like these videos. They're very quaint. They're very educational as well. They're very simple, nice ways of explaining a lot of the issues, a lot of the things that people with ADHD, autism, or just a lot of the things that neurodivergent people deal with. Yeah, I just think they're great. Of course, not everything will be applicable to everyone, but in general, like for the most part, like these have been validating. Like most of these videos, like this type of videos I've seen have been validating and not not negative, which is very important to me.
ADHD.
Right. We'll go back to this video and finish it, and then move on to him.
Say that
see
he
what he's
wouldn't
up to.
approve of his legacy being used to legitimize milquetoast politics. In his controversial letter
love
from a
milquetoast
Birmingham
politics,
jail,
yeah.
King writes, "I must confess that over the past few years I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the African American's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or
very
the Ku
real.
Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, 'I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action,' who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the African American to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. For obvious reasons, this letter of his has been selectively remembered and subjected to soft erasure. King's critique of the white moderate, someone who pays lip service to a cause but denounces every effective method of achieving change, still rings true today.
What I need to find is a reasonably short video to explain it to neurotypicals. Many of my family members' eyes glaze over before I'm halfway through the first sentence of an explanation, so I need to trick them into understanding despite there is a certain thing I want to explain. I mean, if they are boomerish types, or if they like the Q videos, the one I just shown could be among it. But there are also some other ones as well. Okay, we'll finish this video, and then I might forget. If I do, then remind me. I'll find there's a better one, at least in my opinion, a better version of like the ADHD, like a more serious, you could say, video that's still short.
Take the oppression of Palestinians, one of
I
if
can
not
show-
the
I can show
most
you.
pressing issue of our time. The political moderate will assure you that they're on the right side of history, that they feel for the Palestinians, yet they disapprove of every and any action taken to resist the suffering, the apartheid, and the genocide, even peaceful and non-lethal ones. In regard to the Palestinian plight, figures like Nelson Mandela and his contributions toward dismantling apartheid in South Africa will often get brought up. Certain groups like to paint him as if he were opposed to violent resistance, and in some cases as if he were a full-blown pacifist. But that isn't true. Umkhonto we Sizwe, or Spear of the Nation, was the armed paramilitary wing of the ANC, co-founded by Mandela himself. Mandela grew increasingly in favor of anti-colonial armed resistance once it became clear to him that peaceful means of resisting simply weren't working. In a now famous speech given by Mandela during his 1964 Riviona trial, Mandela defended his choice to escalate to violent resistance. We felt that without violence, there would be no way open to the African people to succeed in their struggle against.
One thing I really hate about modern day liberalism, or whatever you want to call it, like the modern day politics and the political environments we live in the West at least, is just this insistence that any type of any type of violence is just not okay in politics. Like, you keep violence out of politics, etc. Meanwhile, they don't recognize that police are inherently violent, militaries are inherently violent, money is violence, like wealth is violence, like a lot of these things. Like, we have so many systems of violence which is just not overtly violent, or they are seen as like an okay type of violence because they're done by the government through the police or whatever. Like, it's so incredibly obnoxious, and that is something I really want to, especially with this like new era of radicalization that a lot of people are going through due to worsening conditions in the West and just the Epstein class shit and everything else. I really want to like really spread propaganda to like combat this, combat, well, the institutionalized propaganda, institutional violence. Yeah, exactly. We're conditioned to not see this side of violence. No, exactly.
the principle of white supremacy. All lawful modes of expressing opposition to this principle had been closed by legislation, and we were placed in a position in which we had to either accept a permanent state of inferiority or to defy the government. We chose to defy the law. We first broke the law in a way which avoided any recourse to violence when this form was legislated against, and then the government resorted to a show of force to crush opposition to its policies. Only then did we decide to answer violence with violence. It would be unrealistic and wrong for African leaders to continue preaching peace and nonviolence at a time when the government met our peaceful demands with force. The US even had Mandela on their terror watch list until 2008 when Bush signed a bill to remove him. Gotta love the irony of an actual cold-blooded mass murderer deciding who is and isn't a terrorist.
Hello, Tutor on Twitch. Thank you for following. Thank you for being another follower of shamanism, another shamanist to follow, and Charlie Kirk.
In 1962 to train alongside them. The Algerian army made me a man,
became a
Mandela
follower of
declared. It's worth noting that the FLN
I did not know the Mandela trained with the Algerian resistance. That is very cool.
To train alongside them. The Algerian
I love intersectionality and international solidarity.
Army made me a man, Mandela declared. It's worth noting that the FLN was considered a terrorist organization by the US during their fight for liberation against
By any means
France's
necessary,
brutal
Malcolm
occupation.
X. That reminds me, there's like a Malcolm X movie apparently that I saw a very cool clip of that I would like to watch at some point.
After they exhausted peace.
Malcolm, I need to also read more about Malcolm X. He's like everything I know about him is very, very cool.
Full means of resistance.
Almost everything.
They eventually opted to up the ante, and they carried out bombings, assassinations, and urban guerrilla warfare in the attempt to free.
There are many liberals view the state as almost godlike institutes and violence about the state is 100% justified. Yeah, nope, exactly, and it's so obnoxious.
Themselves. The US also considered them to be a broader communism threat due to their links with socialist governments, yet Mandela's support for them remained consistent and unwavering. He never denounced their armed resistance because he understood that their original peaceful means of resisting did nothing but lead to
I got my
events
mother
like
to
the
read the
Sétif and Guelma
autobiography
massacre,
of Malcolm
where
X, and she
peaceful
loved it.
Algerian
She said it's only
civilians and
should be on the band.
protesters were
That's so
slaughtered by the
sick.
French.
That's
Far from
awesome. Well
condemning their
done.
armed
Hell yeah.
resistance, Mandela was actually deeply motivated by it. Mandela palled around with plenty of people.
That brings me to another point. That brings me to a point. Something I realized is that we need to normalize leftists a lot more. A lot of leftists live on the periphery of society, and not everyone at all, but a lot of leftists are also estranged from the families. Those who are not estranged from the families, those who still speak with the families and love them, etc., even if there are troubles, I genuinely believe that we should go harder on that. Like, be open to our families about us being socialists. To normalize being a leftist. Like, we need to normalize being a leftist in society. And I think one of the ways to do that is those people, the people who are okay with, with their families, who don't have issues in those relations, they basically go to their families and are just open about it. That way, whenever you will face oppression for being a leftist, it is much more likely that there was going to be, some pushback, like from your family and the broader population in general, as more leftists do this, against, governments being shitty against leftists. WTF was Trump thing with that Twitter shit, PLK, history monsters, it's crazy work. What happened, sorry? Can you elaborate on what happened? I don't have a shitter, so I don't really. I'm not really following what's going on there.
To Gaddafi, the kinds of leaders who backed the ANC when the so-called free world wouldn't. Nelson was so thankful for Castro's and the Cuban military support in ending apartheid. He traveled to Cuba.
Alright, we'll wait a little bit. We'll give it a wee moment. Wait until the ad is over. Thank you, everyone. Something. Ads are important for the revenue of the channel. If you want to support the channel, subscribe or something. Top of the hour ad break. Something. I don't know. I'm not gonna do these ad thingies. In any case, subscribe if you're cool. If you don't subscribe, it's all good. Salute, all green. Alright, nice. I was just asking if you could elaborate, because I don't know what it is Trump did. But I think about the shit, like the AI video where he compared Obama and Obama to a monkey or some shit, like Obama and Michelle Obama to Barack and Michelle Obama to Photoshop their faces onto monkeys. Is it that shit you're referring to? That
kinds
shit
of
was
leaders
insane.
who backed the ANC
Yes.
when the
Oh yeah,
so-called
that shit was
free
so
world
insane. Like,
wouldn't. Nelson was
like it is, like he's done worse shit, like implicitly, just because he's the president of America and just like through his dealings. But the reactions are still like so disgusting. Thank you so much for the bits, Synthetic. Thank you so much. You're now the number one on the leaderboard. It is like so insane, like all the messed up things happening in America, and there's still not enough like angry like reactions. It's insane. The Sherman Broadcasting System (SBS) is funded by viewers like you. Thank you. Exactly. The Sherman Broadcasting System (SBS) is funded by viewers like you. Actually, also everyone, join the Discord if you haven't already. I have named it the Sheminist Central Planning. The Sheminist Central Planning is sponsored by viewers like you. Each dollar will amount to one more follower of Shamanism, which will amount to one more dollar, which will amount to world Shamanism, or something like that. Anyways, I hope that was entertaining.
So thankful
Let's
for
continue.
Castro's and the Cuban military support.
I'm feeling
in
the
ending
coffee.
Apartheid, that he traveled to Cuba in 1991 to show his gratitude in person. We have come here today recognizing our great debt to the Cuban people. What other country has such a history of selfless behavior as Cuba has shown for the people of Africa? How many countries benefit from Cuban healthcare professionals and educators? How many of these volunteers are now in Africa? What country has ever needed help from Cuba and has not received it? How many countries threatened by imperialism or fighting for their freedom have been able to count on the support of Cuba? When you, Comrade Fidel, yesterday said that our cause is your cause, I know that that sentiment came from the bottom of your heart, and that is the feeling of all of the people of revolutionary Cuba. This side of his character, these deep-seated beliefs of his, would never be known if you just accepted the mainstream narrative about him. It's very important that these historical figures and pop culture icons are celebrated and cherished for the good that they've done, for the achievements and innovation that they've imparted on society, but when we only tell parts of their stories and leave out the radical aspects of their
Wait, can we not
characters,
have any iron?
we do them a disservice through omission. These great minds were great for a reason. Let that reason be known.
Another really excellent video by Overzealots. I think the pin has disappeared, so I'll repin it. Everyone be sure to watch it on the side if you haven't already, to show our support to Overzealots who keep, so that they may continue making amazing informative videos like this. Righto. I am remembering to find this AUDHD video that I promised I would look for. This guy.
I didn't eat.
Is it this guy? Yes, I think it's this guy.
The texture was wrong. I forgot to eat. You need food. I know now. Okay.
Oh wait, let me... Oh, did I forget? I forgot to fix the screen. My game is like completely not there. Oops. Let me just... Oh. Yeah, there you go. Let's put this like so.
So I'm starving, but nothing feels safe. Is it texture? Partly. Is it forgiving? No, I'm painfully aware. I opened the fridge earlier. There were too many options. Rude. I want something soft, but not mushy. Warm, but not heavy. Comforting, but not familiar today. That's contradictory. That's hunger. So a snack. No, a meal, but effortless. I'm shaky, but not brave enough for the wrong texture. That's a problem. I'll scroll. For ideas, for avoidance. You're still not eating. I'm waiting for the hunger to override choice. I would simply eat cereal, and I will stand here until that feels possible. I hate that I understand this. Nothing screams neurodivergent as much as somebody who refuses to eat unless the conditions are right. The texture has to be on point. The food has to smell good. It has to be a sensory experience that's pleasurable. That's how we live as neurodivergents.
I will say like this video in particular doesn't, like, I can't relate to this as much, but a lot of the other videos by this guy, Dr. Comedian Writer, Dr. Kojo Sarfo, I do relate to. Let's see. Can we just like sort this by popular or something? Let's go with this one. Autism, I think before I act. ADHD, I act before I think. AUDHD, I overanalyzed it, did it impulsively, and now I'm spiraling. I can somewhat relate to this. Autism, I color coded it. ADHD, I forgot it. ADHD, I color coded what I forgot, and now I'm overwhelmed by the colors. So yeah, this guy, he has some he has some pretty good videos. Okay, does he have one that's not in that format? Does he have like something else? Autism, I overthink it. ADHD, I underthink it. And ADHD will say, overthink it, forget it, then remember it at 3 AM. I do relate to that, unfortunately. Of course, not all of this is like unique to people with ADHD and whatnot, but a lot of these things, if you have ADHD, you will find that you'll experience a lot more of this. Thank you for the follow, Timmy Saro. How do you say it? Timmy Shiro? Xaro? Xarrow? Damn, I don't usually struggle with names.
Timmy Xaro just became a follower of shamanism.
Timmy Xaro, as the French robotic narrator said. That was so funny. This is a video I want to watch at some point. Indonesia screen Islam. It is when climate protection becomes a religious duty. I don't trust that it's a DW documentary. DW is the Welt, I think. Which is a German media, a Germanish media station, and I don't trust that. And they're a little bit not great, but yeah, DW is sus. But like this does seem like a very cool video to watch. But I'm pretty sure that if I get my parents to understand me a bit better, they'll start to suspect that my niece is also ADHD. That is very possible. Actually, my cousin. I have a cousin who is very, was a lot more autistic. Oh, also, in case you guys don't know, Iran summons Dutch ambassador over smuggling attempt, and the Netherlands also summoned the Iranian ambassador. Basically, because a Dutch ambassador brought a Starlink and 7 satellite phones or some shit to Iran, and he was asked to show his suitcase to the Iranian security, and he was like, "No, I have diplomatic immunity," and they we don't care, we're gonna check this. This is suspicious as fuck. So he's just left and, had to leave a suitcase there. And they found it, and they found the Starlink and the satellite phones, and now the Dutch government are pissy about it. Let's see, this is a Reuters article. Yep, there we go. Reuters MSN? Anyway, Iran caused the diplomatic incident on January 28 by forcing Dutch immigrants to hand over the diplomatic luggage at the airport of Tehran, the minister said in a statement. This is unacceptable. It's very bloody ironic that they're saying that Iran caused a diplomatic incident when very clearly the Dutch diplomat was trying to supply spies, do some espionage shit, doing some very, very sus shit in Iran. Come on. The ministry said it had repeatedly asked Iran to immediately release the seized goods, of which it gave no further details. Iran caused an incident by catching a would-be smuggler. Yeah, no, exactly. Oh no, he has diplomatic immunity. That should allow him to do espionage shit. Bro, you're not supposed to be caught. Sure, every country does that shit, but this is you can't be pissed when you get caught red-handed. Come on. Especially because back in January, especially at this time, acting as if you are innocent, trying to mess with Iran. Yeah, okay, bro. A little bit sus. Alright, let's see. Is the himbo streaming? He's not streaming yet. Oh, interesting. What is Reiki up to? Let's have a quick look. What is Reiki up to?
Keep were invented
Russians
by
in
the
Israel.
settlers. It's just that they adopted it, right?
Europe is becoming Islamic. There's plenty of space there. They can go. I think Hassan just went live. Yeah. All right. We'll watch Hassan in a little bit then. That's so funny. Wait. I want to ask Ray K.
Turn it into a hate symbol, yeah.
Ray, did you
It's considered the
see
nationalist religions,
that
basically? Like, imagine like if
Netherlands
nationalist
was
had, like, a
caught
piece of
trying
clothing
to
that they would
smuggle
wear. Not that it's like
Starlink
specifically only for
and
them, but
a
they
satellite
like, appropriated it to be theirs, right?
phones into Iran, then kiss them for stopping the
Anyway, also in England, there are many Muslim cities. They should invite them to go live there.
Alright, gonna share that with the Ray K real quick. Also, in case you guys don't follow Ray
Did you
K,
see that the Netherlands caught trying
you
to
should
smuggle
follow him.
Starlink? Yes, yes.
Very, very cool
we
dude.
saw that yesterday. Yes. I think the Zionists will talk about maintaining. Hi, Shimon. Also, how's it going? Thank you for the shouty. Oh, you gave me a shout out. Chat, I'll give you a shout out.
Oh, thank you, Ray K.
I thought
What's his name?
Chat, you should go follow Shimon.
Oh shit!
Cozy Gaming. Playing Deep Fork with him.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Argonian Bum. Lovely username, by the way.
Argonian Bomb just became a follower of Shimonis.
I like you guys also followed him. Very cool. Thank you guys.
However, the one stop.
What does this say?
No one stops.
That Clint Eastwood. Yeah, dude. I realized when I was setting up alerts that I have a bunch of like GIFs, like corrupted GIFs or whatever, that I saved back in the day because it's funny. And then I was like, you know what? That one is perfect for Charlie Kirk. What does this message say? A young Miguel in Denmark trying to change the world with politics and gaming? Back in my day, we had to walk uphill both days to school. That's funny. Ramadan remarks to this one. I wonder if, is this like saved or something? Like, is this like a copy paste? Very neat message. Very well done. Right. Stolen F-16. Oh nice, Hassan got a new intro. That's cool. Alright. Put up the himbo here. Full screen that shit. And let's continue mining. Rating is dropping. No! Why? Just... Okay, this game is beginning to bore me. Like, if the game loop is just like, finishing these quests and then moving on to something else, then oh, huge fan.
I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right, it's Thursday.
New production, white paint and lime. Breaking news, new government banners Emberlings of the Mace of Fate. It's completely forgotten about the needs of a glorious town of Emberlin. Wait, what?
In Stolen Tongva territory, Stolen Tongva land. This is a pre-recorded broadcast. No, it's not. Obviously, it's not pre-recorded.
New mission.
But
upgrade bridge.
We're live. My car's back, skin clear, jawline sharp. It's a good day. Hell yeah.
It is kind of neat. You know Agonium Bum also streams? The streams are great. Oh shit, I did not know that. Shout out Agonium Bum.
A lot of guests.
Actually, wait, did I know that? I don't remember. I think, do I follow you? I feel like I don't remember. I have a shit memory, sorry. In any case, here you go. Have a shout. I am not following you. Hey. Everyone follow Agonium Bum. I don't know them that well, but if they're here, I assume they're a great person. Finally a person I've not followed yet.
We're live, and your boy
Real.
is late for a very good reason. I did the Chris Kunzler Overzealots podcast earlier this morning, and that's precisely
Chris Kunzler Overzealots podcast. Nice, that's very cool. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was leaving to another tab. I'm making a flyer for tomorrow's fundraiser. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. That's where I know you from. Sorry. I was like, I recognize your name, but I don't remember for that. Now I remember. I look forward to the fundraiser tomorrow. That's going to be so fun. Chat, everyone, you better be there. The fundraiser is going to be great. It's going to be so fun. We're going to be so many streamers. It's going to be so fun. It's finally came in late. Ah, it's all good.
They wanted to talk to me.
You did like... You've done a lot of like help with the administrative shit, like super helpful.
It took, but we had to cut it short so I could be live.
LHS is hosting, will be on the Twitch front page, and she is going to be hosting a fundraiser for LEHA, which I'm not. I don't fully know what it is, but I think it's something about like queer people in I don't want to get the country wrong. Queer people in a country in Africa.
We'll talk
I don't
about
remember
House
which country it
Oversight
was.
Committee as well. Honestly, no
there you go.
personal news.
What's
Let's
it?
just fucking get right into it.
Ah,
Let's
shit, I don't know if
blast
it's.
off, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls.
I'm
and
not gonna
indies.
guess which country
We
it
have
was.
so much to cover.
I couldn't find what the abbreviation was, but it's for Kenyan queer people. Thank you so much, Agonium. There you go.
Panel disrupted. Cuba attacked by Florida Cubans. Nita Allam from North Carolina.
This game was neat. Dub Dialectics just became a follower of shamanism. Thank you so much. Welcome. We can make another save, and we're gonna move on to another game. You do like safe spaces, sex ed, legal aid, food, and trauma assistance. I'm looking up a lot to put stuff together. That's really awesome of you. See, there you go. Like you were late, but you've been doing so much work. You've been helping out so much. Like many thanks to you. Like you're doing great. It's really nice of you to do that. Like to set these things up. Kenya, I think I just even lived in Kenya for some. There you go. Okay. We're gonna play Tabletop Tavern, which is a demo I played before, not on stream, but I played it a bunch on my own time. I'm on in the Discord, and I've even like given a little bit of feedback to the dev. I was gonna like give some more feedback regarding dwarves and stuff, but never went around to that because I'm bad with administrative things. In any case, it is a very cool game that I'm glad to have re-downloaded to show you guys. So let's play that while watching Kimbo.
The first 34-year-old adult that needs a parental app on Twitter. Parental app.
Let me set game Tabletop Tavern.
Nice jacket. We like it when you dress up. Thank you. I don't even know where I got this jacket from. I think I literally got this jacket when I did that like
there you go.
Umbrella murder mystery show.
Welcome to the demo. It is.
The streamer Spy from last night.
I've not played this game for so long.
Was the Spy, Burnt Peanut. I mean, I'm joking. I know that like his fans actually take it very seriously, get very mad, but
what is going on? The sun has died for me. What is this? Are they burnt peanut fans in Israel? Wait, what is that? What?
just some Tel Aviv sounds, you know? Tel Aviv's favorite.
Can someone explain to me what I just saw?
Tel Aviv's favorite streamer, Burnt Peanut.
Because I'm not sure if I even want to like try and decipher it myself.
Get in.
Right. In any case, we're going. Let's not think about that too much.
I don't know. I don't even think it's actually from Tel Aviv. Anyway.
Oh, he's completely changed the menu and stuff. That's very cool.
What? Friend of the show, got your precog ability. Do we have a blast off?
Modify starting army. Ooh, nice. Starting gear. Very cool. Hero, Sir Edric Baleward. Sings a unit Kriegsguard. So this game is basically it's like imagine the Total War, like the battles in Total War, if you know any of the Total War games, mixed with like roguelike. Roguelite. I'm not sure if that's meta. No, there is meta progression, sort of. So a roguelite.
Wonderful conversation with the Aussie boys.
I'll just start the game and I'll show it to you.
Them on the flotilla situation in Cuba, and it got me really excited. I'm gonna be a little sincere for a moment. You know, I really miss those guys. I really love those guys.
Oh yeah, the Aussie guys, they do have great vibes. Australians are either the best or the worst people, genuinely.
Interested. So I'm
Look at this tab.
I'm trying to figure it out. I've also
the
other reason why I was late is because I've been working on the aid
that.
convoy thing that we're setting up with Progressive International, and
the Progressive International has a lot of motion. That is probably the really cool international, I think, with the most motion right now.
It's not 100.
I'd wish other internationals would follow their example and/or like. I hope that they're willing to work with the Progressive International.
You're not normally sincere. I don't like to be very, you know, I don't really talk about the feelings of being like lovey-dovey. You know what I mean?
go. Okay, can we turn down the graphics?
Anyway, Clinton
Because,
FC panel disrupted. Cuba attacked by Florida Cubans. Need alum. North Carolina foreign breaks fast over APAC attacks. Geneva, Iran talks.
what is this resolution? That is way too much. We don't need that much. This is...
Head of Code Pink was on Democracy Now! Talking about Cuba today. Oh yeah, we're going to be linking up with Code Pink as well, of course.
There we go, that's a lot better.
This is true. I am gay all the time.
Except we not at full FPS.
I saw.
Oh, you can also...
I saw.
You can also hear my PC in the background. My apologies. It is struggling a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
But yeah, I'm working on a very, very cool group of people, hopefully, that will be joining us. What will America look like after the midterms? Will we even have a fucking midterms? I don't know. We'll see. U.S. pilot who was honeypotted was selling F-15 secrets to China. First of all...
What?
First of all...
Okay, awesome.
He was not honeypotted. Okay, he's an honorable man. A 65-year-old pilot. We'll talk about that. That's such a Felix Biederman-ass story.
That's
are
very
you gay
funny.
all the time or simply a beautiful son of the Ottoman Empire? I'm gay all the time because I'm a beautiful son of the Ottoman Empire.
What is that question?
The Ottoman Empire was objectively very
Archers.
gay. Anyway, let me turn on the rotisserie chicken light. Also, the fuck? That's why people are talking about what the fuck is this doing here? I don't even know. God, embarrassing.
Okay, what? Why is this game being so... not very... Okay, the game's struggling a lot. I'm not quite sure why.
One of the best parts about having
Yeah, I don't
a
need
large
to,
dog is when you
need
get
this.
cute aggression, you can literally wrestle them. She needs a spotlight. She's made for it. I agree. Anyway, I assume you're going to talk about the Daniel Leary anti-Semitic protesters and smears against DSA as a DSA SF member. It fucking sucks how many people just openly lie about what happened. Yeah, I briefly covered it. Shocker just once. Please, it started the stream. You got it.
Shocker just once. What did they say?
Do you never...
That's insane.
Do you never... When you
Oh, good
encounter
grief.
your dog... When you see your dog sometimes and they're
Right,
being
charge.
cute as fuck, you don't ever feel like you want to just like yell. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, we've got
It's
these.
called cute
Absolutely
aggression.
destroying them. Attacking flanks, very cool.
Update from your biggest
Enemy host
what is this,
defeated.
gay and Lebanese
Nice.
explained?
This game is better than last time I played it, which is very nice. He's made a lot of improvements to the game.
All the time. Yeah, I just when I see
dub.
Kaya
I think they were called TJ or something.
throughout the day,
I don't remember.
I
Unit held in reserve will cover 25% of the max health of each battle. However, unit's health will be zero. They'll be removed from your army.
her. Sometimes I'll wrestle with her. You know what I mean?
Do you want to conscript survivors or ransom
Said to have an
captive?
unannounced meeting at the White House today. The New York Times reports.
Let us. Oh, you get to recruit a unit. Oh, nice.
Bro, any further thoughts regarding the
Having
industry
a
plan of the
cavalry
situation?
unit
No.
would be nice. So we'll take that.
This is total bullshit from Czar.
It's
and only
bullshit. He's paying
And also
$30
take some
an hour
money.
for people to shovel snow. Who's paying for it? The taxpayers. Exactly. Who's benefiting from it? Also the taxpayers. It's bullshit. He's paying $30 an hour for people
How
to
dare I
shovel.
see?
Yeah, I see.
Iron Legion Village. I
That's
think
autism
that
saving,
will.
baby. I
I
don't
think we
think
can
cute
buy
aggression-
units from that. So
I don't
let's
think cute aggression
go
is,
that way.
Is autism, dude. I think like
Autism?
non-autistic
Did
people
they say it's
also
autism?
experience cute aggression. No.
Some people are stupid.
Am I crazy?
Some people are not very intelligent. Oh, Borderland Riders. Are these? Wait,
you.
they have a spear, right? Yeah. Okay.
The most predictable thing to ever happened. Oh yeah. We'll talk about the MAGA, the MAGA meltdown on anti-Semitism. Is it autism linked? I don't know. Yes, cute aggression is for everyone. It's literally a human thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. I just.
It is not an
I know I
autism
have
thing.
it, you know.
Like that,
But,
cute aggression is not an
you don't look like a
autism.
substitute teacher. Good. Okay. So
Outrider.
a lot
Units
to
can
cover
divide outside
today.
of place.
I have a lot to cover today. A lot to talk about because there is a lot of stories to get to. I didn't even realize that Zohran Kwame Mamdani was meeting up with Trump. He didn't check in. Little bro didn't check in with big bro. You know what I mean?
He's just kind of doing his own thing nowadays.
Everyone remember to join the Discord so you can follow along with the streams and the news and all that kind of good shit. We're going to have a panel on Islam and leftism soon.
Okay, we'll cover that.
Inshallah. Maybe on Monday.
But I fear I just annoy or scare him if I ran up and started squishing his face. I have to.
You guys fired those.
I have to do it. And luckily
You guys
with my,
charge.
Luckily with my puppy, she's fine with it, or at least she got used to it.
What does this yellow thing mean?
I know why cute aggression happens. Your brain has to keep itself balanced, so because you're so excited to see your cute dog, your brain evens it out by making you aggressive.
Yeah, nice. We took quite a few casualties, but it's alright.
Oh God, I can't even look at that.
Nice.
Don't step foot in Chattanooga, bro, or you'll become an urban legend.
This coffee is so nice.
I'm constantly smooching my cat, and sometimes I just want to squeeze it. Very normal. Thank you.
What is everyone up to, by the way?
Update from your biggest. Okay, here.
What are you guys?
What
are you guys up to?
What is it?
You want conscripted survivors? Not really.
You definitely said that you were.
Well, so
another peasant bowman unit.
I don't want to dispute the fact that I didn't say that I was gay and Lebanese, both of which are true.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you the sequence of events because I didn't articulate myself the way that I would have liked. Okay.
Okay.
This is how it went.
Sure.
Hassan Piker, notorious homophobe and radical left-wing political commentator, decided that he would go, "I'm gay and Lebanese."
Right.
And
There you go.
Impersonation of me.
He created it.
Okay.
I don't understand. He just said it. He keeps saying it. That's like his main thing.
That's funny.
That's what he's known for. And for some reason,
Should we fight the garrison or should we recruit a unit? What do you guys think? What do you guys think, chat?
Impersonated the impersonation of me, and that
We'll
was
easily be able
at
to
the
defeat the
time.
garrison.
And then he then forgot that he did the impersonation of me, and then said that that was what I said, and he was, you know.
I was putting off getting breakfast, but now it seems I'm avoiding lunch. That's a little bit like the video we saw. Be sure to get some food, Commander Styles, so that you do not begin having negative effects from not eating.
Why are we covering the gay Lebanese guy? It's important.
You can do it. Even just a little fruit. Speaking of little fruit, I'm gonna get myself
and some of my gayest and most Lebanese ops will routinely engage in an act known as lying. Is he really claiming friendship copyright? Austin is gay and Hassan is homophobic. Got it? Yes. You see this? Kansas invalidates driver's license and birth certificates. Yeah, I just saw. Kansas is attacking trans people again. Fucking psychopaths. We'll be talking about that as well. It's one day of the year. Hassan sees every chat I send. Yes. Yes, Mamdani is packing, dude. 16 inches. And he plows. So, it's true.
Everyone, I'm just like.
Hassan, I must know, do you ever want to eat Kaya? Like, take a little bite of her head when you feel the cute aggression? Do I want to bite? I do bite her. I bite her all the time. The problem is she's so hairy, and then her hair gets stuck in my mouth. Yeah, I bite her little fat lumps. when she's laying in bed, like a rotisserie chicken, I have to bite her little fat lumps. Is that weird? Like little fat rolls.
I don't think that's weird. At least, like, I don't think that's weird for dog.
I don't think that's weird.
I think that's very normal for a dog owner. Going to leave alert and go through the fridge before the shakiness can set in. Good.
Oh, dude, that's why.
Do so. I hope you find some excellent food, or at least some decent food. At least just any food.
White woman, when it comes to my dog, like I don't play around.
Let's fight the garrison.
Like, I love my dog. I'm like an old white lady with loving my dog. Straight up.
Easy to control groups so they're easy to control. What is this weapon strength for player units?
She does it to you. That's true. She does. She nips at me when we're playing. I might as well bite back. Do you think what they are doing when trans people is a trial run for a broader push to unilaterally revoke the idea of non-white Americans being them fraudulent? Oops, thousands of disenfranchised voters. Yes. Yes.
Oh shit.
Okay, enough conversations about cute aggression. Okay, we're done with that. We're done with that. We are
I
going
forgot
to
that
do
they.
the news.
I did not know
There's a lot of
that
news.
they had learned
I
to use
think we
that.
have a
That's cool.
playlist. I don't know if you're in here. I don't know if you sent a playlist or
Other
not.
enemy units are there.
I guess we can start off with the. Did you see baby dogs in the news again? Oh hell yeah! Before we get to the Epstein stuff.
Wait, did they kill a? No,
I
I'm on riders. Dang it. Oh wait, no, those are the enemy ones. Never mind.
Macy's, thank you. I want you guys to hold on to your butts because what you're about to see is unparalleled.
Let us
charisma,
engage this
a sexual
archer
dynamo, a
melee.
deity in the like, a deity in the making, a panther. Chuck Schumer talks about the State of the Union in the floor of the Senate. Let's take a look.
Oh no, not Chuck Schumer. Not you. Nice, we won. Took a few casualties, but that's alright.
For 2 long hours, the president stood in the House chamber, congratulating himself, inflating his own ego, but offering no solutions to our country's many problems.
Let us enter the town and loot.
He doesn't even have a clue about
Yeah.
what the average American family is going through. Donald Trump patted himself on the back so many times.
Counts as small garrisons for protection. Ooh.
While Donald Trump kept
Aura
claiming that
farming.
America is back,
Effortless
and that
elimination
we're,
of their
quote,
lives.
winning so much we don't know what to do about it. That's only half true. We are not winning
How's
so
it
much,
go?
but he sure
What is that?
has no idea what to do about the problems in America, and he admitted it right there himself.
Can he say that? Can he say that? Bro, dial it back, Chucky. Dial it
Give me the
back,
units by
Chuck.
clicking fly.
Oh my god, bro.
How's
He's
it go?
roasting him. He's roasting his ass, bro.
Oh, we can put money in here to spend on upgrades after the campaign. That is cool. Oh, I didn't mean to
Is
cancel
this
that.
legal? Flag on the play.
Listen, I
Flag
didn't
on
think
the
that.
play,
I
bro.
thought I'd be able to go back.
This
Oh well.
is the strongest of the strongly worded
Let us go
letters, you know?
here, and then we'll go to the
People
shop.
back home, we're asking something different than what this.
Nice, a lot of enemies.
They're asking, what about my electricity?
Gobber lobber.
How am I going to pay for my groceries?
Interesting.
How am I going to afford a doctor? Donald Trump ignored all these things during his speech last night. Frankly, I've never heard a State of the Union speech, and I've heard quite a few, where the president's rhetoric and the country's reality were so far apart.
Alright, let's go put all these guys
Yo,
in defensive mode.
dude. God, he's so fucking goated. This guy's gonna save the nation, dude. Damn, he really daggered the old man. He was like, Mr. President, cut it out.
Interesting.
There's
Firing
a
mode.
dang Cheeto in the White House. This condemnation is reaching China harshly condemning Israel levels. No. This doesn't even reach that standard. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. This doesn't even hit the trade maxing standards of China. It's awesome, dude.
Instead, Donald Trump spent most of his speech focused on the accomplishments not of his administration.
Oh shit.
But on the accomplishments
that.
of other Americans whose
That
accomplishments
artillery
he had
is
nothing to do
painful.
with.
What?
We're all proud of the men and women hockey teams that just won golds in the Olympics. We're all proud.
Okay,
and
we'll have
grateful
these
of our
guys just
veterans.
run
They
ahead
deserve
and
honor.
engage this.
But Donald Trump
Other
didn't have
units.
anything to do with these accomplishments. He had
Are we
so
actually
little
gonna
to say
win
about
this?
what he accomplished
This is an
that he
insane
had to
fight.
just go on and on about accomplishments of others. And folks back home want to hear about what the president is doing to help with their problems. They don't want to hear a fantasy that everything is going great.
Ravages. Focus up fire on them.
But it got worse.
Are they not even winning against the
Ignore the affordability
archers?
crisis. He mocked
You
it
what?
yet again. The average American sitting at the table trying to figure out
Shit.
how they're going to pay that damn bill.
One units extended all that ammo.
Furious that he said it doesn't matter. It's truly stunning to watch a bill.
This is the stupidest attack angle. You're literally making him sound like he's selfless. I gave up already. I mean, this is so fucking stupid. God, I hate Chuck Schumer so much. Schmuck Schumer.
Okay,
Oh
you
my
guys
God,
run. Okay,
brother.
that unit
Oh
is just
my
like
fucking
gone.
God, he is unbearable. Okay. I can't keep watching this. I can't
Are
keep
we
watching
losing
this
this?
because I'm too turned on.
I don't like that.
Here's a video of Schumer saying we're being too soft.
Come on, make that
Oh,
unit
this is
retreat
from-
quick.
This is from before.
Nice.
This is when the last 12-day war, before the 12-day war happened with Iran and Israel. This was Chuck Schumer's attitude to Donald Trump. It was like, Taco Trump.
Comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran.
Also, these rider units are very slow.
Tough. The next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio.
Why are you so against people taking baby steps? How can he ever come to your position if you make fun of every
Can we
baby
just, like,
step he takes?
Concede
Are you
defeat.
talking about Chuck Schumer?
We are owned.
That's how
We got
everyone
owned
starts.
there.
No, You
What?
think Chuck Schumer at the age of like 87?
Okay, that was
is
not a
actually
great
going through
run.
A radical transformation where he's going to become a Marxist-Leninist? Are you fucking
That's a little bit
stupid?
unfortunate. Oh well. What can you do?
He has room to grow.
Damn. Is that complete defeat?
What are you
That's it?
talking about? Chuck Israel
Okay.
is my only ambition, Schumer? Really?
That
Chuck
was
Schumer's
that was
Chuck
painful.
Schumer's actually a tender queer.
Okay, let's try that
He is,
again.
he's just a. He's going
Okay,
through
that
his
I will say that
journey
was
right now.
that was a little bit more difficult than I'd
That's why
expected.
he has a lot of room to grow.
well.
He's learning about all the different ways. He's experimenting with
At least we can
his
start
body.
with the starting gift aura farming.
He's becoming
why can't I?
non-binary Marxist-Leninist.
Oh no, never mind. We can't do that.
He's on his.
Must complete
he's
one
on his
campaign
socials
on
art.
Hero
Mind you, the
2.
man is 75 years old, and this chatter wants you to baby him. Wait, what? Is he 75? I thought he was like 80.
Double click to there we go.
It's satirical trolling of your usual charity, bro. I don't think that
Let's
person
try that
is being
again.
serious. I think that person is like
You get
obviously
5 big
making
boosts,
a
the
meme,
Kaiser
right?
Island.
Like there's no one. I don't think there's a single person in the United States of America that looks at Chuck Schumer who has like very hardened positions after being in Congress for like 80 fucking years, who genuinely thinks that Chuck Schumer is on a journey to become more radical or something. No liberals say that shit. No liberal says that because liberals don't even like Chuck Schumer. Liberals want Chuck Schumer to get the fuck out of the way. Chuck Schumer's approval rating in the Democratic Party is one of the lowest in the country. He hasn't heard the right arguments. We can make it. Okay, maybe he is being sincere. I think this chatter is a stroke victim.
Hello, Combustible Lemon. How are you doing?
If he's being sincere.
We appreciate late raiders as well.
He's on a journey to bed. Yeah, he's gonna become a leftist.
Ooh,
dude.
undead.
He's gonna become true left. Chuck Schumer for DSA, please.
On resolving that shit.
Negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away
Archers.
with everything? That's outrageous. We
Let's go
need to make that
survivors?
side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
Gravestone in
Literally
chicken
mad
flight.
at
You need to
that
make
point.
sure
He
house
was
cannot be
mad
slow
that
at
Trump
terrain.
might do a side deal with Iran that actually avoids disaster. This was last time. Okay. Some find it hyperbolic when those of us on the left talk about there being a uniparty.
These units are not great.
Converges between the Dems.
Let's
and
take the
GOP.
gravestone imps.
They
Why
might
not?
not literally be the same, but there are areas of violent agreement, and these are often.
Sorry, I'm at the edge of the solar system. My light signals are taking some time.
Here you have
Can you
leaders of
elaborate a little bit on that?
Reform-minded opposition attacking Trump and Rubio from the right for not being aggressive and hawkish enough. The dominant tendency in both parties when it comes to foreign policy heaves pretty close to Bush-era neoconservatism, albeit with some periodic aesthetic and rhetorical
Yeah, we
differences.
could unit
But when it comes
Opolis.
to the Democrats,
Opolis.
stuff like Schumer's
Ooh.
posturing around Trump and Iran
Nice.
also tells you they don't really believe in any of the democracy on the brink.
They have
rhetoric
less
they've
range,
campaigned
more
and fundraised
accuracy,
on
more
since
missile damage.
2016.
Nice.
Because if you
That's
really
why I'm
thought
late.
Trump was an
I
aspiring
see
fascist
very fast.
dictator and a menace to American democracy itself,
Can you
wouldn't also be
tell me
encouraging him to
why
start
you're at the
wars,
edge of the
let
solar
alone
system?
applauding his
Are you playing
state
Kerbal Space
of
Program or
the
something?
Union. Now, of course, this I think Luke Savage, who writes for The Atlantic, The Washington Post, doesn't realize that this is not a new video. This is an old video. This is from before the 12-day war, where Chuck Schumer was, you know, flanking the Republicans from the right, as Democrats are known to do when it comes to military posture against Iran, right? But that's it doesn't matter because it actually is complementary to his current perspective, which is as long as Trump
Deep Stone
informs the
Hold.
public about why
Wait, are
he
those
must
dwarves?
militarily and ruthlessly dominate
Yes!
Iran, then I'm fine
We are entering the town.
because that's what Chucky Boy's take is.
Then again.
Okay, because Donald Trump is
Happy Ramadan, brother. Thank you.
Brink of spending possibly trillions.
How are you doing?
Definitely billions.
Happy Ramadan to you as well. Are you Muslim, Combustible Lemon?
Foreign
I don't remember.
That is 90 million strong.
Oh, you're just an ally.
And they want to do this at the behest of Israel and nothing else. Now, people will say America has a grand ambition in the MENA region,
that's right,
and Iran
Garrison.
is obviously thwarting that objective, and that much is true. But there is a different way of dealing with Iran, as I will be talking to Ben Rhodes about extensively. Ben Rhodes was a national security advisor for Barack Obama and actually played a formative role in the JCPOA. They used to call him Hamas Rhodes, Ben Hamas Rhodes, in the fucking the outsiders would call him Ben Hamas Rhodes because of his anti-Israel positions in the Obama administration. He's been in the crosshairs of the Zionist lobby for a very long time.
Missile resistance. Ooh.
We'll be having this conversation, and also Jake Tapper, another villain in the story, is like is quite critical of the Obama administration at the time as well. This is from December 28th, 2016. So, because of his opposition to Israel's genocide, right? Yes. Ben Rhodes is a very interesting figure in the Obama administration, and he's been, I mean, he played a role in two of the he played a role in two of Obama's signature foreign policy.
What is going on? Why can't they just move through the middle?
Pretty
What's going on?
aggressively, pretty openly, right? Kaya hunting a fly. No, there's people working in the house, and that's why Kaya is out and about. Isn't he also co-host of Pod Save the World, or am I missing? Yes, he is.
Come on, almost got it.
Anyway, we'll be talking to Ben Rhodes about this as well, like a different vision for how to deal with Iran. As opposed to the way that like the Trump administration has obviously put Israel in the driver's seat of our Middle Eastern policy.
No, not Muslim. That's why I said Happy Ramadan, not Ramadan. I'm making a joke about white.
My point.
Well, meaning white people.
We have.
Okay, that's funny.
We have.
I think you can say Ramadan.
We are.
I mean, I think it's okay to say Happy Ramadan.
We are at the precipice of a very dangerous war with Iran that will destabilize the region, that will potentially displace tens of millions of people, and it will cost.
It pains me to
American
attack the
lives,
dwarves, but such is life. We must get loot.
If not, depending on the length of the campaign, trillions.
It's just giving white. Yeah, that is true. It is.
And most likely lead to the collapse of the American
gold.
Empire. If you want to see,
Let's say, do we get some good gear?
You know, some
Your range units gain plus 20% accuracy.
In this otherwise very
good.
dangerous warmongering. And
why are these gear slots closed?
And I think it deserves more scrutiny. And I think
Conscript survivors.
Serious conversation about like the alternative means of dealing with foreign governments. Foreign governments that we have designed.
Terrific laborers are not great in those stats.
Foreign governments that we have basically designed
What is that?
as foreign adversaries. The Iranian government being one of those governments, right? And that's the reason why I always go back to how this is being done with Israel's directive.
Okay, cool.
I'm not one of these people that says like Israel controls America
Everyone
or anything like that. But Israel certainly is in the driver's seat when it comes to our MENA policy, Middle East and North African policy. Israel is in the driver's seat. That much is very clear to me. And it happened in the first Trump administration, and it certainly continued into the Biden administration, and it's happening once again at the directive of Trump. So
these guys.
It's important to identify the differences in opinion when it comes to foreign policy with previous administrations as opposed to the current one. And I will do that, you know? I will do that. Köpeğe işkence çekiyorsun. Evet, çok kötü durumu abi. Çok kötü. Devamlı. Sorma. İnanılmaz kötü durumda. Ulan sen Türkiye'de yaşayan Türksen benim köpeğime işkence çektiğimi nasıl söyleyebilirsin ki? Senden 50 kat daha iyi abi hayatı köpeğin. Yani burada chatte var ya, dönüp demen ne demen lazım biliyor musun şu anda? Abi nasıl köpeğin olabilirim? Abi Amerika'ya gelip senin köpeğin olabilir miyim lütfen? Lütfen. Bu köpek Amerikalılardan da daha iyi bir hayat yaşıyor da senden 50 kat daha iyi bir hayat yaşıyor amına koyayım.
What is he wearing? What is he saying? Gosh darn Turkmen. Speaking Turkmenish.
Anyway.
Is what the actual nice old white lady on your street says when they knock on your door and give you some snacks when Ramadan that they specifically made sure well. That is cute.
So
I've never experienced that.
Let's get into
I can definitely imagine people who have. I can definitely imagine people have experienced that.
As Hillary Clinton testified, she had no idea of Epstein's crimes. We'll start there first, and then we'll move on to some other.
Yeah, I'm sure Hillary Clinton had no idea about Epstein's crimes at all.
Going on in the world, so let's get right into it.
Epstein's list of powerful friends never fails to shock, and among the most powerful of all, former President Bill Clinton. Pictured in a jacuzzi, swimming pool, and on a private plane.
Alright, let's turn up the
The
sound a
Epstein
little
files
bit.
have no photographs of his wife Hillary Clinton with the billionaire paedophile. She does not think they ever met. But still, she was summoned first to take questions from US lawmakers investigating Epstein's crimes. The House Oversight Committee's Republican chair said there was no suggestion of wrongdoing by Clintons, but he wanted answers about Epstein.
How did he accumulate so much wealth? How was he able to surround himself with some of the most powerful men in the world? Was he an asset for our government or any other government?
Hillary Clinton has admitted that she did know Ghislaine Maxwell well enough that you can see.
Yep. Remember this? Remember this? I've talked about this a lot. Oh, man. It's like, it's crazy. They're playing my greatest fucking hits over here for like the last decade, you know? These are some of my greatest hits over the
One of my
last
units
decade.
fled.
And now,
That's okay.
it's on mainstream news. It's crazy.
How they say or any other government, like we don't know that the government is real. You know, it is like Western media is like barely even trying. To be fair, there's not really much you can do. Like all the arguments are just shit.
But she
like it's so obvious to everyone,
social media saying
which makes everything
she
so
had
much
no
worse.
idea about Epstein's criminal activities, adding, "I never flew on his plane or visited his island." She said if this committee is serious about learning the truth, it should ask Donald Trump directly, under oath, about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files.
How's it
It
going?
would not waste time on fishing expeditions.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
What is being held back, she asked, who is being protected, and why the cover-up? The deposition took place behind closed doors with video.
Nice, I'll finish my coffee just a
later,
moment.
But it was briefly disrupted when this photograph from inside was leaked.
Fucking Lobo took a sneak peek, a candid of Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Wait, what?
And then sent it to fucking Benny Johnson. And then Benny Johnson
Wait, that's-
watermarked the shit out of the photo and blasted it on the timeline.
That's so funny.
My God, we are run by fucking animals.
That is amusing.
This is a country.
Hey,
that
good on
is
them.
strictly on autopilot.
Yeehaw, brother.
There's no other way
Alright.
to approach it. Okay, we have
Claim rewards. Let's see. Bounty.
IQ troglodytes.
You want captives or
in positions of
units?
profound
Bone shot
power.
archers.
Lauren
They even
Boebert is one of
eat.
these people. Okay, absolute.
We could use some more units. Hey,
First of
hello,
all,
way
if
too
you're gonna
cold. How are you
sneak
doing?
peek,
Have you seen?
you
By
might as
the way,
well
way too
record
cold.
some of
We've
the
got new
most
emotes. Look.
parts that they might actually try to strike from the record. You know, fuck it. If you're
Oh,
gonna
rather
do
one
this,
another
if
new
you're gonna
emote.
violate, if you're gonna violate the rules, if you're gonna violate the process, do it for something good. Like when they ask.
It's so nice. It's such a good
Hillary Clinton
emote. Oh, she's so talented. Yoba Kitty is so talented.
Because that's something that happened with Les Wexner's
Alright, we
deposition.
can recruit a unit.
Les Wexner was
Ooh!
asked about
He can get a cannon!
close relationship
Yes!
with Donald Trump.
We are getting a
and he went
cannon!
off the fucking record.
Okay, we need not more units. We are gonna ransom captives, I think.
Speaking outside, committee Democrats said they were glad Hillary Clinton was taking questions, but agreed with her that there is a sense
go to
of
shop?
a cover-up protecting others.
Yeah, let's go to the shop. Buy some
in the
units.
United States of America, the elite
Oh, that's expensive.
and rich and powerful men and women are able to get away with these heinous crimes.
Oh, they've
we are
definitely
sending
changed
a
the price
horrible
of
message to young
alchemist
people in this
potion.
country that powerful people will always protect themselves and the rule of law does not
Yeah, Pat?
apply to everyone.
Questions are
See,
still
we get some
being
good gear.
asked about Trump himself,
Common units
who
gain
wants
plus
close
4 melee attack and melee defense. Ooh,
President
nice. That is very
files
useful.
Totally exonerate him, but there are reports that
By way too
key
cold, do you mean you're showing
related
people
to a
looking
woman
for the
who made
quote
an
that lit
accusation
health place?
about
That's
the
funny.
president
That's how I made around 15 years ago and decided to keep it.
Lawmakers like Congressman
Missing. Huh.
That's funny.
Missing.
15 years ago, damn.
Watermark's law. Yeah. The full photo is insane. Full shot of the Clinton Epstein testimony currently ongoing. What a psycho, dude.
I'm so glad we have it.
Like, this is insane.
Ah, shit. Should we recruit a unit? Can we look at the map real
Calling
quick?
Bill and Hillary was a mistake by the
Nope.
idiot Republicans.
can't.
This just put the story back in the news. I know.
Let's recruit a unit. Okay, we can get a levy
it's not going away, man.
swordsman
It's not
unit,
going away.
and then we
Every
can
other day
combine
there's
all
like
of them.
Anytime there's like a liberal institution
There we go.
that at least takes itself seriously enough that
Very cool.
applies some scrutiny
I should have waited
to-
with doing that.
to
Ah, whatever.
people that are mentioned.
Whatever. Whatever,
Epstein
brother.
Files, it all of a sudden
Right,
gets
event.
back into the news. It gets back into the forefront of the news.
Good
There's
unit.
so much
Now
going
let's discuss
on.
going through it.
It's such a target-rich environment of pedophilic elites that it's impossible not to keep this story in the headlines, right?
Ooh,
Johnny Olszewski are trying to dig out
Let's try that.
information. He took up a
No.
Department of Justice offer to search the files without redactions.
Failure, recruit
and saw
unit.
things
The
blacked
guy
out
demand to follow you,
that
but the choose
shouldn't
not.
have been.
Insight. Oh yeah, what's something to follow the same press by resolve of training.
Those who were involved.
Nice. Another spearman unit. That's gonna be useful.
Terrible things.
And those are just the files that were released. A Channel 4 News investigation suggests they could amount to only 2% of the total.
The extent to which our
Oh, it's
government
constant.
continues to withhold these documents is incredibly disturbing and makes me think that it really feels that this is a cover-up worse than Watergate, which was the seminal moment in American politics.
And you say it's like Watergate. Is it going to bring down a president?
Most
Again,
likely
I
not.
think if
Most likely not.
the potential
We don't even need to
crimes
fight this. We
and
can
the
just like
potential
own
activities
these
that
guys.
are hinted at are actually chased down and found to be true, it absolutely will bring down this president, as it should bring down any president. I think if
Yeah,
it's
cool.
tracked
I don't
down and
think
found
that's
to be
gonna
true, it
happen.
will bring down cabinet secretaries, it will bring down the Supreme Court justice, it will bring
Actually, let's
down
fight this battle. I want to see what the captain can do. What do you think of Civ
that's how it should be.
6 and
President
7?
Trump has always
Aha!
denied wrongdoing
6,
from the
7.
Department of Justice.
He looks positively slim in this photo. I do have to say he's kind of slaying. Okay, no disrespect to anybody else, but
That's funny.
I know it's not relevant, but he's looking slim. He's looking slim thick.
Has made
Oh, I think
clear
that's relevant.
being in the
It's relevant
files
to
does not
discuss the
imply guilt.
president's weight.
There are no accusations against Bill
Health of the
Clinton,
nation is at
but his
stake.
clear association with
After all.
Jeffrey Epstein will be the subject of questions tomorrow as this scandal continues to unfold.
Hillary and Bill
IDs.
Clinton are the first people to have been effectively forced to appear at a deposition, and you can hear in Hillary Clinton's statement that she has read out to lawmakers that she is absolutely furious about that. She thinks it is political. She has said to them, you've made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the files. And when one billionaire businessman, Wexner, was questioned, Republicans didn't even turn up. She's
Oh, the
talked
cannons
about
are so
spending
good.
her life devoted to,
shoot the
women and
death
girls,
beams.
talking about meeting girls as young as 12 forced into prostitution, calling it a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll. And she has argued that if this is really about the survivors, then all the Epstein files should be out there. I mentioned in the piece that there's been reporting here from the New York Times and also from NPR suggesting that files relating to Donald Trump might be missing, but our own investigations show that the FBI discussed taking in way more files than we have seen, and that is why people feel that this could be a cover-up.
Let's do this.
What? So is Bill fine with going to jail? Fuck no. I have long maintained the position that this is MAP, mutual assured pedophilia destruction. Okay, theory, but for instead of nuclear arms, we're talking.
Although I much prefer Civ 5 just by the I like Civ 6. I think. Oh, it's a Civ. Yeah, no, I like Civ 6. I enjoyed it. I've not played Civ 7. Not yet. I do want to play it at some point though.
Because Jeffrey Epstein had entanglements with so many other countries, there are always going to be other countries that go, this is not great.
Alright, Dick Cannon, you don't need to shoot anymore. We have
like
one.
In Norway, princelings getting the boot. You have in the UK some.
I will say, I started saying that shit about Norway, but that is the only, like, that is like, they had a vote on whether they were going to, like, become a republic, and they voted no. Like, insanely cut, and especially after, like, their crown prince, or crown princess, whatever, like, she, okay,
going after their
no, it, yes, something like that,
why are we not
from what I recall. Basically, like, the Norwegian crown princess or whatever she is she sexted with Epstein, and not just that, she bought or like got sex tapes from Epstein. I don't know what kind, that she then shared with her son, who is also on trial for like I think several sexual assaults. Like, the Norwegian royal family is royally messed up.
Trump had to go in and be like, all right, we're gonna do a fake ceasefire, right?
Like, it's really, really insane. Increase prestige of a unit by 1. Ooh.
Happening here as well, where
that would be cool.
There's more
Good a unit as well. Let's see.
Towards
Peasant,
affiliates,
Bowman. Nice, we can upgrade those at some point.
Americans start pressuring the American institutions. Where
Ransom captives, prestige potion, ransom captives.
Right?
Nice.
Larry
right, what is
Summers
this?
was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. We've known this for years and years. And now
Oh, the European royals are cut from the same tree. Yeah.
Is forcing Larry Summers to fucking resign, right?
You want to fight this?
Oh my God. Zoran Mamdani just got off the phone with President Trump. In our meeting earlier, I shared my concerns about Columbia student Elina Agayeva, who was detained by ICE this morning.
We should be able to defeat this fairly easily. And they're elves. I don't like elves. So we're going to be fighting this.
Incredible.
I hate elves more than a lot of other things. We don't have any cavalry, unfortunately, but that's fine. They just take on different fail of nationalism of the service. Yep, pretty much.
Mashallah.
Weapon strength for player units. Ooh. Missile
That's
resistance.
pretty fire, I will admit.
Okay, these ones. These ones.
That's really, really fucking cool. Hold on.
Artillery.
The Brown Boy superpower of Unk Whispering. Yeah, Trump fucking loves him, dude. Holy shit. How the fuck is one dude doing more than the whole Democratic Party?
Oh my shit. That's a lot of casualties.
That's crazy. Respect. Respect. He's plowing snow and he's doing it. He's doing the damn thing, you know? It's hard not to.
Let's keep shooting the Sylvan Archers. shit. We're taking quite a few casualties, which is not ideal.
All right. Let's continue with this.
Well, I'm now joined by Doug Sosnick, who served as a senior advisor to President Bill Clinton for 6 years. Thank you for joining us. I guess America is so divided that people will divide on how they feel about this, but do you think Hillary Clinton can emerge from her questioning without her reputation damaged?
Okay, we're taking quite a few casualties, which is not ideal, but that's fine. It's whatever. We'll still win, we'll destroy the elves. Elves. You can't spell elves without L. Wait, Zoran did what? I'm not sure. Let's go back. Can we go back?
The committee, Mr. Comer, who's has demonstrated.
Oh.
Well, I'm now joined by Doug Sosnick.
It's hard not to give him praise, you know?
What is it? Just got off the phone with President Trump in a meeting earlier. Shared my concerns about Columbia student Elena Acavera, who was detained by ICE this morning. He's just informed me that she'll be released imminently. W. Zoran. There you go. Literally making tangible, like, positive change.
Which is
very cool.
Okay.
Our units took quite a few casualties.
Maxwell attended
Did one of the units get
wedding,
wiped, or
and that is
am I remembering
close
wrong?
association with a criminal.
Yeah, very cool of Zoran.
First of all, that's accurate, and the reason
Very
that she
well
was there, my understanding was that Hillary had a long-standing relationship with her boyfriend at the time. But that
This
has
unit
nothing
needs to
do
replenish.
with what the chairman said.
So does this unit. We need some more melee units.
Why he called her in to get to the bottom of a whole series
Right,
of
let's enter the town.
Epstein and how he got
Loot
his
gold.
which is
Loot
ridiculous,
gear.
of course, because he never met the guy. And the last thing I'll add is
Melee units get plus 3 melee attack. Nice.
long-standing relationship.
Let's go survivors.
Long-standing relationship, and it shows
Ooh.
the absurdity in the political
Tree ants. Armor piercing large forest dweller.
and of course Melania is not.
Armored.
Well, and of course Trump.
And terrifying. Or we can get Star Riders who are armored and large.
Her whole political career, since she was first
Oh,
lady,
shit.
has been dogged by
Good choices.
the behavior of her husband, and he gives evidence tomorrow.
Let's
and
go with
there
the.
is much more evidence that he.
Oh, the Ashwood
did have
Militia
a
is pretty
relationship with
decent. Let's go with the
Epstein,
Star
all those
Riders.
you know, that don't look good.
Think?
You know, is it
Tree ant.
possible
Yeah,
for
let's go with the Star
Hillary
Riders so we can deal with
Clinton
enemy archers
by the claims
more
against her?
easily.
Well, first of all, I don't think there's a
And let us
person in the
deposit
United
some
States of America
gold.
that doesn't have a strong opinion about Hillary Clinton at this point. So I think it's very unlikely that this or anything else is gonna change that. But this is not about Hillary Clinton, and there's
Alright.
nothing that came out prior to the hearing or in the hearings.
Have
so
four.
far
Have units from
suggests
40
in
unique
any
factions
shape
in
or
the
form
campaign in one.
that she had
Blah
any
blah blah blah.
dealings with
Something like that.
Epstein. So this
Nice.
is not gonna, I don't believe, impact.
Let's go.
Melania's probably a victim. Let's be
this
real.
way.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but Melania is Melania. Was
Fog. Okay, not
connected
ideal.
to Trump through
Oh
Jeffrey
shit!
Epstein and Jean-Luc
They have a lot
Right, but what about
of
the impact
units.
on Bill Clinton tomorrow?
Can we just do an auto assault?
I mean, she might have been a victim at some point.
Yeah, let's do an auto
So
assault.
that's a different matter. And again, I think most people
Claim
have
bounty,
a
recruit
strong
unit.
opinion one way or the other about Bill Clinton already. And I can just sit here and tell you, I can tell you a couple things. As someone who
Okay,
worked for 6
we
years
need some
as a
anti-large. Wait,
and
we
I
can't
my office for
just have
last 3
spam
of
of
those
these
years
units.
was
Levy swordsman.
office, and I
We
went
need
on
another
almost
melee
all of
unit.
his trips for 4 years. I never saw once Epstein either at an event, calling in, never discussed it with him.
There you go.
So I know at least when I was
Do we
vice
want
president,
to conscript survivors?
Epstein had no
We could get the Bloodsworn Knights, so yes.
matters that have been brought
Okay,
to
we
attention
are getting the Bloodsworn
subsequent
Knights.
to or after Trump or after Clinton had left.
Large, stalwart, immune to terror. Heavy shielded. How are their stats versus the Star Riders? It looks like they're better than the Star Riders, they're faster. Yeah, they are, damn. Is it a free demo? Yes, it is. It's a free demo, it's very fun, highly recommended.
This morning over allegations against President Trump and whether key documents involving his name and an accuser were withheld by the Department of Justice. There is also
go
an apology from
this treasure
billionaire
over
Bill Gates
here.
over his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Cole Killian is in Chappaqua, New York, where the Clintons were
What do you
given
get?
depositions.
Collect up to 10 interest per turn.
This
Ooh.
continues The fallout continues, and we keep hearing there's more to come. We're also hearing that another member of the global elite has become the latest casualty of the Epstein files. What's this one about?
Yeah, that's right, Gail, and good
Let's
morning
collect that.
to you. We are learning that the CEO of the Davos Forum has resigned, the latest member of the global elite to face consequences for ties to Jeffrey.
CEO of the Davos Forum? That is the least surprising thing ever. What is... No way. He was in the Epstein files? I cannot believe this. No way.
Like President Trump, former
Right.
President Bill Clinton,
Our units are pretty damaged. There's a by-election happening in one constituency here today. What's a by-election, sorry?
Three adamantly deny any criminal wrongdoing and have not been charged in connection with Jeffrey
Black
Epstein.
Warden's Bloodstorm. Okay, these are very scary units. Outer range and accuracy reduced by... Why are there only swamp maps? Why can't I change that?
Admitted to having extramarital affairs with 2 Russian women, but added, "I did nothing illicit," in a recording obtained by the Wall Street Journal. In 2 2013 emails with the subject line "bill" that Jeffrey Epstein appears to have sent himself.
Yeah, I saw this photo. It's fucking awesome. I had a productive meeting with President Trump this afternoon.
What is this
Looking
photo?
forward to building more housing in New York City. Ford to city, drop dead. Vows he'll veto any bailout. Trump to city, let's build. Backs new era of housing.
What is this photo? That is insane. What a media demon.
Dude.
Good grief. By-election is an election for MP that's not doing the general election. Ah, okay. So, are you... It's a tight three-way race between Green, Labour and Reform Gulf. Combustible Lemon, are you a Britoid? What the heck? I cannot believe this. Okay, this fog is bad, but the entire map is swamps, and we do have a range advantage, I believe, so... Yeah, I told you before. Okay. Stop being ableist. I don't have a memory. I am AUDHD. You're being kind of ableist right now.
Never recognized the Trump family as a part of the elite. Socialites never actually wanted to hang out with him. They always considered him to be crude and brash, of poor taste.
The range of these guys is like non-existent.
A lot of his anger comes from. Zoran Mamdani, on the other hand, did something that Barack Obama never did, which is just kind of talk to him normally. Because Zoran is a person who was welcomed by the cultural elite very quickly. I mean, it makes sense. He's a well-dressed guy. He's well-spoken. He comes from that background. His father is a fucking academic. His mother is a very famous movie director, right? So
Catapults. Aim for the bloods.
Clearly a part of that movement. Okay. He's very clearly a part of this group that Donald Trump desperately wants to win favors with. And I think a part of the reason why Donald Trump is fascinated with Zoran, seemingly, is because Zoran Mamdani is, I guess, not as, like, repulsed by him. Like, he has a way of communicating with him that, because he has to fucking play ball because Trump is the president. He has a way of communicating with him in this charming manner that isn't like it isn't like outwardly repulsed. That I think Donald Trump just responds this way to whatever he's doing and offers him whatever he wants. A real hog whisperer, if you will. Not hostile,
Okay,
but also
if
not
everyone could fire the enemy, that would be very cool.
hostile.
Thought someone, are they anti-large? They are anti-large, shit!
The same shit Putin does to him, manipulation. Yeah. You never get something for free from Trump. I think part of the reason why he's doing it is because he wants to lean into affordability. He recognizes it's an area that is really devastating for him. What he doesn't realize is that giving Zoran whatever Zoran wants in terms of like affordability is going to give him like a little boost in
The
the
units
press.
are like rubber banding all over the place. Don't know what I think about that. Don't know. I don't quite like that, but hey, Dutch and English are not too dissimilar in the past and present. FRE, just ask Indonesians. True. The game just crashed. Are you kidding me? No. That battle was going so well. Okay, my PC cannot handle Saber Top Talent. That is okay. I should probably go into the Discord and be like, yo, the game is really cool. Like, much better. Like, even better than before. I'm saying much better than before makes it sound like it was bad before, which it wasn't. It just was good, which is fine.
I've said this for fucking years.
In any case, and just like tell the dev, yo, your game is great. You need to optimize it a lot more. Like, the game's graphics aren't like amazing or anything. Like, Total War battles are much bigger, but this is like a slight issue.
No man that runs around talking about
Right. I installed some other demos, rest assured, my good people. There's a game called Shantytown that's next up on the list.
Working class American, the average American reactionary.
Yeah, if you have a game with lots of entities, it needs optimization.
Okay?
For sure.
I've been saying this for years.
I'm not.
He always wanted to be welcome.
Oh, interesting. A lot of people are playing this game. This is, I guess this is one of the popular games right now.
Cultural elite that happened to be liberal or even,
Did it update it?
More
Chat, is it saying that we're playing Shantytown now?
comes from the fact that these elite circles never welcomed him because they thought he was like rude and a disgusting slumlord.
Screen shake, motion blur, sure, why not? I feel like this game, that's fine.
So there are
there no graphic settings?
different factors here. Obviously, one
Cheat
of them
codes.
is that he wants
Replay
to be
intro.
associated with, like, doing something
That's an
in
intro?
terms of affordability in the realm of housing.
Hero of development.
But the other reason is because Zoran is welcomed by those forces. I mean, his
To inspect Saffron, rank server, scout, urgency, meet. Attention, blah blah blah. This transaction development taking place on Floodlands Island. If you have your beers on child, course by age reverse extension. Visit the 85 paid experience here for the development. Notice this opportunity is mandatory phase of some of the report in hand. Blah blah blah blah blah. Choose signature. Oh.
It's also
Look, snail.
additionally ironic that his only fucking experience with the New York cultural elite is currently making him.
This snail reminds me that April is coming up in not so long, in like just a little over a month, and I do want to have War Thunder installed for the 1st of April because they usually have some pretty fun events for the 1st of April.
So he's cooked.
Okay, let's go with his signature because it reminds me a little bit of God in a way. Like Sanskrit, like language, whatever it's called. Map of West March, just come hand to know where I need to go next. My camera needs to... And set to survey dossier.
That's a friend of Daniel Boguslav's reporting. Investigative reporter, formerly of
Sail ship, ticket.
And Rolling Stone. That did a Bohemian Grove
I'm pretty sure this...
theory video with more
They did not show us this intro, and it's funny it's saying replay intro. That is a sick boat. What the heck?
He actually did the investigation initially for the intercept, and it got thwarted there. So they landed it on More Perfect Union, which is great. We'll do that. Woke Alex Jones?
Shit.
If you say so. I don't believe that the Bohemian Grove is a place where they're like actually doing satanic sacrifice, baby sacrifice or something. I think it's another fucking elite club. That's it. It's like a golf club.
Well, Gazan says that, but honestly,
I think you guys read into
with
it a
the
little
Epstein
too
file
much.
shit, I'm genuinely unsure. Like, I would not be surprised.
Is there a reason why you don't react to More Perfect Union videos? No, I just I'm doing hard, regular hard news coverage and commentary.
Oh,
More Perfect
cool.
Union is brilliant.
Look at
They're
this.
fantastic.
It's so pretty.
I just don't. Sometimes I don't have time to do
The
it.
convicted sex offender said he had been helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with consequences
Where's the
of
door?
sex with Russian girls,
They put
including
it on the door
antibiotics
ourselves?
to surreptitiously give to Melinda. Gates' ex-wife spoke earlier this month on an NPR podcast.
For me, it's just sadness. Sadness for, I've left I left my marriage.
Okay, we'll
I
put
had
down
to
the
leave my
door, so.
marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage.
But the focus now isn't just whose names appear, it's what some lawmakers say isn't there.
It's very clear the evidence is pointing to these documents are missing.
The top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee is raising concerns.
Some objects are
that
variants, but
documents related
these
to
change the model.
allegations by an Epstein survivor who accused Trump of
Ooh.
sexual misconduct may be missing from the documents that were released to the public.
Wait, can we move? No, I want to move the. Buildings require a certain amount of service to upgrade. Light, utility decor.
Elizabeth Stein says goes beyond any one
Ooh.
person.
Anytime that we find
Okay, this is. I see why this game is popular. This is very satisfying.
regardless of who it's about.
And my PC is not screaming in agony.
And Harvard University announced its former president, Larry Summers, will relinquish his remaining roles following an internal Epstein review. Summers served as Treasury Secretary under former President Bill Clinton. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will be
We can put a
deposed here
cafe as
today,
well.
while her husband will follow tomorrow.
Okay, color.
Nicole, thank you.
Okay, we need to make this colorful. We can't have it be like a Western city. Let's start off with.
Those records in question are FBI witness interviews, and 3 of the missing interviews are related to a woman who accused both Jeffrey Epstein and...
How will the Republicans spin this?
Which color do you guys want?
Spin the block and
This building.
refuse to cover it, right? My favorite contrarian in this entire Jeffrey Epstein saga has been the perennial contrarian Michael Treacy, who's waging war on the internet right now.
Oh,
he will take the opposition position on every single issue, and it's awesome that he is like, he straight up is like, we need to defend the pedophilic cabal. Like, we need to
Alright, let's go with
defend
this color.
the pedophilic billionaires. He's been like
Cafe. Some objects come in a stack group indicated by this number.
attacking the victims, saying that they're all like harlots and liars and all this stuff.
Oh,
When they
nice.
got
It automatically
defended
makes
like
it
crazy,
dark.
where's there to worry about? Howard Lutnick confirmed. Visitor to Epstein's
Sweet.
pedophile island showed up to the State of the Union, all smiles, zero shame. And also, I think Howard Lutnick shook Chuck Schumer's hand too at some point. Oh, there it is.
Oh, we can just fit it perfectly here.
It's a big club and you ain't in it is so real, except you don't want to be a part of this big club anyway, right?
President Trump of sexually assaulting her.
Unless you're fucking Nick Fuentes or one of these losers who's now saying like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was
How
kind of
far out
based
can we
there.
build this?
Unless you're a
The top
groyper.
Democrat on the Oversight Committee is among those expressing concern.
I went to the DOJ file search room yesterday to look for these documents that are in the manifest document, and they should be in there, and they're not there. These documents relate
Maybe
to
just
a
put it
survivor
here.
that has made serious allegations about the president. What's important now is that the DOJ explain to us why were those documents removed.
CNN's Kara Scannell joins us now. So, Kara, what more do we know about the specifics of these documents?
Well, Erica, the CNN investigative team have
Maybe
taken a
put
look
here?
into these records,
Yeah.
and they found that there are dozens of files that are missing. And the way that they were able to do this is they looked at the serial numbers that were on an evidence log provided to Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. And looking at those serial numbers, discovered that there
Build
were
the stairs
missing. And they were these
here.
all relate
That
to
looks kind of messy, and I like that.
FBI form for witness
Oh
interviews.
shit!
And there
Should
are
put the windows here.
325 included on that list,
Oh well.
but there are 90 of them missing.
Ooh,
And within
okay,
those
that's a
90
good
that
place
are
for a window.
includes
Service range. Service objects with a range can benefit multiple buildings. Ooh.
by Jeffrey Epstein going back to when she was
Let me just put this, like-
13 years old, and she also made an allegation that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 19.
By the way, whenever they
yeah.
say young woman, it blows my fucking mind because the victim is like barely a like the victim is a baby, okay? He's a child.
That is.
Like
Yeah, no, that is
13-year-old
really messed
not
up.
A fucking young woman, okay?
Calling them young
13-year-old's
women
a
is
little
very
girl.
disgusting.
Like holy shit.
Like they're treating the victims as if they're Palestinians or black. Like that's how they're treating the victims of the Epstein files. Like insane. Oh, look at how.
You're very liberal in your use of the
Okay, we have to
language
use this
here,
one. This is like
because
too
that's
classic.
still a
Too.
fucking teenager. That's still a child. That's still a minor. But you're now talking about like a 13-year-old, and you're like, oh, young woman. Like that's insane. We're talking about like barely out of being a fucking preteen. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, looks nice.
Now,
Transport
with the White
schedule.
House with this, they said that
Street
these are false
lamp.
allegations and its
Remaining
sensationalist.
services.
The Justice Department said that they have not
Bench.
deleted any documents, and that they said that if there are documents that are not on the public website, that's either because they were
Vending
duplicates,
machine.
privileged, or part of an ongoing investigation. We
I
have
feel like
seen
we should-
with the release of these records on the public
Let's
website
make a
that
bench
sometimes
like-
documents are there, they're taken down, then they're put back up. It's unclear
Yeah.
if there is any process that is underway related to these specific documents and these allegations
what?
against Donald Trump.
Transport
Donald
schedule.
Trump, though, has not been accused of any wrongdoing. He's not been investigated for any wrongdoing. And it's unclear what happened to these specific
Yeah.
allegations by this woman who spoke with investigators in 2019. There was another record in the files, a summary from the
services.
FBI about a number of
Let's put
these
this
salacious
vending machine.
allegations, and it said that one person claimed to be by Trump but refused to cooperate. So if that is that same person, it could be that they just reached a dead
Okay,
end.
C to change
But
the
of course,
color.
Democrats are calling foul as they
This is
have
very
repeatedly about the Justice Department's process of publicizing the records that are required under the law and redactions that they have taken.
Hours after this story broke today, the Justice Department responded to questions of where these documents are, saying, as with all documents flagged by the public, the department is currently reviewing files within that category of production. Should any document be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process and is responsive to the act, meaning the law that forced them to publish all of this, the department will, of course, publish it consistent with that law. My source tonight is California Congressman Dave Min, who is a Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, and thank you for being here. When you hear that response from the Justice Department, do you believe that's sufficient?
Thanks so much for having me, Caitlin.
Street
And,
lamp.
The answer is no, it's not. They are not responding to the law, and at this point, I think it appears clearer and clearer every day that they are knowingly violating and willfully violating the law that we passed, that Donald Trump signed into law, requiring them to turn over every responsive document. And I want to be clear, just to clarify two things that I think you alluded to. One, Donald Trump is accused of sexually assaulting a child in those memos that you mentioned.
Oh, look, it's
Two,
upgraded.
that it's not
That's
just a few
great.
dozen documents that are not turned over.
Upgrading buildings, providing all requests will upgrade a building.
Some 3 million
Look at how nice it
documents
is.
have not been turned over by the DOJ. They claim they fully responded, and yet we've found over and over again, and I can tell you
This
that
place
oversight
needs more
Democratic
benches.
staff have confirmed what you have found, that these documents are missing. They were not turned over, even though they were very clearly responsive to the questions that we asked. And this appears to be part of a very broad cover-up. And you may remember back last May when Pam Bondi reportedly told Donald Trump he was in the Epstein files. After that, there were a lot of reports that DOJ attorneys were being asked to go redact documents, to hide documents, to remove documents from the files that had Donald Trump's name. So we're definitely continuing to look at this, but it appears that the DOJ is willfully violating the law.
Please, Leah goes place all objects, take a photo, and complete the location.
Mean that it happened.
Oh,
There's,
okay,
you can
cool.
read through these documents. There's a lot in there. But in terms
Cool.
of what should be published in accordance with the law that you passed, and these haven't been, I mean, do you believe that they're intentionally breaking that law, or do you think it's because, which is what we've heard from DOJ, they had so much to publish, such a compressed time frame, that's the issue here?
Yeah. And so just to give you a quick heads up on my background, I was a federal enforcement attorney to start my career at the SEC. I have spent many, many hours doing this type of document review and management and looking things through. And at this point, I do not believe that this is just a delay in turning the documents over. The fact that so many
Okay, we need to turn down the sound of the game a little bit, if we can. Can we do that? Oh, there we go.
Matches a lot of the reports that we heard that they were trying to cover up. And at this point,
There we
I
go.
think, look,
Turn up the sound of Himbo a little bit.
That she mogs him. I mean, let's be real. Like, she holds frame. She's frame mogging everybody. She's brow maxing.
I remember this lady as being someone who was like
not
coming
even a question.
from conservative media or something.
She is the mog queen. Queen mog.
Donald Trump,
Mog.
Elon Musk, Les Wexner, anybody else. But the fact is that everything here looks like the DOJ is, again, under the direction of Pam Bondi, the AG, willfully trying to hide a lot of what's happening with them.
Starting us off, a Republican member of the House Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Anna Paulina.
Nice. And upgraded. Ooh.
Just psycho.
That looks very
Okay, let's hear from this
Congressman,
psychopath.
thank you for joining me this evening. I mean, you have heard likely the Department of Justice saying that they are looking into whether the files mentioning President Trump were improperly removed. Do you trust them to be transparent in that inquiry?
I have followed up on a number of occasions similar, and they have been very forthcoming. I've actually talked directly to Todd Blanche, and so I will personally be ensuring that that's followed through on. But I would like to also state that I think that the files that we have currently under this administration are likely not the full files. I do believe that some were destroyed previously. And I say that because in January of last year, when I was the only member of Congress that was pushing for the release of these files, we actually had a whistleblower come forward. I actually introduced legislation because of that. I even forwarded this finding to the FBI for investigation that there was destruction of evidence. And so it'll probably require a longer segment, but I will say that there have been redactions that
Camera
have come
ready.
across. I've looked at the files for a number of hours. Whenever we flag those files, they are immediately then unredacted, but there has, and it does seem to be kind of an internal
I'm
war going
done.
on even at the Department of Justice, where they have
Application
the order,
complete.
and then you have some of the attorneys that have been in charge of the redactions, and so
Very
we're doing
quaint.
everything that we can to deliver on transparency, but as you can see,
Please give some map feed.
his involved network is quite
Oh,
extensive and involves
that opens a new
Well,
page
Congresswoman,
entirely.
that
No,
does
thank
not
you.
really inspire confidence. If you
Open
believe the files
dossier.
have been destroyed,
Is that how we continue?
transparency is
Oh, yeah, it is.
if it's not been thorough.
Look at
How can the
that.
American public who are not privy
Okay,
to
that's
what
not
you
available in
do
demo. Sorry,
not
visit
have
Lighthouse.
access to files,
Oh.
how can they be confident that the Attorney General, Bondi, leading this charge, or others who are in charge of providing documents, that they really will do so in the interest of justice?
Next location, the Lighthouse.
Well, I think that because you have a bipartisan oversight committee actually working to cover. Not
This
cover,
is very
but actually
quaint.
go
That
into
is a
all this. So
huge
they're
bird.
interviewing
Why are
this
these birds so
tomorrow.
huge?
But to be clear, I mean the destruction of evidence.
Lighthouse. Construct a few houses and shops around the lighthouse. Buildings can stack when space is limited. Place buildings soon to take advantage of. Place buildings soon to take advantage of objects range.
Government, I think, would just be a
Huh?
lot to the American people. The fact is that
A ramen
they
shop,
have
house,
come
and
forward.
house.
They did say that there was destruction of evidence under the former deputy director of the FBI. Even if you're looking at the original plea,
Let's start with
Jeffrey
the
Epstein
house.
was given, you know, when he was first charged, and then also more recently when he then committed suicide in New York. I mean, he should have never gotten off. He should have never had his sentences dropped down to the way that he did. And there are marks of intelligence surrounding this as well, whether it was foreign or, you know, our own. But I don't think that we're ever going to get the full picture. And so I think that when you're talking about the story as a whole, these things, we try to be transparent. I'm telling the American people directly on my social media is what I'm finding out as we learn them. But I think the Jeffrey
Let us
Epstein
build
case in itself will
this.
kind of go down in history as one of those things that we might not fully ever get the answers on.
A document from the Epstein files shows the
The real solution here is to have an independent
Ooh,
committee.
big house. Big
an
big
independent prosecutor
house.
to investigate the DOJ. Because it's
Uh,
obvious that, like, if the cover-up is being conducted by the Department of Justice, then the Department of Justice cannot investigate its own fucking cover-up. The problem also with an independent
here.
commission would still
And
independent
a
commission
lovely
could still be
Nice.
redirected
Very
in
cool.
a subsequent cover-up of the cover-up investigation.
Let us build a ramen shop down here,
Especially
right
when we're talking
beneath
about
it.
someone who is as compromised and as deeply entangled
Oh, wait,
with not only
like so.
the CIA but
Nuts.
also with Mossad. And that's it.
Let's build like
That is the real reason. This person did not get this level of access into the American intelligence agencies, while also simultaneously keeping a close relationship with foreign intelligence agencies, and also being a fixer and a sex trafficker and a partier and a networker amongst, like, the American or the international elite, basically. And was able to do this for years and years and years, and then not have that lead to any sort of scrutiny whatsoever. It's like they're all in on it. They're all in on it.
Yeah.
I hope all of you in this chat contract a very rare disease and die, or legalize lobotomies for the mentally ill.
What?
Are you a Jeffrey Epstein defender?
What an insane
Are you an
chatter.
Epstein truther? Very strange. Very
What is
strange,
wrong with them?
time
Good
to come in
grief.
to say,
That
this
is
supposed to be like a
a
unifying
very
message for
disturbed
everybody,
chatter.
right? Like regardless
Very
of how
weird.
right-wing you might be.
Let's put that.
I mean, you're about to lose your account. That's definitely like a site-wide ban, but I hope before Twitch kicks you off the platform for saying this, you can answer my question. Are you a stan of Jeffrey Epstein? Like, what's going on? You're a Epstein guy? Quick, very strange hill to die on. Someone pull his Asmongold logs. I want to know more.
Where do we want to put this ramen shop? Ooh, I like this color. Let us build it like so.
Cause like, considering that the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is like, as close to like class warfare from the pro side as we're gonna get, I'm legitimately confused when someone comes in and is like quick to defend Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I'm not sure how I feel about this
shocking.
clipping.
Because I feel like you could go to the American heartland, you could go to West Virginia and talk to like a Republican, lifelong Republican,
That
or
works.
recently
Oh, to see
swapped
buildings.
Republican
Oh,
MAGA
left
diehard,
alt to just have a look at
plus,
it. Neat.
Trump plus 35 district, and they probably would also be like, yeah, fuck Jeffrey Epstein and fuck everyone involved with him. They might not connect him to Donald Trump as willingly as we do, but overall, this is a fairly unifying message. But I guess he's got no response to it, huh? Like, we're over here being like, hey, we should take down the international pedophilic crime ring, like sex trafficking ring, and all of the billionaires that are affiliated with it, regardless of party affiliation. And this guy's like, nah, fuck you guys. You guys are all enemies of mine. If you're going after, I'm waging class warfare on the side of the pedophilic billionaires. Okay.
Late sex offender went to
How
greater
do we-
lengths than previously known to conceal potential evidence of his crimes. 11 days before police raided Epstein's Palm Beach mansion in 2005, a private investigator took away computers, telephone directories, sex toys, and
Can we not
pornography.
remove this?
The items are inventoried in a previously unseen memo the investigator prepared for Epstein's lawyer, who had given instructions to remove items of potential evidentiary value from Epstein's home. A lawyer who represents scores of Epstein's victims has long believed he was tipped off the police were coming.
You see him working hand in hand with his lawyers and private investigators to make sure that his decades-long sex trafficking operation was not uncovered. So it shows you the incredible power he had.
In video taken by Palm Beach police on the day of the search, you can see
Ooh,
officers zero in on monitors, keyboards, and printers, but the computers appeared to be missing. The inventory list says the private eye removed 3 computers, a 3-page directory of Florida masseuses, and a photograph of a white female. There were also nude photos, sex manuals, and 29 telephone directories
Good
believed
grief,
to hold
that's-
Epstein's contacts of the rich and powerful.
It's just incredibly frustrating because if we had had this information 10 years ago, we could have spared a lot of lives.
Prosecutors went to great lengths in 2007 to obtain the missing computers, believing they contained relevant and potentially critical information. But Epstein's lawyers fought to keep them away from prosecutors, and they have never been fully recovered. And this morning, the Justice Department says it is reviewing whether materials about an unproven sexual assault accusation against President Trump were omitted from public release. Documents related to the woman who made the claim, which dates to more than 40 years ago when the accuser was a minor, could not be located in a search by ABC News. Trump has long denied any wrongdoing, and the Justice Department says it will publish any documents found to have been improperly tagged in the review process. Now, what happened?
Just a oopsie, man. Just a oopsie. We combed through millions of files, and oopsie,
Yeah.
we just happened to improperly file the 13-year-old who accused Donald Trump of statutory rape. It's just who would have guessed it, you know?
To Epstein's Palm Beach computers and all of the other items taken out of the house remains a mystery. The lawyer who arranged to remove the items died last year, and guys, we could not reach the private investigator hired for the job.
He died last year?
Thank you.
That's not suspicious at all.
Spelled with it, you, the letter. That's what the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands told Jeffrey Epstein just months before Epstein's arrest in 2019. And obviously, of course, more than a decade after he was already convicted of soliciting a minor for prostitution back in 2008. Newly released Justice Department documents show that as regulators investigated unauthorized construction on one of Epstein's 2 private islands, issuing stop work orders and weighing potential fines, Epstein appealed directly to the island's governor for help. Text messages uncovered by K-File show Governor Albert Bryan Jr. telling Epstein he had asked one of the regulators to, quote, hold everything until speaking with him, and later sought the recusal of the commissioner overseeing the dispute. K-File's Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. And, you know, Andrew, this is so important as we get to the heart of Jeffrey Epstein and how he had the power, money that he had, and how he wielded it, and this entire circle. So this gets to the influence and how he wielded it. What do these messages reveal?
Yeah, and you hit it right there. These
Upgrade
messages,
one.
they offer
Will it choose a bonus object?
window into how
What is
Epstein
that?
operated in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he leveraged his wealth,
answer.
business footprint, and promises of investment to try to influence local officials. Now, I want to give people a little background here. Epstein had deep roots in the Virgin Islands. He bought his private island, Little St. James, in the 1990s. He later expanded. You can see the
extensions.
He later expanded his footprint in 2016 and purchased neighboring Great St. James. And the permits show that he had plans to build docks, roads, residencies, and other development. And this is where these texts with the governor come into play. Now, by December 2018, regulators were scrutinizing construction on Great St. James. The Virginian Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources had issued a stop work order and began reviewing potential violations. Epstein then reaches out directly to then the newly elected governor, Democrat Albert Bryan Jr. Look at this exchange.
Ooh, string lanterns.
Epstein complained about potential fines, and Bryan said he spoke to John Pierre Orel, that is the commissioner of the department, who they're calling JP in these texts, and he asked him, Bryan said he had asked him to, quote, hold everything until he and the attorney
so nice.
spoke to me. Later, Epstein complains that the same commissioner, JP, was, quote, going after me in the press, to which Bryan responded that he had asked the commissioner to recuse himself, and then in another subsequent message, Bryan wrote, I asked him to recuse himself and concede on all previous permit requests. Now, the documents don't show what...
I mean, this is the beginning of this relationship, which obviously led to so much further scrutiny that there was like a legal case against the islands. So it's not, this is stuff that isn't even new information, really. Like, this is stuff that we know about because there was a separate court case against the Virgin Islands already. They've been, they were, like, Jeffrey Epstein was basically running the show over there. It's pretty fucked up. I guess it doesn't hurt that there's like even more confirmation now in the public eye, but this is something that we've covered before.
Change, but what they do show is this: there was an active regulatory dispute. Epstein was communicating directly with the governor of the territory, and the governor was telling him that he was intervening on his behalf.
Look
Later,
at this. Look at how
If
pretty
you were to
this is.
speculate when in his life do you think Epstein was tapped and recruited by intelligence, I think like right before the Iran-Contra affair, like right when he got into Bear Stearns the first time. Like, I don't know exactly what point in his life where his career changed so dramatically, but I think it was fairly early on, because he went from working under Bill Barr's dad at a New York school as like a math teacher in the Dalton school to being on the floor at Bear Stearns. And at that point, and that was Bill Barr's dad who gave him the job at the Dalton school, for the record. Bill Barr, the attorney general under Trump. Like when Jeffrey Epstein was killed in prison, under the watchful gaze of Bill Barr, there were connections between Bill Barr and Jeffrey Epstein far before then.
You can build another house.
Bill Barr's dad was Jeffrey Epstein's boss, the principal at the Dalton School in New York.
was asked under oath in a 2023 deposition whether Epstein received any special favors or treatment from him. He answered repeatedly and simply no.
All right, Andrew, obviously your reporting is very illuminating on that front and also shows this is not just a few text messages, okay? So when, again, we get to power and how he was wielding it.
3 months worth of text messages.
3 months worth.
January, and they end in June, and obviously Epstein is then arrested in July.
The detained Columbia student posted that she's free. She follows you on IG.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Let me see if we can reach out to her and talk to her about what happened. L. Harvey? What is it? ELL Harvey E. Oh yeah, she does.
Oh shit, that would be a cool interview. Put that there. And planets.
All right. Didn't Zoran finesse?
So many upgrades.
Didn't Zoran...
Ooh, an awning.
Finesse to get her out? Yeah. This is a Columbia student with 106,000 followers, as a matter of fact.
106,000 followers? Damn.
On Wednesday, almost a year after DHS agents took Mahmoud Khalil from his residency, Columbia students rallied on campus to demand the school protect them from ICE. Hours later, DHS took another student from a Columbia residential building.
That's insane.
And Eli Agayeva, the Columbia student detained by ICE this morning, has been released and just posted this on our Instagram. Comes after New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani expresses concern on the arrest to Donald Trump in a meeting just earlier. She said, "Hi guys, I am so grateful for every one of you. I just got out a little while ago. I'm safe and okay. I'm in an Uber on the way back home. I'm so sorry, but I'm in complete shock over what happened, and my phone is blowing up with calls from reporters. Need a little bit of time to process everything, but I will come back soon. But please don't worry. I love you all."
It's very good that she's, of course. Good grief, that must have been terrifying. I hope
she's
she...
Azeri, right? Yeah, right. Almina Ayeva.
Hassan immediately just clocking where they're from. Hassan should play.
They got a dame in.
Hugo should ask Hassan if he wants to play Race Guesser.
Probably was on some lists.
Not Hugo? Was it Hugo? No, I don't think. Was it Hugo? No, he did the Race Guesser. Or did he also do Race Guesser? I don't remember.
Fucking insane.
I know that Wow did Race Guesser.
Yes, this is the Columbia student that was nabbed.
Either way, I think Hugo would do great. Would have great fun playing Race Guesser with Hassan. I think that would be very funny as well.
So, Jeffrey Epstein is what from? Okay.
Okay, this is a
we'll
great
talk about that. We'll talk about that after in a little bit. Let's get back to the Jeffrey Epstein situation.
Okay. And as we point out, this went down this whole back and forth 11 years after he was,
and after the Miami Herald's investigative series, which was in November of 2018.
Right. So all of this then is known. There were meetings, there were attempts to meet as well that you've unveiled here. What do the records show?
Well, Aaron, that's right. The messages suggest this was not their first contact. Emails from September 2018.
I don't know, but I can see Hugo doing it. Yeah, no, exactly.
Show aides coordinating a meeting between Brian Epstein and Epstein at Epstein's financial firm in the Virgin Islands in April 2019. As this dispute was unfolding, Epstein texted Brian right there. He says, "Can you spare 15 minutes?" To which Brian replied, "For you, absolutely."
Is that
Epstein and Brian
garbage dump lying? Okay,
appeared to be
it's
the
not.
office of Epstein's longtime Virgin Islands tax attorney. There are also emails, meetings, and phone calls, including
look at that beautiful location.
His longtime Virgin Islands attorney. So the documents show an ongoing line of communication both during Brian's campaign and later as Epstein was dealing with the regulators. Now, we reached out to Brian and his spokespeople many times over the past 5 days, and we did not hear back from any of them.
All right, and of course you'll let us know if you do. It is amazing though. All of this every day, new information coming out, digging through.
Not available in demo. Sorry. Visit Marshland's Pipe.
We're weeks past this stuff.
Missions complete all 8 main locations of injury reporting. Do as many side locations like along the way.
Last night that we only have. He said half of the documents that are out there, and the half we don't have. He says
is the bad.
Martian Sky. Do we want to do another one?
Regarding
Or
those
move
apparent
on?
missing Epstein files.
I think we want to move on.
Related to President
This game was quaint. This game is very cute. Oh, that's a pipe over there. Neat. I wonder if we can see the other location. Yeah, we can. Okay, look. Here's the other location we made. Nice. That's very cool.
Those are the FBI interviews with witness
Look at that.
missing from the Epstein files that are publicly available.
That is very nice. I like that a lot. Yeah, this is a very good puzzle slash like building game. Very quaint. I don't like these giant birds. They creep me out.
Who claimed that she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein and said
Okay,
that she
right.
was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 1980s.
Just exit the
Initially,
game
DOJ
and try
said
another one.
That the documents were either not posted because they were duplicative, they were privileged, or they were part of an ongoing investigation. We just got a new statement from the Justice Department where they say,
Shanty
as the Department
Town.
of Justice has consistently said and has done since the January 30th, 2026 publication of the
Uninstall it.
Epstein files,
It's
if
fun
any
demo.
member of the public, including victims, reported concerns with information in the pages, the department would review, make any corrections, and republish online. Several individuals and news outlets
Next
have
up.
recently found files related to documents produced to Ghislaine Maxwell in discovery of her
Wasn't there
criminal
another
case that
demo I
they claim
downloaded?
appear to be missing. As with all documents that have been flagged by the public, the department is currently reviewing files within that category of the production. Should any document be
Drill
found to have
riff.
been
Was that it?
improperly tagged
No, I
in
don't
the
think
review
that was it.
process and is responsive to the
Steel
act,
artery.
department
There we
should, of
go.
course,
That's
publish
it.
consistent with the law. So now DOJ saying it is going to review this trial.
I got some negative videos on YouTube feed by this creator, Austinox, but on Twitter he supports you, Lamau. This is a 10-month subscriber.
That is funny.
Chatter, that's one of my editors.
Alright. Steel artery. Next game.
Austinox, are you in here? You see this shit?
This version of the game doesn't represent the final quality of the product. There's less content, some gameplay mechanics are missing out balance, the interface unfinished, and there are maybe
motherfucker
bugs
is
are poor
not let
installation. That is fine. It is a demo. It is expected.
Pivotal cancellations.
If you encounter something that doesn't work, we have suggestions for improving the game. Please use the
for
feedback
years
form
and
panel
years.
below.
He was at-
Thank
he
you for
was
patience and
there
understanding.
at the
Very cool.
inception point of the fuck Hassan content and commentary.
I really like giving feedback to games. It's nice. Also, where is my mouse? What?
It's because you eat animals.
Okay, I can see my mouse on like the stream, like my stream
funny.
OBS window. I cannot see it in the game.
Austinox doing God's work? No, man. No. I had to literally tell him to stop.
Okay, UI scale. That's
It's just, I had to straight up tell him to stop. Tell him to watch Azan U for some enlightening stuff. I had to literally be like, bro, you don't understand. Like, people can't recognize when you're joking. They use it. Like, all my fucking ops are using the shit that you're, like, the shit that somebody's memeing
That is
on
funny.
to destroy my life.
Of records that CNN and others have been able to identify
okay.
based on
Can
the
we?
serial number.
Maybe we need
So
to
it
restart
shouldn't
the
be
game real
difficult for
quick.
them
I would
to
like to see
locate them
the
in theory,
mouse.
and said that they will review them and then publish them if it is
Restarting the game. Just a moment, everyone.
We'll wait to see
Ops,
what
eat your
hits
mouth.
those public
Mouse.
records
Yeah.
in the next couple
A
hours.
little bit inconvenient.
All right,
But,
fair
you know,
enough.
it'd be like
Thanks
that.
very much for that reporting. Sochihiro Jose,
Okay,
you were
we're
nodding
just
along
not going to be
there
allowed to
because
see
you
a
worked at the
mouse, I
Department
guess,
of
for this
Justice. I think
game.
you have an understanding of what this is. I mean, she did
Oh,
a good
there we
job
go.
of laying it out.
I found a way to fix
Why
it.
do we know these are there? What does it say that they're missing?
I made it into like windowed
Well,
mode.
It essentially is saying that there are these FBI files that they're
Now we can see my mouse.
interviews of
Very cool.
witnesses, etc.
New game, campaign, intercity, train city name.
Are potentially
Shimling train.
the FBI, etc. What I will say is that this entire thing and the fact
What?
that there have been missing of these
Okay,
documents
it's being a little bit silly.
just
Sorry,
shows
enabled.
how
Yes,
the
please.
Justice Department was not prepared to do this, and why the Justice Department
The legendary steel police train.
out their case files for the reason that case files live.
The machinery of the
everywhere.
Empire
Not just
pulsed in
the
unison
FBI,
with its
they're in the
engines.
U.S. Attorney's Office, multiple U.S. Attorney's offices.
Okay,
National
this is
Security
very slow.
Division, DEA,
It visited the
all
great
of
cities
these
of the
places.
continent.
And so when you say, I want every file on X issue, what ends up happening is that you
Visioning the hearts of the locals with celebration.
to come together and to give you those
Okay,
files.
I don't mind. It's nice that it's a little bit slow. And with the power of its guns binding the promises with the iron will of the Emperor. Ooh.
Error. There are things like that. So what you're seeing
I
right
like
now,
this
what we're
lore
seeing
building
over
so
the
far.
last
While the
few
capsule
years is sort of
feasted,
this chaos, and what
I
happens
like
because
armored
Justice
trains a
Department
lot.
really does not do this.
Greed and folly consumed it from
My
within.
understanding of our reporting is that
Whoa, that's just like me for real.
a manifest that was given
The Great Train was declared a burden and torn apart. No!
Yes, and they should know. You're exactly right. I think there will be questions about why was it.
Which the parents quickly forgot that duty turns to their own interests.
Taken out of the original
The duty. The empire effectively collapsed to the size of its capital. Collapsed to the size of its capital. Oh, okay. Rebuild steel police and restore the empire's form of glory. Okay, this is. I like the idea that they'll just allow us to like. It will be supplied with all that remains. I didn't read the form of art. The mission is near impossible, but you can't fail the Emperor. I like the idea that these promises which are defected will allow us to just roll into the cities. But neither you nor the Empire has any other choice left. That they'll just allow us to like roll into the cities with a giant armored train without, you know, derailing it. Though trains can run without rails.
A lot of duplicates. And
except the Emperor's first class and public span is wide to open.
Aspects of it, but also
okay, this game looks a lot more in depth than I expected.
That's bullshit.
This is a very promising demo so far. We have humans and orcs, so we might even have fantasy racism. Very cool. On the public span specifically. So the game you only interact with an Empire. In the future will have access to new factions who their own interests and decide whom to cooperate with. Except the first class of the Empire will complete it together as part of the story.
The files and would most likely come to the same conclusions that people are coming to right now in real time because the incidents took place, the crimes took place, the connections are still very real, and the people that were deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein are still very much a part of
some of the heap of scrap. Congratulations, Mia. Now your problem is there's a wreck on the rails. Constantly will have a chunk that's prescription of the donation for itself. Something missing, not my concern, figure it out yourself. Touching that people are so inspired with the ride.
Slow rolling of the documentation with their heavy redactions actually make it worse? Sure.
It is true. Problem with the about to the notes complaint there's no work. Perfect. Pin of disparate hands ready to just improve the place of block. Use them. The chances to make this panel metal move, do it quickly. I will not tolerate failure.
Is bullshit when like there still would have been a lot of attention on this stuff. There was a lot of attention on this stuff before the documents were released.
Study game controls.
Right, it sort of dealt with this.
Yes, an independent person who could have dealt with this.
Does that exceed a train?
Which is this idea of the Epstein class, because I mean that really is the
thing
that has stuck out to me as we have learned more and more about this. Something that started in the realm where everybody wanted to call it a conspiracy theory, right? Both Democrats and Republicans that I talked to in this town would say that it was a conspiracy theory. There were people in the MAGA base for President Trump that really wanted these files out. His vice president was one of the loudest.
And they still do. This is the
Let's get to know the creatures better. You can creature and review its info. Beyond their independent minds, they have their own wallets, needs, and characteristics.
And that's precisely the reason why
employment and wages to spend money on services.
And reveal it. And of course, because they're so fucking incompetent, when they
want to watch the state of the creatures and find them with jobs and with satisfied needs, so we don't want them to starve stuff or leave the train forever. So the creature will take good care of them.
They did not realize that the scrutiny would only increase. And here we are. I mean, it's not going to go away. This is why I kept saying over and over again, this story is not fucking going away. Because if you recall initially, there were a lot of people in my audience that were like, I don't know, this is a cult, which is perfectly reasonable for you to, I mean, it is a cult, right? It's perfectly reasonable for you to come to that assessment, come to that conclusion, and be like, this is a cult. I don't think they're going to care too much. But no,
they just hold
they do.
Blueprint in the mock down.
They do. It is the purest expression of class warfare. That like it is the purest, like it's the closest that I think us Americans have ever arrived at like an understanding of class. Because this is the maximum worst possible thing that billionaires can do and get away with, and they clearly got away with it. So. No matter how right wing you are, no matter how much you believe that billionaires are actually trying to do well and trying to do right by everybody, and it's an aspirational goal. No one is thinking it's an aspirational goal to be a part of an international sex trafficking of minors ring, right?
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I think too many people think that, which is not nice to think about.
So no matter how much these guys like suck,
like there are a lot of anime watchers out there, you know,
and cope and whatever. Ultimately, they don't, like, with the exception of a couple incels and groypers and people like that. Most people look at the situation and go, "This is gross. This is disgusting. We need truth."
Okay. Study the toilet building card. Byproduct study water and wastes.
On our side of the political spectrum.
Prep the toilet, the reason it's filthy, black stains of walls, but it's at least better than reading oneself on the ground. Price 6 coins, time to receive service 10 minutes.
The president is literally calling members of Congress into the Situation Room to
Pay attention to the services section, some service. Why you throw us under the bus? AOL wasn't on the list. I didn't say anything about you guys, what do you mean?
They were all right. And
I'm just saying that I think there's a lot of very messed up people out there. But I do think that Hassan is generally right in that. The majority of people are not disgusting, vile creatures who aspire to become like
regardless of whether or not he ever actually did anything wrong, right?
I wonder if the demo is to assemble the heap of scrap. If it's just that section of the game or it's more. I hope it's more. I really like when demos are just like everything in the game so far.
Give us the Epstein class.
But never makes games like that.
What problem?
Potential service sections, some services consume resources.
Well, I think it does.
If you spend their hard-earned money, the Empire service costs money, assuming the toilet. Awful as it may seem, such as the Emperor's will. Don't worry, you'll set your own laws on the train, removing the fee for selected services, or raising it even higher.
It becomes a trust thing, but you know.
Against both several floors, ladders will let creatures move vertically. Press B to select structure, and then ladder.
Strange things about Epstein, and so the craziest conspiracies have proven not to be true. But that doesn't mean what was done was not bad, right?
Really? Is that your takeaway? The craziest elements of the Epstein conspiracy have been proven not to be true? Is that was your takeaway? What are some of the craziest? Like, I don't know, eating babies? Sure. Okay. Some people believe that like Tom Hanks was eating children. Okay, that's not true. Fine. But that's a very vague generalization here. If you're saying that international capital was deeply
let's build the second floor.
But
there's we need a block, which can be a floor, ceiling, or wall without you can't place more
and possible Mossad agent
structure blocks.
That was trafficking weapons.
I'm guessing most units are 2 tiles tall.
Selling Israeli surveillance to other countries and
pictures in different blueprint colors. How would the blueprint see this state? Yeah. Blue blueprints are things they're building, and the other ones.
If you look at it broadly,
black green means everything is fine. The building construction, but no one is working on it yet. Green means someone's already working on it, and the resource fluid. Blue means construction is possible, but some condition not yet met. In this case, it's because of holes in the cladding under these blueprints. Okay.
Conspiracy theorists. If anything, it frustrates me endlessly whenever people come in and they hyper focus on Pizzagate and how this actually vindicates the Pizzagators and shit like that. It's not true. It's the exact opposite. But
it hasn't told us about anything.
There are plenty of elements here that are real.
And I think that this is why
this has been difficult. Frames external sidewalls of the train, they need to fill the holes in the cladding since hanging buildings have been. Frames are the only buildings you can build other structures on, and they are actually built automatically when you build an empty space out here, but there are no frames. You demolish the toilet, no need to do that, you would find frames behind. Press B, select structure, then select.
I don't think that's entirely correct. But even if people have that as a motivator, then great, because guess what? It still reveals information. But this is a bipartisan effort between Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. They were the champions of this revelation.
Working buildings is important for building the efficient train. Click the highlight carriage section.
In
all buildings, creatures work in shifts. Becomes work a specific time and leave out the shift ends. Then the shift to perform that task, in this case, delivering resources.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that regardless of the motivation, it's kind of like the WikiLeaks.
When the shift ends, the creature gets silent and building storage.
Assange hates Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
And Julian Assange worked with
FSB
and only released the files that they had on the DNC. They never released the files that they had on the RNC. If you recall at the time,
Notice the bond employee's name shows when the creature started working and how much time is left on
the that like this was a partisan initiative, because at the end of the day, those conversations at the DNC were happening. Those are real communiques that we now have access to as a direct consequence of Julian
They all have
Assange's
different
great work
8-hour
at
shifts.
WikiLeaks.
Only 8 hours is like surprisingly nice for what I expect of the Empire so far. I figured out how employees worked in buildings.
And the same goes for this case.
From this
at all,
moment on, you
because
choose
as
where to build
well,
new buildings
you
yourself.
got
They have different sizes to try
Democrats
these.
that want
Build unoccupied
Republicans
space
to
is possible
be
to take planning
tarred
seriously.
and
Space on the
feathered.
terrain is very limited.
Great.
It may seem difficult, but don't worry.
And
With
you
time,
have
it will get
Republicans that think
better and
that
better. Don't forget to
Democrats
build
are
ladders
going
and
to
blocks
be
yourself.
the only ones that are held
So the link
responsible. That's also
Parcels
great.
move between Paris between
Fantastic.
buildings. We already have one cameras
It
with plans
doesn't
with
matter
plans.
to
We need
us.
another
If
one.
you care
We're
about the
building
truth,
these foundations to train
then
the
use
blocks.
this moment to your
Ladders
advantage.
can also serve as
And
foundation.
also,
Okay.
I don't even think that what you're saying is all that correct. The other day there was a Trump supporter there was a Trump supporter who was 21 years old from North Carolina.
We have a huge,
that went to a fucking Walmart,
we have a lot of
purchased
stuff.
a shotgun and a gas canister, and walked up to Mar-a-Lago, got shot and killed by Secret Service. That's a Trump supporter. Now, obviously, I'm not urging people to do that. That would be fucking insane. But what I'm trying to say is a Trump supporter did see that and clearly didn't have that partisan approach, okay?
Buildings need a foundation. The train deck or blocks.
More Trump supporters. There are a lot more Trump supporters out there, I think, that see this as a bipartisan incident, and that reflects the data as well. For the record, here it is.
Let us build another.
Americans believe the Epstein file shows that the powerful get a pass. Reuters Ipsos poll finds among all adults, 69% strongly agree that the Jeffrey Epstein files show that powerful people are rarely held accountable. This is why I said this is the purest expression of class. Purest expression of class you can
also
ever
research,
arrive at.
not enough.
Where you have
How do we get
agree
research?
at 17%, strongly agree at 69%,
Services.
and disagree
Eatery.
at 11%. Do you understand?
Let us have most of the services
how
in
crazy
one
that
place.
is? Even among Republicans, 58% say they strongly agree that the Epstein files prove that powerful people are rarely held accountable, and 28% somewhat agree.
Let's have
Even
the buildings
among
which are 3
Republicans,
tiles tall.
I'm
So
sorry.
Let's not have them here.
This is something that transcends party lines. You can say
Let's have
part of the
buildings which are
reason
2
why is
tiles tall
because
here.
conservatives oftentimes trafficked in conspiracy in the realm of conspiracy. Turns out some of those
Station.
conspiracies were real, and it wasn't a fucking conspiracy theory at all. But ultimately, this is the reason. This is the reason why I say this is something that is
Let's make
totally
the carrier station
nonpartisan.
over here instead.
You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter. You see all of these super wealthy people running around and playing patty cakes with Jeffrey Epstein, and it's impossible for you not to recognize that there's something beyond partisan affiliation here at play. It's a class issue.
Let's make 2
The files
cabins.
that lowered my trust in political and business leaders is another important one, where 53% of all adults say strongly agree and 24% somewhat agree. Amongst Republicans, 33% say
Build
they
another
strongly agree that
section.
the Epstein files have lowered their trust in political and business leaders, and 35% say they somewhat agree that the Epstein files revelations have lowered their trust in political and business leaders.
We should
That's
probably have put the
huge.
carrier station first. But
Okay.
it's fine.
The hardest part of this would be to decouple the
we
MAGA
could
base
build
from Trump
another
directly by
structure.
consistently hammering on the point
Maybe we
that
should just
Donald
build
Trump was a
another,
primary
toilet.
recipient, was a primary co-conspirator, was a friend to Jeffrey Epstein. They don't want to see that reality, and that's fine. As long as, it's not fine, but like you work with what you have, right? This
We
is
should
why
definitely
I kept-
queue up things so
this is why I kept
these other
saying
things get
over and
built
over
more
again that
quickly.
this is one, not going to fucking go away, regardless of what you think, and two, that this is a unique opportunity to actually keep hammering on the point that this is an issue that transcends
Service
partisan
status
lines, and this is a
not provided.
class
No
issue.
recipe. Oh, okay. What are the options? We have fish.
How do you think the powerful
We
are
don't have
unaccountable
meat.
but not have
We don't have
that
vegetables,
fact
and
lower
we
your
don't have
trust?
berries. I guess we'll make fish.
You think that there are some business elites that you are you still believe are trustworthy, I guess, that you think are not embroiled in controversy. Embroiled?
Okay, we'll just wait with building these other things for now. We need to build the power station first.
I accidentally said embroiled.
Let us also, as soon as they're done there, we'll
Epstein is to
build a
America what
ladder
Littlefinger is to King's Landing.
so that we
Sure.
can.
I'm
get
ESL. I'm
resources.
ESL.
The South Change can only be used to remove
I'm
resources.
ESL. What's Nick Shirley's fucking excuse? All right.
Can we make a warehouse here?
We're gonna move on to some other stuff here as well.
Because frames behind the building are missing.
As unreal as this sounds, Mike and myself are breaking the last connection news. What?
What?
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Oh, look, it's stuck.
Hassan, distrust in elites is why conspiracy theories replace reliable experts with sharp.
Notice the red by the top of the building. It hides the main entrance color, indicates the problem type. All the master of the building should be the hint about promises, but brand new. There's no employership. We simply don't have enough region. We'll fix it now. The building's fine, no bastard.
Created people like myself.
By the time new residents will arrive to learn more about who come, however, the top panel review the expected migrant section.
Talk about issues that were previously never discussed in mainstream news.
Region coast is invasive. Oh, okay, it's different regions. Danger: 1% chance of not return during the expedition. Power. Interesting. Explored resource deposits, expected extraction rate.
A faucet of misinformation.
I've reviewed the region. You know, check how rich the region is. The resource there.
Of this, unique
okay, so far that's very good. So
one of those
that so the creature can board the train. We need to build a gate maintenance section.
Tyler Oliveira, as you guys know, has been a pretty aggressive peddler of racialized, agitative propaganda, slopaganda, whatever you want
besides
to call
migration,
it.
the gate is also needed for creatures to go outside for resources. Lady would like several gates improving train logistics, but more on that later. We can build it in a height. Sentence carried out using special
information environment during the election cycle. Everybody loved him when he did that. Nick Shitley is following.
Building is possible. There's no foundation. It's funny.
And as you
how
guys
far
know,
out
Nick
can we
Shirley
actually expend the
played a big
chain?
role in the Somalian fraud story, Somali fraud story that they call Somalian fraud story, and the Republicans loved him.
Let's build the gate.
Conservatives who are also Jewish.
So as soon as people come in, they can witness the amazing toilets on our amazing, beautiful train. This game so far, like, I think this is one of
this white supremacist that they were
my top 2 or 3
putting out
of the
there.
demos we've played so far.
Now,
this game looks
loved
very
them.
promising.
They loved
At
these
least
guys when they
it
were
looks like a game
investigating
I would
Asians
enjoy.
eating cats and dogs, or Somalis doing fraud, but now they go after.
I like the art
Jewish
style,
the same substandard racialized
which helps a
fraud,
lot
and
in
everyone
that
that cheered them on
the
are losing
mechanics
their
for me seem
fucking
interesting.
minds.
Like there's a lot of logistical
I
stuff,
wonder why.
and it seems like it's implemented in a good way so far.
And it's very funny to see.
We'll see
people
what
like
bugs
Joel
we'll
and
encounter on the way.
Pelton. I mistakenly believed that Nick and Tyler Oliveira were very different because Nick was exposing alleged fraud and Tyler was just
The red checks have new
harassing
passengers.
Americans
Cities
with
always have
large
eager
families
recruits, but
legally
you will spend
eligible
most
for
time in the wild,
benefits.
so don't expect
If
this
you
left
can't tell the difference
by
between
staying
fraud
control
and
panel or
harassment, then
press
you
C,
just
find
expose
them.
yourself
Don't
to
set
being an
limits.
anti-Semite. I was
Humans,
wrong.
9.
Shame on both of you.
Humans, 9 orcs.
I never thought the lepers would eat my face. A lot of these guys don't understand. Boomer conservatives,
Right, 9 of
especially
each.
of the
You'll have
evangelical
3 of
Christian
each.
Zionist variety,
Some buildings
are
take quite a long
philo-Semitic,
structure, that's okay, so
They're
buildings come at once. Just make things how
and they're
existing
first and
registration.
foremost, even if they're
And press
anti-Semitic,
Q and middle mouse buttons.
primarily focused on defending Israel.
Oh, neat.
Okay.
Useful.
Zoomer conservatives, on the other hand, are Hitler Youth. And they have decided that
Hitler
Jews
Youth.
are no longer a part of the white in-group. Okay? It's that simple. This is the major driving force, the major fissure in the Republican Party right now. Tyler Oliveira has decided to move in that direction, in the Gen Z direction, where Jews are no longer a part of the white in-group. They're also on the chopping block. And as a matter of fact, if he goes by the old tradition of fascists, he will probably tie this back to a conspiracy, a grand Jewish conspiracy, because these guys all believe in the Great Replacement, right? The idea that like these cultural forces are, these elite liberal cultural forces are actually bringing in unlimited
another
third
carrier
world
station that will make
migration into the
construction
United
much,
States
much
of America
faster.
in an effort to destabilize.
I'm gonna go to the loo real quick.
superior,
So,
Western civilization.
give me just a moment.
Many people believe it. It's
I'll
actually
have the
trafficked by
himbo
famous
entertain you
conservative
guys.
Jews such as Mark
Do not
Levin.
perish. Be right
Mark
back.
Levin was formative in Nicholas Fuentes' development. Nicholas Fuentes himself has revealed that he learned about the Great Replacement from listening to fucking Mark Levin. Okay? Just remember that. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the original Great Replacement theory was concocted by Nazis. And the Nazis kept saying over and over again that this replacement was happening, this liberal degeneracy, this moral rot that was destroying Western civilization was actually carefully conducted by the international Jewry. A lot of conservatives thought that they could get away with the subtle or not so subtle anti-Semitic conspiracy trafficking without having this ever impact American Jews in any meaningful capacity, or more importantly than American Jews, it would never impact Israel. Now that it's actually impacting Israel, now it's a major fucking problem. Okay? Because these guys do not care, for the record, about anti-Semitism growing in the country, because they also understand what we understand, which is that there is no systematic exclusion of Jews in the United States of America and in contemporary society in the same way that it exists in like the criminal justice system for black people, for brown people, for Muslims. The systematic discrimination does not exist for Jews in the United States of America right now. It did in the past, and it might in the future, but for the time being, it doesn't exist. That doesn't mean that anti-Semitism doesn't exist. Of course, anti-Semitism exists. Anti-Semitism will still... anti-Semitism happens all the fucking time. Discrimination against Jews at the personal level happens all the fucking time, right? But as far as a comparison between like anti-blackness that is deeply embedded in American society, that we've never reckoned with, that we've never actually solved at all, that we refuse to even acknowledge as an existing force in American society, or Islamophobia in the way that it exists right now. It's institutional for these other forms of discrimination, but for anti-Semitism, it is not institutional for the time being.
I have returned.
I repeat.
Also, was just thinking way too cold that I would never throw you under the bus. We have a train here. I just throw you under the train.
The Republicans
a violently more effective solution.
Then it will go back to the systemic. It will turn into systemic discrimination. Okay? That is the main story
let's build another
taking place within the Republican Party. Young Republicans that are Republicans that have an appetite for unlimited edgelordism, unlimited nihilism, have realized that, perhaps Jews are also not a part of the white in-group. Perhaps Jews as a
status not
force
provided no free slots.
Led to the Great Replacement theories, going back to the old fascist propaganda, the anti-Semitic version of fascism. Okay? But while these guys were targeting Muslims and black people and brown people, everybody loved it. Now that they're targeting Jews, the conservative movement is very frustrated. The reason why they're frustrated is not even because they all unilaterally care about anti-Semitism, but they are fearful that this will actually break apart the last unlimited support for Israel crowd. If the young generation of Republicans are anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel, okay, then it's over for Israel, because the Democratic Party is already out, right? They're not anti-Semitic, but they're anti-Israel, especially on the Democratic side, on the Democratic Party side. And it's ironic
also
that
put a shower and
a lot of these conversations about
Sorry,
demands of censorship, and the Republicans actually leaning in to Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira, that then turn around and pounce on them, is also
having two carriers.
Feeding into the anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Construction is going much
The
faster.
media. This is literally feeding into it, because people see it. Reactionary people look at it and go, why can't I fucking make fun of the Jews? What is this about? Like, I thought it was, no holds barred. I thought we could make fun of everybody. And
it is very
on the left also
ironic.
Liberals also see it as well.
Rubbish. The right wingers have set up. It's,
Dems are anti-Israel right now? Hell no. It's just a few Dems.
It's
No,
going to
my
fight them
friend.
back.
I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about
Maybe not even
self-identifying
that ironic.
liberals,
It's very
self-identifying
expected.
Democratic Party voters. The issue of Israel in the base of the Democratic Party is an 80-20 issue. 80% are in favor of moving away from Israel. 20% still want to continue a relationship with Israel in the same ways, or even, have deeper commitments to the state of Israel. The voters are not on Israel's side.
I think having more
the
carriers
voters broadly in
would
America
be more
are
valuable
not
than
on
having
Israel's side.
more
Okay.
construction workers.
This is what Sneeko had to say. Nick Shirley makes a video about Somali daycares, gets pushed by the entire Peter Thiel MAGA cabal, Elon, J.D. Vance, Rumble, all glazing benevolently. Tyler Oliveira exposes how Jews in Jersey scam taxpayers, harass Goyim, have their own police, hospitals. No one says a word. Now, my position on this, for those of you who don't know, or if you are
Stealing a friend of mine, so
oblivious to
saves
my
us.
position on this is that
Find the noble some select
Has there
instruction for
fraud?
construction, look at the red zone inside the
fraud
business.
existed
Like in the red zone, it marks a high level of current chassis.
with
You're left
Somali
just
people
one with
engaging
maximum
in
height.
this fraud? Absolutely.
Putting height of 10.
Is there a proper way to investigate this?
Height is limited, we can spend
Has that investigation
infinitely
taken
left,
place?
right. Let's add
Also,
space.
yes.
Locomotion section.
But what
While the chassis is being built,
Nick
click it and
Shirley
review the building card.
engaged
Notice how
in
the balance will
wasn't a
carries
proper investigation
Demonstration of
whatsoever,
the labor. If you hover
right?
a resource icon, you can read about the resource and
Yes,
only
I
what is
said has
present.
their fraud. You got me. Okay.
Okay. Locomotion.
What they were doing was taking advantage of an existing court case, an
Did it
existing
tell us what to
investigation,
build?
and hours of investigative reporting to do bottom of the barrel racialized propaganda to
Well,
claim
okay,
that
we can't really
every
build
single
an engine,
Somali
the
that
drivers
runs a
can't.
business is
Oh,
actually
the drivers can't.
engaging
That's
in
interesting.
fraud. Okay? And everybody loved it when they did this.
All right, let's build this.
The same goes for enclaves of Hasidic
That requires a
Jews.
lot more
If you
resources.
recall, Tyler Oliveira
Okay, I
did
see why they made us
his
have another
initial
construction
piece
station.
on the Orthodox Jewish community in New York City. I talked about pre-existing investigative reporting on the ways in which the Orthodox community
Okay, if they could
takes
start with a
federal
ladder
funds
instead
or
of going
citywide
all the way
funds
around, that would be
and refuses
preferable.
refuses to engage in like proper educational initiatives, right? This is like a real ongoing thing. Does this mean that like Jews are engaging in this mass conspiracy to defraud the government? No, of course not. Okay? But the way that these people presented,
We
the way that
need
these
to
people
make
present
more
this
small
information,
ovens.
leaning into pre-existing investigations that have been conducted, is by taking it and broadly saying like everyone's doing it. Okay? Everyone's doing it. Did you watch this video? I didn't, but I'm very familiar with Lakewood or Lakeview. Is it Lakeview? Lakewood? The Orthodox community in New Jersey. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with the Orthodox community in New York. It's just ironic that Nick Shirley also did pro-Israel propaganda only a year ago, and now they're calling him anti-Semitic
This
for
game is
responding
really-
to
It's really
Tyler
nice.
Oliveira, Lakewood, New Jersey. Sorry, not Lakeview.
There we go, more sleeping spaces.
But yeah, this all stems from unleashing these right-wing forces that trafficking
Chunks being
conspiracies
used,
that
toilet
constantly
being
actually
used.
engage in like ethnic divisions, constantly
Cabinets being used.
present entire ethnicities, non-white ethnicities, as though they are a parasitic force in the United States of America, and now that enmity being directed at Jewish communities.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the largest Orthodox Jewish
Oh my
communities
shit.
in America. How large are the families out here?
Anywhere from 6 to 12 children.
This is an insane start.
99.9% 99%.
I can just feel the
Basically,
anti-Semitism coming
this
from the start of this
community is
video.
allowed to
What?
police themselves. Yeah, the trash cans. We have a problem now in
That's
Jackson
insane.
with rats, which we've never had before.
And
They don't
unfortunately,
want to live
not that
amongst us.
surprising.
They don't want to live with us. They just want to live.
The right winger
and
being
not have us
racist?
be part
No
of their
way.
lives.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people.
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. When you came to Curious Joel, what was the agenda? What was the?
There was no agenda. I know what I'd even find.
But there was still an agenda in mind. There's a reason why you came down to Curious Joel, right?
Just trying to learn. What do you actually think I got wrong about it?
I just think there was agenda.
What? Hello. All right. So I'm not sure what the strategy is. How are you doing? I think I'm gonna sue. That honk was promised to him. His kids in there is doing that? As we were trying to escape from the Jews honking at us from all directions, turns out I had summoned the Shamrim police, the Jewish community's internal police force.
We got multiple calls. I'd say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
What?
With a quiet look on here. Just got a concern saying.
Okay, that is insane.
Luckily, this is America, and that is the.
Oh, it's Olive Hitler Vera, whatever it's called. I forgot. The OG dipshit. The OG, the peanut Shirley dipshit. Highs limited, blah blah blah blah. Nice, the chassis is almost done.
You're not welcome. The video is already sitting.
And then we can move on to the next part of the tutorial.
It's an hour long. It's already sitting at 2.
Treasure is similar to the carrier station, but its employees only handle money movement. They take excess coins from service revenue and bring expensive ones. Needs money for salary. Essentially, build stations. There are no kinds of searches. Well, coins works paid at the end of the shift. Quit to suffer major morale and increase work at the building for
They are in fact defrauding the
Okay,
state. You haven't
that's
been
not
here in
ideal.
quite some time, but Lakewood public schools are about to close because of the loopholes they took advantage of on top of using their religion to stomp all over the pine.
Treasury.
Please don't be easy on them. We're fighting so hard. No, dude. I think you misunderstood me.
Employees of the Treasury manage the movement of money. They distribute salaries and withdraw excess funds.
Okay. Yes, I lived in New Jersey.
Can is there a button for moving
Just
some of these
there
things?
is not only fraud, but also a lot of mismanagement of funds in general, and a litany of other issues in Curious Joel in New
Venus
York.
Station.
Okay,
Annotated work cleaning up filth and holding unpleasant calculate waste steady water and
just like
bodies.
with the fraud that took place in
Bodies.
Minnesota,
Nice.
one thing can be real, and then you can still use a real thing to basically engage in racialized agitative propaganda. My problem is not that this is like a real. My problem is not that there aren't issues and this guy's just like presenting it as such. Like, for example, there's a difference between what Tyler Oliveira did in Springfield, Ohio, right?
But the research center.
Not eating fucking cats and dogs.
Look at
in
innovations,
Springfield,
invent something
Ohio.
new, they invest
That's
in
just
selection,
abject
creative
lie.
labor, creating
He
research.
went in to Springfield,
Press the
Ohio,
research
with a
icon,
mission
press R to see the
to
text
make it
rerun.
seem
I have
like
no
the
research point,
residents
so
were
we'll
very
unlock this.
scared of the Haitian
Three amazing
migration
product,
happening
it's
in
not.
Springfield,
All in
Ohio,
space
when that
plan,
wasn't
future
actually the
game
fucking
updates.
case at all. That's different.
I wonder how much of it we can explore in the
For
demo.
example, going to
Cannibalism.
Minnesota
Research is not
and
available in this version. Ooh. What about hunting? Hunting and gathering we can.
fraud taking place.
Advanced warehouse not available. Propaganda not available. City
taking place in
administration is.
Minnesota.
Private
It was
system
led by
2
a
not
white
available.
lady, but of
These are the
course,
amount of things we can research.
the co-conspirators, the majority of the co-conspirators were from the Somali community. Okay, but that doesn't mean all Somalis were engaging in fraud. All Somali businesses are actually fraudulent. You see what I'm saying? The problem that I
That's what
have
this
with these
research
kinds
center.
of outrage merchants,
Let us build it.
they come in and they take like
Let's
they
put it
lean
here.
into one true component of a story, and instead of doing their due diligence and properly investigating it and uncovering something that people might not have known or maybe even raising awareness on it, they take a broad stroke to disparage an entire religion, a group of people from an entire religion. That's the issue that I take with this kind of racialized agitative slopaganda. You're a Somali scammer that should be deported.
Why right wing is so dumb? Come on. Yeah, Hassan is
Y'all
definitely
acting like Tyler brought Hassan
bad.
and Alex Jones. Wait, what?
Treasury. What other buildings can we have here? Job portal.
If you cannot comprehend that this kind of racialized agitative slopaganda was concocted in a way to drive suspicion to all Jews in general. I don't know what to tell you. Ben Lorber writes, the last time anti-Haredi scapegoating was prominent in the online MAGAverse was during early COVID days when Haredi enclaves were cast as viral spreaders. Back then, I noted in Haaretz the parallels to Islamophobia. In both cases, a non-Christian community demonizes backwards, insular, fanatical invaders. Today, it seems
can we just expand? Are we just allowed to expand now?
Discourse amidst rising right-wing anti-Semitism spurred on by America First Israel skepticism.
Well, let's not do that.
So,
we'll focus on
I wanna
constructing these things. Actually, let's make
I want to explain
another.
a technique that the Republican right, the reactionary right, uses very expertly. They open the door to a broader conversation all the time by hyper focusing on edge cases. Okay. They did this with transphobia. They opened the conversation with transgender athletes
Shower
in high school,
and drinking barrel.
Engaging in like high school, sports,
We
high
will
school
move.
athletics. You open the conversation with that, and it's already like an unpopular issue, or it's an issue that like there's a lot of scrutiny around. It ties together a bunch of different focuses for broader majorities in American public, and then once that conversation starts, you slowly but surely move up the ranks.
Can we increase the
You go from
priority of some
transgender
things?
athletes
Because that
in
would be
high
nice.
school to transgender athletes in college, transgender athletes
Oh, there's a
in
map.
the Olympics.
Oh,
You move into
That's
transgender
cool.
people
Region Canyon.
using the proper bathrooms, and then you move
That is
away from
very
that and
cool. I like this map
you
a
move
lot.
to any sort
That is
of
very
like
nice.
gender confirmation surgeries.
cool. You can even select, like,
HRT. You
build
slowly
a
but
room.
surely start moving into a direction where like all trans existence in public is outright banished, and you make it virtually impossible for people to get the proper medical procedures that they need
How do I cancel
to
the room?
live as who they are. And the same thing goes for all different
how do we cancel
marginalized
the room?
communities where you move the Overton
Oh.
window. You start by talking about real fraud that takes place, sometimes in Haredi communities, but
How many people are currently?
but the ways in which you,
Weird.
you move on from the conversation is to basically boil the frog slowly but surely. You say like, see, this is how Jews are. See, the Jews came after me. They took
Information on
my-
how many people are
they took
employed?
my account away. This wasn't a problem when I did it for the Somalis, but now it's a big problem. It's a big
Let
issue.
us
It's a fairly sophisticated
allow a
way
few more
of doing racialized agitative Slavic
civilians, so we have more people to work.
Okay.
Nice. Another carrier station.
Wall Street Journal has reported that Iran rejected U.S.'s demands and Farsi networks in the Middle East is down. Oh shit! It might be beginning. I thought that they would wait until market close, but
oh shit! That is.
Who knows?
I hope that's not the case.
Testing the waters, but it's unclear to me.
I
if the
hope they're not
larger megaverse will
invading
pick up
Iran
on
right
it,
now.
as it
That would
doesn't
be
seem
very
politically useful right now. As say Somali invasion
I hate the
narratives,
West.
which these same figures
Hate
helped
the West.
popularize in
And anyone
2024,
giving shit for
regardless
that
of
should
reminder that in a Christian nationalist
reconsider the
government,
value of their
cultural
lives.
minorities insulated from this
Reconsider
scapegoat,
their
even those who tend to be
intelligence.
culturally conservative and MAGA aligned.
If they're angry at me saying that after
Bro, market closed an hour ago? No,
the
market
potential
closed on
beginning
Friday,
of the
is
invasion
what
of
I
Iran.
thought they would do. How do you combat people calling your reasoning a slippery slope argument and fallacy? I understand that this situation is different than most other times that fallacy is brought up, but I'm not sure
Come
how to
on,
word
good.
it.
Research center.
Because
Nice.
it's not a fucking
The reason is
slippery
rich
slope.
take 9 employees
It's
we
a
should
very
arrest
clearly
disarm and
designed
accept portion of
propaganda
the
apparatus
place
that
just
they-
dangerous as
if you
live.
read into it, you realize is commonly utilized. I just
9
gave an
more
example
people.
with trans athletes. That was
Okay.
a $100 million initiative created by a lot of right-wing Christian advocacy groups when they lost the conversation in the lead up to the 2016 election with Donald Trump coming out and being like, I'm pro-trans, I don't give a shit, LGBTQ for Trump. When they lost that conversation in North Carolina with a bathroom bill, they went back to the drawing board and looked for better ways to reopen
Thus, increase that
anti-trans attacks.
eligible.
The New York Times
This
actually
point
has a
scale
really
is
good
shared
piece
across
on
all
this.
research
If,
centers. Each subsequent research
if
point
you
is
wanna
more
go
expensive than
and
previous
read
one.
the deep
I guess
dive.
that makes sense.
But that's precisely what's happening here with Jews as well.
Oh,
Jews
interesting. They
are,
can build
going
all the
to
way up
continue
here.
being considered a part of the white in
With
group.
the scaffold.
Is America going to continue being called a Judeo-Christian country with Judeo-Christian values or not? If you recall,
Let us build more.
I told you guys, in the aftermath of October 7, there were plenty of people who kept repeating that over and over again. I said, America being a Judeo-Christian nation is a relatively new phenomena. This is not a real thing. This is like neocons were really leaning into it, but that's not how it used to be in this country.
Having 2 showers is good. Drinking barrel.
That's
It's
not how
fine
it used
to
to be in
just
this
have one
country
for
at
now.
all. But yeah, Laura Loomer is also losing her fucking mind on it. As I said before, the GOP has a massive Nazi problem.
A shame we can't see
Nick
anyone
Shirley
working.
responds to her, but yeah. Oh, I pissed off the little wannabe neo-Nazi. Tyler, weren't you just in India attacking Indians by calling them shit slingers? So you hate Jews and you hate Indians. Did you know Tucker Carlson's Al pouch is made in India? Are you really going to let them sponsor you? You're such a fraud. So, you know, this
At least it's nice to see more right-wing infighting.
not going to work if your entire reactionary movement is about being against woke, right?
We need
Like
a
these guys
warehouse.
that are in the Groyper right also fucking hate Indians too.
Let's
You
build
can't
one
just, like,
above
turn
the
around and
gate.
be woke now about Jewish people,
Maybe
Laura.
put like
It's just
another
that's
one
not
there
how
as
it
well.
works.
Building it impossible. Okay, yeah, no.
You played a formative role in pushing this cultural force, this reactionary cultural force, and now it's coming after you. The leopards are eating your fucking face. Asmongold replies and says, did you watch the India video? It's one of the most positive, genuine videos about a native tradition that I've seen. Personally, I think embracing the culture shock of it is more humanizing than pretending they are just like we are. One of Tyler's best videos, in my opinion.
Ew. Yeah, okay, no shit. That's been good like so. Tyler Rivera. Storage type not chosen.
Loomer is ever going to become a fucking woke ally, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen at all.
You need to select one of
she's
these.
a reactionary monster. She's courted fascists over and over again. She is a fascist. She's a Zionist
with iron
fascist.
plates.
And for the
It's a lot,
longest
sorry.
time, this allegiance was fine, right? But now this allegiance is on shaky ground. And it's not just
Accept more people, right?
conservative boomer
The string
Jews
barrelless creatures accept this
that
first.
are,
Already done. Skip.
feeling the heat.
The childless creature satisfies the
There are a lot of
hygiene.
conservative
Hygiene increases the risk of
boomers
disease, which can lead
who
to
are
reduced colony
frustrated
productivity and
and
other
worried
unpleasant effects.
because
Already done.
this
Skip.
wave of
This
anti-Semitism among
build an
the
eatery. This
younger
place for meals selects
conservative
creatures satisfy the
movement.
hunger by buying food with their earnings. Maybe smells like a fish and storage big news. Done. Also, we don't have any more food. Put a small cabin. Creatures rent cabins for money, of course, and rest in the store. And besides cabins, creatures will sleep on the ground, but the consequences are harsh. This man sleeping capacity for
That's their highest
Done.
priority,
Skip.
right?
For detailed information, press F or click the statistics icon. You
against the conspiratorial right.
creature by race or financial
The very same people
status.
that were firmly
You can
committed
filter
to
different groups of creatures by race or financial status.
are now
Nice.
coming out and suspiciously
Look
complaining
at the creature
about it.
needs diagram. Don't play. I think see
There's a
yellow,
reason
red
for
indicators.
it,
Each needs
okay?
its own rhythm of change. Track them over time. You can also have over status names to understand the situations of your creatures.
And the reason is because
Check in
they're
regularly. Skip
worried
pulse in your city.
that this will inevitably attack the American interest in Israel. Of course, these guys will come after Hasidic Jews. The right wing claim
Do we
about
even have
migrants for
rich? No, we
years
don't have rich.
has
We have
been
a
that
middle
they
class and
refuse to
poor.
assimilate and
and
reject our country's values. They've targeted ethnic enclaves for years.
Free
It was
without
always a
one.
fantasy to believe that
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's a
extend to Jewish communities, which are fairly insular. A lot of anti-immigrant libels literally originate from anti-Semitic
far, so
tropes
good.
such as the rootless cosmopolitan.
Review the colony
Exactly.
status. Time to learn how to get food ourselves since we need the coast when it's out to fish. This guy's really needs to
This
research
Pedro
fishing and
Gonzalez
like the
guy
fisherman house.
apparently used to be fucking reactionary, but he's now like woke. He's like he got hit with the libtard beam for some reason, but I didn't even realize that he used to be a reactionary. I've only seen his like takes, his
Fishing.
good takes. He says if you check
Fisherman house that
the
screeches
list of
outside the
transports
gate and
to
catch fish
the
once they've
wilderness,
gathered
and what
enough.
people
The
should ask
employee
them
returns
is,
to horse
why
pick
are you
up place.
surprised that a
How
movie
much they
like
gather
that
depends on the employee
conspiracy
status and the
theories
resource
ends up
type, while
here? You can
trip
draw a
duration
line
depends on
from
the
this to the
endurance.
Springfield
Building
Pet
and send
Eating
employees
hoax
outside
to
only
the
work
stolen
when the trains
election
stop.
nonsense. That's why it will never stop. The movement is led by conspiracy theorists who not only
2 by
make
4.
conspiracy
Okay.
theories into
Perfect
politics, but
Perfect
also
size
show
for
people how
the
to turn them into an
what do
industry.
you call it?
Every time
The-
Trump complains
this
about
thing.
fake news and fake polls and stolen elections, it signals to others that you can just lie. You can just
Also, we
make
should have built
things
the
up.
4
You can
tile
just weave
things here over
untruths,
here.
and if you do
Hold
it
on.
with enough gusto,
We could
you will be made
choose
into a right-wing
change
celebrity,
things,
even be
yes.
invited to the State Union like Nick Shirley. J.D. Vance
You know
would
what?
recommend you for a Pulitzer. That is how and why people like Russell Brand and Andrew Tate end up on that side. Why people like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are so at home there. And that is also why there is no fixing the new right. This is a train with no brakes, built in by design. Sammy Gold had a take on this from 11/2025, where he said the online ride made a gentleman's agreement that, as an act of MAGA praxis, no racial stone was left to be unturned. Slurs, epithets, eugenics, you name it, were all acceptable now. The idea that it somehow wouldn't branch off into anti-Semitism is laughable. Trumpism is, at a psychological
Time
level,
to mix
enticing due to its
2 fisherman houses. I feel like we're gonna need it.
Is why he beat 15 more
We're gonna need a lot of
established opponents
fish
in the 2016
people.
primary. He allowed his followers to be their worst selves. It's going to be hard to tell. them,
Remaining
actually,
unlimited.
You have
Nice.
to stop here. It's not. It's not going to stop. Why would it stop? You told your audience that you can go after anyone.
It is interesting. We're just building this in the middle of nowhere.
Non-white. This is literally what you always said. Exactly. I've been banging the drums on this for years, and it's ironic that the same cultural forces that are Israel first.
Then I'll just
came
wait.
after
An
me
extractor
so
produce resources
aggressively
first stored
the
in buildings
last
local
2
storage.
fucking years.
From there,
And
carriers
they
can
still
take their
come after me
place
all
of
the time.
use,
They
but if
still
there's an
say I'm
available
like a
warehouse,
fucking
access will
leader
take
in
them
the
there.
anti-Semitic
Employees try to
movement.
complete the
Because
nearest
they're
task first, so
fucking
distant tasks may not get done for a very long time. The employees constantly busy with something, so it's important not only how many carrier stations you have, but also their location. Okay, neat.
Salient.
That's good to know.
Okay.
So we should spread them out,
It's
basically,
prescient, dude.
to ensure that
Spoke
everything's.
about this extensively.
They set
on
up
my
storage for
Oxford
freshly
speed, where I
caught
said,
fish. Know that you
"Listen,
can't store anything
you're
in the starter
trafficking
resource
realm
pile. You
of
can only take from it.
conspiracies. It's going to come after you. A lot of American Jews think that the Israel conversation is
Good old
where
fish
it was
warehouse, yeah.
maybe 20 years ago. It's not there anymore. People don't
Fish.
fuck with Israel anymore. And the more you associate yourself with Israel, the more
How much we
the
produce?
average
132
American
fish
that's
a
not Jewish or hasn't learned
Okay, not
about
bad.
what Israel
Maybe
means
having
to
2 of
them
them is a little bit over.
is going to look at you like you're a fucking Muslim ISIS supporter. Okay?
Resource panel. On the right side, as you can see, your resource stats line for clean water is
Ironically enough,
0
there are a lot
minus
of Muslim ISIS
116.
supporters.
You don't have 0
fucking
water.
hate ISIS.
0 water
ISIS
stored in
kills
water.
Muslims.
Minus 116
And yet,
is the amount of water spent in the last day. However, the buyer can learn some pieces, for example, that we actually have more. See why? Because 527 or in sense of buildings in a case of shower and food battle.
American Jews tying
Okay, interesting.
themselves
So we don't
to the
actually have
Jewish
0.
version
but
of ISIS.
if you look at
in
fish,
the
you see
form
where we
of
have capacity of
Israel,
5,000 units of fish. 5k minutes,
deliberately,
5,000.
openly, in broad daylight, over and over
Research
again.
water
It's
extraction
fucking
technology and
insane.
unlock the water gatherer house building.
People
The
are going to look
house
at that
employee
and go,
goes
"What
outside
the
the
fuck
gate
is
and search for
this?"
water there. Since the fisherman house, then you'll be able to extract water from that without sucking the train. Ooh, that sounds cool. Surely not in this
What do you think? Where do you
tutorial,
think this
right?
was gonna go? Like, I can't understand how
Comes
people
it-
could
comes
not
it wasn't
have
clean water,
just a fraction of the foresight necessary.
Yo.
And yet they still, nevertheless, continue coming after me, a person who has spent a good deal of time basically weaving through anti-Semitic narratives and explaining to people that you know, anti-Semitism is a bigotry, an ancient form of bigotry that has always been at the crosshairs of those in positions of power at times of need. Whenever material conditions get to a certain point where people are very angry and resentful, who do you blame? You blame the Jews. I've said this many, many times, and now we're there. What is this? What? ISIS and Israel are not the same? Brain dead? ISIS and Israel are not only partnered, they've been partnered on numerous occasions, but yes, they are virtually identical. Zionism is fascism. Zionism is racism. It has the same colonial exterminationist ambitions and domination ambitions that ISIS had. Israel and ISIS are virtually identical.
Okay. We need
Not
to
only
get
are
more
they
people.
directly aligned sometimes with
think.
Israel offering material
Yeah.
support, logistical support to ISIS affiliate groups in
Three,
Syria. But thanks for highlighting me and all you do. Thanks for the convo. Okay, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. But, you know, Israel.
Oddly
Zionism
polite chatter.
Ideologically,
Nice.
is
I guess
is identical to ISIS. What? I'm also disappointed in you a little bit because you didn't cover the Indian vid. The hate I received online after that vid has become insane. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I don't fucking cover every psychotic racial propaganda that Taylor Oliveira
Okay,
engages
that's
in chatter. What
okay,
the
as a
fuck?
Salvation dude. That chat is silly.
This man is
Bro, he can't cover every.
thousands of videos.
It's
I don't
like
cover all
shadows
of them.
ago.
It's fucking
I'm
crazy
upset
that
because he didn't cover
cover
this
all of his
one
videos.
thing. Like, sure, your thing is not important, but you can't expect him to cover everything. Like, that is
You
ridiculous.
think I'm one of the only cultural forces that can combat bigotry on the internet? Like, that's crazy.
It's also just shifting the blame over to Hassan. Like, come on.
Yes, Israel and ISIS are hardline fundamentalists. On their basic policy positions are the same: expansion, domination, exploitation, and murder of the out-group at the behest of the in-group. Richard Wolff says this all the time. You're right. People get angry at the people telling them they're delusional. It's going to continue to happen until it finally breaks the denial. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the bits and pieces of this video.
based on your videos. You don't own this place. You don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
I hate when because use that. Like, I just know it's gonna be some insane anti-Semitic shit. Anti-Jewish shit. Whatever.
What are they calling people trying to live a quiet life?
You two gentlemen? I think one of the other annoying aspects of Tyler Oliveira's coverage on shit like this is that it makes it much more difficult to have a normal and reasonable conversation about like ongoing fraud. You know what I mean? That's what's so fucking
That was nice. Take the clean water and dirty water extraction space in the water.
Myself, because under normal circumstances,
Oh.
like you can have a
You know, show the
real
source
investigative
of fresh
report
water of the rare.
on
We can also
shit
check
that
the
takes
water
place in Lakewood, right?
See mentioned. No, that employs extract several resources
that
at once.
has
However, fish is
happened
lower
in
than
the
if it's
past, like,
one resource.
good
This
journalists,
is so they extract the
sometimes
water and a
even,
few other
like,
resources.
My first
Already
interaction
done.
with what's his face, who's at
I
Forward.
know to spend the dirty body yet, but stuck by it in a warehouse. You'll need
to. He's Orthodox himself.
Why does it say we already done with this?
He
We have not.
has Jacob Kornbluth. Thank you.
We need
My
this.
first interaction with Jacob Kornbluth.
Oh,
was
cool! It
when
shows
he
us what
was,
it's
as
used
a
in as well.
member Of the
Neat.
Orthodox community in
Sign a
New York
warehouse
City,
for coins.
he was
Some
basically
buildings such as toilet showering well. It's just so coins to be spent. Service treasure taken the instruments of the buildings where salaries paid. Blah blah blah blah
a lot of the rules around COVID, and they almost fucking killed his ass.
We are out
for
of
that.
space, so let
If
us.
you recall, if you were here during my COVID
expand
coverage during
the
like
train.
2020, 2021, there was a point where they like literally there was a super right wing MAGA Hasidic content creator, like a radio shock jock, that got like hundreds of Orthodox Jews in the streets to surround Jacob Kornbluth's apartment. Okay, it was crazy.
Something with the height of
It was
four.
unlike anything I've ever seen before because of his coverage. So, like, there are real instances of fraud or real instances of like dangerous
points, right? Please come clean if they know what's to take the waste collect from the ground. So warehouse is important.
Restrictions that epidemiologists.
All right, we
have
need
suggested, like,
another
this kind of shit
warehouse.
happens. And you look at it and you go, yeah, well, there you go. Jews are fucking violating the rules again. Or there you go. Jews are fucking frauding the government again. All of a sudden, it turns away from it turns from a very real conversation that you could be having into one where it's just like, it's just pure racialized animosity.
I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing.
So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish
What?
community is extremely racist.
You have a group
What
of
an
people
idiot.
that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
All right, let's also make another carrier station.
I'm arguing that the government said.
That's our money. I pay taxes. Excuse
We
me,
don't
sir?
need more than 2 construction.
What are you doing? Can I call the
Construction speed is fairly decent. It's more the carrying speed that's an issue.
Corrupt hellhole. What am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey.
Warehouse,
one
and
of
this
the
will be
largest and
for.
fastest growing
Or was it
Orthodox
wastes?
Jewish communities in
Yeah.
America, having anywhere from 6 to 10 kids
He
per
doesn't
family.
handle the dirty wet cleaners, he will clean his room with dirt from ground,
Spill
move
into the neighboring towns of Jackson, Toms River,
build a
Brick,
cleaner station.
Powell, causing non-Jewish residents to fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
See.
How did you get a
5
relationship
by
with
2.
the White House? Who in the White House?
I don't think I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about
What?
Jackson. Jackson is a test case.
Oh, they're on about
If
W
the
streamer.
squad
Thank you.
soon is going
Thank
to take
you.
over the entire
This guy's the goat.
It's
Thank
all
you so
all
much.
the
I am the goat.
You have billionaires from Lakewood
Welcome back.
involved, connected to the President of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there room for a two?
Aiden Kuba Object 3.
No.
What is Object
there's
3?
Clearly not. I
Ask.
think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around
Also, how are you
Lakewood, near Lakewood, outside
Also, everyone,
towns around Lakewood.
all chatters, to those who are here, remember that we are doing a fundraiser stream with LHS tomorrow. I'm gonna shout out LHS real quick. Lesbian Hot Sauce.
Was they would take
Tomorrow at 15 o'clock Central European Time.
footage of like a Kahan
She's gonna start a stream. She's gonna be on the Twitch front page and do a very nice, cool stream.
this is what every Jew believes.
With a lot of other streamers, me included. And we're gonna be chilling and do a bunch of cool things. Object from the NY Giants, the famous three-finger catch against Cowboys. Hell yeah, sport ball. I'm not really familiar with it, but it sounds sick. Three-finger catch. Ooh. I don't know how many similarities there are between cricket and baseball. I played cricket for a little bit, but three-finger catch sounds very scary.
This is if you're black, you're probably very aware of how this
In cricket,
is
if you
done,
catch the
know,
ball
if
like
you're
wrong,
trans,
you will
seen
break
it,
your
you've
fingers.
experienced it.
It's gone doing well.
This is
Check
what
on
they're
says
doing.
everything's sufficient. Maybe you need
But now they're
additional
doing
house.
it to Jews.
Okay, let's see.
It's
a good question.
no
Energy.
but all these
Okay, yeah, we need more housing, but we are already making some cabins, so that's
we saw
fine.
what happened in Lakewood itself.
Drinks also seems fine.
People can want to take that jump and become.
Yeah, there's not really a line for drinking barrels, so that's
The
alright.
Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the township committee,
Think so,
planning
at
board,
least.
zoning board, and
Okay, we might want to
school
build
board,
another
financially
drinking barrel
depleting
just in
the public
case.
school system for non-Jewish kids, overwhelming local infrastructure, and turning a once quiet town into a densely populated, over-trafficked Jewish enclave, prioritizing Jews over non-Jews.
Food,
Before I
toilet.
investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit
We have
the
two
town where the
showers, so that's not an
was
issue.
born,
The
Muncie,
toilet should
New
also
York.
be alright.
Someone like John Madden saw the opportunity.
We also make another toilet here. It's my favorite catch all the time. I'm biased, but genuinely mesmerized to catch. Hell yeah, that sounds very cool. Can I post a link? Yeah, sure, go for it.
In a certain way, turned around Muncie. These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and
We'll have a quick
someone
look
has
at
to
it.
step up to the plate.
Oh, are we low on workers?
My Munchlandians, you know we here. We outside. We outside.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first.
You're on the cover of Teen Jacobin.
Oh, that's cool. We got this before GTA 6.
I thought
So
it was a joke. I didn't realize they are literally doing Teen Jacobin. That's crazy.
Team Jacobin. That's cool. I like that's smart. I like that. Good on Jacobin.
Exponentially.
Hey! It's me! How are you? Stop what?
They on Tyler. Yo, they on Tyler. Ass.
But the Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income. And
Yeah,
if they
okay.
were
All the cabins are immediately just like taken up.
have out here.
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
How do people afford?
Also, yes. Okay, that is funny.
I'm gonna say anything.
Are you Tyler?
I'm Tyler.
Are you trying to do another anti-Semitism video?
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that.
It's crazy you said that. Is it though?
So this is their way
Is
of,
it?
Like, listen, I know you're frustrated about what some of the things.
Okay, that dude is buff. Good for him.
Bro, this is literally like going to a fucking Mormon enclave and just being like, well, you know how all Christians are. You know what I mean? Like that's
open and do some Duolingo.
That's what it is.
Oh, let's watch the catch real quick before we do that.
You know how Christians are getting up to their fucking Christian initiatives again.
Wait, am I allowed to watch this on stream? It is from the NFL. I'm not sure if we're allowed to watch this on stream. It's about 1 minute total of a couple catches. Do you know which exact catch it is? Because I don't think we're like... I think it's gonna mess up the VOD if I play like any amount of this that's more than like 10 seconds. So if you can specify which part it is, that would be nice. I think the NFL is like one of the things which are very obnoxious about their stuff. Listen to 5 exercises, alright? This is the last one, good sir. Right, okay, let me have a look.
Rolls right, throws.
Wait, let me just make it bigger on the stream so that everyone can see this clearly.
Ball down the right sideline. It's a jump ball. Odell Beckham Jr. made the catch with one hand
Oh.
for the touchdown.
Oh damn, nice, that is a great catch.
By the rookie.
Nice.
Ridiculous.
That is very impressive. Is it like it's like a backhanded catch as well?
Wow, what a catch by the rookie. Ridiculous.
No, he's like jumping up, like he's jumping backwards. Nice. That looks dangerous, but that's very cool. Hell yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
3 fingers backwards. Nice. Rookie year 2? Hell yeah. Dude, that is legendary. Like, I feel like that would go down in like...
What is it? Eric Anders.
As being like, you know, a great memory or something.
Which one was it? Which photo was it? I don't even remember. Did I credit the wrong photographer or something? Wait, I'm confused. This one? No, I did. I credited the photographer that took this photo. See? What are you talking about? This is confusing to me. I credited the photographer that took this photo.
There we go. Duolingo done. I'm a Giants fan and that's the last time I had fun. It's been years, we suck. Damn, that sucks. Hey, maybe you can become a fan of someone else as well. Or just keep suffering. That's also valid, I think.
Is there a different one? The sexy Clark Kent photo from your Twitch comeback? You probably did. Yes, that's not him. Oh no, not this one. Someone please find the Reddit Clark Kent one. It's not on your IG page. Wait,
oh wait,
what?
did I forget to produce a thing? I think I
where is
did.
it?
Okay.
Like, what do you mean?
We're putting him back up here. And while the game is playing, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go eat some food. I'm a one-team guy, unfortunately, lol, but I'm a much bigger basketball fan of the NBA. Nice. That's pretty cool.
What?
I personally I'm not really that into sports, but I do think it's a shame that I'm not.
How can I
I think being a fan of sports is very useful, especially like among the leftist space.
What can I do to help out?
I wish we had more leftists who were into sports, because sports are just very mainstream, and it's a good way to connect with the non-leftists, in my opinion. You gotta watch a live game. I have watched live games. I do enjoy it. watching it, but it's not something I would pay that much money for, you know.
But
it is something I enjoy.
It wasn't my post. It was a Reddit post that went viral. This photo? No, I don't think it's this photo. Are they talking about this photo? No, he said the Clark Kent one. I think I know what he's talking about. But it's not here. Like, I didn't post it on my Instagram. Yeah, it's this one. I think he's talking about this one, right? Here, I'll post it on my seems it's his 5th photo. I'll post it on my Instagram story. How about that? Is that good? My you know, I would hate to fucking post shit without properly crediting it. I don't know exactly where it is though. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find it now. I liked it, but it's been a minute, so. Anyway, let's get back to the video for the time being. Not a very W derail, but it's all good.
Also, everyone, remember to join the Discord to stay updated on all the shenanigans I'm up to and all that kind of stuff. What did I just
trying to create a narrative that you
apparently I put my chair down in a very silly.
Welfare, have a lot of kids, but your headline did row.
Vous êtes perdu?
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Welfare
Beaucoup de ponts traversent la Seine.
Welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it
La
to
gare est au
survive.
nord de la
Without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait click. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
The Goyim were grateful someone was finally bringing up their town's issues.
Okay, this video is insanely messed up by Hitler, but that's not surprising. He is a dipshit.
Pitting other minority groups against one another. This has got it all. This has got it all, baby. This is expertise in right-wing slop. Right-wing racialized propaganda.
Alright. One sleep on the ground? What?
Looking at an edge case or systemic problems that exist in one community to say
who's doing that?
All of these,
is there anyone who's unemployed?
All of the members of that
no one's
background
unemployed.
are engaging in it, creating plausible deniability.
Build a minor house and start extracting coal and iron ore. Ooh.
Making it seem like it's a Jew-specific problem too. That's another one. It's got it all.
Extraction. Minor house. Yo.
Alright, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
What do
like
you mean by
the area.
so-so?
Huh? Because the aesthetics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a lot. They get away
Iron
with
and
everything.
coal.
They get the Section 8, they get everything. The free housing and, you know.
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community? No. How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing, too.
Bro, it's the same. Bro, it's the same method. It's the same fucking method.
Just put another eatery here.
Get like the locals, the shit on the group to say like this is a you know, everybody hates them, all this shit. It's literally a one-to-one copy of the Somali thing, if not a more pervasive problem.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I gotta ask you that. It's the most important question.
I don't want to talk about it.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass, you know. That's why so much traffic and accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I went to, you know, I've been.
This is insane.
And we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since.
Like, people will believe this shit as well. Because no one, like, people are too stupid, I guess, to understand what empiricism and statistics are. There's all just, oh yeah, someone said this thing, therefore I believe it to be true, universally. Like, come on.
I'm losing it. Bro. Class issue
Mining.
presented
But industrial
as
furnace not
a
producing iron ingots.
racialized problem. Once again, literally a pervasive problem with private schooling in every fucking part of the country. Every part of the country. This should be taught in schools as a way to
7 by
dilute
6. Oh.
class-related issues to very effectively turn it into some reactionary bullshit.
Yeah, and put some more ladders.
This is literally like this video is the clearest example of anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools narrative. Okay? It's incredible. It's incredible. It's like a perfect example of it. It's mind-boggling. This is also part of the reason why I fucking yell about anti-Semitism in general. Okay, the Hasids aren't acting this way because of class. No, chatter. With your own personal involvement with Hasidic communities and your anger coming out here, okay? That people probably don't know. Before people say he's being anti-Semitic, that chatter is Jewish. The organizational principle or the sense of community around Hasidic Jews is utterly immaterial because this problem persists in literally every fucking American neighborhood where there are Christian schools as well.
Coal, and this one will be iron. Very good. I like it, sound like the boat in the background. It'd be cool if it also moved.
My argument is
if it moved just
this
a tiny
is a pervasive problem in the United States of America, everywhere else.
Right.
Just
Make
because
some
these guys
iron
have been
ingots,
able to
please.
organize around,
Time to prepare the train for the journey. Organize iron parts and production yourself and build engine 1 and driver's cabin.
Being Hasidic Jews in one neighborhood.
The engine produces power that lets the train move, but it's racing and consumes coal and dead water, so you've got to always have reserved these resources in case. So you get stuck anywhere. The driver's cabin lets you control the train, know that at some point there are no employees in the driver's cabin, the train will become uncontrollable. That's not ideal.
You think this is just a Lakewood problem? Fuck no.
Chassis.
A version of this exists everywhere.
hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers, while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students, while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I ask you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument.
He is very effectively pitting like minorities against each other.
So
What?
devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut
That is
down,
insane.
and the majority Jewish
Absent
school
fatigue?
board then voted
What?
to
What?
sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for
What's going
pennies
on?
the
Fatigue.
dollar. Basically,
You should listen
the
5 minutes
schools
using best sentence. Speaking is just reaching no what in terms of finding
had
free
their
cabin to
schools
rest.
gutted and looted,
Oh
all
shit.
by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
Let's
We
make.
believe that some of the decisions that have been
We
made
do
by
have
the
cabins
board
here.
have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it, find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were.
Bro. You think this guy gives a fuck about education? Public education? Let alone education for black and brown children? I'm sorry. You are the biggest
ingots,
sucker on the
Pennies,
planet.
blah, blah, blah.
No, he's just pitting one fucking marginalized community against Jews.
Garbage
That's
burning.
it.
No wood cutting.
That's it. That's what he's doing.
Allowed to have,
Don't be a
but
fucking
again,
idiot.
For the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we have no
Thrive
budget
System
money
2.
for our
I don't think we'll
and, you know,
research
that was on
Thrive
purpose.
System 2 in this.
No.
Majority, the Jewish community, you drive around here, you'll literally see signs.
Yeah, no, I
saying,
will.
vote no
This
for
version,
school
sad.
budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were
So
able
what
to
we'll
get a
instead
ward system
do
to be
is
able to
make
get 3 seats for you know, the wars, but if it wasn't for that, we
another chassis.
majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
Insane.
A lot of people like deducting taxes and all that. There's truths and lies to that.
hate those
But
stupid
I
people.
could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for let's just say for more kosher customs, you feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I
hate these people. I hate how stupid people are. They're just playing directly into the propaganda as if like this wanker is not gonna like turn on them at some point in the future. Sooner rather than later.
At sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion.
No employees? Wait. Oh shit, we need a lot more employees.
Anywhere. The sun is coming down, and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings, and they'll go pray, and they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos, and you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed?
Why did they say Assalamu alaikum and Walaikum Assalam for like in
like people, bro.
Very, and it's like a very slightly different
people
way.
who say like, oh well, they're not organizing around the boundaries of class here. You think the Hasidic Jews are doing this because they're because they're aware of their class position. Yeah, just like the fucking Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not a religious conflict, but a conflict surrounding the dispossession of the indigenous population at the behest of a fascist ideology that still ultimately engages in war for material extraction. This is no different in that regard as well. Don't be fucking suckered in to the argument that they're presenting to you. It's ridiculous. This very same issue persists all across the country, in Christian enclaves, in Jewish enclaves. It might even in some way, shape, or form exist in Muslim enclaves. Like, it's a problem with the way public school funds are allocated back to private institutions. These guys are just utilizing what was initially set up probably for Christians to their own advantage. In the United States of America. But the results are still the fucking same. Charter schools and private schools that suck up the funds away from public schools.
bro.
My father was never on any welfare. I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
What about me, though?
I love you, man. You are funny.
You don't own this place. You don't own America. I can do whatever I want. Whatever you want. Get in your G-Wagon. Get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did. You never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring a community of welfare-addicted Jews.
What?
If you want to help me avoid ending up on welfare too, and get access to all of these videos early, and
what a surprise that people don't want to sponsor his videos.
Go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler.
I'm not gonna say what I think of Nazis like this and what I think should happen. I'm not gonna comment on that whatsoever. WTF, you know exactly, yeah. Insane, absolutely insane.
This fucker ushers in hate on black community while attempting to cover up phony care for us with the other hand. Yes. Bro, this is how reactionary propaganda works. This is how it works. This is how it's always worked.
So
just like the whole like anti-affirmative action initiatives obviously fail for the longest time with like white students.
Yeah, it's built in northern mining structure.
Claiming that they were being victimized, so they went back
So
and they got a bunch of Asian students.
Okay, what other storage thingies do we need? Alright, we need some... I don't know what else we need. Let's just let
Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, so far it's still like
Jewish communities
carrier station.
where a similar Jewish takeover has taken place.
How many carrier stations? 1, 2, 3 here, and we have another one here. Do you want another one? Yeah.
Into Little Jerusalem.
I'm trying to merge.
So we need another small cabin here. I don't even know if I could call him a Nazi. I don't think he's invested ideologically. I mean, he has that. Whether or not he is one, he has the effect, you know? Like at that point, it doesn't really matter.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish, and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need.
Iron parts. Both workshop requires
Who
forge.
gives a fuck? They do this to Muslims too. They're halal.
Forge.
Who fucking cares?
Okay, we're out of iron parts.
No, dude.
No ideal.
Kosher pizza. Where my country gone? they're taking over, brother. Like.
Production forge workshop. Oh.
That
Can we just build it?
Quite convenient, quite nice.
Now everyone can shop
Would be
here.
useful.
Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community. But
And is it always this way? This part here is.
Building is possible. There's no
Oh, yeah.
foundation.
So this used to be a concrete yard.
Huh.
Got it. So
Huh.
almost where we're standing used to have rows of
You guys
concrete
mine
jobs.
iron? Not iron,
This
gold.
place was packed with Jews buying groceries for Shabbos. But keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's going to be nasty to us. Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not.
What?
But I do think they don't feel comfortable enough to do it.
But it's important to understand the bigger picture here. As kosher stores move in, more Jews move.
Dog, it's literally like going to an Italian deli and being like, oh!
It looks to me it's like a combination of opportunism and nihilism.
Italian, except don't be
I think it's mainly just I do think that he's maybe not ideologically committed, but I do think that he's committed to like whatever insane quest he's
It's
doing.
their wily ways, the wily, cunning ways of the Italian that tells you, that welcomes you into the deli, says, Mamma Mia. But deep down inside, there's a hidden truth. They hate you. They want you to be cattle. It's just a fucking grocery store, man.
Here too, creating a positive feedback loop where a town rapidly becomes a Jewish hub, ultimately changing the character and identity of a town. And in Lakewood's
The character and identity of a town.
Before we explore the many implications of life for Goyim as towns like Lakewood become increasingly Jewish, I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism gets weaponized in real time out here.
Gets weaponized in real time.
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare programs that were defrauded by Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes,
everybody.
and I made a Minneapolis video as well. I've made several videos. Why are you being so
What
sensitive?
you're trying to make it sound is like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is doing fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not.
All
We're
right.
asking just to be fair, and you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards a community that's seeing a rise in anti-Semitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the video once they.
What he's saying is about
video. I lost my sponsorship. How is that lucrative?
It looks to me.
Do you say
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man.
Anti-Goyism.
Drive your kid
What a
home. get
dipshit,
groceries.
man.
This
Come
is-
on.
You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you.
United States, because the president obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move back to Israel then if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that guy said. Why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back.
We need iron parts.
Welfare is a good idea.
Oh shit, we need
At what
a
point
lot of
is
iron
this
parts.
This is a program designed
Okay,
to
let us demolish this.
keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it, right?
Can I interrupt real quick?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
You come back.
Engine. Can we build this engine higher up? Nope.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the governor
Uh,
is stupid or
I would like to change the laws.
Let's just build
You
some
would like to create
frames.
anti-Semitism
No.
protection laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right?
Whatever
That
that
would be my
means.
question.
Because I like it here.
Same here.
We'll just destroy these things for now so we can play. When do you have to eat? I mean, I've already eaten.
There we go. He loves
Oh, do you mean like support?
Yeah, you guys have group chats of me. You guys say,
I'm.
beware of this guy.
I don't always pick up for some. By the way,
I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why
I'm
can't
just
I
like
have 12
reheating
kids?
some food right now.
He pays for
I'm gonna
it.
eat
Your
that.
story point over here is that people can't have children.
And then depending on how long I'm gonna stay awake,
as
we'll
a
see.
society are born from
Before I
people,
go to sleep.
are born from people who started with two people. Two.
Same.
Okay? Adam and Eve. That's it.
Yeah.
New Jersey ain't gonna live this down. Listen,
It's just-
I don't know this state. I have no affiliation with this state. I don't know what the fuck this state is. I've never.
How
never
much?
even
How many
seen
iron
a
parts we
Jersey.
have?
What, like the
I
thing
think we
that you
might
wear?
have enough to build this. I hope. I'm not sure.
Is that what you're talking about?
I'm
Bro,
actually
went to
not
Rutgers
sure.
Rugrats, that TV show? Fuck you mean? With the babies?
Let us instead of. Let's build more frames here.
You want to go with the Big Bang, but it started at some point. There was two people, and now there's billions, and there was trillions throughout the world.
How do I cancel demolition?
What does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government
We live
that
in a
paid
government.
for
We
for
live
their
in a
kids?
government that decides.
What is
that
this
your
fucking
children
convo, man?
I get heartburn when I eat in the middle of the night.
You
Ooh.
should not have more kids
I don't think
than you
I'd
can
get
afford.
that, thankfully.
You're arguing that I should pay for your kids. That's what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that I was for the kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government said.
No, that's our money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your
And you
kids.
elected Donald
Should
Trump.
not be funding your kids. You don't pay for.
I feel like that guy. I feel like he
Why don't you go?
like he pays taxes, but he's definitely the type to avoid paying taxes as much as he can. Okay, we are running very low on resources.
So we're not allowed here?
You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video, and we all saw it, and we still see it. But it's like
What did I get wrong?
nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulently found.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
I do.
Why are you still living here?
Well,
Oh,
This is why, no matter how isolated or
okay. Let's destroy these.
enclave
We're
you
not.
can have,
We don't need the cleanest space.
still
We don't need clean
100%
spaces anymore.
become a fucking
We just need that forge workshop. We need parts. That
Look at this motherfucker. He's basically Italian. You take the yarmulke off and you're like, oh, that's an Italian guy.
You can't even make copper parts.
That's an Italian guy, and I'm seeing like a hint of an accent. I can't really recall what it is. I mean, he's even wearing the fucking kippah to the side, bro. He's like, yeah, like a Yankee with no brim, right? But Jewish style. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, come over here. Come over here.
Okay, we are also destroying this miner's house. We don't have enough resources.
Hey, what you doing with these fucking Jews? I don't like. All right, come on.
Not everyone has options, right?
I can give you a
Brimless is too crazy. Yeah, bro. Sideways too.
Stuff 15, 20 countries
Okay,
off the bat. But you can live in.
Do we have enough
America is corrupt. I still want to live.
iron parts now
Oh, but hold on. Just
to
because
build
there is
that?
corruption here, which there is. What are you talking about? Let's not be silly here.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
What?
Okay. I don't know if that's the best argument. I'm sorry. That's funny. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, the
Destroy
American
more of these
government
frames.
and the FBI they have maximum anti-Semitism. They would love to fucking come in here.
Oh, is that in? Do we have
It's
enough?
just fucking chuds on all.
Are we like
sides.
one short?
Literally, it's perfect. It's chud on chud violence.
Or are we not? Oh no, nice. We have just enough. Finally. Yay! Now we can finally build this shit.
Well, I read the numbers in Minnesota.
22 people indicted for Medicaid.
Numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did,
Ah,
that's big numbers, man.
Both of your schools had money laundering. You had people. Yes, both.
There's 45 schools here.
So BMG had.
Now we can
Look at
clean the
that.
station.
They're
again.
brothers. Okay. All men are brothers, bro. This guy and the other guy. I mean, he's wearing the brimless. He's wearing the one with the brim. You know what I mean? You got.
Someone has to do a video about
different
corruption in a
Los
white
Pollos
neighborhood as well.
variants
Dude.
out in the wild.
Yeah. Hi, Kirk.
Arguing with one another.
Hi, Kirk. Yeah, no,
Sounding
you're right.
Exactly like Los Pollos.
Were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special abilities.
As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
I don't look it up. You gotta show it to me.
Come on.
Nah, don't look it up. You gotta show it to me.
We're gonna need a lot of parts, which we don't have.
85%
But I'm sure that'll be fine.
in this vicinity.
Do we even have enough
Between
copper
These
parts?
4 or 5 zip codes.
280 on the ground.
Very
No, I
hard.
think we might
So
have.
if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same
We just don't have enough
You're making me want to dig now.
iron
You're making me wanna
parts.
look.
You're already digging, man. You're digging already for
I'm at Whole
for
Foods.
4
What are you
months.
talking about? 4
What
months?
do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No
Yeah.
problem. Eventually, when you break your head too
Let's hear it.
much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
You were in Jackson, which is really like
Okay,
a
we also need to
continuation
put
of
a
Lakewood.
chassis
By the way, I don't know if you know
and
how
some
I
more
toppled
storage
the government
space.
there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws. It was crazy. I had 2 conversations with the White House, and eventually DOJ got involved. But anyway, so I don't know. Are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts. You sold the pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video at Curious Yoel in New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video, you saw the altruism in the community, and you seem to respect that. And since I could see that you seemed to me to have a sincere desire
let's make some
to actually
iron
get
parts
the real
here.
facts, because if you were
And let's make another mining station here. We have 3 days left of this mission, which is not ideal. Oh, but we do have the engine now. Nice.
A, what does that mean? B, how did you get a relationship?
Food is an issue.
I never spoke to DOJ.
Why? Do we not have enough fish? No, fish we have enough.
Because
who in the White House?
I think I don't want to say.
You think this guy got the access because he's Jewish? He might have used like friends that he knows, but like if you're
Mind that.
a random Orthodox
Mind
Jew,
that gold.
okay, and you live in like Section 8 housing, you think you're getting access to the fucking White House? Or do you think the fact that he's a billionaire has something to do with it? Sorry.
How much are we producing a day?
I
300,
apologize.
450 last day. Okay, nice. That should be enough to finish driver's cabin.
You know?
I hope.
This is the filter. This is, by the way, Tyler Oliveira is like far more sophisticated than Nick Shirley, which isn't saying much, but he is far more sophisticated than Nick Shirley in the way that he does the propaganda. But like, it's still a filter. Ask yourself that question. You think like a random broke boy Orthodox Jew gets to have their needs met, or do you think this still has do you think that this still has a lot to do with your class position?
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly.
Called.
Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, I rarely leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion. I hear this voicemail, I'm like, shiver me timbers. Who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like, this guy's...
Shiver me timbers?
And you might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump trying to set the record straight with a lowly goy tuber like myself? This all begs the question, why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
Is there any bad to see?
There's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere.
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish. And everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood become
It's like influencing the American president. No way. Like, what?
Yeah, tell me more about BMG, though, right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day. You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything, and I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that. Filming the truth, and you're watching just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
Great place. Always welcome here.
Thank you.
What's up?
Thank you.
This game,
yeah, we've got no. It's
Mr. Chills play while let you do.
Fired up. We try to give him the chance to speak, have a conversation.
Look at how big the train is.
What whisper did we miss?
We progressed so much.
I love it. To a T. A guy gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing?
You don't like it, huh?
With this guy whispering in his brethren's ears, he comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes.
That's me pissing next. That's not me pissing next to the mic. Don't worry. That's just.
Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
That pause I did was a little bit weird.
We just
Don't worry about it.
He was like pissed off.
Sounds like we never come. Although that's just regular news.
This is. He's treating you like a.
Like no, literally, it's just Wall Street. It's like Wall Street, or like literally just the U.S. government. Like, like literally just the American president, or just like every European government.
That's why it's so funny. That's part of the reason why people are so fucking mad on the conservative side, because these are Trump voters. Like this is part of the base. Like he's going after the bread and butter. He's going after the MAGA base.
Child.
The whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys being told what to say?
Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're going to say.
How much money everyone makes in this town? Crazy amount.
What?
The police is also going to follow us, just FYI.
Going to follow us.
So it's not providing not enough resources. Oh shit.
And the cops had their internal monologue that they're going to just trail us around.
What are the stats?
Amazing. So given that the cops are being
Oh,
called
that's
so often,
everything's.
they're just going to follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave. And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision. Another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving. We were just showing how densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
I don't think you're saying a fair statement. This has nothing to do with dense driving.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills? Or
Wait. Did he roll up to the guy who was in a car crash while he's still in the car?
What?
Bro.
That's insane.
Rescue Columbia University protester. Wow. Bro, I had no idea. Wow, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Wait, let's look at the Hasanabi TikTok. Let's just look. Let's just look at the TikTok. Oh my God. Zoran Mamdani just got off the phone with President Trump and Armenia.
How long ago was
Shared
that?
concerns about Columbia student Elina just informed me that she
1 hour ago. Okay,
immediately.
damn.
That's fucking
To be fair, you can't
incredible,
expect the
dude.
chatters to know that, but also
Incredible. Fantastic shit.
I don't know. I feel like you can just ignore chatters who like
loves him, dude.
mention it,
Holy
because then
shit.
other
I
like I feel like
President Trump this
I feel
afternoon
like
looking forward to
chatters,
building more housing in New York City.
if you raise them well, they will self-regulate.
Zoran
No?
Mamdani is exactly
At least that is what I intend.
that Trump would
I will
love to
raise you
win
guys
favor
well,
with.
so you will
Donald
self-regulate.
Greatest anger and resentment towards
You will-
elite liberals
you will do some-
stems from the fact that New
like
York
the-
elite society
it's like the Chinese Cultural
never
Revolution. You like
recognized the
you like
Trump
check each other.
family as a part of the elite. They always considered him to be crude, of poor taste, nouveau riche. That's
That
where
would
a
be-
lot of his anger comes from. Zoran Mamdani, on the other hand, did something that Barack Obama never did, which is just kind of talk to him normally. Zoran is a person who was welcomed by the cultural elite very quickly. I mean, it makes sense. He's a well-dressed guy. He's well-spoken. His father
Oh, I
is a
feel like I've
fucking
heard this
academic. His mother is a very famous movie director. He's very clearly a part of this group that Donald Trump desperately wants to win favors with. Part of the reason why Donald Trump is fascinated with Zoran, seemingly, is because he has a way of communicating with him in
It's
this
annoying that
charming
you can't
manner
really
that
see
isn't,
people
like,
working in
outwardly
different stations.
repulsed. That I think Donald Trump just responds this way
And
to
it's annoying,
whatever
I mean,
he's
a little
doing
bit.
and offers him whatever he wants. Oh my God.
I just realized we're mining gold, but we don't have anywhere to store it.
Your cat reaction,
Hold
you
on.
didn't say a word is blowing up
If
too.
so, how do you propose the nation enforce federal immigration law?
We need to, first off, abolish and prosecute.
It's crazy you have the same outfit on as that video. Bro, I know, I'm fucking wild like that.
Totally because of this.
Anyway, let's get back to this guy who got into a car crash Jewishly. I mean, that he literally said it's a kosher car crash. That's what he said. Like, I just never thought I would see it in my lifetime. This kind of like otherizing of Jews as like a non-white part, as like an out group.
They're treating them like Italians. Messed up.
Definitely something a lot of people shied away from doing. They did not do, like, he's treating Jewish people like they are black or brown or Muslim. Like, you do this kind of shit to Muslims, everybody loves it. They're like, oh my God, more of this, please. It's crazy.
Yep.
Recession indicator, bro. Straight up. Jews are now at the precipice of no longer being seen as white.
Recession indicator.
Pretty wild.
Come on with this shit.
Cause like, oh, they're driving Jewishly. You know, that's literally when you become a marginalized identity. When you become like not a part of the in group, that's what they do. They're like, oh well, everything you do is wrong. Everything you do, or anyone from your group engages in anything, any crime or you know, any altercation.
Is that it?
Now that is the
Have we done it?
responsibility of the
Yes.
entire group.
Finally.
Right?
Fair.
Last bit.
That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There were actually no one on the road.
Totally fair, okay. You need help getting pushed? All right.
Like, he's literally in the car crash. He rolled up to a car crash with the camera and was like, what's up? You driving kosher style?
We did it.
That's
crazy. Events completely impressed first quest. Don't expect generosity. Your reward. It's been increased standing with Simper much. Who knows? Maybe I'll reward you with something more.
Oh, you just hit the wall. You didn't hit anyone? No. Do you need help getting pushed?
Politics.
Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Oh, you're good.
And we did it.
Someone else. I agree.
Is that the end of the demo?
I mean, I'm employed.
You could show what heavy metal can do.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and charging interest is
Duration 25 days. Reach the city of Heathermore until you assemble something.
Moving capital and charging interest?
Not bad.
Really, Tyler?
You should have seen the long face on those skeptics. Go on, then file
I didn't realize you were such a socialist.
At least in the
Tyler.
city, when people meet you then, deliver further instructions. Show you what
Like, this is what I mean.
So much after.
The first half of the video is like, look at these poor black and brown students that are having their public school
we need
funding
to hire more
eroded,
people again.
destroyed. Oh, I didn't realize you were a brave education advocate for marginalized communities from the 800 different videos you've done of like, this black town is doing black style crimes, the urbanest of urban crimes in this urban town where urban style individuals.
We will mine
are
out the
doing
rest
all
of
the
this
drugs you've
place
ever
before we
seen,
move on.
and they're doing
We need
the
more
drugs
coal.
because they hate going to school. Okay. Only to then turn around
We
and be
don't.
like, well,
why are
you
we
know, these
even
poor
gathering
marginalized
dirty water?
communities,
We don't need to gather
black
dirty
and brown
water. We just
communities
need
are
clean
having
water.
their resources
We're already
stripped
generating
away
dirty water from
by
like
these
all the waste and whatnot.
Jews, kosher style. Like classic pitting of different marginalized identities. He just straight up went up to this dude and was like, "Oh, you think moving money around is actually you think engaging in usury and moving money around is real work? Bitch, are you a fucking socialist? Are you an anti-capitalist? No? Why the fuck are you bringing this up? Yeah, moving money around Jewish style? It's crazy.
I think you should write about
Tell me.
the hundreds of thousands of people that do favors for people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations.
Let's build
and
another
like,
I know
drinking
there's
barrel.
so many 501c3s. It makes me
And
wonder.
also a shop.
Are they all charitable? Are they fiending for tax exemptions? You know, would you say?
Oh,
this-
you activated his trap car, bro. You shouldn't have said charitable contributions. Oh, no. Now he's going to do the fucking cars for kids shit.
a great place to move to for your family? If I have a kid or a wife, a young wife.
Also,
Okay.
quick correction.
Not just
Wait to
the,
go. That's not regular news. It's never making the news.
Okay.
In the first
What do
place.
we have here? We have a.
Unfortunately.
Hey, it's good to
Primitive
meet
water
you.
filter processes that it
I
wasn't
saw
full
it.
water using coal iron
So
filters.
what is the name of that organization once again? Hatzola. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later. And we have Hatzola up here to help the community. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is. We're busy with the knives. Don't be a joker, bro.
What
Come on.
other resources are there in this area? Nothing.
Yes. Come over here. Come over here.
So mine the rest of this iron.
What's your Instagram? You have Facebook?
No,
And then we'll move
Look
away.
at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You
Because
just insulted. Come on, I'm a little child.
So give me a number. I promise you I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email. Give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, hold on. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off on an alien planet.
And you might be wondering, what is Hatzola and how are they able to blast through red lights like that?
That's crazy. I didn't
Wait, what?
realize that. I know that there's like Hatzola does like ambulance and stuff, like Orthodox emergency services. I didn't realize they have.
Wait, are they
Was
just
that
doing
a
like
fucking cop card? That's
like
a little
Bund
crazy.
stuff? Like the
watch.
like the autonomous like
They think
structures which
If you notice,
Jewish socialists
they had
built
their
during the
lights
Soviet
on, they
Union.
Just ran a red light, just like a police
And, like,
officer
in-
would do. No uniform. They had this.
During Soviet-
No,
Some
they
places.
don't have cops.
I think
They
in
have-
Poland as well
they
before
have,
the Nazi invasion.
a private ambulance
Forgot
service,
what
which
it's called.
is normal. I don't know how it is in other states, but in the state of New Jersey, I mean, in most American states actually.
I mean, to me these things are not that surprising.
The EMT
Another thing
services
about
are
it.
private.
Mom sounds like
the-
private, like
there is
ambulance. Like,
a-
yeah, no.
like a-
You can probably also get
There is
private
the
police.
Hatzola is like the
Isn't that what
Orthodox
private
communities
security
own,
is?
like private EMTs.
Okay. Uniform on, white pants and yeah, the curls.
In a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights.
Thought you'd never been? Yeah, I read that in the newspaper. I've never been in New Jersey. I don't know what New Jersey is. Thank you for keeping me accountable. I wouldn't want to make the mistake of coming across like I've been to New Jersey at all.
Right.
There's a Hatzola
billboard
Let us
right there,
go
Mike.
onwards.
What is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't
Why
know.
is he making it seem like this is like a unique thing? I don't.
City?
Yeah, bro, it's a private fucking ambulance service. Like, it's a private EMT service that Jewish communities have. I don't.
Oh.
I mean,
I don't know if I have the answers to why. Because once again, because there's competing Hezbollah. You have competing groups
How do we
of
make
these.
the train?
Of a non-profit.
wait, what is this? When words aren't enough. Rebmeyer.org, 1,000 words.
Volunteer
Wait, what is
emergency service?
Yes. It
What is
sounds
that?
like a business, right?
But literally every
No way, dude! Private healthcare has yielded private healthcare services? That's crazy.
That is insane. I can't believe this. No
If
way.
you're not a fucking socialist, or if you haven't ever advocated for making these services public, I don't want to fucking hear from you. And even in a private structure, there's totally appropriate religious exemptions.
Let us
that you
set
can make,
onwards.
like for Muslims or for Jews in general, if they have like different religious practices.
Or the
Hezbollah
emperor.
is free. They don't care if you're Jewish. Mind reading my last message? I grew up in this community. Yeah, it's just.
Build a route for the train.
This
by
is
clicking the
just
build route
basically
button.
Jew baiting, okay? It's literally just like, well, they're doing private ambulance services, but Jewish style. Isn't that fucking strange? Like, that stuff is like, this is what I mean when I say, like, they went to a fucking grocery
global
store.
map.
They're like, well, this is a grocery store for Jews. Like,
for the Shembara!
If you're
Exactly.
you know, not Jewish, if you're genteel, you
The
can
bottom
still
right corner there's a
purchase
map
goods
legend button
here,
though.
but,
Let's see what is available on
you know, don't let their politeness.
Such wisely so.
Don't let their politeness fool you. They want to make you cattle. Like, come on,
Sit
man. Do you understand what I mean, by the way? As far as like, there is like, as far as like taking away funds from public schools and then reappropriating those funds to like private schools, private Jewish schools specifically, like that's a commonplace practice that happens in this country. We need to tackle it, okay? But it's not something that we need to tackle on the you know, ethnic boundaries of Judaism. It's something that we need to tackle at the systemic level across the fucking board. There's plenty of Christian schools that do it. There's plenty of Mormon groups that do
Zero
this shit
outside?
as well. It's all done ultimately at the behest of capital.
Are we ready?
And in
90
a
on
way
the train. I
to
think that's
undermine teachers' unions that are some of the strongest unions that we have remaining in this country. Catholics do it too. They all do it. Everybody does it. Muslims, I'm sure, do it in a certain. Muslims
shit.
do it too, probably.
We're setting off. Is this also in the base of the game?
I
I can
know
develop
they do
economy,
it. Like, for
subsection,
example, here, I'll give you an
technology,
example of
new reason,
Muslims that
new
do
quest
it.
for the man, fair enough,
Fethullah
facts.
Gulen has a
Or if
network
things
of
go
schools.
wrong first, running an
He's
independent
a
city on rails is
CIA
no
asset,
small.
right? And
Continue the game.
There are a bunch of Turkish schools.
Oh, cool. That is not the end of the tutorial. That's
I
nice.
mean,
That's
all
good.
around the country and all around the world.
Do you know
but
any
the
apps to
ones
learn
that are in this
languages? Any
country
good
are
apps?
charter schools,
I mean, I just
and
use
they do the
Duolingo
exact same
because
shit.
the reward system is just
They do
they
the
work.
exact same shit.
It's making me do something with this.
They get public funding though. I know they all do. Chatter. What the fuck? Did you forget the 7 million different times I've covered this issue about how the American
English
school
great,
system
yeah.
is completely fucking destroyed because since the 90s,
It's a shame that they've
the
become
Democrats basically
like
designed
they've gone
this process where
very
they
in on
also
AI
into
and like
unions
fired a bunch of
decided
people
to
like
go
that.
after charter
Become a
schools
shitty
and, like,
company.
really pump charter schools that are
But-
unaccountable.
What can you expect?
And it's a way to reorient funds away from what's up.
Look at us, we're moving.
Oh, we were supposed to do it at 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna pee real quick. Is on the Discord. Okay. I'm gonna call in a second. We're gonna talk to Nita, in North Carolina. Okay. Nita is in North Carolina for running for Congress. I'm gonna talk to her right now, but I have to pee real quick. And then she's gonna break her fast, and we're gonna talk about her race and stuff like that. But hold on 1 second, okay?
Marshall.
1 second.
Break fast. Okay, it seems that. Oh. How do we build a. Okay, so water we're going to refill. Well, great. That's not what I'm looking for. Shit. Map legend. Coal. Okay, it would be nice if there was an easier. Okay, there we go. We can just click this. Nice. What's this? Meat deposit logs. Tide stew.
Okay, okay. I am calling now.
Let us go to over.
Oof. Turn on camera.
How much hour? Not a lot.
Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. Hi, Nita. 1 second. I'm gonna swap it over here real quick, and then hide
Will it
this.
automatically
Boom,
stop
boom, boom. Perfect. All right, Nita Alam, everybody. Am I saying your name correctly?
Nadalam.
Nida.
Yeah.
Okay. For Congress in North Carolina 4.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's very exciting to have you on the broadcast. From what I understand, it's
Going back into Chinese,
3:05,
it's way too early.
here in
Gonna make the best of it. I love
in
to
Los
have
Angeles,
slow pace and
but
app like do it that would teach
it's
you
actually
language all the
6
way you need
there,
takes years.
and my
It does
team
do it
told
for
me
other
you're gonna break
languages.
your fast with us,
It's
even
just
though
not that far in
already
Chinese, I guess.
because I'm a bad Muslim and not a very good one. I apologize.
She's bringing fast with us? Mashallah.
It's okay. We have 1 minute left, so.
Okay. All right. Well, when that happens, we'll get to it. But hi, Nita. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm very excited to have you. You've been in the news.
Alhamdulillah. I love seeing.
A little
I
bit.
love
There was
seeing
some drop site reporting that we're
just
going to be
siblings in
getting
general.
to.
It makes me
Shadow
happy.
Super PAC that appears linked to Hakeem Jeffries is swooping into NC4 to back your opponent, Congresswoman
Will it automatically stop?
Valerie Fouchi.
Yes, it
as a rematch of a race, APAC spent $2 million to win in
Oh, I
2022.
mean, like new emote. It's so
This
nice.
appears to be a new backdoor
So
way for
good.
APAC, funneling through Hakeem Jeffries. This PAC also spent $350,000 in New Jersey 11, where APAC accidentally boosted anti-Zionist Ana Lilia Mejia, and they're spending $257,550 mostly on the broadcast in North Carolina 4. Why do you think they're coming after you like this?
I think they're coming after us because they're seeing the momentum and energy we're building of a working class movement here at NC4, giving people who haven't had a seat at the table, giving them a megaphone to show that they're sick and tired of the status quo. And you know, it's not just this shadow pack, it's also the AI lobby just dropped $1.3 million this week. And also other packs that have been funded by Coinbase and APAC mega donors.
We need to sell all the cool things.
Yeah, it's
to focus.
It's a pretty difficult hill to climb when you advocate for. Oh wait, hold on. Let me. There's two screens on here. I didn't even realize because I was playing video games yesterday with a friend. Okay. It's a pretty steep hill to climb when you sit to the working class on your knees, but unfortunately, obviously, elections are won with big
things are
war
not going
coffers
great
for the most part. Is there a there's also
how many,
another this is the $1.3 million
nine
that
without
was
what?
unveiled new FEC F-24 Jobs and Democracy Pact with another $1.3 million. Is the Treasury not doing that you are so threatening? That who are these people who are financially invested in your defeat potentially? Like, why do they feel so threatened?
I can just it's an impersonation of a filibuster.
Unapologetic and very clear that I would support Senator Bernie Sanders' call for a national moratorium on AI data centers, because corporations like Meta are trying to convince us that these data centers are going to create jobs when we know they're killing thousands of jobs, they're destroying our environment, and there's a data center being debated in this district right now. And hundreds of residents have signed an open letter calling on candidates in this race to not accept AI money. They've been showing up to town hall meetings to oppose this, and to have our sitting member of Congress see those residents of her district and ignore their voices and in turn to accept over $1 million from the very lobby that they are standing up against. It's a slap in the face.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's time, right? If you want to.
I hear my alarm
Yeah,
going
I don't
off.
want to. I don't want to hold you back. And
my
you're gonna
date.
break your fast with a date.
Yes.
You want to tell people what you're doing for all the non-Muslims in the chat that might not know?
Yeah, it's Ramadan, so I've been campaigning while fasting.
Mashallah.
And so
That's
for
very
the month of
cool.
Ramadan,
Hello,
we
Kagi Cookie.
fast from our
Cool.
morning prayer
How
to
are you
our
doing?
evening prayer, but also, try to keep away from
You're playing a demo and watching
just
him.
bad habits and centering ourselves more and praying and trying to give back to the community as much as possible.
Yeah, that's gotta be tough because, like,
Mashallah.
in Turkey,
Very.
usually in the month of Ramadan, people, people try to stay away from doing too much work, during the day, especially if it's like
No people doing it all
summertime
over the
when
world,
days are
and
longer
it's just like
too.
you're not
A lot of
supposed to
traffic,
abstain from work
a lot
during
of
the
traffic
Ramadan. You're
incidents,
supposed to
general road
do a
rage.
regular work day,
It's
like if
super
you're
tough.
able.
You're like
Because you're
an
supposed
athlete,
to
basically, where you
like
still have
try
to,
and
you're
emulate the
your
burden
campaign's in overdrive
of
right now,
people who are not
and
as
you're doing it
fortunate.
while fasted. Do you want to talk about what some of the reasons are for fasting in general? Like, because I've been taught that it's a religious practice that is supposed to help you identify with some of the most marginalized people in society.
Yes.
Yeah, it's it's one of our pillars of faith. We have 5 pillars of Islam, and it's to build that bridge with our most marginalized communities, because everything we've been given in this world is, as Muslims we believe, has been a gift. And in order to make sure that we're reminded of the gift of food, water, but also all luxuries of this world and these material aspects of this world, that we take a moment to be grateful for it and give back and give to others. And to also do good actions, community service projects, and also just work on your negative habits. I try to curse a little less during Ramadan, curb that habit as much as possible.
Me as well.
I'm a bad Muslim in every
I'm not
aspect,
very good.
including that one.
I'm not
Curse all
very
the
good
time
at
is really
cursing
bad.
less.
I try to do good in other ways. So let's talk about your policies.
I've used to play
This is
basketball
something that
to
I
the
ask
point of
every,
almost passing out. Okay, that's a
every
little bit too
person
much.
running for office.
That's a little bit too much, brother.
If you were to break it down to like 5 top line policies, the Zoran method, what would they be?
Yeah, I mean, starting in the true Zoran nature, is the issue of affordability is something that is not just, happening in New York. It's in this district, in the South. It's everywhere in the country. We're seeing our cost of living continue to go up because of these corporations and these billionaires who just want to line their pockets, and they're doing so on the back of the working class. And in the meantime, they're also paying us unlivable wages. So we need to tackle the issue of affordability by raising the wage to a living wage, actually passing, Medicare for all, so that healthcare is a human right and people aren't having to decide between healthcare and paying their rent. And all of those are intertwined with each other, like healthcare, rent, or mortgage, gas prices, grocery prices, salaries, and then also the threats against our democracy. The fact that, Trump is back in
First thing was
office and
to
delivering
pass
on
like
every
2
single
hours.
one of the promises he
Had
made
to
on the
pass
campaign
like 2
trail.
hours in that state.
And as
What do you mean?
Democrats, our leadership is just staying silent in this moment and saying, well, we'll try again in 3 years. We'll step up and put up a fight in 3 years, when families are struggling right now. ICE and CBP came into our communities here in November, and I was on the front lines protesting with organizations like Siembra to fight back
Marshall.
for our immigrant neighbors. I'm a proud, daughter of immigrants, immigrant myself. It's a duty of mine as a local elected official to stand with my neighbors, and all we got from our representative was a tweet.
Forced evasion.
Yeah. So that's,
16.
I mean, you said a lot of policies on the affordability side, which I like. You're heavily weighing on that side of things. Okay, but let's say that's 3. So what do you have 2 more for me? 2 bonus policies.
Bonus policies, also just the priorities that we have as a country. The fact that we constantly see our leaders tell us, well, we can't afford to provide, a safe and sound basic education to every child, that we can't afford to provide healthcare as a human right. We can't afford, to pay everyone a livable wage, but then we can afford
Doing sports always had to wait
Pentagon that
1 to
hasn't
2 hours
been
until
audited
after.
in over
Okay,
30
that
years,
sucks.
sent endless amounts of money
That is difficult.
to other
But it
countries
must be
like
very
Israel to
fulfilling
commit
in a way.
genocides when we're not even taking care of our own community members.
Yeah. I suspect that APAC, like APAC subsidiaries funding your opponent in this race has probably something to do with the fact that you have an anti-genocide position, a position shared by many Democrats, including Democrats in North Carolina. Has this ever been even a point of contention when you're door knocking, or are people more supportive overall of this position?
No,
Well, it's
people
ironic.
are sick and tired of seeing their tax dollars being used for destruction of communities abroad.
I don't know what it
70,000
is, but it
innocent
confused me
civilians
that
have been
most
killed
people has
using
had.
U.S. taxpayer
Khan
dollars.
couldn't name 5
Taxpayer
policies.
dollars that our current representative voted to send.
I think it's basically
And in
because
the
like
midst of the genocide,
people haven't
flying
really
to
thought of it like
Israel
that.
and taking pictures posing with Netanyahu,
I think it's
a
just
known
difficult.
war criminal.
Like
And in the
a
same
chat,
time,
a person came
our
in earlier
district is
asking me
facing
about
the
like
highest number of federal funding
what
cuts
makes me believe in
more than any
Islam,
congressional
and I
district
couldn't
in the
really
country.
answer it. Off the
And
top
to
of my head.
have leadership that's not stepping up and putting up a fight against
Like what it is that gives me faith.
authoritarianism because they're too busy.
The thing is, like, I'm sure I can explain
courting
it if you
these
think
corporate
about it, but
interests
also
and
like
these
part of
corporate
it is
defense
not really.
contractors.
I don't think I can explain.
Yeah.
So
going back to some of your primary opponents here, AI companies, according to More Perfect Union, are gearing up to spend more than $100 million on the 2026 elections. In North Carolina, in your district, they've already dropped more than $500,000 on
It's not.
one primary ad.
But it's just that it's just
and
more
they're
the
trying to offer a boost
coming up with something
to
on the
your
spot is
opposition.
difficult.
What
It's
are
more
their positions on AI?
So this lobby, they claim, quote unquote, or my opponent, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, she was just right as I launched my campaign, conveniently placed as a co-chair of the AI task force by Hakeem Jeffries, Representative Jeffries. And then now you see there's 3 co-chairs of this. 2 of the 3 co-chairs are being bankrolled by the AI lobby now. And we have been asked at a candidate forum by residents.
It should be,
where we
but I think
stand
like
on the data
5
center
policies
that's
is a
being built
lot.
in this district, and she said
It's like,
that's a local issue.
but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna speak on that. Then what is the point of having a federal AI task force if you're not gonna speak up and call for regulations on the
The thing
AI
is also a lot of time people
Yeah,
focus more on what they're against than what they're
she's,
for. Even people
kinda
with good
seems
intentions,
like, at least judging
like a
by
lot of
the way
leftists,
that
especially,
these AI companies
into this.
are lobbying against you, it kind of
So
feels
that-
like she's not
that
actually
ends up
doing
with you
her
kind of
job
being
as
like,
as a regulator.
in an awkward
At least
position
from
when you're
my,
asked, what are you
at least
for?
from my assessment. So, one other question I had for you is Robert Gurneri, according to Sludge, it has been outed as one of the billionaire co-founders of Jane Street Capital, is the only disclosed donor to a PAC affiliated with a super PAC now spending for Valerie Foushee. This week, he was sued in federal court over allegations of insider trading regarding Do Kwon's Terraform Labs. It's the mysterious billionaire boss at Jane Street smashing trading records. What is the reason why this person is so against you? In your
Maybe it sounds
opinion?
sad, but I'm still not happy about it. Yeah, no,
Why don't you like insider trading?
I think it's something they need to be
I'm
pressed
sorry
on
to
more.
say billionaires, but I'm not going to be a
Like,
friend of yours
by
in
us.
DC because I'm going to be there to advocate and
Internally.
fight for the working class. And I'm sure
Because
that
if they can't
these
answer
folks are
that, then
scared
they will not be able to
because
do
they
as
see that
good,
not
like
only
when they're being
this
grilled
campaign,
by
but campaigns like Sohran's, campaigns like Ana Lilia
right-wing
Mejia,
media, aka
campaigns
most.
like we have coming up
mainstream media.
with so many amazing Justice Democrats candidates and Leaders We Deserve and Sunrise Movement folks who are running across this country are giving a voice to working class individuals who are saying that we've had enough of billionaires making a profit off of our backs and then stepping on us and silencing us. And they see that we've built momentum and we've built energy and they're scared. And they should.
Then I'm speaking out of a point of
because
privilege. Because I'm
when
no
we
politician.
win,
I'm
this
not.
is only the beginning
I mean,
of this race. We're going to continue to
and
stand
that's
out
not how I
all
usually
across the
use the point of
country and
privilege.
show people
But I
that
see
they
what you
have
mean.
they have the power, and that no matter how many millions they try to spend to silence us, our votes will silence them.
Okay, so you're against POC, people of capital, or POW, people of wealth, the true minority,
so
the only minority group that
It's such
the
a
Democratic
dumb joke
Party
because
and
you
the
have to
Republican
you have to
Party both align
immediately
on
explain what you mean
protecting.
afterwards. It is such a dumb
So,
joke. Dumb joke.
Another question I have for you is Another question I have for you
Yes,
is,
yeah, I'm against POC. People of
the party itself
people
is
of
seemingly
capital.
orchestrating methods of diluting
Very
funds or basically hiding funds that are coming from big lobby organizations that are now falling out of favor. Does this, like, if there was a message broadly that you could take to the National Democratic Party? You're a Democrat. You've been endorsed by other Democrats, as well as an independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, who always caucuses with the Democrats. If there was a message that you could send to the party, what would it be as far as getting out of the way of left populist candidates that are socialist, candidates that are endorsed by socialists?
Shit! We don't have a
Like,
way of producing iron plates.
Party, not stand in opposition to people like yourself?
I think, the party every year, every election that we lose, the party always comes back and is like, oh man, well, why didn't working people come out and vote? Oh man, why didn't young people come out and vote? Why didn't immigrants come out and vote? It's because we see who's funding you. We see who is backing you. And these folks aren't spending thousands and millions of dollars for expecting nothing in return. And I think it's disingenuous and it's insulting to think that voters and constituents are stupid. That we don't see these super PACs coming in, that these corporate interests coming in and buying these elections and thinking that, oh, this representative is going to truly represent me. No, I think that we as Democrats, if we actually want to win in 2028, if we actually want to take back the majority this cycle, then we need to be building the party and fighting and standing with the working class people that we claim to be champions for, instead of cashing checks from the same folks who put Trump and his MAGA Republican friends into the White House.
So you're in North Carolina. What is the demographic makeup of your district? Would you say that a pivot to moderation
We need a lot more plates.
is the suggested outcome here? And your performance so far, do you feel like that actually goes against the grain? Like, do you feel like that actually is a clear-cut example that you don't have to pivot to moderation in order to win elections in purple districts or blue districts or even red districts?
This is actually the safest blue district in North Carolina. It's D+24, and it's not just blue, it's progressive blue. Like, I'm a county commissioner here in the largest county in this district. I already represent, like, what's going to be 50% of the voting population, and that shows, like, as the first Muslim woman ever elected to office in North Carolina's history, the values and the diversity of this district, that we have the only district with a double-digit Asian American population, double-digit African American population, nearly just under double-digit Hispanic and Latino. And we have some of the most highly educated folks in this district. With 6 colleges and universities. We're home to Research Triangle Park. And we don't have to pivot. And it's not even just about moderation. Like, I get called all sorts of things, and yeah, I'm a progressive, but also every single policy that I'm standing on is common sense. It's about allowing every person in this country to live with dignity. And these shouldn't be controversial, especially not in the Democratic Party. These shouldn't be considered radical ideas that, every family, every person should be able to put food on their table, should only have to work one job to make ends meet.
How would you reach across the aisle and make a convincing message that you would be the best congressperson for the district for maybe people who have voted in the past for the Republican Party? There's someone who said, this is my home district. There's 6 total Republicans here, and 2 of them happen to be my parents. How would you convince this chatter that I have? They're 2 parents that have voted Republican, that you are the right candidate for them?
I think I would talk to them about
Why
the
is
shared
no one
lived experiences
that
that
building
we have.
that?
People in this district, just like all across the country, are struggling to make ends meet. And me and my husband, we have student debt. We have 2 young kids that we're putting through daycare, and the cost of childcare for our 2 kids is the same as our mortgage. And we want to see our neighbors being taken care of. We want to see our neighbors be able to support themselves and be able to support ourselves.
I like that she stays in the photo body. Yes.
every single
She's doing
person in
that
this
well.
country, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or unaffiliated, would rather see their taxpayer dollars be used to build community, to support one another, rather than be used to give billionaires tax cuts and corporations tax breaks and fund endless war. And I think that's how we build relationships across the aisle, is through human interaction and relationship building.
Your opponent Valerie is turning 70 this year. Don't you feel like you're taking out someone so young potentially by running against one of our youngest members in Congress?
You know, for me, I look at my generation, your generation, and I see that we are facing one of the highest points of unaffordability for us. That we
Show them
have
panic, put your
student
dwarf
debt.
son
We're more
green.
likely to be running with student debt for the rest of our lives than be able to buy homes. The average age of a home buyer in the country is 59 years old. And we need leadership that understands
much
this lived experience
will we
in
get
this
if we
moment
destroy
of how
this?
expensive it is to raise a family.
A lot.
How expensive it is to
Right,
go to
we are
school
destroying
right now,
this furnace.
to buy a home,
We
to
need that,
try to achieve the American dream that we were
we need
told
those
was
plates ASAP.
possible for us.
Okay, so you're an ageist, is what you're saying. You're someone so clearly in the prime of her life, potentially that doesn't understand the plight of those who are even younger, which of course is far too young to run for office.
Nice, finally.
All right, last question for you.
Make
And
us
thank you
iron
so much
plates,
for
please.
coming on the broadcast, taking time out, and sharing your experience of breaking the fast with a bunch of people who don't fully comprehend the Muslim American experience. What are some areas of need for your campaign right now, and how can my community help you out?
Yeah, our biggest need right now is, honestly, as you mentioned earlier, campaigns are unfortunately fueled by money. And when you see this type of, right-wing special interest money coming in at the last minute to try to save this representative with I think it's nearly over $2 million that they've dumped in this last year. We are a campaign that's run on grassroots contributions. I think our average contribution is like $35. So anything that folks can donate and give, I think someone's probably dropping a link somewhere in the chat. And also volunteer. We have
Allowed to vote
2
for
more
money
days
as
of
my
early
president.
voting. Election day is on Tuesday.
Don't worry.
It's all about turnout.
We all
now.
always
so
doing
folks
that.
can jump on the dialer and make phone
Isn't that
calls
just great?
wherever you are to tell people,
we're finally
remind them to
getting
vote and to get out an
plates.
early vote.
We're a little bit low on
And
ironing,
also, if
but
you're
so
in the
we should
district or
kind
around
of
or want to
move
come
on.
visit, come knock doors with us. Come reach voters where they're at and remind them that they don't have to settle in
We'll
this
wait
election,
until we are
that they have a choice for change.
35.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much for
Oh,
coming on the
this one, nice.
broadcast. This was wonderful,
Okay,
and I wish you
continue
all
for a
the
little while.
success in the upcoming election.
Thanks, Hassan.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Bye. All right, that was I'm gonna butcher it again. Nida Alum, running for North Carolina. I have another guest here in the building right now. Ben Rhodes is in the building. He's been waiting on the sidelines here.
Ben Rhodes.
And we're going to dive into, obviously,
Is he like
the
the
top
very
news
good-
story of the day. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking
Ben, this is
about
someone else.
we're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Cuba and a lot more. Welcome to the broadcast, Ben. I have a gift here for you.
All right.
This is. Did you eat already?
I mean,
He's very full.
Okay, well, this is goulash.
He seems like a nice.
This is a Turkish delicacy that we eat
Goulash.
during Ramadan.
Oh, nice.
It looks like.
You
It
can
sounds
try
like
it
goulash.
and
Obama
tell
advises
me if
something
you
like,
it.
"Oh
I
yeah,
haven't
that
tried this
guy."
one yet, but this is like one of my.
That's cool.
It's a dessert.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Yeah. Oh, it's very sweet.
Oh, it's good.
Okay.
It's sweet.
Hold on.
I can't believe that.
No, you.
It's
This
sweet.
is. Well, I mean,
No way.
my
Well, you
mom.
can, but,
my
I
mom
can't.
went and
Yeah.
found it somewhere. I don't know, but. Anya, what's
Next.
in it? What's in the goulash?
This meat area. And a
Nishasta.
lot.
No, I don't know what nishasta is, Mom. Starch.
All right.
Is it starch? Yeah, it's starch. Layers of really thin starch. Yeah, there's napkins here too.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want.
Macaroon.
And this is just usually a Ramadan. Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Did we lose? Did someone
This is
die?
great. I didn't expect this.
Yeah. All right, Ben Rhodes.
Why are people stopped?
Welcome to the broadcast.
Do we not have enough
we had a
space
long
at
conversation at Abdul El Sayed's.
Oh shit, do we not have enough space at the
fundraiser.
eateries?
And it was a very interesting conversation. And ever since then, I've been meaning to have you on. And unfortunately, this is probably the best possible time to have you on, but also simultaneously the worst possible time for the world in general. You were
Yes, I'm because the one
advisor
Gulesh.
in the Obama administration, and you
I
were
don't think
there
so.
in the room for at least. I'm very critical of Barack Obama. It's not a secret, but 2 key foreign policy initiatives that I always ride for, that I've always defended: normalization and ease of restrictions on Cuba, and also the JCPOA, which I think was a crowning achievement of the Obama administration's foreign policy. Now, obviously, we have a lot of areas of agreement, especially since then. I feel like your views have also evolved.
I'm going to reach and tiger
quite a bit since that moment, since your time in the White House. And
that looks sick.
And it's an interesting time to have this conversation. One of the things that I consistently talk about is how American foreign policy oftentimes is regarded as uniparty, and I also certainly say that as well. And there's definitely there is definitely a uniparty component to foreign policy, but the one area where American foreign policy genuinely changed was in the post-Obama world, where Barack Obama's actions, specifically with the JCPOA, and I would love for you to describe it to those who don't know in the chat what the JCPOA was a pivotal moment. And the reason why I think it's a pivotal moment is because it was panned by the Democratic Party as well. There were definitely a lot of people who are still in power within the party.
The current Senate Minority Leader voted against it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there was a very disrespectful moment where Benjamin Netanyahu was invited to Congress to deliver a speech in front of the entire Congress, even though plenty of Democrats actually chose not to attend. There was still
the hygiene
a lot of
is
Democrats
not
that did go
going
and attend
well.
that.
Due to our lack of
and the reason why I'm bringing it up is because when Donald Trump came into power, I think we basically offered Israel the driver's seat in our Middle Eastern policy. They've always played a consulting role. Israel is seen as this like reliable and very valuable ally. Israel's interests align with our interests in the region. It's a resource-rich region, and obviously we have different partners in the region as well. But like they're not as seen as stable or as reliable as Israel has always been historically. But I think in the Trump administration under Trump 1,
it's weird that I have to have more delay on PC than on phone.
That went against decades of precedent. Went against decades of precedent.
But also, like, that happens
where Israel's wishes were
time because my
fulfilled.
PC
Moving
struggles
the embassy to
a lot.
Jerusalem was a huge deal. Now, after Donald
do
Trump
not
lost the election in 2020, Joe Biden became
Why
president.
do we not?
But Joe Biden also had some ideological commitments to Israel. And I think that was part of the reason why the Biden administration did not reverse some of these policies. One, because it would have been too difficult of a battle to fight.
They could have gone into the JCPOA on day one, and they didn't.
Exactly. So my question for you is, now we're in the second Trump administration, and we're even moving further, allowing Israel to seize control over the steering wheel, directing Middle Eastern policy. And as we're at the precipice of potentially striking Iran again in an incredibly costly military quagmire that might even collapse this country, depending on how far it goes, do you feel like there is a do you feel like the Democratic Party is falling short of what's necessary?
Oh yeah, I feel like the Democratic Party is falling short, and there's so much to unpack in that, Hassan. But I, just on the Democratic Party today, look, we are on the verge of fighting a war that 80% of the American people don't want to fight. That could be absolutely catastrophic for this country, for obviously Iranians, but for countries across the region.
Or Switch is always eating away so many resources.
10 million refugees into Turkey, Afghanistan, Pakistan. We could go through those consequences. And
we are
here's an issue that is politically popular on the left and the right. It's one of the few things people agree on in this country is they don't want more wars. The timing makes no sense. There's nothing that has happened in Iran that suggests that we need to mass the largest military force since the Iraq War there.
Going to have
And so,
opportunities to get word.
and yet the Democrats are
So
doing
we
something,
will
right? So the vehicle, Ro Khanna has been very good on this issue, and he and Thomas Massie have basically tried to, or are forcing a vote on essentially a congressional break on Trump having the authority to act. And, you know, you're seeing the Democrats kind of sign on, but if you look at their
I
body
mean, we could just
language,
rush
if you
all the
look-
way
the
over
fight is
there
about,
to,
you know, ACA healthcare subsidies. Like, they are out there
the
doing press
I don't-
conferences. They're out there beating the drum. They're
I wanna
you know,
get
traveling
some
the country.
resources.
They look uncomfortable. Some of not all of them.
Let's
This is
get
very good
the
Democrats
iron
on this
over
issue, I should
here.
say. We can go. You know,
That's good.
Ro Khanna, AOC, Ilhan Omar, but Chris Van Hollen,
Chris
Tim
Van Hollen's
Kaine.
been
Like
great,
you know, it's
yeah.
an interesting mix of people. But the leadership, you know, looks like this isn't really the battle we want to fight, which doesn't, you know, objectively make sense because it's an 80-20 issue, right? And do you really trust Donald Trump to do the war in Iran competently and effectively? Well, we shouldn't be doing it anyway, morally and ethically.
Tabletop
why would
time
we
on my
want
wish list.
to-
So
The NASDAQ
nice.
jumped out of you.
You
for a
also have a
second
Discord.
when you said
um,
we really
that
trust
I've
Trump
been
in Iran.
down there.
Yeah,
It is pretty good.
I think, look, we are far too comfortable with bombing countries,
Yes.
and I own my
What?
participation in that for 8 years. I'm happy to talk about it. Like you say, I've evolved on a lot of these things. But what are the, you know, so,
we are
so
running
what is
low
that?
on iron ore and everything
Like,
else,
to me,
so we are
it's-
going
there's a
to.
mix of things, right? Some of it, you know, is
Oh,
like
straight.
there's a correlation between the kinds of Democrats who've taken money from AIPAC and who've been very reticent to speak out on issues related to
Right.
Palestine and this issue. Some of it is this kind of like trauma buried deep in the Democratic psyche from the post 9/11 moment, where it's like they're going to call us weak and we'll lose elections, which is, you know, runs in the face of multiple elections in which Democrats rewarded or voters rewarded people that didn't want to get us in wars,
Including Donald
yeah,
Trump.
including Donald Trump,
but not
yeah.
limited to Donald
Yeah.
Trump, who ran as an anti-war candidate 3 times
Wait.
now.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
much
shit,
more
we-
difficult for him to do so in 2020 because
Oh, okay, no, it is.
the Trump administration.
Yeah.
It is. I thought it
but
was
he
gonna
did
take
successfully win twice.
Well,
Thankfully,
and
the-
Barack Obama ran as an
Yes, we
08
can
as
go
an anti-war
fishing
candidate. He
and
never
gather
would've gotten
dirty
elected
water,
president.
which is not
He
ideal,
wasn't against
but
the Iraq War.
better
Hillary
than
Clinton voted for it. In 2012, he ran as the more diplomacy-forward candidate. Mitt Romney was the hawk. So in every single presidential election since 2004, with the exception of 2020, which is a weird election because
Yeah.
I'm not sure Joe Biden wins that without COVID.
Yeah.
But every single election, Americans are saying, hey, we don't want these wars. It's a left-right issue, convergence. And yet the political leadership in the Democratic Party is not where its voters are, and it's not even where the caucuses are. Most Democrats in the House and Senate, I think, are
Maybe
against
let's
this.
not pull that.
It's kind of a
Instead,
leadership issue.
build some ladders
and
up.
the leadership seemingly has been whipping votes behind closed doors, or at least like trying to engineer an alternative where the Democrats don't even speak out against it, with the exception of those who have actually been bold and have come out and spoke out against going to war with Iran. But unfortunately, as we've seen from both Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, there's not a lot of appetite on the leadership side to present a message. I want to ask you how you felt seeing Chuck Schumer come out and have, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick, have these words, because the Gang of Eight had a conversation. Where is it? The Gang of Eight had a conversation with I believe, someone
Rubio.
With Marco Rubio, yeah. And Chuck Schumer's only response in the aftermath of that, when he was asked, was, where is it? Was something that we've heard many times over. Actually, it was an aesthetic,
They need to present
process-focused
their- yeah.
response. Here it is.
And the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
The administration has to make its case to the American people.
So
As though, he's been
such a
fulfilled.
dick-
I mean, he's been filled in about what's going on. He understands the moment, the necessity for war with Iran,
again.
and it's just if only the public
Getting
heard
iron
about it.
now, which is nice.
Do you feel like Schumer
So-
is in opposition to a war with Iran, whether it's Trump doing it or anyone else doing it, really?
I mean, it seems like he's going to end up voting for this bill, and maybe because there's been a lot of pressure, frankly, for him to vote for this bill that tries to constrain Trump. Look, if you look at his body language there, though, he just got a briefing. that could not have possibly answered the question of why we're going to war with Iran, because we should not be going to war with Iran. And this pivot to process, they need to make their case. They kind of need to go through the old motions of. I mean, it's like saying. We need a WMD campaign.
We need more.
We need some fabricated intelligence. What kind of case would Donald Trump make? Like, do you really think that would answer any of the mail here? And what's missing is a moral argument of like, it is time for this country to stop getting into war after war. A policy argument. Like, nobody fucking voted for people to launch a war in Iran. We have cost of living crisis in this country. Like, there are all kinds of avenues to attack.
Game
what
is
clearly
very silly.
like a terrible idea.
It doesn't automatically
he
freeze.
instead kind of retreats to this process point, which to me is kind of the lowest common denominator. Who could disagree with the idea that they must make the case? But that's not meeting people's energy where they are, which is that we could go during this live stream, we could learn that we've started bombing Iran.
Yeah.
And there's no urgency there, right? There's no sense of like, I've just heard something very alarming and this needs to stop. This does not need to happen. This should not happen. Instead, it's this kind of process point.
Yeah, look, I wasn't in any administration. I'm 34 years old. I'm just a guy in the sidelines. And from my perspective, when I hear the leader of the Democratic Party say this, to me that reads as, I kind of want Trump to foot the bill for this politically, and I don't mind if he does this. I don't mind if he does this. I just want to come across like I'm subtly nudging him in the opposite direction without without any real pushback whatsoever. And I think a lot of Americans do also recognize that, and that's where that voter apathy comes from, the idea that like both parties are not really going to represent my interests. No matter what happens, I got to go to work and I got to worry about that. Clearly, there is no reason for me to pay attention to politics. Do you feel like this is one of those moments as well where Americans look at this and go, what am I going to do?
Yeah, and there's a political piece and a national security piece. On the political side, when it's not an issue that you want to really take on, right, as you're saying, you retreat to kind of Washington process speak. We need to make the case, or we need to have legislative process on this, or it's not taking a position on the policy. It's
I wonder what
I can
what
be
they're going
against
to do with these regions which are not on the
instead
rail.
of like going out there and taking a stand against a war with Iran.
Yeah.
There's a bigger point though on the national security side, and this includes Congress, but also includes people that were in jobs like mine, is that, and I had this phrase for the blob, which was meant to refer to the kind of groupthink of people in national security in both parties. The conversations that those people have inside rooms would make absolutely no sense to the vast majority of Americans. They're so inside of the machinery of American national security policy, the momentum towards the thing like war. If it seems like it's happening, then we need to make it work, or we need to figure out how to do it better, like kind of what I said earlier, instead of just stepping back and saying like, this is crazy, why are we doing this, and why do we do this again and again? And look, some people are doing it for clear reasons, right? So Israel has long had an interest. I've never been in politics without Bibi Netanyahu wanting the United States to remove the Iranian government through a military operation. So their interest is very clear and it's very long-standing.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
Have you considered that they're a week away from a nuclear weapon?
After the Iranians, after their program is obliterated.
Okay.
Obviously, I spent 8 years studying the Iranian nuclear program. It was neither obliterated nor is it a week away from a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but have you considered that? Imagine a world. Let me pitch it to you. Imagine a world where the Iranian nuke is a week away, though. We got to do it. We got to bomb them a little bit, right?
Can we just
we gotta do something.
can we not just turn off these houses?
First of all,
I guess that not.
I'm not.
But here's what's really important. What Witkoff said is not that they're even a week away from a nuclear weapon. It was they're
will they not automatically move away?
Having enough fuel
And,
to
go to
produce
another job?
to make a nuclear weapon, but
Maybe I'm comparing it to jobs.
they've never weaponized. The U.S. intelligence community assesses that in 2003 they shut down any effort to weaponize.
Are you mining?
which is important because that means you can have fuel, but how do you shrink it down and put it on a warhead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are much further away from, even in the doomsday scenarios painted by Netanyahu and Witkoff and whomever's saber rattling, like they leave out the fact that Iran does not have an active weapons program. They have a nuclear program that could be concerning. You know, I get it. But anyway, these timelines are all bogus.
The enrichment process is definitely above what is normal for
what is necessary for people.
Yeah, what is necessary for civilian infrastructure. I see that as not an opportunity for Iran to develop a nuke, which, by the way, you and I probably have differences in opinion on that, because I think that we are in the age of nuclear sovereignty, but that's a totally separate conversation that we can have. But I think it's more so a way to try to negotiate with leverage at the negotiation table to get rid of at least some aspects of the sanctions. This was fairly successful. If you don't mind, can you explain to people what the JCPOA is and what the process looked like as someone who was working on it?
Yeah, and it's important because this deal has been so demagogued over the years. But essentially, what the JCPOA was the United States, together with Russia and China and the UK and France and Germany, so all the kind of big powers at the table here with Iran, negotiated a deal in which Iran would agree to never develop a nuclear weapon. They make that commitment, and Trump claimed in the State of the Union that they'd never made that commitment. They did. But then really importantly, they would destroy like the reactor that they were going to use to make plutonium, so they don't need plutonium. They have a uranium enrichment program. And then they would basically take out a significant amount of their centrifuges, put them under lock and key, monitoring verification, so that they're only running a limited number of centrifuges that cannot produce enough fuel for a nuclear weapon. They're enriching at a far lower percent that's consistent with peaceful purposes. Very importantly, they are shipping their stockpile of enriched uranium out of the country to be reprocessed and then used for things like medical isotopes. And then there are all these inspections regimes. There's people in the can go in and inspect the facilities.
Yeah.
There's cameras monitoring all this. The shorthand version is Iran gets some sanctions relief, and in exchange, they take a series of steps that guarantee that they do not have a program that could become useful for a nuclear weapon. The stuff is shipped out of the country. There's less of it. There's less of it operating. They're doing less research and development. There's inspections, and this if your genuine interest, right? And this is, I think, what the Obama debate kind of smoked out. If your genuine interest is making sure Iran has a nuclear weapon, this solves that problem.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the deal, you can say it's, I wanted a better deal on the nuclear stuff. No, this is about, and Trump is finding this out now, this is as good a deal as you're going to get on nuclear. It's do you want to remove the Iranian regime? And the Israelis said at the time, they need to get rid of their ballistic missiles too. They need to stop their support for
They're still saying
it. Trump is taking those positions at the negotiating table.
Which is
too.
insane.
And here's the thing: the Iranians will never do that.
Yeah.
Wait, we don't have places to
Israeli
arm planes.
government knows that, and so that proposal is designed in a laboratory to fail.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we currently seem to be in these negotiations. And Trump has to decide: am I going to end up in this war because this deal is impossible, or am I going to take kind of essentially like maybe get a slightly better version of the Obama deal and say you did better than Obama and call that a win. I hope he does that. By the way, I'd be happy.
It's also really interesting that their their second place prize for like not removing the ballistic missiles has been to limit their range to 300 kilometers. That suspiciously doesn't reach Israel,
but still reaches some of our.
Of course, American bases.
So still reaches American bases in Qatar.
American bases in Qatar, Bahrain, elsewhere are obviously striking distance. Funny. Even the oil refineries are in striking distance of the 300 kilometers, just not Israel.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting because
very important.
That's
as long as it
one
doesn't
regional
reach Israel,
that,
it's fine.
Regardless,
you can reach American bases. That they're okay with. Very self-sacrificing.
Regional
Good on
powers.
Them.
That's the one regional power that is always directly attacking Iran, or has directly attacked Iran in like the last couple of decades.
Yeah, and that's why the Iranian government sees that program as their only potentially, that and the proxy groups were their way in which they tried to defend,
of course,
their survival. And look, I think that the reason Trump can't explain why we're doing this is it's not even clear to me that he knows why we're doing this. You know what I mean? In the sense that there's a momentum coming up, some of it from Israel and its supporters in the U.S., some of it from kind of dead-ender hawks, you know, like your Lindsey Graham's, I mean, who, yes, is
he's
supportive of Israel.
salivating.
But there are these people in the U.S. that, you know, they hate Iran and Cuba because they've never gotten over 1959 and 1979. There's a kind of vengeance seed in American foreign policy with some of these countries. So I think there is a kind of the convergence of these dead-end Republican hawks, pro-Israel, Israeli government, a little bit of Reza Pahlavi mixed in.
I feel like he's just an irrelevant entity in the conversation.
He's not.
They just dangle him as like as a way to, I guess. There's two components, right? You have the MEK on the one side. With no domestic, with no domestic Iranian support whatsoever.
I've got some
is completely gone after Iran, Iraq, and then you have Reza Pahlavi for some of the monarchists.
Yeah.
How long would it take? Just like
who
drive straight
are my neighbors, and they're wonderful. Please don't kill me. Anyway,
but you know, can I would say one thing about this, if you don't mind? Like, I have a lot of Iranian friends, and the thing is, nobody's defending the Iranian government. The question is, number one, is
so many
US
more resources
bombing that country the best way to bring about change? And I think the facts show Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, when I was there, that doesn't end well. Even if you think that you know the enemy of my enemy is my friend, this
how can someone be a monarchist in
this
2026?
their country and leave the
Bro, I wish I knew.
Most
we have a lot of those.
But the other point
those wankers among us
they're
somehow.
Making cracks at this regime, like the
it's very stupid.
Movement, you know,
this resources pile, and we destroy it soon.
They've actually they've gotten an ease of a lot of the restrictions with a tremendous amount of on the ground like protests and people have died as a consequence. People have been jailed as a consequence of this. But that's a domestic affair. That's domestic repression, and it doesn't help, like you said.
It doesn't. And the supreme leader is 87 years old and in poor health. Like this thing is going to change. Better to have Iranian
Let
people
us make another treasury
than randomly Donald Trump deciding one day, you know, with Bibi Netanyahu, that we're going to bomb this country. Do you really think that their intentions are to set up a stable, successful Iranian democracy? It doesn't feel that way.
No, I mean, but that's also. That has literally never happened.
Yeah.
And you brought up one of those versions, which is, I think, a very scary outcome for every other regional actor, Libya, right?
They should become shamanist instead. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying.
Syria.
Become shamanist instead.
Iraq. American foreign policy is littered with these consequential disasters.
Oh, right. Also, while this is
the
going
American
on, we're
capital
going
owning class
to force
have made
these.
a lot of money, whether it be Halliburton in Iraq or whether
It's just
be,
not producing,
Exxon
but
and
it is
Chevron
obvious.
and
It is
numerous other
whatever it is.
oil companies that are now playing a process in the refinement and the procurement. The American population
Consumption of
doesn't
clean
see any
water we're
benefits
doing
from it.
is insane.
Obviously, my
Like,
argument always is
that is something
the
I hope
morality
they
of
will
it all is, like,
rebalance,
even
because
if
the
there
amount of
was,
clean water we're using versus how much
sort of like military
we need,
and
like the amount of these primitive water filters, they consume a lot of resources, like 20 iron, 20 coal, and 130 water for each 80 thing water. That is expensive.
I don't. So, but even in spite of that, in spite of the immorality of it, there is not even any sort of material.
As if you're running
benefit
an
for the
AI
average
sensor. True.
Americans see that.
I'm only left with dirty water.
Before, you know, post 9/11,
Seems like
there was
people's hygiene is
fervor.
finally gone up. 34 have disease.
Americans were looking to issue a consequence to people. They
Yikes.
were looking to punish
That's not
someone, anyone, and like 20 plus
That's not
years
ideal.
of that, and now we're on. Almost, we're eventually gonna turn the 30th year of our destabilization initiatives.
0 out of 0 free paymasters. Is no one working on the paymaster?
There's no appetite for this kind of military action in Iran. One of the things that the Trump administration is suggesting that I find very funny is I read this political report that came out yesterday, and they want Israel to strike Iran first.
Yes.
And then they think this will be easier to sell to the American population.
I think they're wrong about that.
They are so wrong.
I think they're
about
misreading things. Because there is
No, why it dwarfs and green?
There's a muscle memory
How many
in
resources are left
Washington
in this
that,
Oh,
you know, you will
infinite.
be able to generate broad bipartisan support. You know,
We're going to this.
but we are
Could
you
go
know,
here and gather some
through
grass.
Gaza, through one war in Iran,
But
beating Netanyahu,
we don't have
like
any.
pretty
Sorry for that.
universally loathed by Democrats. The idea that
Sorry.
if and
Yeah.
by the way, it would be the worst thing for Israel, frankly. You know,
yeah.
if they are seen as starting a war
No, sure.
that the United States is then drawn into, that becomes a conflagration.
You might as
I
well.
mean,
You might as well make Pat
yeah.
Buchanan the president
Yeah,
at
yeah,
that
it's-
point, because
it's
that's
so-
like
yeah.
that is directly leaning into the argument that like all of the military ambition in this region is not even in America's best interest. It's simply because Israel wants it. Is the main argument from that you're now actually seeing in the populist right quite a lot of, and in this iteration of the conflict, there is somewhat. There's
I
some
would
truth
like
to that,
to
especially because like I think
gather
the-
enough
the-
water
the
so
the
that
divergence with the Obama administration
how many
was
people are?
certainly where
Yeah, we
he
just
did not
lost
act
so
out
many
in
people.
Israel's interests, and
Maybe we should just
they
rush it.
certainly reacted negatively to it. And as I explained earlier, this just
we should
feeds
also
into
turn this
that
back
and calcifies that narrative in the eyes of the average Americans, which will lead to never wanting to deal with Israel
Yeah,
ever again.
I think one of the things that's interesting, Hassan, is like there's so much to say about how overextended we got over 25 years in the war on terror, right? And part of
Fourth
it is
workshop.
the
Oh,
system
say-
itself that was constructed kind of created chaos in all these countries, right? Violence and
Michael
chaos.
Reeves is working on his dark catapult again.
Part of what's-
Yes, good. That's what I
to
like to.
unpack is that like it's not like everybody who goes to work
That's
in
how it should be.
U.S. national security is like, today I'm going to work to create chaos in the world, but they are operating within a system that allows that to happen, and it's in some cases is
Are
meant
people
to make
less
that
sick?
happen in the sense that
They are less sick.
we
Very
don't-
good.
You know, where
Are we getting enough people?
destabilizing countries?
We're
Where are we
not.
dehumanizing populations? Right? It's kind of on this periphery, you know, and
I wonder if they will add more
now what we've
races.
seen though is not only have Americans figured out what is the benefit to us in fighting these wars. By the way, what is the cost on our own military that has suffered a lot because of it, but also that mindset is coming home. Like Minneapolis looks like Kabul or Baghdad, like with the night patrols, masked people. Like this is literally if you
Charcoal opens
dehumanize
a new
people
industrial
abroad,
furnace allows you to
particularly
manufacture
black and
charcoal
brown
from
people,
wood.
like that stuff
That
is
would
now
be
coming
nice.
home.
Sometimes the exact same tools that are being utilized.
No, same.
No employees in the cabin?
Some of the
Same techniques.
Some of the same techniques. Some of the same personnel. Frankly, ICE. I think
Yeah.
when they meet recruiting targets, they look to the
Yeah,
those
the
veterans.
guy who killed Renee
Fuck
Good.
you.
So all this is happening, and I think Americans, to come back to your
Right.
point, when they look
On
at
to the
this,
next
they're
region.
just like, can this place just be? I don't want it to be chaotic. I want things to be kind of calm over there. I don't want to get involved over there.
Yeah.
And then it currently it seems to be the Israeli government policy. If you look at Yemen and by the way, with the United Arab Emirates, right?
Oh, yeah.
So UAE is a part of this too, but the UAE, whether it's the UAE in Sudan and Yemen, Israel and southern Syria.
We didn't know he was
Lebanon,
streaming.
Potential Iran conflict. What you're
Oh,
talking
yes, he
about
does.
is like just more chaos
think he
in
does
this region.
stream now.
And I think Americans would take the opposite view of like, we just want this place to be calm, like
This is a very
for
good
their
too.
sake
Some-
and
some
ours,
love it,
like let's put an end to this. And there's an exhaustion that is part of what makes this ramp up to a potential another war in Iran feel so bizarre and discordant, because it's just not like read the room. This is not what the mood of the country is.
No, not even a little bit. And I do think that depending on Iran's appetite for
Not enough employees in the cabin.
self-defense,
Nice. Excellent.
this could go very south. What would you say to my analysis that the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained parties involved in this back and forth, judging by past performance, as far as even like reacting to Israel's actions or reacting to American actions, as opposed to some of the more militant elements within the IRGC?
So yeah, this is interesting.
We
So
are lone
they've been hit
workers.
twice, like once by Israel and then once
We
by
are
Israel
very
and the United
lone
States.
workers.
And both,
And even before then,
and even
the
before
embassy
that,
strike
or the Qasem Soleimani
yeah, Qasem
assassination,
Soleimani,
the
yeah.
head of the IRGC. And what you saw them do is very carefully calibrate a response so that they could be seen to be responding, but be signaling that they don't escalate. So the example of this is they fired missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar. By all reports, they called ahead and were like, just so you know, we're going to fire these missiles. And I think that was more of a warning than they weren't intending to hit the target. It was like, because they know we can shoot things down.
So
Advance notice. It was like, we're trying to show you, like, you are within the range of our missiles, but we're also trying to not escalate this situation.
Yeah.
They did some of the same stuff with some of the drones they flew at Israel.
We
like,
don't
just flying slowly across the Middle East. You know,
we have
now,
plenty
at
of
the end
iron
of the
parts.
12-day war.
We're
They were
using
starting
this.
to try to really hit targets.
We're gonna send you guys off to do some other work.
And they
Please
please
just do some other work.
Now, one of the things that has the ring of truth. I was
Just
talking to
mine some iron, guys. Please, we need that iron.
Is that
more than anything?
Israel took out a lot of the Iranian military leadership in the 12-day war, in the last war a few months ago, and some of those are the people that had been arguing. And we got to be careful here. You know, we don't want to react in a way that leads them to remove the regime. So they're all they care about is regime survival, right? So now those people
I think they also do, like, I'll be fair. And say that,
the consumption
I can only use
of
my
clean
own
water is
personal
actually
example with
insane.
Turkey.
Like, there's no way we can even keep up with
I
this.
despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Tommy Duncan wouldn't let you enslave the Green Force. I'm not enslaving anyone. They're just working here for shit wages, which is why a lot of them have left.
Going to jail for
unfortunately.
Things that I've written about the Turkish government, things that I've written about the coup. I'm not a good analyst by any means. Of course, I've been very critical of that as well. I'm anti-CIA. But having said all of that, I still believe that regardless of how corrupt Erdogan is, regardless of how despotic he is, I still think that his primary, like, there is a level of responsibility that he has to his population, to the sovereignty of the country. Even if that means he makes a lot of money on the side, or, you know, offers favorable contracts to his children and whatnot. And I feel the same way about the Iranian government as well. Like, ultimately, yes, they're ruthless and they're incredibly repressive to a degree that I think yields not only instability and creates national security problems for them. It opens up tremendous opportunities for Israel to very clearly take advantage of. And yet, I do think that their primary focus here is to maintain sovereignty and to protect their citizens to the best of their ability.
Well, and here's another important point about this.
Invoice frozen. Oh, sorry.
Often, policymakers, they look at a place like Iran or Cuba, for that matter, and they see they call it a regime. They see it as a monolith. Like, everybody inside that regime is the exact same person, and that they're not different factions. And there are. I mean, just because you're not a democracy doesn't mean you don't have people with different views in the government.
Yeah.
And there are always hardliners and people that are more open to reform or engagement, what have you. What's happening when you bomb a country like this? You are confirming repeatedly. You are confirming the world of the hardliners.
Employees could go to the treasuries to do the work. That would be very nice.
Americans. You shouldn't have even made that deal with Obama. Like, there were a lot of people in the Iranian system who hated the nuclear deal because they like, don't trust the Americans. By the way,
we have Copper
when
and
Trump pulls
Paul.
out, guess who looks like they're proved right? The hardliners, right? And so when those Iranian military commanders got taken out, the younger crowd that moved up the ladder, these people could be more, ready for a fight. And this time,
Once we have Copper,
Iran might
we
not
can
call
make-
ahead. And look, they can fire ballistic missiles at our bases in Qatar and Bahrain. They can fire ballistic missiles at Israel, try to overwhelm the missile defense systems, have a few missiles get through. And just imagine if a bunch of Americans
Some
are
of these, some
they
copper
could-
parts
their
would be
proxies
nice.
could, try
Because
to
then we can
attack our
extend our
embassy in
train, and
Baghdad,
then we
which
can
in the past they've
hopefully
been able to demonstrate they can
have
do that.
more
Lebanon,
storage and some other shit.
they could try to stir things up. They could launch cyber attacks, and then the problem is, of course, then there'll be an overwhelming response. And if you remove the regime, if you kill the supreme leader, it's far more likely that Iran implodes into some kind of civil conflict. Or
I mean, that's probably what America wants, TBH.
Because they're the most
Unfortunately.
people in the country. And then you have separatist movements in parts of Iran.
There's also
The whole thing
like
could
a
fracture.
succession that was chosen already,
These are
given
blogs we have.
the Ayatollah Khamenei's age and the last, I think before the last 12.
Also,
days
this
war, there
amount
was,
of
like, 3
size these
different
storage
sites that were
thingies
chosen
take
in secret.
is
So there's like a
Also somewhat
contingency plan that
ridiculous.
they have. I don't know how successful that will be, especially because like Khamenei was also a formative figure in the Iran-Iraq war.
It'd also be nice if
like,
the
he was
Tories
an
set it up a
established
little
known
bit
figure
more.
amongst the clerics as well.
Like
so I don't
helped
know
a little
where
bit
they
with
would
setting
go,
up the train in a nice
from
way,
here.
but maybe that's asking a bit too much.
He was not the same force that I guess Khomeini was, but even then he was like an established entity.
And he's the longest serving dictator in the world, so he's kind of built this structure, you know. But the other thing they know is we can bomb. We have all this overwhelming superiority in the air, but he also knows that Americans, including
Someone
Trump,
said he's still younger than Chuck Grassley.
he is actually.
True.
And by the way, similarly online, his
Also
Twitter
tweets all the
account, his
time.
Twitter account is kind of like Chuck Grassley.
Just like
Check
Chuck
it out. Yeah,
Grassley.
but they know that we're probably
And
not going to.
everyone is probably getting sick again because we don't.
Yeah.
So
We're not
they-
producing
But it's
enough
not even just that. It's also
water.
like a very difficult. Like it's like a fortress.
It's a huge country.
It's
It's
a huge
93
country.
million people.
Is there anything we can
People,
research to
it's
help
like a
the water
fortress with
purification?
with the terrain.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
It's like Afghanistan
Seems-
times 10.
Yeah.
And recent events show that Afghanistan was
Well, and that's,
not exactly
so
successful.
that's the thing. If you can, if you're the IRGC and you weather, you know, Midnight Blizzard 2.0, you think, oh, I can wait these guys out. You know, look what happened with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Look what happened in Iraq. You know, kind of muddled to some place that is where nobody expected it to be. But you know, there's. Trump is depending on this idea that you can solve problems just by bombing countries.
Yeah.
Or remove
The
regimes just
fisheries
by
are
bombing
also
countries.
not doing great.
And that's never been the end of the story.
Well, I will say there has been. I mean,
And we have even
obviously, I'm
fewer
not a
workers
fan
now.
of Trump by any means, and I've been very critical of his.
I think this run is pretty much
insane military adventurism and destabilization initiatives.
Uh,
But the one thing that Trump has been somewhat shy about,
think this
has
run
been
is pretty
somewhat
much
restrained about, is that he also has this weird like anti-neocon tendency almost, where he's like, I don't want to subscribe to a 20-year war. I don't want to be like on the. I want to go in and out clean.
Pain,
and as much as I
no
abhor
tutorial.
what the administration did in Venezuela, it's very obvious
Shem
that,
train instead of the Shemling
there were
train.
different forces inside of the administration that would have loved
Skip
to
this
utilize
trailer.
more military assets and potentially go into a much more long-standing battle, maybe even try to forcibly
try and,
put Machado in charge.
start
And he
a
was
new
like,
game
no,
and see
she
what
has no popular
happens."
base. It's not going to happen. We're going to work with Delcy Rodriguez. So in a weird
Infinite
way, like,
water here.
I think that approach
Lots
is
of
different from like
workers.
boomer neocons of the past.
It is. It is.
And it shows me that even with Qasem Soleimani, he will do unpredictable things and he will greatly escalate conflict. But he doesn't want to have, this is not sane washing chatters. I'm trying to establish like a logical through line with the way he, with what he has done and what he chooses not to do.
Sane.
He takes risks, but he also doesn't want to engage militarily for an extended period of time.
So can I give you an analogy? Which again, I want to apologize in advance when you're talking about war. Like it's always hard to make these kinds of analogies, but I actually think this one does get into his mindset. He is like a gambler that thinks he
How
can
many
walk away from the
chassis?
Yeah.
And so he'll go and he'll place a big bet, and then it'll hit and he'll cash it in, right? And the problem is one of those bets you're going to lose, right? Like one of those bets, the Iranian regime is going to hit a U.S. base, and then what do you do?
Or a ship.
Yeah, or a ship, right?
Like they're talking about using Chinese radar systems. They're talking about potentially shipments of Chinese anti-ship missiles. Like this is, and even before that, they have a fairly sophisticated and very affordable indigenous weapons manufacturing industry that is specifically designed around fighting against America and Israel.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, underground missile silos and the like, and underground missile launching systems as well.
And
So like,
production facilities.
yeah, exactly. So like, there's not
Supply chains, yeah.
This is a sovereign state. This is not waging war, like waging a counterinsurgency
Yeah,
war
that's right.
against
We
like
know
a
if it's
band of
a better-
brigands using old equipment that we gave them, 20 years prior.
Well, and Venezuela had not been preparing for 40 years for a potential conflict with the United States.
Yeah.
Like the Iranian, their entire military and security ethos has been designed with the U.S. This precise conflict in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with North Korea. Like, let's be real. their initial artillery systems that they designed was like obviously a threat. And then beyond that, like their nuclear program and the intercontinental ballistic missiles program that they developed was developed specifically with this in mind. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I was fascinated by this. A lot of the tunnel systems that they use in Iran, they learned from DPRK engineers, is what there was something I was reading about this. Like,
that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of
not just that, but like
cross pollination. I mean,
like
a lot of those Iranian say drones.
Vietnam,
by
like
Russia and Ukraine war.
Vietnam,
North Koreans are in Russia war.
DPRK,
There's a lot more collaboration. And frankly,
the Palestinian resistance, and I think also Cuba. I'm not sure about Cuba, but I know at least these three places have worked together a lot on tunnels. Iran included, I believe. Maybe also Yemen, not sure.
The Kim
but I know that I think the DPRK, they told it to the Viet Cong, who then also told others.
Christian nationalists, Russian empire.
Very interesting. Like actual international solidarity and mutual aid. It is very interesting to learn about.
Necessity in a lot of ways. When we should have, and this is what Obama was trying to do, to pursue diplomacy to kind of break that apart and see can we bring people into different structures and can we create a different mode of politics in the world?
I think it was Jeff Stein's reporting in the Washington Post that was really fascinating on this, where he talked about the sanctions regime that we have implemented around the world and what consequences that has created, which is like it forced a alternative market, forced a secondary market of cooperation for a lot of countries, especially in the periphery. Because we have, I think, sanctioned 69% of the poorest countries on the planet at some point. It's a very simple process. You go to the treasury, you say, I want this guy out, or I want this regime out. I want this competing interest in the country that I want to be involved in, to get starved out by the power of the American government.
And it's by the same authority that the Supreme Court just struck down on tariffs. Right? And so the Supreme Court is fine with presidents just sanctioning everything they want. The tariffs for the Republican majority was an affront to kind of their free market ethos. I always say to people, look at the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world by the United States. It's Iran, North Korea, Cuba, now Russia, Venezuela. Did that work to achieve the stated aims? Like, sanctions don't work in changing the behavior of governments, number one. Second, they end up hurting the people of those countries, not the elites, right? Because if you get a secondary economy, black market economy,
if anything, you are often also just like strengthening people against the
right? So they're
whatever government you're supporting.
Yell at us that you're giving sanctions relief to the IRGC. It's like, no, we're trying to give sanctions relief to the Iranian people that have been fucked by our sanctions. The IRGC has been able to make money in all kinds of black market trade during the sanctions regime. And so what the sanctions end up doing is again, kind of creating this chaos, creating these humanitarian crises. And then now it's become so extreme that these countries are creating parallel economies, right? Russia has figured out a way to sell its oil despite being sanctioned by the United States. The Chinese are trying to turn that into an alternative to the dollar, right? But the dollar is the basis of American power in the world. If every financial transaction has to run through the dollar, you have infinite leverage. But if we've sanctioned countries so much and have behaved so recklessly with tariffs and other things, that enough critical mass of other countries are like, that's it. We're not trading in this. We're not propping up the dollar. Then America becomes a normal country real fast.
Yeah, and it's really interesting you say that, because like I think we saw a version of this with like China posturing with like the nuclear option in trade when they added additional export protections on export controls on rare minerals, right? And these are rare minerals that are necessary for production in the military-industrial complex. Like, this is a matter of national security.
Or your car radio, your computer in your car is not gonna
exactly.
work.
Everything. Everything is at some point like manufactured. A component is manufactured in China, and that was obviously posture. It was a trade posture to show how much power they have at their disposal. But if they were to apply that in the same unstable ways that Donald Trump has been, engaging in these like tariff wars and whatnot, obviously everyone would look for a secondary market instantly. And I think in some respects, like what we did with SWIFT after Russia's irredentic action in Ukraine, unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, caused this moment of panic for a lot of other countries where they were like, oh, America will actually blow this entire thing up, even if it causes them harm in the long run as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And that I think accelerated the secondary market, or like these points of leverage that other nations in the periphery were looking for, like the BRICS alliance and whatnot that's put together.
I'll give you one example of that, which is India was buying Russian oil.
Yeah.
And Biden kind of told them, hey, you know, we'll look the other way because India, you're a big important country. And by the way, they don't have time. They can't recalibrate their entire energy market that fast to comply with sanctions. Fast forward to Trump. When Modi didn't go along with giving Trump credit for the end of the brief India-Pakistan conflict over Kashmir, because that was not true. like Trump did not broke. Pakistan nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Modi refused to. Trump sanctioned India, or is it tariffs? He tariffed and so Trump tariffed India and also got the EU to sanction India.
Wait, what?
Guess what Modi did a few weeks later? He went to Beijing for a gigantic celebration of, I forget what anniversary it was. He's saying,
wait, I did
options,
not
people. Like, if you're gonna I have a country of 1.2 billion people. I'm not a Modi fan, but to your point, I do think he also has to act, consistent with Indian sovereignty. He's like, if you're gonna keep fucking with me like this, and I can wake up one morning to find that the tariffs are 50%, or my power grid is out because of some sanction that just got put in place, I'm gonna go deal with these people over here.
Oh yeah. And that is what more and more countries are doing. Even Western allies that have been vassalized over the course of the post-World War II New World Order that played a foreign.
Getting Modi to go to China is absolutely insane.
Allies to America have now come to that recognition in the
Base
aftermath
Trump?
of the Greenland posturing. That caused Mark Carney's famous speech at was it Davos? At Davos, to be like, we need middle powers to rise up and sovereignty. Now, I don't know how far they will go. I'm sure, like, if Trump says you're going to be a part of the Golden Dome, Mark Carney's probably going to say yes to that. And the same goes for not violating the embargo that was added on to Cuba. Like, Canada could easily send.
I knew Trump is white Chinese. Yeah, true.
And they probably send oil to Cuba with much more ease than like Mexico can, for example. And if they were truly about that lifestyle, I think they would do that. They would be like, no, this is unjustifiable. We are going to send oil against American sanctions to help other countries also come to terms with that. Because the embargo on Cuba has been roundly condemned by the entire world since its inception, pretty much. I mean, with the exception of two countries, Israel and America, everyone everyone's routinely demanding America end the sanctions, and yet they don't. But clearly, these other middle powers are not doing anything against it. They're sending aid, and that's good.
How much time do I actually have to like?
Yeah, Mexico's sending aid as well.
Select, accept this mission
or
or
not. The Venezuela scheme was to stop oil transfer.
I guess I'll just wait with accepting it.
To starve Cuba.
See what happens.
To directly and deliberately starve Cuba. How much of that do you think is like the ideological neocon component from the likes of Marco Rubio and the resentment that they feel, or wanting to punish this island for its sovereignty, for being like this dangerous predicament for America, that like a communist country could thrive 90 miles off the coastline of the United States? Like, is that, how much of that is ideological and how much of that is like material?
It's ideological in this one. And the quick backstory, I negotiated in secret with Alejandro Castro, Raul's son, Fidel's nephew.
Okay,
in Canada. They hosted the secret talks, because they were really supportive of getting rid of the embargo. For a year and a half, we normalized relations, but the legislative embargo is still in place, right? And so we basically opened everything up that you could, through executive action, where you're basically licensing all this, activity. You licensing travel. Americans are allowed to travel to Cuba now. We're not going to punish you for that. It's crazy that Americans are told you can't travel 90 miles away.
By the way, I've talked to Cubans, and they say that was like a unprecedented prosperity for the island, where they felt for the first time ever that like people could survive without having to leave.
Well, here's why Marco Rubio is full of shit. It's because they always say they want to help the Cuban people. the Cuban government had created a private sector where people could own small businesses. And that was basically restaurants, stores, taxis.
Yeah.
And so when Americans started traveling there in huge numbers after the Obama opening, they're making money. Like their lives are getting better. And then it's when Trump comes in and Rubio's in his ear that he slams that. That is about a couple of things. That is about, in part, South
we
Florida,
suddenly have a
Cuban
lot more
exile
people.
politics, which is about settling the score. And yes, the Cuban government has done some very bad things, including to a lot of the people who left had family members who were killed, but their property is confiscated. But look, there's a lot we can unpack in that history. I know. I'll give you the example. My first meeting with Alejandro, he goes through goods for like an hour.
I wonder what Chad is reacting to that.
and the negotiating party like, you're going to be ready for this. But all the bill of goods were things that happened. Like you guys did the Bay Pigs invasion. You guys tried to assassinate Fidel Castro X number of times.
638 times.
Posada Carriles, guy, if you want to Google something interesting, Posada Carriles, the CIA asset, shot down a Cuban passenger airliner. Like there are all these things, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah.
But anyway, to answer your question, part of this is just a pathology of there's a certain kind of South Florida politics, and politicians like Marco Rubio, Bob Menendez, so it's bipartisan. We're basically Bob Menendez.
Some of our least corrupt politicians.
Gold Bar's Bob Menendez said he was for democracy in Cuba, and he would do things like he would block the approval of any ambassador. If you tried to change Cuba policy, and you'd have to kind of like steamroll the guy in your own party, right? We had to do that multiple times.
Yeah.
Some of it just is diaspora politics. And then, some of it is, like I was saying, there is this kind of psychology, like the Cubans beat us. Like in 59, they ousted our guy Batista. This used to be kind of our playground. And all of a sudden it moved to the left. Then they're on the other side of the Cold War. They stuck their thumb in our eye again and again and again. And there are people. This is like the Lindsey Graham. He's not a Cuban. But he has this pathology.
We've never seen a war that he hasn't liked.
Yeah, because look, here's the thing about Cuba. It poses no threat to the United States.
No,
I can argue the threat Iran might pose.
Yeah.
The funny thing is with Cuba, they're negotiating, but nobody even knows what they're negotiating, right? With Iran, there's something to negotiate, like your nuclear program. Cuba, and if you've been there, it is in a level of poverty that does not exist in the Americas and barely exists in the world, and it is largely because of our embargo. They don't like to drive classic cars.
Camila Cabello is going to get very offended that you said that. They're going to do standpoint epistemology on you.
Well, let me just give you an example. We were trying to encourage investment after the Obama opening from Europe.
Maybe invited a few too many
and the
people
Europeans
too.
were like, we don't trust that we can invest there without getting sanctioned by you. And you, Obama, you're not going to be around forever. And so the embargo puts a total freeze on investment into Cuba. Guess what that does? It fossilizes the Cuban government. It makes them the only alternative. If no ideas, no investment, no travelers can get in the country, how can the place change? And so American policy has not only failed against its stated objective of changing the Cuban regime, it's actually been a huge ally in kind of fossilizing the status quo in Cuba.
Yeah.
And now we're literally trying to starve this place to death. And the fact that there's no discussion around the malnutrition in Cuba,
Not working.
like the
Why are you
unnecessary
absent?
deaths that could happen, the kind of collective
Wait,
punishment as policy, that is so normalized that you don't see any
We
discussion
also
of
need
it
to
in,
make
like
another
mainstream
shower.
media. It's just like, will Trump get a win in Cuba? If the win is starving a bunch of people to death, what are you really winning?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're 100% right. Cuba presents zero threat to America. It's not,
it's not trying to attack us.
We have a fucking concentration camp that we on like a lease agreement from Cuba. That's where Guantanamo Bay is.
Well, I had it. You'll like this, Hassan. This is an anecdote. So the Cubans hate that, and every year, famously, there's an agreement signed back in the kind of colonial days where we pay like $1,000 a month or a year for that. Fidel used to never cash the checks and stack them up and stuff. But at the end of the Obama administration, when it was evident he was not going to be able to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, I went to the Cubans and I was like, hey, I just want to know if I can make this pitch to my boss. if we gave you guys Guantanamo back, would you keep the people that the United States wants to keep in prison? They're like, sure, we know how to keep people in prison, you know? So I went to Obama and I was like, you know, because there are people down there like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was responsible for 9/11. But so I was like, this is the only way to close the prison. The only way to close the prison is to give the whole facility back to the Cubans. And obviously that didn't fly, but that's a good example. Do Americans, why do we have a naval base in a country that doesn't want us there?
Clean water.
You know? I mean,
Dirty
like
water.
if we're acting in
It's a sequence of contradictions that make no sense when you
Waste.
scratch the surface of it, where you're like, none of this miles off the coastline. It's so ridiculous. It's so cruel. It's so
I don't
inhumane.
know.
And it's just like all of this theatrics is like kept together by the average American's lack of interest and lack of understanding of how these things work. And I do think that is, to some respects, by design, because if Americans were more focused on foreign policy, I think, especially if they understood the impact of foreign policy on the domestic policy, whether it be the imperial boomerang, as we were talking about earlier, or like all of the funds that are going to building bombs, they could be spent here on our roads, on our healthcare, on our facilities, on our education. I think a lot more Americans would be very frustrated. So I do think that we keep people at bay by refusing to let them imagine an alternative and to constantly keep them in fear in this like panic state where we have to destroy our enemies. They always want to get us. They want to get us because they're not us.
Can I give you a specific example? Is Cuba, right? So there's literally a legislative travel ban, right, that says that Americans can't travel to Cuba. We had to essentially make it so we're not going to enforce that. We said you could travel to Cuba to have people-to-people exchanges, which basically meant if you talk to Cubans, you could travel to Cuba. Every American I know, and I know a lot of Americans went to Cuba, go down there and they're like, what the fuck? Like, what has our government done down here? Like, why are these people so poor? They're, you know, and then guess what? The first thing Trump does is he shuts off that people-to-people travel. Like, they don't want you to see it. I mean, some of your viewers have probably been to Cuba. If you've been to Cuba, you understand something about American foreign policy that you can't understand just sitting at home here. You know, you see what sanctions at that scale can do to a people. And I don't know anybody who goes.
And you also
there.
see the people. You're like, these are not enemies. Like, these are not my enemies.
Yeah.
These are just like regular people who are very kind people. And
some of them hate the government. Some of them like the government, right?
Yeah.
But you can't, like Marco Rubio, for instance, he's never been to Cuba. You know, I mean, he comes from a Cuban family, but he's never set foot on the island. I mean, if you have to go there and look at, I mean, I'm not hopeful that he would change his mind, but a lot of this is kept out.
He's
of
such
sight
a
from
demon.
people, you know,
Yeah.
they saw it. They
All
were
American
like,
officials are demons.
Yeah, there's I mean, I've had a similar experience of this, like visiting China.
Vast majority of them.
I obviously had like a
too many.
In comparison to the average
I've seen
American foreign policy person, I was, an outright sympathizer in comparison to them. But I also had my worries before I traveled to China. But seeing a government be able to develop itself and achieve sovereignty and go through the process of like their own historic struggle and get to a point where they are a force to be reckoned with.
I think
like a
people are
global
going to
superpower
stop
at this point.
Yes,
I
they
think
are.
That's part of
That
what
is not.
America fears.
We also need to
ultimately.
put these
like they don't want Cuba to be a normal country, but then also be communist at the same time, because then there's the threat of that alternative right at our doorstep. In the same way that I think the USSR, no matter how fearful Europeans were of the USSR, there were certain aspects of USSR existence that I think played a role in pushing Europe towards social democracy in ways that like we never had, we never experienced.
yeah, they had communist parties, and so they had to do things like free healthcare to defang the communist parties. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is like an.
Are we also out of water now?
Fear of the capital owning class in general, where they're like, we have a really good thing going, and we don't want to give up on that. Except,
but it's
in the
collapsing.
absence,
it's collapsing.
Exactly. In the absence of that friction, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, you see, without the threat of an alternative, how much capital has dominated even Europe. Europe's European social democracy is on the brink of collapse. And what's happening as a consequence of that is the rise of fascism.
Yeah.
As it once did when when liberalism
Mining
was
as well.
attempted 100 years ago, and it was also collapsing, and it was early, right? It was a new thing. Nation states were just being developed and not even really developed at all. And through that process, fascism came as a force of stability.
Yeah.
A force of stability that capital owners aligned with.
Yeah.
That's why titans of industry in both Nazi Germany and in Mussolini's Italy were very much aligned with the fascist movements because they were more fearful of the communists. And the communists were about plenty at that time. They were a force to be reckoned with. So
R.I.P.
I think one of the things that I stress all the time, because there will be people that will be critical of me even having a conversation with you in my community, regardless of your worldview being far outside of like the blob, as you call it.
I'm in this place where I'm like, those people think I'm super radical, and some friends think I'm super like not.
Well, those people think I'm a terrorist.
Yeah.
So
So I'm like stuck in this like in between space. Yeah. But I'm moving.
But from
Hell
from my perspective,
I
it's
like this guy. He
the
seems
alternative to
very
that is
good.
not business as usual liberalism.
Seems like he did try
The
to make a
alternative that
genuine
is
amount of
not like NATO Atlanticism
positive difference.
necessarily. The alternative to that,
even
is
if he was
a
not
class-based
ultimately
movement.
successful,
Is a
Because-
solidarity.
It does seem like he did
exactly,
try.
like understanding that
Which is-
the working class individual in Cuba has the same exact interests as the working class
Water
individual living in
extraction.
West Virginia. They want a
Right.
roof over their heads. They want
Water extraction.
They want to
That's
feed their children. They want to feed themselves, and they want to have some meaning in their lives, and that's it. There's no like evilness component in our foreign adversaries. Same goes for people living in Iran, people living in Yemen, people living in countries that we've declared foreign adversaries. Like they have the same exact interests that we do, and I feel like that's completely lost
I think
in
that,
American politics.
I think that's right, and I think one way to think about the challenge in the world today is we always look at these, kind of older ideological paradigms, but essentially, we are living through an unprecedented consolidation of power, right? And it's essentially in this country, like so much of the wealth and technologies that drive our lives are in so few hands. But if you look around the world, like what did Trump do? Like if you look at his corruption, the Emirati one is like a very good example of this. So first of all, the Abraham Accords are worth bringing into this. So the Abraham Accords happened. Emiratis are the main country normalizing relations with Israel. Bahrain comes with them. It's framed. Morocco comes with them. It's framed as a peace deal. These countries were not at war.
Yeah.
Now, what happens? Well, you get all of a sudden kind of this, the kind of mega rich in the Emirates. They're getting like surveillance technology from Israel. Israel's got, a friend, in the heart of the Arab
Gene
world.
and energy
The
is
Emirates also
going up.
gets like now everybody loves them in Washington because they did
The
the Abraham
food
Accords.
here.
So then they can do things like what they're doing in
Things
Sudan,
we-
thinking that they're not going to be held to
Mine.
account. But then if you look after Trump's election, the Emirates, an Emirati buys a 49% stake in World Liberty Financial, right? That's Trump's crypto business.
Yeah.
Then
of course
they make a $2 billion investment through Trump Coin.
Nothing to see here.
Right.
Seems totally above board.
Then Trump lifts the restrictions on the highest level U.S. chips going into the Emirates. Why do I tell this kind of story? Because what unites Trump and tech oligarchs and Emiratis and Netanyahu and, by the way, in their own way, Putin and Erdogan, is they're all grabbing their piece of this while people are just getting screwed. And so I'm not limiting this to a Western criticism. I think the Chinese Communist Party is doing this too. Like they're in charge of the AI monopoly in China. And there are
maybe,
around
but
the
I
world
don't
who are
think
like,
you can really
why
compare
is
the
power just
extent,
being taken,
like the extent of it.
just drained out from us and given to just a very small.
Like I don't
number
think
of
what the
top
Chinese are doing
political
isn't
elites,
anywhere
technologies,
near
or kind of
what
financial
the
capitalist
Americans are
elites,
doing.
right? It is a solidarity movement across borders that is just going to start dismantling that apparatus, or else, like that's going to lead either to they'd be happy to have a series of wars they're gonna be fine. They're gonna their technologies are gonna be used to fight the wars. Or if you're Putin, you've got your DACA you can go to. There's such a gap between the people who feel the consequences of what's happening in the world and the people that are driving those consequences. And I think that's the imbalance. It feels like it's getting less sustainable to me. And you see like AOC and Bernie giving voice to this, like the authoritarianism problem is.
I don't even think they're radical enough. I'll be honest. I love them, but I think like the ways in which they should be communicating this is like unapologetic, the language of class warfare. Because I think like a lot of Americans.
You don't think Bernie does that?
I mean, even Bernie dilutes his message quite a bit. Although he has such a long history of doing exactly that it's a little bit different. But I do think that, I mean, Euro-communism and socialism in America is a very like liberalized version as opposed to like the Marxist-Leninist tradition.
Socialism in America is European social democracy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's free healthcare. Joe Ron's agenda is very familiar to anyone who lives in most European countries. Free childcare, free healthcare. Like this is
a modest expansion of existing social safety nets is seen as this like radical.
Joe Ron is far from a communist.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it's
like
annoying
as well that a lot of people I have met and know a lot of people still criticize
someone
this, but like
Bernie is
what do you want him to do?
He comes from the socialist tradition. For
I'm not seeing you do shit. You have not made anyone near the amount of tangible benefit that he has. Like the amount of propaganda he's done for socialism without doing like with just doing some very basic like social democratic shit is insane.
Odds with American foreign policy at times when it matters.
That is important.
Like post Yugoslavia, it's a little bit different.
Like he is doing the work
as critically as possible.
I'm sure Lenin would be proud as
still consistent. Like American foreign policy at times.
By the work made by comrade.
He presents himself as a social democrat.
Zoran Mamdani.
I think, obviously, no Democrat's going to run around advocating to develop a Marxist-Leninist vanguard in the United States of America, and that's not my expectation either. But I think, like, as far as the language that we use, I do think that a lot of Democrats do shy away from, like, saying anything that can be immediately criticized as like you're a communist, you love the USSR, you love America's foreign adversaries. I think like just as Bernie played a big role in normalizing socialism as an ideology in America and like combating a century of Red Scare propaganda and did so effectively, I think we can push even past that. Like we can push further from the position that we're currently in with the language that we use, because otherwise you run into, and I want to hear about your perspective on this, at the Munich Security Conference. AOC delivered a speech. Now, it's not,
it seems like the best way to like actually make these like platforms is to just make them with ladders, which I think is like that's something they need to change the design,
especially with respect to his approach to China. I think like their attitude to China is very good from my perspective, where they think like no more strategic competition with China, like they are a partner and we should treat them as a partner.
And we should negotiate things.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than, saber rattling and the posturing that we engage in. But as far as like hearkening back to almost like a NATO Atlanticist position, I do think that they find themselves in between these two forces where on the one hand, they're still running a little scared on foreign policy, where they don't want to just say like, we should only care about class here. Like, and it almost goes back to like vulgar Brandonism, as I like to call it. Going back to like the Biden era of like a restoration of the liberal rule-based order, pre-October 7, of course.
I was in Munich, and what was interesting to me about that is, look, I think that the message that she was delivering that I think was important, is that they're dealing with the rise of these fascist parties, these far-right parties across Europe.
Yeah.
And oftentimes the kind of social democrat class that is kind of the governing class, or the Christian Democrat, that kind of center right to center left. They're kind of bystanders, and they're like, do we maybe we should just get harder on immigration.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Hillary Clinton.
If you're a voter in Europe and you want a hard ass on immigration, like you have the people that will, like Viktor Orbán's of the world, who will do that. And so what she's saying is, like, if you guys want to be serious about tackling the far right, it's not about talking up democracy or attacking this way. It's about dealing with the issues that your working class is facing. That the democracy crisis in Europe is a working class crisis. Now, the split screen problem with that
So
in Munich
far,
was
we are having
they were all also talking
all
about, this is
green
not AOC so
resources,
much
which
as
is
a lot of
very
the kind of
nice.
security people, how great it is that Europe is now going to spend all this
No.
money on defense. Because Donald
I'm a little
Trump
bit concerned how
bullied
long
them
that can last.
into spending 5% of their GDP on defense. And it's 3.5% of GDP plus, they say 1.5 for logistics.
toilets.
Or something.
People
But
need
an
toilets.
insane amount of money on defense, which, by the way, I don't believe that they're actually
Does seem
gonna
like
do.
toilets
But
is not
that
that big of an issue.
is a recipe
Food
for
does seem like
helping
it's
the far right.
becoming a little bit of an issue,
Because
or not?
That like
How do you do that?
Plowing money into defense.
Austerity.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even doing job create. You're plowing money into like defense technologies and stuff,
Yeah.
right? So like, at the same time that you're like, oh yes, we must deal with the working class, you're having austerity to pay for your huge defense budgets that feel totally divorced from what it feels like. They're where we were at the beginning of the Biden presidency in some respects, where it's like, are they going to wake up and realize that the recipe is not just singing from the greatest hits album of the rules-based order and talking about democracy and talking about the danger of the far right? You have to show working class
Precarious
people
rebuilders,
that you're
repay
meeting
masters.
them where they are,
Yikes.
and that it's breaking from orthodoxy.
Do we
on
not-
some issues
how many repay
where
masters do we
you're
have?
expected to kind of go
With
along
one
with the
treasury
Trump
here.
pulling you on defense spending. Pedro Sanchez in Spain is the one leader who basically told Trump to pound sand. He's like, I'm not spending that much on defense. I think they spend like 1 point something percent, and his numbers went up.
Yeah,
and he's been governing Spain for 10 years. He's a socialist.
I'm not sure if he's
in a
socialist,
different place
but
from most of Europe. On immigration,
he-
he just
like the Spanish government,
unfortunately, to like
and
what they
I have a lot of
Maybe where
comments
you are, but like-
critical of
like-
it.
Oh no,
But
I just meant like there are.
from what I can understand, the
like,
Spanish
when you're
government is
in
relatively
EU, there are
like it's
severe
leftly,
restrictions
like relatively
on how
left.
far you can go. I mean, Ireland, another great
It
example.
is very relatively
These
very
are
left leaning
countries
versus
that
the rest
have
of
been
Europe,
on the right side of
which
history
is
for a very long
a very nice
time.
change of page.
And there's limitations to
Pace,
what they
even
can
if
and
they're
can't do,
not
unfortunately.
super
But I
cold
think
on
if
some
you look at
things.
Sanchez, for instance,
like with
he's
the
doing the
Summa
things
Switzerland.
that we're talking about in the sense that he's pursuing socialist policies. He's not caving on immigration. He's taking a stand on Gaza. He's not spending money in defense.
Yeah, shouts out
And
to the king.
He keeps getting rewarded for it. He's been in power 10 years. Now he'll lose at some point, but he's had a 10-year run there. And so I think that I see your point on AOC. Look, she's there to kind of begin to get her reps on the world stage. That's what it felt like to me. Is this is a person that has ambitions that go beyond being in Congress, maybe run for president, and I'm going to kind of take my message at home to this place. I will say what was interesting to me being there is all the coverage was like tisk tisk on her Taiwan answer. People, every young person there wanted to be in the room with AOC in Europe.
Yeah.
Like she has a
Also-
star power that no American politician has outside
Also,
this
her
country.
Taiwan answer is because of our policy. Our long-standing policy
It
in
makes no
Taiwan
sense. Yeah,
is
yeah.
called strategic ambiguity, which is
Yeah.
another word for lying.
For
which
we're not gonna
For
tell you.
lying.
It's a word for we're not going to tell you.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, you're one China totally. Taiwan, like, because in the American government, you're in the American
This
government.
game so
Taiwan
far is going
is
better.
a part of China
But-
in the American government's like official
No,
language.
that's our
I'm losing
agreement with
interest.
China from 1979.
Yeah. Shouts out to the great Maoist Richard Nixon and the other great Maoist Henry Kissinger.
Great
the only good
Maoist
thing that they did
Nixon.
probably, which was the People's Republic of China. But they did well that, and also I guess EPA. Nixon was an interesting. He's horrible.
Here's
But.
I mean, I don't know if you want to go into Taiwan. Do you want to do a little Taiwan or?
Oh, we can talk about Taiwan.
So what I find complicated about Taiwan is this: is that
Right.
And look, I don't want to fight a war.
I'm not sure if I want to
no
end the
war
stream
over
quite
Taiwan.
yet. Let me just think about it for a moment.
And I'll get to kind of one way you might do that. But when we made that deal, the people running Taiwan believed
see if
that
there are any
they
other
China, right? So Chiang
demos.
Kai-shek leaves China with a couple million people.
All the gold.
Takes over all the gold. Takes over Taiwan. Is a brutal U.S.-backed authoritarian leader who believed that they're the legitimate government in exile in Taipei.
You do you.
And so they didn't object
Yes, of
necessarily
course.
to the idea.
I'm
of
just
China.
thinking about it.
Now,
Just
the
thinking about
DPP
what
that
to
currently
do
runs governs Taiwan,
over
they
for
were the
physics-based
opposition
survival
movement
city
that overturned
builder.
the authoritarian system, and they're like, we're not Chinese.
It's
Like,
part of Steam
Chiang
Next
Kai-shek is
Fest.
the one who came here and said we're all Chinese.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of sympathy for younger people I know in Taiwan who are like, there are all these deals.
I'm the only
over
one
our
streaming
heads.
this game right
Our
now.
ancestors have been living here for
I
hundreds
think I'm
of
the only one
years.
who's been streaming
It was
it
only
for
Chiang
a
Kai-shek
while
who
now.
came here and said we're all China. I'm not
Overall,
suggesting that
looks
means you abrogate the
interesting.
one China policy. I think what you want to try to put this.
I'm lurking anyways.
And sometimes the
Very
best thing to do in
valid.
foreign
Very,
policy
very valid.
is just try to push off like a problem. Like
Farmers
let's get
Life
into some
free
negotiations
weekend.
here. Let's start talking about this.
That
Like,
looks
instead of just
well,
threatening each other,
suits
arming
me.
everybody to the teeth, and kind of building up to some climax where the Chinese might try to invade or blockade Taiwan, and will the United States come to rescue? Why aren't we doing more to try to avoid that outcome diplomatically? You know,
Well,
like,
I think the real reason is because, and maybe this is where you and I diverge, but like, I think it is in. I mean, I think it was Mao who said it, or he was like, "There's two islands of empire, like Western imperialism in the Far East is Taiwan, and in the Near East it's Israel." And I feel like it's like a base of operations for America to constantly have this like potential destabilization force, notwithstanding like the
Yep.
actual will of the population. Because let's be real, I don't think America really cares about it that much. I think it's good for arguments. You can always use it as
Americans
a good.
care about the
What is battle plan?
semiconductor.
They care about the semiconductor
Historical World War
industry,
II civil
and
construction
they more
game.
so just care about
Some
like
simulation.
having something on the thorn of China, this like behemoth that
This does
has,
seem like a game I would
exploded in
enjoy, but I'm not
size
quite
and,
sure.
and in prowess around the globe. So, as far as like Taiwan goes, I mean, I look at their public approvals fairly closely, and their attitude always is we like having one foot in China and one foot in the Western
Yeah,
world.
that's right.
And they don't want to break the status quo.
They
Let's
just,
build a
they actually
dungeon.
don't want to be independent
Yeah.
and have a U.S. military base there. They like the status quo.
Yeah, because it's very beneficial for them.
Manage a game
when
studio making the
you
world's
get to-
greatest
I have
MMORPG.
Taiwanese relatives.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
some of them live here. One of them is married to my uncle Cenk Uyghur.
What do they want the outcome of this whole thing to be?
They feel a sense of pride
Uninstall them.
because like of China's prosperity, but they don't like at least one of them does not like the Chinese government. But they still feel this like sense of Chinese prosperity.
yeah.
Simulation
Very
evil
interesting
Look what we
phenomenon.
built.
farming sim.
Yeah, because it's like it is pretty hard,
What is
especially when you
this?
go there and you're
A
like,
fantasy kingdom builder with
"These
tactical
guys were
gone
able
to
to build-"
Shanghai, it's like,
Yeah, you're like,
shit.
this
Maybe.
is crazy. I mean,
Nah.
the hotel I stayed in was like a barren wasteland 20 years ago, and now there's like towering skyscrapers everywhere. And then with my other relative, I mean, he works in China. He works in Shenzhen, right? So he's like, he's living in China, right?
Yeah.
Mainland China. So it's they see it as like they're not like as hardline as Americans present it, and there
I
are
wish my
certain
PC was
parts
good enough
from
that I could
Taiwan
like
here
play
that are hardline,
more games
definitely,
comfortably
and
while
that
streaming.
happens, like the diaspora population usually has that.
Alas.
But at the end of the day, they're like
Just
they're
not
Han Chinese, and
Yeah.
they see that, and they see that as like a united a point of prosperity.
Colony game.
But I want to just.
I
come back
played
to
a
this
lot of
point,
Ant
'cause
Colony
it's-
games, and
the
a
goal
lot
for
of them are
the
not
test
that
of these
good.
people
Very
should not be
boring.
whether you can stand up at a conference
Unfortunately.
with a bunch of
City
elites
states
and
medieval.
recite a formula. that
This
is the
game
right
looks
answer
very
to Taiwan.
interesting, but it also
The
looks
goal
like
is to have
it's
a worldview
way
that
too
makes sense to
ambitious.
people, And so she gets all this shit for not pivoting immediately to like we have a policy of strategic ambiguity and
To the point that will not,
like,
it won't actually be that good.
That's the wrong end. Like, why is the test of
Have you
becoming
played RimWorld?
president
Yes, I have.
your
I do own
capacity to
RimWorld, in fact.
recite words that have no meaning to most people. And this is a problem I have with national security, and I'm trying to demystify
Wild
it and,
West
and how I try to
pioneers.
talk about it. I'm not trying
10
to get that right all the time. but
gigabytes, are you
it is
shitting me?
designed to exclude
The
people.
Wolf Eats
The
Mountain,
language
clicker
of it
game,
makes no sense
idler.
to people.
Not
It's all these
idler, wonderful.
acronyms, or it's like these opaque readouts of meetings that we had full and frank
Down with the
conversations
shit.
about
Such
the full
easy
range
order
of
back.
bilateral
Suddenly
issues,
happy hours.
and they're not actually telling you
Hello from Ireland.
the truth. Right?
Greetings.
And I think part of what we need to
How
do
are you doing?
is just change the language.
Chucky, our
you
Allah,
know, and
comrade.
talk to people. Why can't we have a serious conversation, like this kind of conversation, where it's like, this is a real fucking problem.
I will always
because
say that
the
to
Chinese are
any
not going to let
Irish
this go. Like they see this as part of their territory. They see it as indistinguishable from Tibet or Hong Kong.
Oh, I think
That's
it's in
what the US has
Ireland.
agreed to. We have a one China policy. There's some people here though.
Wait,
who, like,
what's 26
really
plus
nervous
6?
about what that means for them, because they kind of like that
Okay,
they
that
have
should be
freedoms in Taiwan. That
that's
they don't in
less.
China.
Maybe I should
What
say
do we do
less
about that?
controversial.
Like, why
thing.
can't we just name?
Maybe I
these
should just
things and
not
talk
say
about
the
them
the
instead of
most
treating
potentially
behind these
controversial
kind of
things
carefully
I can think of the
crafted,
moment I
formulas that have been. It's like
How
the
about
two states,
some-
I believe in
someone's
two states
country?
side by side, living in peace and security. That language has
In any
no
case, welcome.
relevance in the physical.
I'm currently
universe.
wondering whether I
It's
want
just
to
something that
raid
politicians
someone
say
or
to
play another
avoid
game.
having to actually tell you what they think about what's happening in the
No,
West Bank,
absolutely.
you know?
But that's precisely the
It's
reason
good,
why
yeah?
they do
Nice.
this.
Yeah.
They
I'm
do
glad to hear that.
obfuscate from the
Yeah.
truth. They do that to not have these critical conversations. And I think in many
Time to
instances,
cancel shit,
I mean,
man.
look, I talk to a lot of politicians. I talk to a lot of
Good luck.
consultants and analysts. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of them haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
Like they just
I will not
haven't.
be
They,
cancelled.
it's much easier for them to just like repeat
Yeah.
what
I refuse to be cancelled.
talking point is, because if they were to
Troubles.
expend a great deal of time learning about it, reading the history, and developing like a truly coherent worldview around like what must be done in these places, I think all of a sudden you're putting yourself
What
at
are you
odds
up
with
to,
like
Dylan?
the rest of the country.
this
The
late
rest of the country
hour?
doesn't give a shit.
You're
It's less late
sometimes are
than
very
you for you than
antagonistic
it's for me and way
I
too
see
cold.
that all the
but
time
Yeah.
from my
It's still late.
perspective on
for you.
American foreign policy.
But there's a but
You don't
most
have to answer if you don't
Americans
want
are
to. That's totally fine.
You know, they want to believe the good story, right? They want to believe there were sanctions.
Can't be worse than
to
my
help them. Like if there was more information, you know, I think you might get different outcomes.
My answer,
'Cause
which
in
is
Iraq, they had good information. 'cause
I'm
they
watching
had
in Turkish
relatives
American
fighting in that
speaking
war
with
who were coming home being like, this is a fucking
good
shit show,
positive
you know?
Eggman.
Now, I think there are a couple
This
things. though,
interview
about
is really
kind of
nice, by the way.
structures
Like it's
of
very
these
chill.
jobs. One is
And this guy like seems
so I can
very
tell you, and I'm not
nice and
saying this,
competent and like
toot my horn,
left-leaning
it's
for
just the
someone
reality
who
of
is,
where I was. I left
you know,
the Obama administration because I negotiated normalization.
someone who literally worked with Barack
And because
Obama.
I've been kind of the front man for the JCPOA with Iran, I had made a bunch of enemies. I
Wait,
yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah,
I feel like we share a lot of enemies.
I mean, I had Black Cube, Mossad people spying on me. That's the whole story. But essentially,
what?
then I started my podcast, and I had to deprogram a little bit because I was talking like I used to talk in government, you know, and then I was like, I just like, but then to talk honestly about, say, Israel, Palestine, or Cuba, is to ensure that you're not going to be confirmed to a job in a future administration. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people that just self-censor because they're like, it's not worth, if I make these enemies, my career is cooked. Then the other problem
guys.
that you put your finger on that is so important.
The lack of honesty in the
It's
West,
amazing
in the
how
world, especially
often
like I
power to the
feel,
United States
especially in the
government,
Western world, it's
how
just
little
it's so icky.
people in positions of power interact with people in these countries.
Okay.
I mean, I
We're
have
switching
Afghan
game.
friends who rightly beat the shit out of me when I left government because they're like, we could have told you you were backing the wrong people in Afghanistan. They're like, we hate the Taliban, but we fucking
go.
hate all these corrupt warlords that you were
Mouse
backing.
cursor,
We're
go.
the same people that were repressing us when the Taliban
Shut
wasn't
up.
in power.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that's quaint.
I
They have
said
a
to
bunch
them
of different
honestly, I said,
mouse
"You know what?
cursors.
In all
That's
the
cool.
meetings I was in the Situation Room about Afghanistan,
Live stream
there
connected
was never an
Switch.
Afghan in the room. There's a bunch of us.
Sure. Why not?
You know, talking about a country that most of us had never really been to, right? And so there needs to be
What
much
does this
more
do?
of a feedback loop.
Authentication
you know,
complete. You have
if we're
successfully linked
hearing
Twitch
from
account
and
with
talk-
Let's
and I
Play
tried to
Dungeon.
do
Now
this
let's
when I was
enjoy
in
the
government.
adventure.
certainly did this on Cuba. If you're hearing from people from these,
Okay, I
actual
don't know what
places,
exactly that does.
Like you get a perspective that you're never gonna get.
Connection
in
failed.
Washington,
Retry. You what?
Where it's all about how can I make the same talking points sound a little smarter, in my paper than the last one.
There we go.
And it's not informed by the views of the countries that we are actually operating in.
Viewers can vote for Hero's Journey. Viewers can vote for
mind-boggling,
Unlocks.
like
viewers can
how
vote for
sheltered,
conversation
like,
options.
the
Vote in terms
average
of
American
conversation.
foreign policy person
Already.
is.
Okay,
Like,
this
you
is
get all the
cool.
reading in a
Streamer can start a
one-dimensional
war.
way.
The streamer has the power to start an
And some of
all-out
these best
battle between the
institutions
viewers.
that are, I
Okay.
think, specifically teaching them this.
I've
stuff so
stumbled
they can
upon
go
a really
work
good
at the same
demo.
Think tanks that also are churning out the same policy papers over and over again, and that creates this like very weird
In multiplayer, play together in shared worlds.
self-reinforcing, propaganda.
Okay, this game looks sick.
apparatus that
Like so far, really, really cool.
traps a lot
Let's
of
play the
politicians with
campaign.
the
See what's
exception of,
up.
Like what we Well, we would maybe
Even an attempt
consider it like
that has
crank.
changed the
And
game that
I
we're
have a
playing.
lot of love for people like that. You know, I wouldn't even say that Mike Romeo's a crank, right? I don't think
let's
he's a
build
crank,
a
but like he came across as one
Let's
because of his like
build
consistent advocacy against like American foreign policy.
Also, I
right?
feel
Like,
bad. I might have actually.
we used to have that.
I might
That
have
was a
actually
tradition
said
in
the-
American Congress.
the Irish.
And I feel like, especially in the age of
In
like,
my
police
defense, I am
polarization, where
very
we're
new,
basically like
very
if you live in a rural
neurodivergent,
area, if you live
and
in
it
the
is very
suburbs, you're
late, and
more
I did
likely
not
to vote
sleep a lot.
Republican. If you live in a
Still,
city, you're more
if you ever
likely to
see
vote
this,
Democrat.
Dylan,
and that
I
polarization
apologize
is, like,
if I was
completely
too
set in,
aggressive.
where everybody has a party line and they don't even get
Terraforming,
punished for
randomize,
working against the interests of their constituents, as long as they're like, you know, in
Nah,
line
don't
with
worry.
the rest of the party.
Thank you.
We don't
That makes
really
me
have
feel slightly
independent
less-
thinkers any longer, or people who like
I like this
genuinely
shape. I
make
think
certain causes their
it has a weird
their
pan
lives
handle.
mission.
They're probably
Even though
lurking
you
at
do
chat
every now
having
and then
anyways.
have a
Yeah,
guy
maybe.
like Tim Kaine, who is like consistent on.
Hi, this is a game engine. You
Like,
should add some decorations to the town zone before we start testing
one
the
of
game.
main voices
Okay.
saying we mustn't go to war with Iran.
That's interesting though, because Tim Kaine's one good example, and then there are other ones on Cuba. But on Tim Kaine, I'd say I met Tim Kaine in around 2008 when I was working the Obama campaign, and he was just I think he ran for Senate around that time. He right away he had this view that the president should not be able to go to war without authorization from Congress, and he's been absolutely consistent on it. Doesn't matter what the war is. Doesn't matter if the president is Obama or Trump or Biden. Like, he's on it, and we need more people
Nation
like
tries
that.
to keep a good ratio of
I
duration.
think
for this
if you're in Congress, it's
game
important to
lead
not. You don't
views
need to be
achieving
an expert on
exit
every
decisions.
issue. I'd actually much rather you just become the person that really fucking cares about this thing or that. Like on Cuba, when we did the opening, Barbara Lee like had deep connections in Cuba. Karen Bass, who is the mayor here, got in hot water actually when she was being vetted for VP because she spent so much time in Cuba in the 70s. Jim McGovern, another guy who can get called a crank sometimes. But these people had deep relationships in Cuba, and they knew the harm that had been done there. And and when I talked to them, it was like so wildly a different perspective than I'd get from someone who is a foreign policy expert in Congress, who's just like, well, the Cuban government is bad for these reasons, and maybe we tweak the policy this way, but we, God forbid, we think about actually changing it, And so I think you do need those people that are willing to kind of really burrow in on these things and become advocates, because they can make a difference.
No, for sure. I try to urge every congressperson I talk to be that person.
Yeah.
But I do see very real either disinterest or like fear of like
enough
going
relations
against the grain.
that
And I
average
think
look
now
nice.
is the best time.
Because
Like,
there's peer pressure inside those caucuses too.
yeah, but right now is the best possible time to make that bold statement, especially because like if there's any silver lining to Donald Trump like shattering how politics was conducted in this country, it's that with AOC's Taiwan answer, going back to that, everyone is panning it. They even did the no edit.
Sound
I
level
think it was Politico
Oh,
that
wait.
did the shitty edit where they
Add
just
buildings
put
and
the
decorations to
awesome
increase
bombs
zones
in
to
there,
increase
like,
to a
please
zone to
Trump
increase
everything.
building space. Okay.
That's fucking bullshit. We all
Nice.
know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
But again, like a Trump, I think about like a leftist Trump, right? Obviously, there's a lot of structural hurdles against such a thing, but like a leftist Trump, how would a leftist Trump answer that question? Be like, why do I care about it? I mean, they're Chinese. Let them deal with it.
Yeah.
Something like that with delivered with confidence, I think would be appealing to Americans broadly. I think Americans would go, yeah, why do I care about that?
To me, my version of that answer, which is someone who's probably a little, is just like, you know what? My policy is we should try to not have a war there.
Yeah.
and
Crazy. That is a crazy policy.
This is
What?
my policy. I'm just
Not
saying,
wanting a war?
What would
No way.
Like a
That is insane.
Yeah, that's what he says. Like, I'm focused on what's happening.
It's a little bit difficult to see what I'm building with like.
In 2015, there was a point where they asked him about like intervention in Iran, and this is, I guess, like before Miriam.
Sounds like your first assigned decision. Players are going to need something to do. Let's pick a character class.
They're telling me we got to go there.
Let's go with
because they're making women cover their faces, and he's like,
type your choice in the
saying,
chat.
Like, probably easy.
Oh, interesting.
To wear the hijab. I asked them. They said they want to wear the hijab.
You can type your
He's
choice
they
in the
wanna
chat.
wear it.
Well-
They don't have to put makeup on.
All right, I'll tell you a story about Cuba that illustrates both how Trump is.
All right,
different, also
Explorer
independent.
Forager.
During the primary,
Or
Republican
Mage.
primary, when we did the.
You want to give your
the
choice?
normalization,
What's it called?
Trump
Or
was
anyone else in the
saying,
chat?
you know, it's fine. Like maybe I get a better deal, but it's
Chat.
fine.
Do I
And
need to
then
like
I heard,
enable something? Might have to. Give me a
in
sec.
2016,
Check.
that the Trump organization was down in Cuba scouting
Extensions.
real estate properties because they wanted to develop hotels and golf courses.
I'm gonna be
right?
honest. I wish
Like,
they were still invested in
yeah,
that.
no, that's what Trump, with absent any, if Trump was Trump, like his deal, he would have gotten into power in 2017 and said, "Hey, I want the Trump organization to develop all the keys off of the coast of Cuba," but instead he got co-opted by these hardliners, you know, in South Florida,
Yeah.
and he just turns on a dime, right? And so he's not the like I agree with you. His critiques of American foreign
the
policy
name of this game?
sometimes completely overlap with some
It's
of my
called a
critiques,
dungeon.
but he doesn't even act on those critiques.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
like and I think there's an opportunity though because he's like a hurricane who's blowing everything
Let's
down. And the good news about that is
build
none of this
a
Biden stuff like America's back. You know, like no. When you have a hurricane, you don't renovate, you rebuild something different, you know? And so we have this opportunity on the back end of this, assuming there is a back end, to
I'm
not
not
just
seeing
kind of
it.
tinker around the edges, but to actually imagine a totally different kind of international order. Like that's, what should we be talking to the Chinese about? That. Like, what are we doing together on climate? On AI, instead of AI race, like how about putting some fucking guardrails around this technology, so it doesn't take all our jobs and become autonomous weapons? You know, there's a lot of stuff to talk to the Chinese about. But if you're in like a race with them on everything, or a cold war with them on everything, like you're not going to solve those problems.
And from what I understand, talking to like even Chinese dissidents and you know people who are very supportive of the Chinese government, the consistent thing that I hear is that China is
No, I'm not seeing
to
a
America,
thingy,
to
Twitch.
whatever America is saying around the world and whatever America is saying
Oh, well.
about China. So in moments where they feel as though like America might, take an adversarial tone
It's a
against
tie.
China,
All right, I
they
choose.
really
Let's go with
add,
Explorer.
more
Based with Jonas
domestic
Explorers,
pressure. They're
next you'll need to
we
put
don't
quest
want
minutes
any
complete.
sort of instability
Nice.
in the country.
Start progress. 0 out of
I
7.
guess maybe America
Oh.
shouldn't know about that because
Psychopath lights my mega place thing it
they're doing
does.
it regardless.
Thanks, let's make this place look like my house.
But like
Explorer
the way,
pictures.
I mean, the way I see it, one thing I did want to talk
Lock
to you
your
about
quest.
was specifically Ukraine because I think
Lost cog.
a lot of people look to October.
I didn't get
7th
no
as, like, the
choice.
complete shattering
Yeah, I don't
of,
know
like, the
what happened.
international
I think you might
globalized order,
have needed
right?
to type in the chat. But I don't
but
know.
I think it was before that.
Too late
It
now.
cracks are there.
We'll see with
I
next
think-
choice.
Well, I mean, yeah. it
What
was-
else doesn't-
from my
this will
perspective,
know.
from my tradition, obviously this was always a
Yeah.
sham,
I've spent here
and I
all the way.
believe that it was purely. This design was purely beneficial to like Western capital interests.
If I'm like
you
a
know,
quest giver, this
constant
man gives quests with heroes, so
imperialism,
visit your world.
extraction of natural resources from the periphery, from the global south, creating like a more pliant labor force that we can use and abuse, and offshoring our domestic industries, which led to, crippling austerity and
Here's
worse
a completely
material
lost
conditions for the
clock.
American labor force overall.
This question was
But
also placed.
I do think that
Rats.
Russia's
Interesting.
actions in Ukraine and then October 7 so close
Well,
together,
develop and build
so
more quests,
closely
get
packed
better more
together,
things to do in
is
your
what completely shattered people's understanding of this. And I don't think we've experienced the repercussions of that yet. I don't think that I think the world is only now revolting against it when you see protests, like steady protests in European capitals against like their government's lack of interest in issuing any sort of condemnation towards Israel. It's making people realize that like maybe liberal democracy is not working, and I don't think a lot of leadership understands that.
Yeah.
Like I don't think the American government is aware of it even. I think they just kind of are like, oh no, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna put the cat back in the bag.
I mean the there's all built-in hypocrisy in American foreign policy. But when you stand up like the Biden administration did and say Vladimir Putin is a war criminal because the ICC is, got an indictment out on him because he's killed Ukrainian kids and kidnapped Ukrainian kids, all true, and then turn around and condemn the ICC, same ICC that is prosecuting
a
the
little bit
same
ironic.
war crimes.
Add Tessa, right? Click
No,
more in.
like
Ooh.
literally, like
You
with
paid
greater
to add Tessa, you
killing
earn C
children,
when they finish
the
rest of
collective
engagement.
punishment of a
Oh,
population,
interesting.
and you are then the amount. You don't need to be a foreign policy expert.
No.
Look at that. You
don't
pay
have
for
to
Tesla.
understand
Outside, I was mainly
nuance
paying
or
them to come every
it's
few minutes. We can
complicated.
always
That is fucking bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And if your rules-based order is essentially we get to select
quest.
when we use these tools to punish only our geopolitical adversaries.
I will try and do the
we are
let chat
completely
decide
immune
again.
from any of that, then there is no rules-based order already, right?
There you go.
And that I think that's it was like the curtain being pulled.
Check your choice in
Yeah,
chat.
it's the
Contrast
third
this.
world position. Ironically, it's like something. Like,
Yeah,
from
it's not
my,
new. It's not new to anybody
Yeah.
from
I
the
grew up
global
in
south,
Turkey,
yeah.
so my understanding was
It's like
exactly
1, 2, or
this.
3.
And when I brought it to
Well,
America,
even Paul said-
people did not like it at all. When I say, for years and years, from my own personal experience, like when I did this advocacy, when I talked about foreign policy from the perspective of like the victims of American empire, American imperialism, people would say, I'm an America hater.
Give you a
I hate
few more
America,
moments
get
to
the fuck
make
out
the
of the country.
choice.
But I think now it's
One?
infinitely easier.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
for
It worked.
Americans to even understand
Yeah,
as well.
it is. In part because the emperor has no clothes.
Let's talk over
From the
skill.
Iraq War, from the Iraq War, I mean, the idea that the people in charge kind of could be trusted to know what they were doing after that.
Okay, this game is
I
a
feel
little
like that was shattered, you know. And
Enter-
that was 20
enter
plus years
exclamation mark
ago now,
hero
right?
to enter the world.
And people just keep getting that confirmed for them, right? So whatever emerges on the other side of this,
Can I do that myself?
is going to have to look different necessarily
cool.
from what came before. Now,
Oh yeah,
the danger that
I
we can
can.
piece
I've
is
entered
that
the world.
The one thing
No, I'm
that
a
the
blue-headed
rules-based
SJW.
order
No!
succeeded in
It's messed up.
is preventing a World War III.
Why are you browner than me? Aren't
all
you
kinds of
Turkish?
other things.
That's messed up.
That and no nuclear war, no war.
Unrealistic.
And so when all of a sudden you have one of the major powers, invading and violating another one,
so funny.
and now Trump's doing the same. I mean, we've done it. So like the Iraq War,
Hero
I'm
sings
not
first.
suggesting
Nope,
we hadn't
we
done
don't
it
need to do
either. So Iraq was a
Decent.
big part of this too.
Summary,
I
sample
think
accuracy
someone failed to
high.
point out that it wasn't Ukraine, it was Iraq.
Swing
where
grades,
suddenly
I miss
post-Cold
it.
War, it was like, wait a second. Now that there's no Cold War, no risk of
Zucker
World
for
War III, no
office
risk
and
of
yeah.
nuclear armed conflict between the U.S. and Soviet Union, that was America saying,
Sign off more
well,
assets.
that means now we can do whatever.
Asset sign off. Welcome to asset sign off
So
tool.
Putin was like, well, why
Actually,
can't
sign
I
off
do
an
whatever I
asset
want?
bottom row.
You know?
But I couldn't really
I
read
don't
what I was
think
putting
that makes
for.
him right in any way, shape, or form. I think what he's doing is horrific.
Yeah.
But
I should
the
probably
danger
make it a
is
little
the
bigger
reason
in
you
that
really
case.
do need rules is because when there are no rules, you get nationalism kind of run amok, and the wrong strong man comes along, and all of a sudden
so
great
it's-
powers are bumping into each other in Taiwan and
Okay,
in the
neat.
Arctic or in Eastern Europe, and then we're in a whole different fucking ballgame.
Yeah, I mean it's still proxies. Like I don't
It is.
don't foresee this turning into like state
Your opening
versus
sets can
state
fill
warfare,
up your
especially
backlog.
between
Try and reorganize your
nuclear armed
backlog to
states.
avoid opening them if
But
you're
of
running
course,
low
the
on
proxies are so
It's the last-
devastating for those who are
Being
stuck
diversion.
in the middle.
I said
Middle
it
powers.
says
If you're
you
in
should-
Sudan or if you're in
Yeah.
or
Can you-
yeah, even if you're just a middle power and you're just like
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like negotiate trade deals and figure out like how to get clean energy,
So
like,
education
like and I've got these lunatics fighting over my head.
So where do you think we go from here with Ukraine in particular? Because like I think as much as I want to criticize Trump, and I certainly do criticize Trump in the way that he's handled Ukraine, like the showboating, the weird
This
admiration
asset
or not even admiration for Putin, but
Talk
like
of your office.
the ways in which he talks about Ukraine versus the ways in which he talks about Vladimir Putin, I think has offered setbacks to Ukraine as well. Like it's definitely embarrassed Zelensky for sure,
and
that's-
weakened Zelensky.
Yeah, and that's not helpful for anyone really, other than I guess it does help Russia quite a bit. But I think he also recognizes
So like the building ends,
power
press the enter building button to
'cause,
go
like,
inside.
A lot of
Oh,
people
so people inside.
in the national security apparatus have this attitude.
Interior
where it's
layout,
like, no.
buildings
As
are
long as we just like keep
default
giving
layout,
guns to
seems
Ukraine,
Then why
they'll
the
just keep
assets
putting
are
on a fight. And now
that's
it's in a
cool.
stalemate. One that is actually a beneficial stalemate for Russia.
Because it's bigger. So
Yeah.
stalemate favors the bigger party.
Exactly. And And I don't
No.
know, like, I mean, what Trump said to Zelensky
Press
was
bill.
you don't have
Click
the
on the
cards.
exit.
But
Oh,
I
I
don't think
can't-
Trump
to
holds the
the-
cards either.
Yeah, sure.
Because in the absence
This
of, like,
is going to place an asset use
somehow
the
trying to
development
force
wheels
the
on the
hand of
market.
India to no longer be a secondary market for Russian energy to enter the international marketplace, which is also going to be impossible because why would India do that? India is making a lot of money as a mediator, and India can go to China, as you also pointed out. Like, there's not really a lot of additional pressures that they can apply to Russia other than just like trying to come to a
Hell yeah, Sherm Stream. Hello,
as long
Bob
as
Jones. How you
Putin
doing?
knows that, and he understands the domestic pressures that Trump has.
We were watching the
as far as,
himbo
like, promising
interviewing
he was going to
old man whose name I
end the
forgot,
war day one.
but he seems very woke.
He
Like
has
very, very
he has
woke
not
for
a
someone
lot of
who's like
room
worked with Obama.
for
Seems very cool.
negotiation. And I think that's a hard.
And we're also
recognition
playing a
to come to
demo
if you are
of
a
Let's
national
Build a
security
Dungeon,
guy,
which has Twitch
especially
integration.
in
If
comparison
you
to, like,
write
the
exclamation
last
mark
50, 60
hero,
years,
you will join the
or
game.
especially
That's
the
one of
last
the heroes in this
30
world.
years, right? I don't think America
Don
has the
Holick,
same motion
players
that it
completely
did, the
Chris.
same power that it did.
Congratulations, Queen. It's
in
fully working
terms of,
Quest.
like, dealing
Yay.
with foreign adversaries that
Lucky
are crazy
Gamer
enough
is
to
posting
go
a
out
game
and-
review. Ooh.
and engage in, like,
No effort art, but
military
fun facts that kept me coming
So
back.
here's what I'd say.
83 people found this
here's
review
where I
helpful.
probably do put a little bit more currency into alliances. And
This
the whole
is a
transatlantic
unlike the simulation though so far. Why do you have so much money?
I agree
I feel like this is too tutorial.
the
Like,
best case
I'm bueno. I
scenario
was looking around and saw you streaming, and I've never been here before. Well, you're very welcome to stay along.
Kind of national security mindset of like.
Oh, look, you
this
just
is great,
joined.
We'll keep arming them.
Yeah.
And they'll weaken the Russians.
Just lost this.
And
Is
we
that
get
you?
to make heroic speeches while the Ukrainians are fighting and dying on the front lines.
There you are.
And actually, there was a very.
You also have
counterproductive
blue
raising
hair.
of
You also
expectations.
SCW like me. Borg Jones has posted a new game review. You joined the game immediately, just like, "Yeah, you gave me a negative review.
Yeah.
And
How dare you?
I think the best
That's
case
very
scenario
rude.
for Ukraine at this point.
I look hot.
Is they're going to lose territory.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
they're
glad
not
that
gonna
you're
lose
focusing on the important
Crimea.
things.
They're not going to.
Imagine starting game, not even being able to finish the first quest. I was told to go get something from the guys, but there's so many players waiting to do the same quest that it's just impossible. Damn.
But if they can preserve
That's
their
messed up.
sovereignty,
Okay, well,
that they're
let
not
let
gonna
us
be invaded again by
build
Russia
some more assets to
and
fix this
become attached
this quest.
to, what they want is essentially to be in
Europe.
In Europe.
Yeah.
In the European Union. Let's put not NATO, because NATO, you're not gonna,
That's not
I
gonna
don't
happen.
think
I just want to be
America
hard
will
smash.
I don't think.
I don't think I
you
have
to
the
get
smashing
every
mode.
NATO country to agree that you will go to war for Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
think I have
gonna
the
happen.
Remy mode. I'm not sure.
So
There you go.
essentially, if you could
You have a hat.
ceasefire the conflict and then use
I don't know
the
what type of
ensuing
hat that
time
is.
to, like,
Also, how can you?
incorporate
How do you
Ukraine
feel
into
like?
institutions
How do you
and
think that
to-
you?
to
Why are you
fortify
saying you
them,
look hot?
through
Like there's almost no
reconstruction and
discernible
economic arrangements as a part
part,
of
like
Europe.
anything to a character, except they
and
have
could
blue
look
hair
up
and
in,
and
20
elf
years
ears. Okay, I guess
and
like
they've lost
that would be
territory.
enough for some
They
people.
may never
Fair
they
enough.
may never recognize that territory isn't theirs. But
Unlock
if
new
it's a sovereign
quest.
country,
All right.
and the people there can live in peace. And,
Chat. Type 1, 2, or 3
Europe, that would be great for them.
within the next 15 seconds to
it would
select
make
what
great
quest
fun.
we will
That-
add.
That would be the best outcome.
Look hot.
available
Okay,
to
stop
them.
arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm
What
just
would be great to
question
them is obviously to
the
have
logic.
their entire sovereignty.
Stiff.
I think the reason Trump's behavior
Diffusing
makes that
bomb
worse
flowers.
is that's kind of all
This is
premised
a fun
on
quest.
political agreement among the United States and Europe about
Blue
what
hair and
Ukraine
elf
is.
equals
You know,
hot NV.
How is Ukraine going to be
Fair
rebuilt?
enough.
How is Ukraine going to be incorporated into?
Sorry, you typed 1 too late.
What is the nature of the Ukrainian
To
military?
ask in the
such
backlog
that,
to
you know,
pro-
it's
to
sufficient
reprioritize.
that Russia won't want to invade them again.
I'll switch it with something
And-
else to move.
and
Oh,
if Putin's
interesting.
negotiating
You can rearrange
across the
backlog by switching
table, he
items
sees
that
everybody
helps you
on the
avoid
other
opening
side
sets, which
fighting
can
with each other.
in the
He
way
sees
for your
Trump
backlog.
beating up on Zelensky. He
Interesting.
sees Trump, freaking out the Europeans. He's going to invade Greenland. Then that makes the negotiation so much easier for him.
Oh, yeah.
Because he can just keep grinding away at the Ukrainians. The
Big
attacks on
sad. It's
Ukrainian
okay.
civilian
There'll be a
infrastructure
lot
has
more
gone
choices.
Way up since Trump became president, and I don't think that's a coincidence. And it's not about arms; it's about
Restricted
the
to the
political
Korea.
circumstance. It's that these guys are fighting with each other, so I can just kind of do what I want here. And so that's where I
That
think
and
he's
also because of
mishandled.
Israel too. Like we're so hyper focused on like defensive Israel, even though Israel.
Well, that after October 7th, you could feel the tension shift. It was like
Yeah.
a spotlight that had been on Ukraine just moves over here, and suddenly we're sending arms there.
Quick game, can you like let me do a little bit of decoration before you immediately move you onwards?
And
Like
that's
something
what
else?
Putin,
Like chill.
Like Putin was
Let
at
me
his
build a
weakest
little
in
bit of
this
stuff.
conflict when
Why
there
does
was
my
kind of
hat have an
political
areola?
this is wrong. We
I don't
support
know.
Ukrainians.
That I cannot give you
the
the
ICC
answer
thing
to.
we just talked about too.
That's just your sense of style, I guess.
You know, it might have been uncomfortable for certain countries to host Vladimir Putin, who are ICC signatories. But after October 7th and after what happened with the ICC, where the U.S. is attacking the ICC and sanctioning the ICC, well, then it's like, well, these, you know, I don't need to play by these rules, right?
Yeah.
So it just, that's
I
my
mean, he
critique.
came to Alaska.
Yeah. So it's not that he's an indicted war criminal who came to Alaska.
Yeah.
Just like Netanyahu's come here, like how I can't lost track
Well,
of how
I
many
mean,
times.
that's different.
Yeah.
That's like, it's little, Israel's little America. So,
But I think that the outcome.
Look at these
again,
beautiful.
this is one of these things where I can agree with Trump's kind of impulse, like stop this war. It's not going well. People are just getting killed. But he's not like the way he's going about it is
WT
making it
head.
so
Oh
much
shit.
harder,
Huh?
'cause Putin doesn't have an incentive
What?
to stop. You know, like he's like
Wait,
these
what?
guys are as long as these guys are arguing with each other.
Actually,
I'm just
where
gonna
where
keep
did your
doing my
character
thing,
go?
you know?
yeah. I just don't.
Can I
don't
also
see
can I
anything,
expand
like,
the
I don't see
island, or
any,
is this the
reasonable
max
way out of
we
it,
get
and
this?
For years, people yelled at me because I said,
Instability.
like leading up to Russia's invasion, or even after Russia's invasion, I said like the best possible outcome would have been a firm commitment to like Minsk.
Yeah.
Which, you know,
Place assets for the West.
Which we was negotiated when
Bomb flower.
yeah, but like that would have been the best option. And then the what was it, the 18-point plan right after the Kyiv offensive halted.
Yeah.
Was
Yes, yeah.
again an incredible exit ramp.
And
for
Zelensky's
both.
apparently pressured to not accept it. You know.
So I said that at the
Yeah.
time, like, because it came so
Massive
close to like a
research.
Boris Johnson visit.
Yeah.
That I thought that was like, you know, strange timing at the very least, to say the least. And people fucking kept saying, I'm pro Russia for this. Not
Game, let
realizing
me
that, like, I
bloody
wanted
build
to,
stuff, please.
you know, I saw that this was
Blaze completed quest for
going to
first
be
time.
devastating
Bring this
for
fully working
Ukrainians,
quest.
and even
You're
devastating
welcome.
for
Chaos
Russia
Bullet.
as well.
Neat name. You want a shit hat?
And now we're
Did
just
someone have a
stuck
shit
in
hat?
this situation.
And what was so wrong about that?
Is that
too,
why you
is
said
like
shit hat?
there's-
Because
there was
literally
a-
someone's hat was made out of shit.
a complete lack of understanding of Russian history, right? Like if you look at Russian history, they're going to be okay with the war of attrition, right? So the idea, the kind of triumphalist idea was they tried to take Kyiv and failed.
I mean, they are
And so
literally
they
doing a
lose
war of
support.
attrition, and for them it's just beneficial because they're
people
just
start arming them,
like
but Russia is a
grinding
big
the
country,
minorities in
and they
the.
have a leader who doesn't care about his casualty rate, and they have a history of
Yeah, I was
doing
gonna
that.
say, they throw
No, like the
people
one hat
under
that looks
the
brown
bus.
on
Army
screen.
under Stalin, right? Like you can
That
go
one?
back into the 19th
one?
century.
This one
like,
over here?
They have fought
Oh.
wars of attrition, and so.
Oh, look, they just
the
formed a
mistake was
party,
that
I think.
Somehow time
Cute.
was going to be on the side of the Ukrainians. Like time. is
New
gonna be the side
research.
of the bigger
Everyone,
country,
select 1, 2, or 3.
Like Russia, that is
The
shown
quest:
that it will
the
absorb
water,
tremendous
Goblin Medal,
losses.
or Rognin's
So
Mill.
it was a missed opportunity. in retrospect.
Those are your options.
And you, I get you were there at the time, so.
Irakimo, you think if this continues, Ukraine just collapses and Russia annexes it all? I don't think Ukraine is going to. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's unrealistic. I think that's way too much maintenance needs to do that. I do think that the Ukraine is just going to be forced into a very shitty deal,
like a Pod Save America,
and then very slowly rebuild, but like forever be under the thumb of like Russia and the West.
Vladimir Putin.
Why?
I mean,
It's
you can
just
say I have sympathy
Ukraine has a like 40 million
project
people.
of the USSR, even though I understand the excesses
Like,
and the.
it is a lot of people, and Russia does not have that many people. It's only 3 times as many.
The USSR at all. It's a
They've lost 10
capitalist
million.
oligarchy.
I mean,
that
that's
is
still
engaging
it's
in
still a
their
lot of
transactions.
people.
The thing that drives me nuts is when
It is very difficult to maintain a military occupation.
And I'm like,
I
mean, I
if,
don't like Putin
especially if
because
you're
he's
as
actually
popular as Russia is.
I mean,
in Ukraine.
he's the worst manifestation of the kind of power structure we were talking
Like,
about. It's like
they'd be able to do it if they like immediately
and
invest a lot into Ukraine, like immediately improve the living conditions of the people there. Though there was still, I'm not sure how effective that would be.
After country, right?
Oh, hello,
And
Rakimo, a
that's
fellow
not even-
American.
Not that he's a communist, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's anything but. You
Yeah,
know?
he's also very disrespectful to Lenin, which I think is completely unacceptable. So,
Disrespectful
Yeah, I mean,
of Lenin.
it's ridiculous, but like I think a lot of people do rely on like people's lack of curiosity.
So often more
They
assets.
hear Russia and they think
No.
communist, you know.
Yeah.
Assets.
But I do think that
Well, just
like even with
main
what
goal.
Russia's done so far, I think like with if they
Hey, thank you, Jesse Cali King 213 for the follow. Thank you for becoming a follower of shamanism. I really like that gift of what's Clint Eastwood. It's great.
213 just became a follower of shamanism.
213.
National Endowment for Democracy, civil society.
Borg is insulting me for no reason.
Are like once
I can
gear,
also
once those gears start turning,
type. You get, remember, Shaman? Are you French?
all of the
How dare
countries
you?
that we
You are
have,
okay. Irakimo, you are Dutch.
as foreign
You are.
adversaries, they see that,
You're not in a
they
position
think,
to say
"Oh,
anything.
This is going to happen. But I think Russia's approach
Fucking
to
halk
should have been
hackerass,
similar
like
to like
Persameler.
usually whenever there's
Kanker,
any sort of, like whenever there's any sort of instability or any sort of fear. What I mean by that is they're an energy behemoth. They already had decent negotiations and decent
it is
contracts
late,
with European countries.
and I'm certainly
They should
behaving
just be
like it's
no,
late.
we're an energy provider. We don't need
Swearing in Dutch.
We don't need to go and
To a
invade
Dutch
Ukraine
chatter.
and kill a
We
bunch of
can use
Ukrainian people.
we can use that leverage.
Yeah.
because I think what's interesting about the National Endowment for Democracy stuff is
Let's build more structures, build more things.
That whole democracy funding apparatus, right? And so for people who don't follow this, it's basically like a grant giving. Oh,
people follow.
Okay. So
maybe they don't have the same opinion of NED as you might, but
no, because I see the critique. When you start that in the '90s in Central and Eastern Europe, and you're pushing against this kind of open door, and then it just keeps moving east, and Putin's view is this is what's complicated, right? Is that Ukraine he fundamentally doesn't see as distinct from Russia, right?
New engagement report,
so
50.
he sees
Oh,
it as kind of
so cool.
And that's where you get the discordance. But that model needs
Ooh,
to
look at
change.
this.
Like that model.
And he said it as such, for the record. Like I think this is a Duganist approach. Like it's not. This is like I don't lend that much credence to like the national security argument.
I can only see that as an insult SMH.
Although I do think it's a
Irakimo
concern.
is not an insult, it's a compliment for me. Plus, it gave you
there's probably a different
citizenship.
ambition
I
there,
feel like
which is,
Irakimo would not want an American
restore the might
citizenship.
of
Jim, would you like to be
sort of
granted
the
American
Russian
citizenship
Empire,
like
you know,
Irakimo? I got a few lying around.
lasting
No, thank you.
legacy
Yeah.
I would
as
not
this
like an
great
American
power in the
citizenship
world.
To your
whatsoever.
point, though, because if it was
I feel like
just-
that's just going to give them
this is where
an
I
excuse
break a bit
for
from
them to
people,
kidnap me and
because
put me into
I agree.
Guantanamo.
NATO enlargement.
Though, you know,
to
do they even need that?
Ukraine and Georgia.
Ninja Star gave a game
Like,
review.
Putin
Disappointment!
pushed that
Put
all
more
the way out
grass
the
or
door, right?
bounce its
And
response quicker.
that was never gonna
This
be
first
pushed
question
back
game and
because
unplayable
NATO
queue
and
queue
if
for
you look at
quest.
it,
10 more fun
the
grinding for
first thing
dice in
Putin
tiny
did
dice dungeon. Okay,
after that
okay,
was
chill.
invaded Georgia.
Right,
I mean,
we need to
everybody
make
forgets
put
that
more
Georgia
grass.
was, it didn't start in Crimea. It started
These
in
people are
Georgia.
worse than chatters.
But if he really wanted to if he had the narrow objective of making sure that Ukraine isn't going to be in NATO, he had sufficient leverage with energy to bring about, to make it such that there's no way every NATO country is ever going to agree to bring Ukraine in.
Yeah.
I think he did have a Duganist, like this is part of the Russian imperial space. We go back to Kiev Rus. I mean, he's written about it. Like I think he believes
talked about it with. No,
Yeah.
I think so too. He's also talked about it with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
For hours on end.
Yeah,
and Tucker was like, "Can you simplify this?" And he was like, "Hold on, let me explain it to you in greater detail."
Yeah.
So,
I've been in the room with Putin, and he, it's interesting. Like
Dude, that is insane to
Obama
think
would.
about. This
when he
guy
did
that
Crimea,
Hassan is
and then
interviewing, he is interesting.
They had these kind of
I only said, Alhamdulillah, I'm not American.
Donetsk.
I say the lieutenant El Salvador.
Him, like, what are you trying to achieve?
I was just about to type that, but I say it with love in my heart and
I need to know.
hide you from the
It's kind of a
terrorists.
negotiation here, and it's
I
a
don't think,
negotiation that led up to Minsk.
unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able
What
to
are you
hide us
trying
from the
to
terrorist
achieve?
book.
And instead of answering the question,
We
with all
appreciate the
respect to Obama,
sentiment.
he would
We've
go
owned
into
these devs for a while, kind of supporting me, though Tiny Dice Dungeon is a better game.
Too. Wasn't just NATO. And
Okay, I don't know what Tiny
that was in
Dice
a way his
Dungeon is,
answer.
but
like
I'm
his
feeling a
answer
little
was,
bit secondhand.
I'm trying to kind of restore the historical greatness of Russia.
Yeah,
and
he's
push
trying
out
to-
our boundaries. you know.
He's trying to do a little
Insulted.
bit of like. I mean, this is an attitude that I've seen in China, both personally seen in China, but also have seen with like Chinese domestic policy in terms of like stamping out any sort of like separationist movement, like
Yeah.
separatist movement.
Yeah.
Is that he sees Ukraine as a part of Russia. Like I think he's like those are not. That's not a separate.
Almost like China looks at Tibet.
Yeah, it's like this is just historic Russia. This is historic China.
Okay, how do
and that's it. Like he wants to achieve it for either
So?
personal ambitions or for personal, you know, or
Most villages leveled up.
believes in this like
Ooh.
grand historical reason. It doesn't
Listen.
matter. Ultimately, he just wants to.
It's El Salvador too. I'll give you
bring it
American
onto the
citizenship.
banner of the
A
Russian
home in the
Federation.
basement. It gives all MAGA hats to
But I guess the difference is with respect. To
I'm not sure if that will work that well for
or
currents.
you know autonomous in
Taiwan
China
or Taiwan. Yeah.
There is like
Hong Kong.
You know, they're like their machinations have been very different. The reason why I say Tibet, especially, because it's like, even the CIA gave up on it. I think it was like literally in the 60s, right, where they were just like, we're not even gonna try this. It's fine.
I think, and look, you know, the National Endowment of Democracy point taken. I do think that one of the things, it did seem like he was somewhat surprised.
This item must be
by
developed
the
in
sense of
seen
Ukrainian
edited
after both 2014 and 2022. That there, I think he genuinely believed that there were, maybe not everybody, but there were at least more people in Ukraine that would have had an affinity for wanting to be part of Russia. And I do think genuinely that what we
Things
saw
can be
in
built now?
Ukraine over the last decade,
We can be
is
built now.
whether
We
they're
can
NED
build
people
now.
or not, that Ukrainians think of themselves as Ukrainian. Not all, you know, there's some people I think that are probably more. I mean, Crimea is interesting because we always get attacked for
Okay, wait.
not doing more to stop that. But
I was just about to bring it up, but I'm glad you are.
Captain Blade was a
nobody fought
review.
back.
Last
No.
place.
Now,
75%. If
Screw you.
if
The
75%
Tartars did.
of the no, but I'm saying like, but the
Gold
Tartars
traffic,
had already
no.
been displaced like
Yeah.
a long time
Yeah.
ago
Give me
under
help.
the USSR.
Is this the only
Like,
thing? Is it just developing quests and building the world? I would like that to be
far
more.
before then.
Stalin.
Understand.
And yeah,
So let me
exactly.
just-
So it's not like
Nice.
Crimea was comprised of people that like ethnically identified and had sympathies for Russia, and also Sevastopol
Maximum amount of
was
chat
already
heroes
like
allowed.
On a
The game will happily
on a
handle hundreds of
loaner
members chat
agreement
explaining
to
what
Russia
one
anyways,
things
as
get
an
pretty
entry point
chaotic.
into the
There's
Black
also
Sea.
a limited number of
So
people
like,
from
of
chatting.
course, they were like, no, this is where our
Nine,
military
nine.
bases. These are our this is our military. This is a part of our. This is like a
Why would
part
he go
of-
to the terrace
it
in
is
the
an
first
extension of Russia,
place?
basically, and it was a mistake to give up on it in the 90s. Was their attitude overall, and not only that, but also, like you said, the annexation of Crimea was very different endeavor in comparison to what we have seen for the last 4 years now.
And the resistance. I mean, look, I'm against annexing borders. Whoever's doing it,
Yeah.
whether it's the Golan Heights or Crimea or wherever. But it is the case that, and this happened. What was interesting is they moved into Crimea. I remember, like it happened like this, and I get called in the Situation Room. They're in charge of government buildings. There's no fighting happening. And it's a fait accompli, essentially. Now, when they moved into Donetsk and Luhansk, immediately people were fighting back.
Yeah.
And
No, for sure.
And so it was interesting.
And even other regions, like, because here's the thing: Eastern Ukraine had, like, the further east you go.
This is
in
a
Ukraine,
very
the
interesting
more,
conversation.
people
I
were
said it
sympathetic
before, I
to
said it
Russia.
or they're
again.
Russian speakers,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Getting them to talk about this is
And
very
that
interesting.
Was the case, I think, before the invasion.
Hassan is like, I
that
think,
might
very,
have
a lot
played
of like
role in why
getting confirmed what he already
Vladimir
believed.
Putin thought that they would, ironically enough,
And for the other guys, you know, telling about this
No, it made the same
crazy
sense.
history.
Because now you look at a place
And
like,
they were not welcomed as liberators
No.
at all. Because like when you blow up the entire, you know, when you blow up an entire block of the city. Even
have
if you're in Kharkiv,
Disneyland,
for
so does
example, which,
Paris.
again, if you
I
look
can
at
always
polls
feel like
before
this
the
is
That's what I was
invasion,
gonna point
I don't
are
even
much
care
more
if this
sympathetic to
is
Russia, and post-invasion,
For real.
of course they're sympathetic to Russia because they're like, no, you fucking killed.
Are you
my
fasting in
grandparents.
Rakimo? If so, how is
you
it
know,
going?
In Putin's mind was probably like this big Russian-speaking
based in this
Ukrainian
area.
border. They are now like adamantly Ukrainian
It's assets
nationalists
for you.
there because
Yeah.
because their whole city's been bombed and the power has been cut off. You know, and this is why war as statecraft is the best way to turn off the very population that you're seeking to control. You know, so it's gonna be. I left. I mean, I was in Munich and this. I left pretty depressed because I don't see the path to ending this anytime soon because Putin feels like he's grinding them down. There's not a
Alhamdulillah, it's
agreed
been
upon
very well.
kind of negotiating strategy.
Very
among
doable.
The
Nice.
Ukrainians and the Europeans
Same for
and
me.
the Americans.
It's been very nice.
And it just feels like
I feel like I've been struggling a little. Well, not feel like I've been struggling a little bit for here and there, but overall, it's been doable.
It's pretty devastating.
Solomus, the players
It's
completed the quest for the
horrible
first
to
time.
see,
Broken in milk.
but
Congratulations.
there are people making money off of it.
Yeah.
There
There are
are.
people making money off it.
The military-industrial complex is
Unlock new
definitely
quest.
offloading their
Okay, for Twitter. Fucking Quentin Tarantino is
equipment, and then you go
Get
back
new
to the
orders,
government.
yeah.
and
Ramadan
you
has
say,
always been
well,
easy for
we
me,
just,
TBH.
Our supply
Yeah,
is
same.
diminished, we gotta
German
get new
cooking
weapons,
is a
we gotta
masterpiece
get
for
new weapons.
Sohor.
You get to test
I
out,
have not done that.
new procurement
That is
strategies,
some.
new
I would like
strategies in warfare
to.
in general. I feel like
like
we're moving in the
if I
direction of
became
guerrilla
that
warfare
competent,
pretty-
it would be
That's
nice
a
to
hugely
set that.
important point.
Yeah,
Ukraine is like a
same with
lab.
Gaza too. Yeah,
It's a lab. It's same with Gaza. It's a lab for AI, drones, autonomous warfare.
Unavailable in this demo.
The Russian military.
Alright, everyone.
You know, all
Vote
these-
on one,
all
2, or
these national
3.
stereotypes who were like,
Which quest do
they're
we want?
weakened in
The
this fight.
Water quest,
They
Goblin
weakened
Medal,
in
or the
this
7 spell?
yeah.
They have a much more capable military.
1 to
today
3.
than
You have a
they
few
did
seconds to decide.
4 years ago when the war started.
And those technologies,
The
are
Water,
much more affordable.
Goblin Medal, or the 7
Not only
spell?
that, but also they also create a unique.
I'll give you a few
opportunity
more
for
seconds to
utilization
decide.
in countries that America also wants to keep
5,
destabilized to a certain degree.
4, 3.
The
2,
the cartel.
Alright.
In
Goblin Medal or the
Jalisco,
7 spell?
CGNG, New Generation. Cartel Jalisco, New Generation.
7 spell.
El Macho was
That guy, that
executed
mustache is
in an
weird.
operation.
Quest is built.
this past
Place these
week.
things in modes and players can complete this quest.
And
Okay.
I was fascinated.
Okay, this
after
game is
looking
like,
into it a little bit,
I won't say
found
it's
out that
disappointing me a wee bit.
Jalisco cartel
It's not being as
largest,
interesting as I'd hope.
largest cartel in Mexico, maybe even the largest like drug dealer enterprise in the world. Right?
Like, when I saw
They were
the
sending
thing
their
for the game, like
they
it
were
looked a lot
sending
cooler.
their hitmen
Goblin
to
Medal.
Ukraine
Oh
to
shit! I didn't see
learn,
that.
to learn
You guys
about
were too
drone
late.
warfare, and they brought back those
Well,
techniques.
Kana Asada Fries in
to
California.
Mexico.
This is why it's not
Burrito.
good to have all these wars going. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why
That does
it's not
sound
good.
very good.
But they beget other wars, or they beget other violence, or they beget other capabilities. Like
Progression, view progression.
we're living with far too much conflict. I mean, the goal should be none for humanity. But it's also the case that, I mean, the North Koreans are in Russia. You know, they're getting technology in
Yeah.
exchange for that. The Iranian drones are up there. Israel's testing out all these AI capabilities in Gaza.
Spills, stone, shot,
it's an ominous feeling that, and I didn't know
And
that
now
about
we're
the
using
cartels.
AI targeting with Anthropic. There's
Yeah,
this
well,
new
yeah,
saga
yeah,
taking
yeah.
place in the Department of Defense or Department of War. Sorry. And
This
it
is
was
a huge issue. I mean,
it
I'm
was
sure
the
you're on
Lavender.
top-
Yeah, it was the Lavender program that 972 investigated and found out was like they were creating new targets by utilizing AI because human beings are just simply not capable of
Listen,
creating
I mean,
that
there's
many
a
targets
spellstone
for
shop
striking.
teleporter.
And
Wait,
AI
what?
is very useful if you're
Oh,
conducting a
oh,
genocide.
that looks
Because
cool.
you can just kill whoever and be like,
What
well,
if-
the AI told me this is this is a real target that we need to strike. And
Or the AI can locate a phone number and not care if there's like 20 kids in the building where that phone is.
exactly, or deliberately, because one was the Lavender targeting system, which would have like a couple different points. If you had, I guess if you had changed your SIM
There's a
card
shopkeeper
at
needs to
any
set up
point,
pricing
which
for the
happens
inventory.
all the
Okay.
time in general, but it certainly happens all the time in Gaza.
Unavailable demo. You must
because
create a
people
premium
need to
currency in
use
order to
eSIMs
set
and
this.
whatnot. Then that automatically by that targeting
five?
system, that meant that you were a Hamas fighter or a
That's
member of
high.
the Palestinian resistance.
25.
And then Daddy's Home is even scarier than that. It was a massive
11,
surveillance strategy where, like, if the target,
How about this?
if the person that was declared a target actually walked into their home, their
Satiation.
residence,
Three?
Daddy's Home would trigger, and they would blow up the entire house.
Yeah.
Because they knew that was where the fighter would be.
Whirly
at.
curly.
Yeah. And all Anthropic
We do
is
have
saying
halal taquilleras.
is
That sounds good.
number one,
I know
no
what
mass
taquilleras
murder for
are-
Americans,
is,
and number
but
two, no
that still
autonomous
sounds good.
decisions made in the use of violence, essentially.
Yeah.
I've never been to the
Ironic
Nether. I
because
don't. So
it
I
has the capacity to backfire, and I think the Anthropic CEO is like probably engaging in ass covering. Now he says that the company cannot in good conscience accede to Pentagon's demands that allow wider use of its technology. As of like literally a couple hours ago, this just came out. I think the reason why they're saying that, and they were very clear on it, was, guys, one, this is unconscionable, and I'm sure there's plenty of engineers that think this is, you know, unacceptable. But if you don't have a human safeguarding this process,
look, new quest.
The AI could just decide that the American soldiers are actually the targets that need to be eliminated all of a sudden. What if there's like a higher utility purpose for the AI, and that it decides, no, the real enemies are literally the American assets, and they just start, you know, lasering American assets.
The insane thing about all this is that there's no effort to regulate these tech. If we lived in any kind of relatively normal times, there would be domestically and internationally. Domestically, you'd be trying to regulate this, and then you'd be negotiating treaties with other countries about, like, what, you know, in the same way that
like a nuclear arms treaty.
In the same way we'd be treating AI like we treated nuclear technology. It has to be like thoroughly guardrailed. There has to be regulation over how you develop clean, you know, nuclear energy. What's happening is
it is so insane that AI is just like,
there's not even any expectation.
it's just there, unregulated.
Like,
along with so much other shit. Absolute rubbish.
They want to break the U.S. government, so they can't.
What are you guys on about?
You know? Why does JD Vance go to Europe and give speeches about?
I've never been to the Netherlands. We have a lot of halal, which TBH is the only thing I do love about this country. France is like this too. Does France have a lot of halal food?
American AI, right?
But I think the Netherlands has like the highest ratio of random places that are halal. That would make sense. No, but we still have to do the work of finding stuff. When I was in Riga, like Latvia, I was surprised to find like halal food. And the way the reason for why they have places with halal food is because they basically have immigrants from like the Soviet era, like from Central Asia. So I ate some like I'm not sure like which Central Asian country they were from. Whether it was like which town it was, but it was
the absence of regulation.
I mean, I have no issues finding a halal spot here.
And the idea that we're just
if you're okay with saying which part of Germany are you from, Wastefield? Because I have not had a good time in Germany. Like Japanese ramen, Jamaican, Caribbean, Mexican. Nice. We're beginning to get those. We are very recently beginning to get those in Copenhagen as well, which is nice. It's all halal. I'm not saying issue, but in Germany it's mostly the main places that are halal. That is the case in Copenhagen. We have a ton of halal food here. Yes, sure. I can do stuff try to serve Japanese halal food. Nothing. Wait, what?
And so you reach for your biggest
not a single Japanese halal Japanese place. Halal in Germany is just Turkish and Syrian.
I mean.
That sounds right. But what do you mean by like halal Japanese place?
You know, you're going to
like
be in
Japanese halal
fucking trouble. Anthropic knows where the technology is going more than DoD does, right?
Yeah.
It's not the Pentagon that is
You're from
developing
Köln?
the technology; it is Anthropic.
Actually,
the Anthropic CEO is like, wait, I know where this technology is
I
going.
didn't want to.
I want to build these guardrails into my systems.
Yeah.
And Hexet's like, no, we can't handle that. We can't have that. You know,
Or, I mean,
it's crazy.
Outside of the guardrails, they were literally just saying you have to have a human sign off on it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a human give final approval, which again is a system that you can
and should be a principle across all AI. There should be like an emergency brake that a human being can pull at any given time.
I hope the demo is going to be more than
case,
this.
I mean, I don't know where we are, you know.
Or have you been to a Stoner place?
Truly devastating. But I was
like Japanese restaurant.
What do you think
okay,
about
can you
Claudia Scheinbaum?
elaborate a bit more? Because when I hear Japanese restaurant, I'm thinking about sushi.
That's the last
and sushi, generally speaking, is
because I have to grab my kids in a few minutes.
So that's why I'm asking for a little bit of clarification.
I think that. You know, one, she is
ramen, Japanese curry. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I see that.
I mean, not just she, but the Merino Park.
Yeah, no, the Netherlands is really good on that.
Economic model inside of Mexico, in a country that had been
like, and in my experience, like even then, like there's a lot of good fish options as well. Like Netherlands just have really good food, like really good prices for food. At least I say that as a Dane. All right, chat. Select a quest: Goblin Medal or 2 down to the well.
All these people are getting super excited on the right about the kind of right-wing. You know, populists, the melees and the
1 Goblin Medal or 2 down to the well.
Model of a leftist politics that can succeed.
Quick. 1 or 2, 1 or 2.
Trump at times, at least.
I'll give you 10 more seconds. 9, 8,
traveling in Latin America
7,
recently, meeting
6,
with a lot of kind of opposition
5,
all idolize Claudia
3,
Sheinbaum. Like she's
2,
become what
1.
Lula was, in the kind of the aughts. Like
All right,
people
the
on
winner
left
is down to the well.
in opposition
A magical object has been lost in the underground waterways. Chankrai Elder,
they look to her.
needs
So I think
a hero to risk
when I look
everything
at
to
it
help
in the world
locate
and
it.
people ask me like, who do you find interesting? I find Pedro Sanchez and Claudia Sheinbaum both to be pretty interesting because and they do it. They have a consistent set of values across domestic and foreign policy, and they're consistent, and they're offering something that is different than kind of mushy globalization, or MAGA. That's badly needed.
Okay, I know you got a dip. Last question, I promise. This is the most consistent question I've heard from the chat as well. How have your views on Israel evolved? From being,
that's a
part
good
of
question
the
by chat.
national security apparatus to where you are now?
I think that when I was there, I had the reputation as someone who was unusually critical of Israel. So I never had
Ben Hamas Rose.
Yeah, I mean, so I never was rosy about it. I will say though that I used the talking points. You can find, and I believed in them. The two-state solution, now that was being beaten out of me while I was in government, because the first Obama term, I was like, we got to get in the peace process and negotiate something. And all I saw is Bibi use that as cover. Let's have some meetings with like Abu Mazen, who has no, who's totally corrupt and probably, simultaneously neutered by the Israeli government. And but anyway, Bibi's using negotiations as cover to just keep expanding settlements, keep moving Israeli politics to the right. And so what I'd say is my evolution is just actually a confrontation with reality itself, which is Israel has no interest in there ever being a Palestinian state. And so it's not sufficient to stand up and say, well, I hope there's a two-state solution. My views have evolved too in the sense that, well, if that's the case, then there have to be meaningful consequences, i.e. the United States should not be providing military assistance to the Israeli government when it's committing war crimes in Gaza or when it's annexing the West Bank. Like, we don't need to, there's not like some automaticity here that we need to be providing arms to a government like that is so fundamentally the antithesis of what I believe in terms of its political orientation at home or in terms of its policy towards the Palestinians.
I think there's whether California wins.
Hassan, it was honestly...
The city's hard on, I'm
it's
trying
not
to
that
be like
I
you,
learned
dude. California's
the
booty
evolution was
cheeks.
just forcing myself to confront and
You guys have
reality.
you guys are having an interesting conversation.
So I don't give myself
Which
credit
is
for it. It's more just
mildly insane
anyways,
to me
I
whenever
can't
I look
keep
at it.
using this language, or I can't keep
You may continue.
saying what bothers me is a lot of times people will even say, the Israeli government is committed to the annexation of the West Bank, the project of Greater Israel that could go into southern Syria, into southern
Dungeons let you build
but I'm
floors
still
with the
forgiving
Terraform
military
tool. They also have a build
assistance,
requirement you need to meet.
so to me, the
building the goal
evolution is
tracker.
just being consistent.
Oh, nice.
And if you actually believe something, that has to actually lead to
Terraform.
policy
Good
consequences,
map
right?
on it.
Yeah.
And that to me is you still see people not quite getting there. Like they can issue all the critiques, they can even use certain language, but they can't bring themselves. Do I believe in the ICC? I do. So therefore, the ICC should be able to make decisions about whether to prosecute Bibi Netanyahu. Like why do we get to come in and say no, you're wrong about this one?
Yeah. Sanctions.
So to me, it's totally just a matter. And I've been called names too. I've been anti-Semite or whatever, which is funny because my mom's Jewish and but like.
Of course.
This is about actually just addressing reality. It's just about seeing things as they are and calling it like you see it, and then having views about what should happen that are consistent. Because you can't say what's happening and then say, but nothing should change.
Uyghurs dinner, some of the best one I've ever had.
Absolutely. And we already have laws in the books, like the Leahy law, that should automatically be triggered in this situation.
Yeah.
Divine.
I think it was
build 150
two
construction requirements in order to build this.
I was listening to
150 floor tiles on
in
this map,
Illinois,
and
who's of
place 3
Palestinian
well
descent,
dungeon spawn
up
towers.
against Daniel Bliss, and she's done a phenomenal
She's done a
job
good
so
job,
far.
Anyway,
Despite
it's
being, 26 years old, formerly working at Media Matters, like comes
That's
from
what dungeons
an
get,
organizing background as well. But She said, like, we should be conditioning all aid across the board
To every
to
country.
all of our
Yeah.
allies
Th-
all
yeah.
the time. Like, the notion that, like...
It's not singling somebody out.
Yeah, the notion that, like, we can't condition, you know, because they were like, what about defensive weapons? Like, this distinction that is made all the time. And this is a major area of disagreement that I have with even Matt Duss as well, which is that...
I went farther than that, yeah.
Yeah, I think, like... The notion of like offering
Turn
anti-aircraft
map.
battery systems to like
So one
Nazi
language
Germany
consideration
during
technology
World War II
like
would be out of the question. Should we
potential.
give defensive weapons? I mean, there's Russian civilians in Russia. Should we give defensive weapons to Russia? Like, no, of course not, right?
Well, but it's also just because if you believe that war crimes are being committed, which is obvious, why give weapons to country committing war crimes? And defense expenditures are funded. So what you give them in defensive is opens up space for offensive, and it's a principle of conditionality. Kat's right. It's not singling out. It's being consistent across the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? The other thing I'd say in terms of I used to try to get in the room and persuade or argue with, you know, the APACs of the world.
FDD?
And those guys wouldn't even talk to me. But I will say, you know, pretty quickly when I got out, I was like, wait a second, like. These people are on the other side of everything I believe, not just in terms of Israel, but in terms of financing far-right politics in this country.
Yeah, domestic politics in general.
And so I don't think there should be a carve-out where it's like, but we should take a lot of money from them. Like, so it's just like, no, this is a dysfunctional relationship, and when you're in a dysfunctional relationship, you should end it. You know,
Well, then, there's more some
the
dungeon like
Democratic
Moscow.
Party will be healthier. You know, if it doesn't have
In Canada, I had some of the best Indian food place called Masala Empire. We can do a transfer for 2 weeks if you want. You'll win on vacation. I'll be at October Party. Stay all the time.
Groups. It ties the
There's a
Democratic
place near
Party
there
knots,
called Kebab that
which, by
means
the way,
try as
may
well.
be the point. You know,
How
it
often
may
do
be
you
the
go to
point
Germany?
tie us in knots, and we're arguing with
German,
ourselves
sorry.
about this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Didn't
Anyway,
wanna-
I would talk to you.
I don't like
for
saying
hours, but,
the wrong name.
Thank you so much for coming on Ben Rhodes, everybody. Where can people find
There
you?
you go, Ben Rhodes.
So I
very
Pod Save the World is my podcast.
really cool
and,
guest.
I have a Substack that I just launched where I just wrote about Iran. Actually, got a book coming out in May, so
Okay.
I'm popping up wherever I can.
I'm gonna try to convince you to come with me to Cuba. Hopefully, we'll see.
I bet. Yeah, no, if
I know you've been.
Yeah. No, we'll see. I'd love to get back.
Oh,
going.
that-
Yeah. All right. Thank you so
All right,
much.
man, take care.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. I'm gonna be doing the Fear M podcast in a little bit, but that was Ben Rhodes, everybody. All right, here it is. Let me just zoom in on myself here. W guest. We went on for a very long time. A lot
Very
longer
much
than I thought we
guest.
would.
He was a great guest.
Hopefully, we didn't strike Iran in the process while we were having this conversation, because that was like a very real fear that I had. Yeah, I hope that was informative for you. I think you weren't joking. He's dope as fuck. Yes. No, he is, dude. when he was in the White House, I'm telling you, they jokingly people would jokingly refer to him as Ben Hamas Rhodes because of how critical he was of Israel. And you know, it's nice that there's someone that's on the inside that goes through that transformation personally through his own personal experience and realizes, like, it takes a lot for people to recognize like the actions that they took. Everything good? Wait, what happened? Oh, you got hit the blue button. Yeah. While we were talking, Paramount bought out Warner Bros, bro. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ, that sucks. It is also, I will admit, personally, is it somewhat rewarding having
Doing work costs money, you're more
not
than
only
enough.
an
I
intelligent
would like
guest,
more.
a thoughtful guest,
Face assets for
also, you know, talk about things that I've been talking about for fucking years, and you know, confirm a lot of the things that I have said.
But spilled down to the well. Yay.
You know, because I know that at this point, it's a lost cause to try to get the fucking loner boxes of the world or any number of different like sex pestiny orbiters to
Ghost will admit a review. This game is slightly better than all the other games played this week, so it gets an improved rating, 51%.
I'm not this like villain.
Did they post another review? Get this, you won't regret it.
At this point, the hatred.
Game link. Okay, it's another Sky Team.
The hatred for me
Emerald Turtle. Don't have it out, but high fun.
So hard that I suspect that
it's the same one as
instead of recognizing that there's probably a lot of truth to what I was talking about even back then, and they might have been on the wrong side of that argument.
Let's complete
they'll
it.
probably
Expand
end
your
up,
time.
focusing their enmity on someone like Ben Rhodes. Be like, Ben Rhodes doesn't know what he's talking about. But
like some Silent Empire. It's good. Connection lost. Trying to reestablish connection with game server. Cannot connect to game server. No!
Here we go. Drop.
Black went switch to other desktop.
44 minutes ago.
Hierarchy.
This was one of the best
Interact really
games
quickly
you've
with
done,
leading
really
chat
informative,
application for
really
chatting
enjoyed it.
online.
Yeah, because it's my field of...
Welcome. Sending good vibes for an amazing day ahead.
American foreign policy. American imperialism
let's
is
select
the
the new
one
profile
area that I
picture.
diverge from many
I like this one,
counterparts,
but this one is dwarf coded, so we're going with this
especially
one.
on the,
Employees,
on the
Lord
internet side
Richard.
of things.
Hello, I'm
It's
Lord
also
Richard,
the
your
area
boss.
that I'm most knowledgeable
No one
in.
is the boss of me.
It's also the area
Well,
where
look, I paid for you to
get
start this
attacked
game
the
company,
most.
and you owe me a lot of money. As your investor, I
Because
pay
of
100%.
my unorthodox
I could just run
perspective.
off with the money.
And my unorthodox perspective that
You could, but then your career would be over. I mean,
center the
if I had
victims of
$60,000,
American
I'm running away with
rather
that.
than
That would.
the necessity for American
I would just get
imperialism.
another job. I don't think just
So-
because I don't live anywhere near you that I can't fly there and give you a piece of my mind. I went to space flying from my manor in Austin, so your house is trivial. So what will it be? Sorry, I was just joking.
Wrong, you're most
Oh, he says if you
knowledgeable
leave something to be
in
desired.
That's true.
Rude? Anyways, I think the game is back up and running now. What is that hat he's wearing?
Here's a graphic of everything that
So apart from the
Elvis will
river
now
bug
own.
reports, what's the
Jesus
feedback been like for them so far?
dude.
People love the game.
Netflix is
That's
deciding
great
to
to
raise their bid to buy Warner Bros. Paramount is now expected to acquire the studio.
When we get back to the office, we can discuss that next night milestone payment. The demo server won't be up for much longer. I'm going to reset everyone's progress. We're going to reset everyone's progress in a bit. I'll be in game as usual, instating our fans.
I'll give you a... There you go.
Maybe you should use Game Link and play the
Say
game,
bye
just
bye
check
to
it's
woke
running.
Superman.
In chat. Game Link.
Nathan Fielder was right all along.
Popular
about
game
Paramount.
store branch and launcher.
True.
Checklist. Update.
Potential
This would
CNN-CBS
make games more
merger.
fun. Get rid of
Amid
Power.
employee concerns about the potential merging of CBS News and
Fix music ad control support memo.
and CNN.
Is this an
She's
actual
making
checklist?
Significant programming changes at CNN. Chief Executive Mark Thompson sent out a memo to employees urging caution. Thompson wrote, "Despite all speculation you've read during the process,
43% of players
I
hate this
suggest
game.
that you
What?
don't jump to conclusions about the future until
Let's build a
we know
zoo.
more.
Wait, what?
And secondly, let's not forget our duty to our audience.
Loading, let's build a
We're
zoo.
still near the start of what is an incredibly newsy year at home and abroad. One
Wait,
that
what?
will culminate with critical U.S.
Wait,
midterm
so-
elections and who knows
No!
what else. Let's continue to focus
Sad.
on delivering the
Wait,
best possible journalism
let's
to
try
the
that.
millions of people who rely on us all around the world."
Stop button.
Trump has told people that Larry Ellison assured him that he would make the media companies more conservative if he is able to buy the media companies. Dude, this is Turkification, man. This is Turkey. It's crazy. It's strange.
It's not the same as in Turkey, but you know, it's very nice there.
It's strange.
Well, at least America's
Watching it
becoming like
unfold in
Turkey.
real time. Wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Know the seas, chat. Piracy. I mean, I think you need to understand something here. Piracy is great, and I love it, but by the way, within the past hours, Pakistan defense minister declares open war with Afghan Taliban. Wait, what the fuck?
What? Wait, what?
What?
I have been seeing some border skirmishes between Pakistan and Taliban. Wait, what? Is that true? Oh shit.
Pakistan attacked
Is it true?
Afghanistan. Pakistan
Pakistan strikes
Kabul and Kandahar as Afghan Taliban escalate cross-border attack.
Oh
What?
shit. Pakistan strikes Afghan cities as cross-border attacks escalate.
Another thing.
Oh
that
shit.
happened, at least one American citizen and another injured in Cuba speedboat shooting.
Why?
U.S. official says. Wait.
Why they even
another
attack?
one?
I don't even know why they're attacking them. Pakistan border clashes escalates. Pakistan Air Force strikes Afghanistan as Taliban claim 55 soldiers killed.
Yesterday. Border guard shot. Yeah. This is yesterday.
What the?
No. This is yesterday. This is just updates on yesterday's story.
55 soldiers killed.
They were straight up fucking American Cubans that wanted to go do terrorism in Cuba. And it's not like they hid it either. They just straight up, if you look at their social media profile, they, like, one of the guys that was on the boat, their social media profile just very clearly shows that they were trying to, they were very clearly
Pakistan authorities said
trying
that
to
counter-strikes
foment,
on
like,
Afghan cities were responsible
some
unprovoked
sort of,
Afghanistan attacks. The Afghan Taliban said those were responsible for
Cuban
the
government.
Pakistani strikes. What is causing the fighting?
Nutty.
The BBC, are you useless?
So much to talk about.
Right, why the fighting is happening?
Okay. The interview took a lot out of me, chat. I'm not gonna lie. It was fantastic though. It was really good.
What? The shit.
I thought it was very, very good. I hope you guys got a lot out of that too. All right, we're done with fucking. I can't believe I spent so much goddamn time on Tyler Hitler Vera. Some info. Pakistan has been bombing Kabul and Afghan positions consistently for the past few months, and Afghanistan invaded earlier today, taking border posts. Pakistan has retaliated big, and it looks like open war. Pakistan has been frustrated with perceived indifference on behalf of the Afghan Taliban towards letting the Pakistani Taliban operate inside its borders.
That's insane.
Green and Reform too
But
close.
like why? I don't even know why these strikes are happening. I know that Pakistan like randomly just like did a horrible thing and just like told like millions of refugees to go back to Afghanistan like not so long ago.
Another Hassan Abi head seizing power. You love to see it.
Oh shit! Are the Greens actually winning? Someone in chat was writing about this earlier.
Like
who was it? I forgot. Combustible Lemon. Are you still here?
Man, when I get chatters in here being like, I didn't like the way you connected to yourself.
They might
it's like,
have
you
a
do
bit,
it
but
then.
they're talking about
Take the
talking about
fucking
this
role.
selection. I think.
Take the reins, chatter. You be the change you want.
I like you guys are
are
just talking about some food place. Meanwhile, fucking
chat, bro. They think like just because I'm an
Pakistan
Amazon
and
employee
Afghanistan
doesn't
at
mean
war.
Jeff
Apparently.
Bezos. Okay.
Yeah, I'm giving up. I'm trying to create this character. Right, continue. Executive producer Lord Richard. Hey, you what? Creative director Shimon.
Yeah, this is what I had to say to you.
Intern, principal of level design Trent. Intern, head of gameplay programming Wheelie.
Let's talk about Iran.
Intern, leader of art Santana.
New American attack on Iran. President Trump is trying to push Iran into signing.
Welcome to Avalon. Hey, Springload developer. This developer account that gives you access to the Tesla game. When you get bored or need to get back to work, press escape and say, get back to work. HR is wanting playtime. Oh.
Indirect talks began this morning in Geneva with Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, heading up negotiation. Iran's nuclear program may be the focus of today's meetings, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio says it goes beyond that.
Iran possesses a very large number of ballistic missiles, particularly short-range ballistic missiles that threaten the United States and our bases in the region.
Last June, during the 12-day war with Iran, Israeli residents experienced firsthand Iran's capabilities. A CBS News camera captured the moment missiles penetrated Israel's vaunted Iron Dome air defense system and
U.S.
interceptors.
I can't remember. Nope. Okay, I'm not
striking
even
residential neighborhoods.
I don't seem to remember where it is, but what is?
Of the aftermath, these buildings.
Can I not just like wait? Can I not just like skip this?
Look between the shrapnel and the pressure of the
okay. Well, I guess you guys choose. Are you okay?
This is in the heart of Tel Aviv.
I'm fine. At least at last I checked. Oh, the moment I do not
Avi
rightly know.
Gaffney
Have
lives
a
in an
have a loss
adjacent
of
apartment
facility I seek, or
That
have a
must
loss
have
of
been terrifying.
faculties?
It
Imagine a
was
facility which is in fact a fallacy.
insane. It really was insane, and I cannot explain it with words enough. And at some point, we just had like heard and felt like a boom.
Extreme truths.
U.S. forces were given
can I help?
advance warning of the Iranian missile attack on America's largest base in the Middle East last summer, but even then had to respond with the single biggest deployment of Patriot missiles in
Seven
U.S.
spells.
history,
Seven spells.
Pentagon said. Now, all eyes on those
I'm gonna
last
find this
ditch
place.
talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister said he's hopeful a deal can be reached. U.S. officials I spoke with this morning say President Trump has been given a number of options that are ready to go if diplomacy fails and he decides to take military action. Gail?
All right, Charlie Daggett reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Here in Jerusalem, back to
He said bye-bye Israel. I mean, I don't
Why
think so.
are you guys getting so many choices? What is this? Some sort of democracy?
Something happened to
Rubbish.
Yanis Varoufakis. People ask me, how can they indict you for saying you took an ecstasy pill 36 years ago in Australia? Are they mad? No, folks, they are not mad. This has nothing to do with drugs, with the law, with anything related to my actual interview. It's a reflection of what has been happening in the politics across the West with Greek characteristics. Unlike in most European countries, where new ultra-rightist parties emerged to undermine the traditional center-right party.
That's a good impression.
AfD in Germany, Reform in the UK, Meloni's brothers in Italy, or Le Pen in France. In Greece, the mainstream Tory equivalent party, New Democracy, remains dominant in the polls and in public discourse. The reason behind this success is that they keep neo-fascists in their midst. Indeed, Mitsotakis, the prime minister, gave them top ministerial posts, e.g. in the health and migration, to keep them sweet. You sound like Antonio Banderas? What do you mean? He sounds like that. Does he not? He sounds like that. I'm showing him this. Don't show him this. That's embarrassing.
They should show him that.
That's... You want to be Greek? This is my true accent as a real Greek.
Shimon, can I make a request? Yes, what's up? Is that Giannis?
Monopolize financial deals with the local and global corporate oligarchy, economic policy more generally. In exchange, the Prime Minister has handed over the neo-fascists, the ministries engaged in rightist culture wars, migration, family law.
Why can I not skip that you guys have these choices?
Ah! The latter then use their authority.
Can you make
to
Azan
the
bigger?
electoral base,
Sure, I can do that.
by ensuring that the Greek Coast Guard causes migrants to drown in the Aegean, that the police shield the fascists, and the people like myself are harassed and dragged through the courts. Why are you Dracula now? This is literally what...
Why are you Dracula now?
This is what he...
Sorry, I need to
sounds
make chat
In
lower.
short, my ridiculous
Smaller.
prosecution must be seen within the wider West-wide surge of insidious new form of fascism. In this context, I am honored by their determination to persecute me, as it grants me the privilege of calling
How's this,
upon good people
Racmo?
of good
Awesome.
conscience from around the world to stand together to oppose them. I don't know why they fucking hate Giannis so much. Because, like,
yeah.
I sometimes
At least it's
feel
not
a
even
little
that.
bit like I might chop liver because I say way more unhinged shit than he does. You know what I mean? I guess he just has more emotion because he's like a former finance minister and stuff.
Yeah.
But like,
I think it's that. Hello, adventurer. You're welcome to
it's
Basking
crazy.
Radiance.
Like, this is a ridiculous.
It sounds well. Oh, it's you.
case.
Is it? Oh, my,
Like,
the might is here.
it's a ridiculous case to just like slap onto him, and I don't know why people don't understand that. Like, if they can do that to him, they can do that to anybody, right?
I don't.
You are
think a lot
not
of
an
these
economist,
people
though.
can.
Prominent leftist economist, a huge rarity.
Omnidex. Interesting.
You show the EU a minister could fuck up their machinations?
Also, I'm just signing
He was
random
finance
numbers
minister
because
for
it's
3
hard
months
to
and agreed to
read.
blame everything on
Well, the
him.
choice is not so good or great. I can make the UI bigger.
What I mean is, like, I guess I have the Turkish privilege. I guess Turkey does control the EU, like low key, and he's Greek and he doesn't have that same motion, I guess.
I thought I did.
Cause like,
to work.
he was a finance minister. You're a live streamer. Both of you.
Oh, I broke the game.
Yours just don't have motion beyond social media. No,
That's
I just
funny.
mean like this is
Lord
is
Richard,
bullshit,
what does he
right?
want now?
Like, they're trying to get
The
him
Steam
on
demo is
some
coming to an end.
bullshit, like
Every glitch
something
shutting
he
off the
said.
Anthony. They're getting ready to launch the game.
Right. And
Oh.
for me, what I don't understand is like,
Wait, was that it?
like,
That's how they finished the demo? They just closed? Okay, that's funny. That was a
so
cool demo. I will say that was a
glad in
pretty cool
some
demo.
ways that they don't have that same
That
level
was
of
an-
scrutiny.
Nice.
But,
Very cool. Bit asshole-ish. A bit.
one of the men
bit,
identified on the boat that
wankery,
Cuba was from
but
my city and was known for
that's
talking
cool.
obsessively about wanting to
Very
overthrow
cool
the Cuban government. Yeah, bro, I saw their fucking social media profiles of one of the guys, and it was absolutely nutty.
Gem pouring, cube
I
mining.
think you have Jester's privilege.
Jester's
That makes sense? Yeah.
privilege.
Why are you jealous of Giannis? No, I'm not jealous. I love Giannis.
What is H-Craft?
That's my goat.
That sounds weird.
I would never.
Historical strategy and city building sim.
Oh,
Brand
we didn't even
strategy.
get to the fucking. Oh,
Huh.
God, the Mamdani thing. Ay. There's so much going on in the.
What is the
fucking world,
Mamdani
bruh.
thing? What?
Oh my God.
Oh, right. Maybe just being
Inside this latest Trump
awesome.
Mamdani meeting, last time the two met, Trump asked him to return with his ideas to build big things. Mamdani came back with a massive
What did he
housing
do this?
proposal. Mamdani's team created mock headlines to show Trump how such a project would be received. He was very enthusiastic. Oh my God, they made it themselves. Oh my God, he knows how to work the goddamn room so well. That's crazy. Mamdani pushed for a release of Columbia student detained today. Trump calls him later to tell him
Ooh.
she's being released.
This looks cool.
Mamdani gives Susie Wiles a list of 4 other students he wants to help
Alright,
with, all targeted
I'm getting
at
us another
Palestinian
demo.
protests.
Demiurgos.
God, what a goddamn G, dude. I fucking brings a tear to my eye. I swear to God. What a fucking, oh, so good. Oh. A better world is possible. A better world is possible, dude.
Inshallah.
What else do you say? I know Mahmoud is one of the names. I know. Donnie also gave White House the Chief of Staff Susie Wiles a list of 4 other students targeted by federal authorities and asked for the administration to help with them. 4 students are Mahmoud Khalil, Yunseo Chung, Mohsen Mahdawi, which I think has already had his charges dropped, if I'm not mistaken, and Lika Cordia. He tangled the keys in front of the baby, and the baby was very happy. Yeah, I know she's been released. Elmina Agayeva has been released. I already DM'd her to see if she'd come on the broadcast. If he can get Lika out of detention, it would be fucking spectacular.
Right. Demo's almost there.
I don't personalize politicians, by the way. Good W's, though, regardless. Man, you also got to fucking cling on
Chat.
to hope, man. You got to cling on to hope. Bro.
I have a task for you.
I talked to
A
him
long-term
with
one.
regular frequency, and I was
We
still
need more
worried,
MENA chatters.
Okay?
We need more Muslim chatters.
You know what I mean? Because you never
For one
know.
particular reason.
You never know. You never know.
When I say
these motherfuckers,
takbir,
they're politicians at the end of the day.
I expect
know
you
what I
all
mean?
to write Allahu Akbar. And one of
Yeah,
my
Mayor's press
genuine
team, I'm gonna
goals
read out. By the way, he's just
is to have enough
sucking out
chatters
all the comms people from every other team.
consistently.
That's Calvello.
Who, when I say
He also,
takbir,
he also picked up another.
when I say takbir,
Calvello was on.
I want the chat spammed with Allahu Akbar.
The Grand Platner team.
Okay. That's a goal. Important goal of mine.
They're all one bad sleep away.
I should
from
have.
Fetterman brain. Gotta
I
think
should have
big
like
where you
turned off the
can.
sound while I said this, because that would have been a cool, clippable moment. Oh well. Screw it. I'll say it again another time. I can't say it twice.
Yeah, Calvello
That's
also
okay.
worked for Fetterman.
We'll
not
say
his finest moment.
it's a future
Not
goal.
his fucking finest moment.
I will
said
reform
this?
this moment.
Monster, please blow my
I will
firewall down
recreate this moment
with
you guys.
with
Hello, Ag Bears.
weirdly disfigured penis. But like,
What is he?
that's again not the main character. You're in many ways.
What
like
is he
you
on
are
about this
a
time?
freak show, a curiosity. The fuck?
In New York City,
right.
that could deliver one of the biggest federal investments
New demo.
of the past 50 years. We proposed a project with an estimated 12,000 units. As you noted, sir, our team did mock up front pages of the paper and
A lot of games with the same name.
Office today. The president was very enthusiastic about this idea that you pitched him. Additionally, the mayor also brought up the detainment of the Columbia student who was detained this morning, and he asked directly to President Trump that they be released. Additionally, he handed a list of 4 additional students who had been detained in New York to the chief of staff and to President Trump, asking them to consider
New game.
cases as well. Shortly after,
Demi Urgas. See, find it.
from President Trump, who let him know the student who was detained this morning will be released. That's what we can share at the moment.
I almost clicked the stop streaming button again. I should put these controls elsewhere.
Filter. What is
so I don't
this?
accidentally click them. Because that would not be very good. If I accidentally click that again like the other day. Not that I have ever done this, made this mistake before.
Mystery solved over El Paso. They're so incompetent they shot down their own drone. Remember the high energy laser that led to the shutdown of airspace around El Paso? The Pentagon accidentally shot down a U.S. Customs and Border Protection drone.
Why is the
Texas
game
border
not
with
being
Mexico
captured?
using the same laser system?
Oh, there we go.
I don't believe this. I'm gonna be sincere
Start
with you
demo.
for a moment. I don't think this was it.
Chaos,
I think there was
good,
some other
neutral,
shit
evil.
going on that
Interesting.
they won't tell us.
Many options. Chaos, neutral. Good. Poseidon. Can we make a custom one? I guess.
Not like aliens. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like.
This makes borderline Islamophobic. That
Mamdani's a
was
Zionist.
lot.
Yeah,
I
right. He
did it
did. You should know better. He appointed
better.
Tish who got
Fun
legal
fact.
put in prison.
Fun sad fact. I've never said it IRL. Why is that a fun sad? I mean, it's a fun fact. I think it's more because it's. I feel like it's something that's not really, you know.
Mamdani's asking for $21 billion in federal grants for the Sunnyside Yards housing development they discussed in their White House meeting today. City Hall finally confirms.
Oh shit! I see Mamdan gets that. Inshallah, he does.
Thank you for the 10
Dude,
gigs of subs.
Mamdani has just risen to prominence by so much so quickly. It is insane.
Can you shout out Zach Plansky?
He's revealed that says,
UK Greens look to
"Welcome,
set
Poseidon.
defeat
Join the
labor
gods
and
and vows
reform,
of mercy."
and give us another green MP tonight. Shout out Zach.
Yeah, the mirrors.
Shout out Zach Plansky.
Use smoke freezer, spread devotion, gain followers.
The best of the
Multiples
the
of
best of the
video,
Hasanabe hit contingency globally so far. I mean, big ups.
To 100 years and starting.
Republicans get
Each
pissed
comma
for sure.
capital.
They need houses in red
Both
states too. Hassan Piker. I mean, yeah. You know what Koskesh means? No, I think it's a bad word, right?
Next time you're outside, when someone says something nice, you say Allahu Akbar. It's how Trump reacts to someone saying it. I've not seen that. That sounds funny. I'll make sure that no Isations
Labor is
near.
blaming their home secretary.
Okay, reveal thyself.
A senior labor source.
Go.
A senior labor source told Sky News that they believe they've lost the Gorton and Denton by-election. They put the blame on Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood for her divisive rhetoric on immigration and citizenship reforms, which kept coming up on the doorstep. A Labour source says the early signs of the count suggest the Greens have been able to turn out support in a way they wouldn't be able to replicate at a general election.
Oh, interesting. So, it's a ruler forager. This tribe, are they devoted? Not enough.
Fucking hell. This is NPR, National Public Radio. Your party needs to go, man. It was failed from the start with all the infighting, but especially now they just need to join up with the Greens.
Don't say that.
I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. If I see Jez, I'll ask him though.
Okay, this is so sick. This is pretty cool. Like,
I do not get it. What is
terrain
Ron
manipulation
giving in exchange for all this? I mean, no harm with my question.
How far this?
You want to know?
Damn, this is a cool ability.
The answer?
You got the fear of Allah.
But probably nothing.
Watch that stream as well. Let's watch that. Oh, that reminds me.
So folks, here's what happens. I will call up Carrier, the president. I guess I have to do it myself. I know. Allah Akbar!
Is that real? Is that real?
Do it myself. I know. Allah Akbar!
Look at the way. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That reminds me. I need to show you a very funny. Okay, perfect. Actually, I wanted to show you a video by these same guys, and Tiggs was just like, "Don't worry, fam. We got you. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is so good."
ذخيرة ما في ذخيرة قدامي
انا متصاوب وانا صوت يا شباب.
Wait, let me find there's a specific video here. Wait, what? That's so much fun. Like, look.
اجت الهلة الصغيرة اللي حضربها.
لا تروح عليه ما تشوف.
خاسي اب زيد وتعلم. الله اكبر. وينصر ديني شو لما اجت جيمس ثاني. الله اكبر. انصر ديننا شو نمور. جيمس. الله اكبر.
Just the casual Allah Akbar. Look at the comments as well. Home office, working from home. Hey, I've seen this guy LMAO. Have you seen it's like shit, like one of the is it this one? Or is it this one? It's like another one of the videos by these guys. It's so
الله أكبر.
There's a specific video by this guy which I found really funny. Oh, is it this one? Yeah.
السلاح الأقوى في لعبة سكواد الميتور الانقضاض.
Yeah, Shimon is an LP's channel. True. Hello, attacking you.
عايز لك يا أبو حسين.
Also, it's funny with them.
يلا توكل على الله أبو حسين.
من وين هي يعطينا احساس؟
على المارك تبعي.
بس خلص. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أبو حسين.
The way he says Bismillah.
على المارك تبعي.
بس خلص. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Bismillah الرحمن الرحيم.
يلا توكل على الله يا نو.
Like, it sort of makes sense. You are doing a risky mission in a video game, but
فجر فجر فجر. فجر.
Why is he saying fudge?
الله أكبر.
فجر من يومين كان لازم تعشيني.
تكبير.
فراطة أبو حسين. شو جي قدامي؟ خلص. مرحبا.
There's another like there's another clip they had that I found really funny. That explosion looked like a penis. Thank you, very cool. There's a specific one where they drive up to a vehicle. It's very, very funny. Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. We just saw that. That another one. That another one.
السلاح الأقوى في لعبة سكواد
It's not this one. Mushroom cloud was mushrooming. Yes. There's one where they just like drive up to them, and it's like Assalamu alaikum. Come on, where's the clip of them driving up to them? Is it this one? I think it's this one.
رن بزيد.
Like,
السلام
look.
عليكم. السلام عليكم. شكرا السلام. الله.
It's so funny.
رن بزيد. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم.
Some people might have been killed like this. Which I shouldn't be laughing at, but also the absurdity of it. I can't breathe. Like,
رن. لا. السلام عليكم.
peace be upon you, brother. The way you can just hear the phone ringing. Alright, and this is like game of moment where it's just like he just like destroys a lot of them. It's so good. Oh, Himbo decided to stop streaming. There you go. Perfect timing. Oh. This. Except we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna make the chat bigger. Oh. What is that thing I keep moving? There we go. There we go. The entire screen is full now. Where the himbo ends, the Quan begins. True. Actually, does she always start streaming like when he stops? When he stops? Or is it just like around that time? Also, this game is requiring a lot for my PC. For some reason. Immortals are asking for your help. Answer and prayers quick ways to get ahead in the game. As God from Tanzania, good Christmas prayers from the human societies with your preference. Presence, answer and prayers will carry requests over your rod with devotion, blah blah blah. Yes, it's almost prayers. At the same time, beware feelings, answer prayer may result in penalty. What do they want? And doesn't mean your own deity. I am a good. Love me. I know she'd be doing her own thing sometimes. I mean, I would assume that she's doing her own thing. There you go. 1 priest, 0 followers, 1 being converted. Okay. Spawn fish. Go, got some devotion here. Would like. It's raining cloud water, everything customer continues to rain in a wandering fashion. Will that be good? Outside influence area. Oh, interesting. This is my influence area. Oh. I don't know what I did, but I think I made these people happy. 1 priest, 0 followers. Dang it. Okay, we can also turn up the sound of this game. Join the Discord, everyone. Follow the bot alert. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. Spawn fish. Spawn fish. Mana plus 120 a year. Oh, interesting. Good, and some other places. Is this a competing god? Wait, what is this? Devotion. Is it? I can't tell. This game looks very interesting. Like concept, like this looks like a game I would enjoy when it comes out of demo. Oh, what do you want? Some. Our city isn't growing fast enough to meet the capacity. Please help us grow. We'll help you grow. Grow city population by 1. Okay. How? Give me a hint. A model will be born when the photo reaches the maximum. Increase population by using grab to move. Food in the city or use haste as zap to increase foresters' productivity. You can also spawn new food nodes nearby like fish, thickets, and animal feds. Oh, okay. There we go. And grab them some stuff. Zap. As motivated straight to mortals. That's an evil thing. Bless. Cures as a blessed straight to mortals. What does blessed do? Increase damage resistance. Adds 10% devotion to a mortal. Suppose a rain cloud which will wander around the map and will last 1 year, 6 months. What's the point of a rain cloud again? It certainly makes most move in H5 6 to supply can only figure one time. Okay, we grew the population. Now everyone loves us more. More devotion, very good. Offerings are used to build buildings for your religion and support your priests. Ooh, nice. We have 2 followers now. Another quest. Someone is requesting attention. Converting a new follower. I'm a lot of working on converting new followers to help you, cause we could use your help. I'll help you find followers. Convert 1 to Poseidon in the city. Give me a hint. Your priest will convert most of his followers. You know, perform past increase devotion. Convert a follower, you need to raise devotion over 50%. Alternatively, you could haste your priest. Okay. Let us haste the priest. Which one is the priest? Is it? Which one is it? Is it this guy? Yes, it is. Godless Redeemer. The godless will be enlightened before the strays. Okay, what does that mean? They convert non-followers of religion. What does that mean? Okay, I'm trying to find out what this means, but the game is just like, no. For strays? Come on. Okay, I guess the game will not allow us to find out. Okay. Haste. Priest dude. There you go. Someone's requesting attention. Demonstration of power. Please show powerful to see a volunteer's help. Behold, I can make a rain cloud on demand. At the player's god rain cloud in a within 4 kilometers of the city. Sure. Go. Rewards for monsters in the way that you should follow to increase. Go. A global destroy mountain charge. Ooh. It only destroys mountain range in the direction customer. Destroy mountains in line with a max range of. Okay. I don't know what I would use that for, but that seems like a useful ability. Is it like 9 followers I have? I was like, oh no, that's just the amount of villages in here. I don't know what the rain cloud example does. This is so cozy. It's like humankind or like civilization. Yeah, except apparently I'm at war with other gods as well. What the shit is that? Oh. Oh, that's just what they look like zoomed out. Ah, okay, I see. Okay, our influence is growing as well, which is nice. Look, I'm able to make a rift. It's completely changed the terrain. I'll go get some rest. Good night. Sleep well, way too cold. Thanks for hanging around. Take care. Hope you have a lovely sleep. Yeah, we've fully converted this settlement almost. What other gods are there? Chengdu. Anubis? You bastard. Get away from here. Under the German sky. It's funny. Okay, let us haste this resource. Global charge. Destroy mountain. Can I just like do this? Just destroy the mountain like so. Yeah, it looks like it can. I think that has sort of built a path, but I'm not quite sure. Okay, right. We have more power. Build temple. City starts building temple with large pieces, sustain large congregation, and more peaceful free in the city. Yes, do that. Very cool. Is that the temple? The entire city is now devoted to me. Congregations are at maximum capacity. Nice. Now we just need to increase our influence so that we can affect another place. Sound is it's quiet, calmer. Devotion gave from nature powers, modify for the harvest. Fishing spot. Nature powers, mana cost. Influence window. Wherever you have the minimum influence within underwater biome, you'll have full influence. this? What the? If this one at 10 offerings instantly reward, and this format says which your follower do increase devotion to Sidon. Right, let's go with this one. I'll help you find new followers. Conversions in the city. Okay, that one is a little bit difficult. That does require that they, you know. Let's bless some more followers. Okay, I want to do the fish thingy again. Give me the fish! Let me do the fish! Let me add some devotion to these filthy plebeians. Oh, the prayers to answer in the following place. Conversions in city. How do I even convert that many people? I can't convert any more people. Are there anyone here whom I can convert? I don't even check if they're following me or not. Okay, there we go. Devotion. Do I just need to click through everyone to check what the devotion is? Convert me? Boom shakalaka something something. You're now converted to become a great follower of shamanism. Welcome to the fold. Hell yeah. Okay, where is... Aren't there even anyone here for me to convert? Like, come on. Religion, mortals. Okay, there we go. Child. You there, child. Oh, bless you. Godless 98. Suppose. Beside. Yo, Dingus Punch be Punched. How you doing? What's up? Okay, this is... I just realized this is important. This is... Wait! I can upgrade my powers? Wait, what? This screen shows all available powers related to the main four commas. Good, evil, golden, chaos, on skill point. It's available in person available powers. What? I can upgrade it? Perhaps... More. Also resource farms. Zap. Haste. I want to upgrade. Can I upgrade my thingy? Can I upgrade the fish thing? Spawn fish. Yeah, soul every time a follower dies. Souls are consumed by various powers. Soul sense of the outlet for management regeneration. Ooh. Perhaps a reason to move to another place. So this is also almost. Let's upgrade this grab action. How do we upgrade stuff more? I'm well, how are you? I'm alright, thank you. Oh. No, we failed. No penalties. Oh well. Come on, let us do the fish. Also, let me cancel this one. So I think this, what was it? The game only goes to 100 years in. Oh shit! They have two settlements. What? How dare they? How do I change that? I am recovering from sick. Cough cough. I hope you fully recover very soon. And there we go. We can spawn fish. Come on. Just need a little bit more to begin converting these guys. Let's tell one of my followers just like go somewhere else. Buildings. Religion. Overview. City army. Because I want to send these guys to like trade or something with someone else. Oh. Oh, we have another request. I ate some pasta with olive oil, roast garlic, and tomatoes with Asiago and fresh cracked peppers. It was delicious. Nice. That does sound very delicious. Right. Our city isn't growing, but please to meet our capacity. Please help us grow. Supplicant mortals. Right. I will help you grow. Grow city population by 3. Okay. Dang. Each monster consumes 1 food per year, and surplus food is accumulated to stock. Once the stock market comes to maximum value, it consumes the food necessary for growth, and a new mortal is born. Okay. Tenants. This screen shows all available tenants in 3 different categories. Laws affect how your followers behave, rituals affect what kind of celebrations are held, and peace dictates how your religion is structured. Allowing tenants, each policy mode contains units in tenants and like meaning specific compliance aligned to that as part of your strategy. Tenants restrictions. Once adopted, tenants are fixed until new options in the same node become available. Choose wisely. Ooh. Tenants build the highest tier temple followable when child is born parents. So if the parent is follower, the child is converted. God's followers will not lose delusion. When we decrease conversion power bonus for all priests. Pilgrimage. All priests are considered migratory instead of just... Interesting. Use spiritual journey. How do I use that? Holy work. Use God building offerings. Enlightenment focus. Mission driven. Use train missionary. Missionary at sacred mortal. How do I... A new holy warrior will train immediately when the existing one dies. Interesting. Baptism. Use bless mortal on child. When followers turn 3 years old, the following effects will occur. Start a bless mortal on a human if possible. Ooh. Holy mark when follow. Holy mark. Priest-based devotion gains a mortal by 1%, and the other one is laws. The limitation increase followers productivity by 20%, increase management generation from followers. I don't want that. I want them to just intimacy rules. Increases food consumed by to produce a newborn child in cities with a follower majority by 20%, increase follower age productivity by 20%. Follows more likely to gain the depressed trait. Oh, it's to make them less. I don't want them to do that. I want them to do more. Okay. Priests. You there. Oh wait, can I? Oh, I can just train more priests? Huh. Interesting. Okay, so what resources does this require? Offerings. I see. Okay. Okay, we're training priests now. What's this? Makes priests migrate to another city? Yes, please. I did not know that was an option. Maybe I should restart the game with that in mind. Because that's a very useful ability that I did not know that I had. Yeah, I'll restart the game. That's pretty cool though, save and quit. Blah, blah, blah. Only to the menu though, because we are starting a new game. Deciding again, because we are nice and what's evil? We're nice and good. Bloody hell. The only 100 years and starting island. Each common captain. 400. Reveal thyself. We'll do it here. And then we'll create a rift. Which goes like from here to like here. And then we'll give fish. Moses asking for your help. Welcome, my lord. Are you nice? Yes, I am nice. Accumulate good. How? To bless someone. Alright, I'm blessing you there. And you there. And you there. There we go, we did it. Souls. We've gotten 10 offerings, and we can use those to do stuff, I think. I don't know what exactly. Some stuff. What is this? City isn't grown fast enough. Please help us grow. Yes. I will help you do that. Tribulation, and we got 15% devotion to all mortals, so we immediately have a bunch more mortals. Very cool. Should we train another priest? Yes. Increase bonus to main gods influence by 2, increase max priest consistency of the mortal by 1. What's this? Please Lord shows the powerful cities who want to help. Yo, like make a rain cloud on demand. Make a rain cloud. Okay. Yo. And we get one destroy mountain and some offerings and devotion to a bunch of the people there. Very cool. Yeah, this is already going much better, which is nice. More players. Let's see. Converting a new follower. I'll help you find a new follower. Sure. That should not buy that much. TPH. Go. Food and salt. Yay, we did it. Another mission already? We're gonna convert new followers to cosmic use your help. I'll help you find new followers. Okay, I'll help you again with getting more followers somehow. What is the point of buildings? I do not know. Yo, they love me in this place. Wait, did I not create fish yet? Where did the fish go? Another quest. Once resorted, but the ruler hasn't joined us. The city should be run by faithful. Please help. I will help you convert the ruler. Increase devotion. And one of the following. Oh! One of the following effects: global entice, global share resource instantly, global detonate, global over the ruler. Ooh. Where's the ruler? He's over there. Maybe if we bless him. Yeah, there we go. He's going to convert very soon. There we go. Double results. Everyone are now our followers. We're going to not only build a temple, but we're also going to send one of our priests elsewhere. Where's that? Why does it look like that? It's no trade. Can I send him? Yes. Make a priest migrate to another city? Yes. Migrate over there. And we will train another priest. And we shall destroy this mountain. A drought is happening near Arasao. No! What? How? Okay, I can't tell how. Whatever. Destroy religious building belonging to a rival god. Has any one of them done well enough yet? Nope. Give me the fish, please. Prayers, I haven't been faithful enough. Please give me a sign of forgiveness. Curse concession. Okay. You there? Where you at? I will bless you. It's okay. I forgive you. Yo, blessed. More offerings. Very cool. How is this guy doing? He's doing great. Nice. Now we just need to give them some resources and then we should be able to. Not enough production to sustain the resources needed for that construction. Oh. The heck? You there, you will also you'll travel over to Castle Forward. Wait. Shit. I sent the wrong guy. Dang it. Ugh. No, whatever. You there will travel over here. Ah, okay, whatever. That's annoying. So we transit though, and it should be all good. The game does need some music. Tenets. What is this one? Delicious inheritance. Influence. Increase value looking for so it's increase influence distance by 50%. No. Tenets. Priesthood. How much is needed to upgrade something? Grant skill points. Oh, okay, I need to just keep using these. Okay. Let's help the OG city, which is spawned in. They make the city temple. Also not really asking for any prayers or anything. A little bit disappointing. What's this? Oh, speaking of, although city isn't growing fast enough, please help us grow. Sure, I will help you do that. Why is it not allowing me to? What is this? They want pray for harm to come upon them. What? The why can I not select this one? Cost 5 favor or hmm. He wants me to harm a child? What is wrong with him? I mean, I'm going to do it, but what's wrong with him? There we go. I've harmed the child. What? Oh, do we need to do it again? There we go. Results. Global spawn tornado charge. Increase tornado deals damage in its wake. Okay, let's build that. Let's do that here. Oh. Oh no! How terrible! I killed a bunch of the followers of this guy. Oh no, how sad. Anyways. And build a temple here. City starts building temples, large priests, send a large congregation, and have more priests for the city. Yes. On, give me powers. Oh, did I take too many resources? Maybe I did. Locations are at maximum capacity. Right. Results. Devotion to all the mortals in the city. Very cool. That should help us with converting the city soon. The city as well, we've been doing quite alright. Oh, nice powers. Let's upgrade that. Ocean. Lord of Times can reach far into that guy to win. Threat of the mortal. What is this? Connect to Yangcheng. Connected? You have to find a new city or modify the terrain to interconnect the island. Yangcheng. That's that one over there. Okay. How the shit do I found a new city? What? Base. No tenants. Nope. How do I found a new city? Huh? Can priests do that? Okay. Can you... Yeah, actually, how do we do that? Also, what is that building? So why can I not do anything? This is a really feature karma. Overview. What is this? Overview tab, resources, blah blah blah, mortals, buildings, stables. These are workers and armies, movements. Almost as mounted. Increasing. Oh, damn. I would like them to get that ASAP. Food plan buildings that are every source requirements. What's this? West. My family, I would like to move to a new city. Please bless our trip. I'll bless your journey. Migrate to a random adjacent city. Sure, why not? Wait, cast bless on these targets. Which ones? Okay. I do literally just have to bless every single one of them. Sure, why not? Oh, did I just click the... I blessed the same one again. Whatever. Very cool. And now they are going towards another city. Good for them. Nice, and Montagris is now mine, is I think. Or isn't it? Why isn't it not? Why isn't it not? Why is it not mine? One more since it is a Buddha, is your follower. Oh. We still don't have that? Come now. Oh, there we go. Please retirement. I'm old. When I'm gone, will there be anyone to replace me? Hold aging. Cast on the target. Let's go with the top one. In this slot. Sile. Rasil. You there? You can move over here. Powers. Oh! Oh! Rich terrain. Select 2 terrains for smooth land bridge. Build spiritual totem. Sponsor current building special totem. Blah. Interesting. Well, more harder. That's my blood. Red. Ocean shield. Build holy shrine. Need more order to do that. Entice. The query. Sacred idol. And a bunch of negative things. Spawn animal herd. Ooh. Terrain hide and line with myself. Okay, let's try that. How do I increase my max mana followers? Rich terrain. Go done. That should allow me to get closer to this place here. At least I hope so. I think so. Hope and cope. That is the case. How many souls do I have? Nice, there we go. I had my job as a pro shop, which had been given a different one. Assign your new occupation. Removes lazy as productions of mortal is not. How? Success rate is not a forager. Teach. Okay. How do I do that? Train a follower to be a basic priest. Yeah, you know what? Good. There you go, you're not a forager anymore. Much better. Congregation getting to be more. How needs help temple here. Alright, sure, we'll build a temple. But we need a builder to be a follower here. That to happen. I guess you can, I think you can overfish in the game. Interesting. Pray for harm. What? This guy's all the shit, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Yeah, whatever. Lose your devotion. I do not care. Upgrade that again. I'll upgrade the blessing. The haste. Let's upgrade this one. Come on, why is there no one building this? Are there any builders? You there. You should become a good follower. Stables, Wild Grove. Production of the resource. Wait, what? No. How do they manage these people? Spawn animal herd and that's the versions of those who witness it. Rich terrain. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Shit. Spawn stone quarry. Oh. Let's make a stone quarry here. go. Nice. Connect to this place. We need to upgrade power. Spiritual journey. Most of our migrants are random as you're sitting in devotion along the way. Fresh out command, you follow to lead their life behind, become fortunate, start a new life elsewhere. Spawn thicket, create a thicket and add devotion to those who see it. What does a thicket do? Race terrain, lower terrain. Yeah. Race terrain, lower terrain, train shaman, demote shaman. Base shaman, which creates your influence greatly in the current city and provides a managed duration boost. Ooh. Can't convert followers, can't train priests, bring god devotion. Blah blah blah. That's sacred both to mortal. This doesn't seem particularly useful. Oh, we can also unlock other things. We can unlock a lot of things actually. Devotion siphoning. Siphons devotion. From priest to transfer it to a godless. There's basic priest of your missionary, which can convert 3 more at a time. It will send to migrants where they can convert new followers. That's something I want. Send souls to the afterlife where they will generate mana for you. Send 3 souls to the afterlife, increase your mana duration max mana by a total of 6. Ooh. Spoiling transfers. Spawn rain cloud, consume offerings for mana. Spawn animal herd and activation devotion to those who witness it. Let's go with train missionary. I would like to unlock this as well. Priests. You there? Mount it. Very cool. Divine witness. Motivated. You there. You'll become a missionary. This guy increased productivity, decreased maximum HP. He needs to be healed. Move by healthy. Right, in any case, he will also become a missionary. Let's build a temple here. Hopefully that will not take too long to build. Never mind, it'll take 10 years to build. You what? Oh wait, someone claim this island. My lord, the time is going to claim this island for glory. Goddess of wind, heart, blah blah blah blah blah. As much as the mortal for 3 years, we'll reach a city. One more city in that city is your follower. Which city? Yangcheng. Okay. We will reach that eventually, but first we must get Dunham. Only one way to do that. Spawning copious amounts of fish. Oh, prayers when hosted. I'll help you establish a presence there. What is this? This is what you should convert. Those who do not believe first. And here. High calling. Please let me do more. Become a missionary. Go forth. Yes. Brief. Prince something died. Holy Mark is available. When followers turn 3 years old, the following effects will occur. Adds Holy Mark. Increased base devotion. Gains of mortal by 1%. Sure, why not? We'll take it. That seems useful. And we like that useful shit. Why is it that sometimes I just can't click on anything? Spawn animal herd. No. Which terrain? Go. Let's do terrain here. That did not go quite well. No, we failed this. Let's see. So. Come on, reach this rain. Yes! Nice. Lots more resources now available. Very cool. Spawn animal herd. Less. Shit, less. Priests. No! You there. Where are they? They're all in the wrong places. We will all now migrate over to this city. And then turn them into ours. Tis a desire. Holy warrior. That would be kinda cool, but no. Not quite yet. Actually, I should check when drops. Time is over for food. It is Seri support in just over. Right. We should play a little bit more of this demo and then we'll call it. Oh, nice! What is happening? We're suddenly getting a lot of followers here. Oh, right. Well, because we have missionaries here. That makes sense. Okay, those missionaries are doing a great job. What's happening here? What? Oh, priestess something died here. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Answers. Prayer. Ooh. Please Lord, restore my health and give me strength as I wait for my restoration. You've suffered enough. I will take care of your illness. Must have not crippled. We just bless them. There we go. Yeah, that works. And they can now become a priest. Oh, nice. Just bridge this gap. That would be quite neat. Yep, we can. There we go. We just made another path. Easy peasy. Spawn metal mine? Yes, please. Metal mine. Not metal. Are we American? No, we're not. Buildings. Wild Grove. Okay. What's gonna happen? That's a little bit not what I wanted, but close enough. Failed. Wait, what? What did we fail? Whatever. What's this? Someone died. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Let's convert this area. ASAP. Anubis, what are you doing? Go away. I mean, what he's doing does not seem to matter that much. It looks like we're winning this quite handily. This place will become one of our places. It seems. Oh shit, I should probably have... no, whatever. So what is this? Oh. So... yeah, okay. Let's give ourselves some fish. Nice. Lots of fish. Can we also just capture some of these other settlements? Like this one. Chaotic good. Can add more fish there, and that would be ideal. Shame we can't upgrade that. Send to afterlife. Increase a max amount of 6 would be useful. Spring of life creates a new source of water. We'll try to reach the sea. This one at the base of a mountain. This one near river spring. But what does that give us? Animal herd, I know, like, those, that's just a useful effect. Sense of afterlife could also be good. Sense of afterlife. Yo, max mana increased. Are we winning in this city? I think we are. Almost have some effect here. Wait, did they build the fishery here? Did they? Is that why we're getting a bunch of... Nope. Oh wait, are we? Nope, they've not built the fishery here yet. Oh. I can, however, spawn fish. And I would like to spawn fish. No. You guys. Can I interest you in some fish? Will that be enough to entice you to become my followers? Just a little bit, please. Right, another fish. Come on, we almost have a follower here. We're so close. We're so close. Wait, what? Castle Fort 2 is like attacking the kingdom of Montagus inside your kingdom. Wait, what? Why are you doing that? I did not tell you to attack ourselves. Plague is happening. A plague? How do I even fix that? Like, one of the following. Stop the plague. Go. No more plague. Oh, Spirit of Fortune. Supposed to spirit that restores health, kills dragons, and adds devotion. Okay. That seems useful. Yes! We finally got it. The temple there. And you there become a priest. Nice. Next up is this place. Another plague is happening? The prayers to be answered. Okay. Our religious president, what should we do about it? Almost the targets and prayer requests are dead. Oh, change the mortal to holy warrior. It's plus mortal. Let's not do that. Quest increases. Everyone is capable of redemption. Wait, what's happening here? Army of the gathering forces. Is there a fight going on? Or something? Anyways, let's put some more prayers to be answered. Wait, what? Found a new city is unlocked. Can we unlock that? Okay. Show the way. Sponsor new city force migrating. People boost forces. More forests and great proportions of us witness it. Actually, shit, I should have created that over there. To the north. Dunam is attacking the kingdom of my targets inside your area of influence. Oh no. How do I defend? How do I send defenders? How do I send defenders? Religion, something. 13 children here? Why? Metal mind. Metal mind. Set of influence area. Change that. Okay. Tenets. It's a spiritual test. Together with maximum level chance to become peace on reaching adulthood when time for let's start. Nope. What about this one? Adopt. Okay, we need to use order skill more. What? Castle Ford is like the kingdom of Arusil, one inside your influence. Why? Why are you attacking that? Wait, who's the leader? Let's see. Overview. Ruler. Okay, the ruler is... Why are they attacking each other? The game hasn't given me any information as to why my cities are attacking each other. Which, you know, I feel like it should tell me. It would be nice. They just attack and then fail. Looks like it. Okay, can we convert this area? Bunch of extra fish. Come on. No! Not quite enough. We'll spawn some animals. We just need one of them. We just need one of them to like us a little bit more. Just one. Nope, more fish. Come on, we're so close. Did they just build... Oh, okay, neat. What's this? You're all equipped in your city. Move skeptical, increase erosion. Sidon. Follow you. Okay, let's do this one. Watch us heal all who are crippled in your city. Okay, who are crippled in the city? What's this? Lazy. Crippled. Is that it? Oh, was it just one? Oh. Global Smite rate. Please. It's just kills around a certain pace and adds a bit of devotion. Alright. Send our monks. Yeah. Spawn another forest. And then stone quarry. Come on, just one more fish. One more fish. Come on. Yes! You there will become a priest. And then convert the rest of the people there. Excellent. Mission driven. A new mission can training immediately when the existing one dies. That seems useful. Yeah, let's go with that. Powers. powers can we unlock, upgrade, or do something with? I don't know. We'll find out next time. So I think what we're going to do now is raid someone. Quick save. Save and quit. Right. Let us find someone to raid. It's been very fun. This stream has been very, very pleasant. Very lovely time. Everyone be sure to tune in about 10 or so hours when we do a big stream with LHS. Let me just find the buttons for raiding someone. Stream manager, channel. Right. We are going to raid Doodleburp. It's been a while since we raided them, I think. Yes. Right. Raid message. If you are here, I'm not sure if you are here. You're very quiet. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. This is the raid message. I don't know why my thing doesn't even show that to my my OBS doesn't even show the remote to me. Emote. In any case, that is the raid message. Now go forth, my dear viewers, my dear shemlings. Go say hi for me and wish them a very lovely stream. Thank you for a lovely time.